Welcome to the ultimate Next.js 15 tutorial where you are going to build a fully functional multi-tenant SaaS application from complete scratch. Whether you are a developer looking to master Next.js 15 or someone with a dream to launch a SaaS product, this 11-hour deep dive is packed with everything you need. And I honestly mean that. By the end, you'll have a stunning, production-ready application that you can deploy to Vercel and monetize. Again, everything in this one video. But now, let's take a quick tour of what you'll be building in this video. First up, we have a sleek, fast and professional homepage with all the essentials. A navigation bar, hero section, logo section, features and pricing. But it's more than just eye-catching. It's fully responsive and designed to convert. And here's the dashboard where the magic happens. Don't take it wrong. But before we dive any deeper, let's first of all talk about how we secure everything using today's sponsor, Kinde. This video is sponsored by Kinde and we will be using their secure authentication service to protect our dashboard behind a authentication wall. With Kinde's Next.js SDK, implementation is very easy and very fast. It's easy to customize, it fits perfectly with our app's design and ensures that our users stay secure. But hey, wait a second, that's not all. In this video, we will be also adding multi-factor authentication with just 2 clicks of a button. Security has never been that simple. Once users are signed in, they can now finally get started creating blocks. The process is seamless and very fast. Enter a site name, add a unique subdirectory, add a description, and boom, you're good to go. Each site gets its own unique URL using our subdirectory, which we validate on the server side. Creating blog articles in this application is very simple. Add a title, generate a slug, create a small description, upload a cover image, write some content in our beautiful rich text editor, which is powered by TipTap and looks almost the same to the Notion editor. And all of this whole creation is wrapped in a intuitive, beautiful and very fast UI. But now let's talk architecture. This isn't just any SaaS application. This is a multi-tenant SaaS application. But what does this mean? Well, each user gets its own isolated environment in our application, whether on the free tier or on the paid plan. The experience is seamless and secure. But wait, we are still not done. We have also integrated Stripe for a flawless payment experience. Users can start on a free plan which allows one site. But with our paid plan, the sky is the limit. Create as many sites as you want. In this video, I have set up Stripe Webhooks to handle subscriptions. Plus, users can manage their subscriptions directly through the Stripe hosted customer portal. And there you have it, friends, a complete SaaS application built with Next.js 15 from start to finish and at the end deployed live on Vercel. This tutorial is packed with best practices, performance tips and modern tooling to ensure that you are ready to launch. Alright, and now before we dive into the project, let's talk about the tech stack and what tech I chose for this video. So we are using some of the best tools in the industry, all of which are free and don't require a credit card. At the core, we use Next.js 15 as our full stack framework combined with TypeScript for type safety. Kinde Auth handles our authentication with ease, while Supabase provides a powerful Postgres database. We are using Prisma as our TypeScript ORM and Conform for form validation. Styling is covered by Tailwind CSS and we are bringing in Shadcn UI for our components. ESLint keeps our code clean and Uploadthing handles our image uploads. For rich text editing, we are using TipTap, and for payments, Stripe ties everything together. Finally, at the end, we will take everything together and deploy to Vercel, the go-to platform for all Next.js projects. All these tools are not only very powerful, but also free to get started with, which makes this the perfect stack for building and launching your next SaaS application and making your next $1 million. Alright friends, so now you know what we are going to build, how it will look like, and with what we'll build this application. If you still don't know what we are going to build, well, this is a blogging SaaS application. And now there are only 4 more things you have to do to start with this tutorial. First of all, get a water, very important. Secondly, get a keyboard, also very important. And then also the third thing, drop a like, subscribe, it's free and it would help me out massively. Maybe consider becoming a channel member to get access to more videos, but also to get access to videos before they are released. And now, huge shout out to Kinde for sponsoring this video and making all of this possible. Without them, this wouldn't be possible, so thank you. And now, I think it's time to get started. So, how about we roll the video which I recorded for you guys. So, let's go. Alright friends, it's now time to get started, and as you see I'm currently in my terminal, which means it's now time to install a new Next.js 15 project. So for that, let me cd into my desktop directory, let me cd into my YouTube directory, and let me do an npx create-next-app, and then let's do @rc. So with this @rc, I tell Next.js, hey, I want to install Next.js 15 and not Next.js 14. So currently Next.js 15 is behind a released candidate state, and that's why I have to append this @rc. So if you're watching this video when I release it, you will have to do the same, but probably in a month or 2 you can just do an npx create-next-app, and it will automatically install Next.js 15. Now I will also have a comment in the YouTube description when Next.js 15 is stable, so that you don't have to run this @rc. And now, since we have talked about this, let me click on enter, and now the CLI will ask us a few questions. So first of all, I want to name the application block Marshall. Then let me click on enter, let me choose TypeScript, then let's use ESLint, let's use Tailwind. We won't use the source directory, we will use the app router. Now TurboPack is interesting, TurboPack is in theory stable. Nevertheless, in my testing, TurboPack still has a few problems, a few bugs, and sometimes it does not work as you expect. Now, I will select TurboPack because it's faster than Webpack. Nevertheless, if you want to make it safe, if you want to make this whole project, I guess, safe, then I would say no, but this will make your project slower. And if you want to have a fast dev server, choose TurboPack. Nevertheless, TurboPack has a few bugs that you should know about. So I will select yes, because I created a project with TurboPack, everything worked. Nevertheless, there were sometimes some hiccups. Then do I want to customize the default import? Nope. And now let's click enter. So as you see, I just selected all defaults, all of them are fine. And now everything will be installed, and this will take about a minute. Okay, so Next.js is now finally installed, which means we can now open it in VS Code. For that, let me go right here to Visual Studio Code. As you see, I already opened the project. If you want to do the same, go on top, click on File, and then click on Open Folder. But as you now see, this is currently our Next.js 15 project. Right here on the right, we have my sidebar, and we have all of the, let's call them default files that you get when you install Next.js. Let me go through them so that you understand what you have right here. So on the bottom, we first of all have a tsconfig file. This is because we use TypeScript, and this is just a bit of TypeScript configuration. If you use JavaScript, you won't have this file, but if you use TypeScript, you will have that. Then let's continue. We have a tailwind.config file. Right here we have all of the Tailwind CSS configuration. Later on, when we set up Shadcn UI, we will have even more configuration for all of the color variables, so CSS variables. Then we have a README file. You can customize that if you want to. We have a post.css file. This is for Tailwind. We have a package.json file. Inside of here, we see all of our dependencies and also our dev dependencies. So you see, we use React 19, which is in a release candidate state, and we use Next.js 15, which is also in a release candidate state. We have a package log.json, this is fine. Then we have a next.config file. This is where we can just do a bit of configuration for Next.js. So later on, when we use the image component, we'll have to whitelist image domains, and we'll do it right here. Then we have a git ignore file. This is where we store every file which we don't want to commit to GitHub or to Git. And what you will also right here see is that we write here whitelist, or not whitelist, but could you say blacklist? I don't even know how you call it, but right here we, for example, have environment variables, which means when we create an env file where we store all of our environment variables, we won't commit them to GitHub, and this is exactly what we want, so this looks good. Let me again continue. We have an ESLint file, then we have a public folder. Inside of here we store all of the static assets, so all of the images and everything like that. Then we have a node modules folder, and then the most important folder, which is the app folder. Now right here we also have a fonts folder. Inside of that, right here we just store the Vercel font. You can delete it if you want to, but we'll leave it like that. Then we have a page.tsx. This is our index page. You see right here we have a bit of markup. So right here we have a div, main, image, everything like that. And then we also have a layout file. The layout file is quite self-explanatory. So we have a layout file, and inside of the layout file we render our index page. Now this is the root layout, which means all of our pages will be rendered inside of here, and that's also why we right here give our body a class name of our font. So all of the children, all of the files will have the same font. Then let's continue. We also have a globals.css file. This is where we store all of our standard CSS. We'll need that in a second. For now, we can leave it like that. And then we have a fav icon, which is right here the Vercel fav icon. Okay, so we have now checked out the whole code structure. I think you now understand how it works. And now we can start our dev server. So for that, you can either do Command J. This is a shortcut. I created a video about, I forgot how it's called, but something like how to set up VS Code or how to make it 10 times more productive. That's how I called it. You can check it out. There I talk about all of the good shortcuts and themes and how just to create this layout as you see right here. So the shortcut is Command J, or you can go on top and click on terminal and new terminal. But now inside of our terminal, let me do an npm run dev, and this will now start our dev server on localhost 3000. Alright, so now you see our dev server is running. I already opened it in Chrome. So in Chrome, I opened localhost 3000, and now we have this page. So as you see again, if you close the terminal, go in the sidebar and open the page.tsx, this is what you see right here. So we have the image, and this is right here the Next.js image. Then we have a bit of text, 2 buttons, and a bit more of other stuff. Now, of course, we won't leave it like that. We'll change it. So what I'll do right now is again go to the page.tsx, and then inside of the return statement, let me actually delete everything. So let me get everything. Let's delete it. And let's just do an H1. Let me zoom in a bit, and let me say hello world. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now you will see right here, hello world. Now there's one thing which I want to change. So currently you see we have right here dark theme, or we have a black background color. That's because my preference is dark mode. So if I go right here and change, for example, my preference to light mode, you will see that also the background color changes to white. I want to change that. So what I'll do is go to my globals.css file, and inside of here, I want to delete everything besides the Tailwind classes. So let me right here get the body, the add media and root. Let me delete that, and let's just leave the Tailwind classes. If I again go back, do a hard refresh, you still see everything works, and that's great. But if I can change my dark mode preference, so from right here my screen, let me click on dark mode, you see the background color does not change anymore. Now there's one more problem which we have right here, and that's our font. You see right here our font, and it does not look good. So what we can do is go to our layout, and then right here you see we use this guised sans font. Now currently we right here do a guised sans.variable. You can change it to a .class name. Let's also do it right here, .class name. And if you now save that and go back, you now see our font has updated. Now I think I will personally change the font later on. For now I will leave it like that. So now let me close my layout file, let me close my page.tsx, let me close my globals file, and now the question comes, what do we do now? Well, I think what we should do now is first of all install Shadcn UI. So you can go to Chrome and go to ui.shadcn.com. You can also open my YouTube description. I will have all of the links linked down below. And now the question comes, what is Shadcn UI? So Shadcn UI is a styled component library, which is very easy to customize, but also just to implement in your project. Shadcn UI builds on Radix UI. Radix UI is a component library which is accessible but not styled. And Shadcn UI takes the components which are accessible and styles them. And for us, it's nice because we have beautiful components which are accessible and very, very easy to customize. So what I'll do right now is click on documentation and let me click on installation. Inside of here, we will have to now select a framework and we use Next.js. So let me select Next.js and now we have to run the CLI. So first of all, we have a quick start guide. You see the first step is to create a project. We already did that. So let's go to the second step and let's run the CLI. So let me copy that. Let's select npm. Let's again go back. Let's open the terminal. Let me stop my dev server. Let's clear everything and let me paste it inside of here. Right here you now see the CLI asks me a few questions. So first of all, I want to use the default style. For the color, let's use slate and then let's use CSS variables. Let's click on enter and now this will initialize everything for us. So as you now see, our project has been installed, everything is fine, so success, and that's exactly what we want. If you now open your package.json file, you now see we have installed class-variance-authority, clsx, lucide-react, which is a icon library. So what you can do is go to Chrome and search for lucide.dev. Then you will right here see this is an icon library. It's very beautiful. It's very easy to use. I use it in my personal projects and it's very great. Then we also right here have now tailwind-merge and tailwind-css-animate. Again, this is for Shadcn UI. And if you open your Explorer, you will also see that we now have a lib file. Right here we have a utils file. This is a CN helper to customize Tailwind. And then we also have a components folder, which is currently empty. Inside of this components folder, we will store all of the Shadcn UI components. And since you now know that, I think we can now continue. So let's again close that. And what I want to do now is actually install our first component, and this will be the button. For that, let's again go back to ui.shadcn.com, so inside of here, and then right here we can now search for the button component. Let's search for it. This is the button component. As you see, it looks very nice. And what I want to do now is install the button. So let me copy the installation command with npm. Then let's paste it right here and let's click on enter. As you now see, our button has been installed, and if I again open my Explorer, we now have inside of the components folder a UI folder, and inside of the UI folder we have a button file. This is right here our button, and this is what we'll use for all of our buttons. Let's now close that. Let's again go inside of our page.tsx and let me run that inside of here. So let me delete the return statement, let me create a new one, let's do a div element, let's say again h1 with hello world. And then underneath that, let me render a button. So let's get the button component. This is uppercased and imported from add components. So let me click on enter and then let me just say hello from the button. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. Let me do a hard refresh. And now you see we get an error. That's because our dev server is currently not running. Let me again clear everything. So let me open my terminal, clear everything. And then let's do an npm run dev to again restart our dev server. This will again restart on localhost 3000. I can again close that, do a hard refresh, and then our site will load in a second. And now my site has again reloaded, and now you see again our h1, and then we have the button right here. If I hover on it, we have like a hover style, and in general it looks quite good. Nevertheless, the color right here is currently like in, let's say, darkish blue color, maybe also gray. I can't really tell, maybe I'm colorblind. So what I want to do is actually change our theme. So right here in Shadcn UI, you can click on themes, and then inside of here, you can customize your theme to your liking. So you can customize it to this blue color, or if you want to, you can use a green color or violet or orange, whatever you want. Now, personally, I'm quite a big fan of blue, and I think we should use this blue color, so this blue theme. So what we can do right here is click on copy code. This will now open right here this modal. Let me click on copy. Then let me open our globals.css file. And inside of here, I have to now somehow change my theme. How do I do that? Well, we have this add layer base with right here our root and then also .dark. I have to change it to what I have just copied. So leave this add layer base on the bottom. This is fine. Leave right here our add tailwind classes at the top and just delete this add layer base in the middle. Let's delete it and paste what I've just copied. So now we have pasted our new theme, and this is now our bluish theme. And if I can go back to our dev server, you now see the button has changed from this darkish color to this normal blue color, and this looks quite good. Now I think we can leave it like that. If you want to, you can change the theme to violet or whatever you want, but I will continue this project with this theme. So let's now recap what we have done. So we have installed Next.js 15, we have talked about all of the files, we have installed Shadcn UI, we have installed a button component, we see everything works, we have customized the theme, and now the question comes, what do we do now? Do we start with the homepage, the front end, or do we start with our dashboard, or in other words, our back end? Now, I personally think we should first of all create a dashboard, create this whole blog creating functionality and everything like that. And then at the end of the project, we'll do the cool thing, and that's to create a beautiful homepage. So let's get started with the dashboard. For that, what I want to do first of all is again create a new route. For that, let me go in the app folder, and then inside of here, let's create a new folder and let's call it dashboard. Inside of here, let me create a page.tsx, and let's first of all see if everything works. So let me do an export default function. Now I will call it dashboard index page. Let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let's do a return statement, and I will return a div h1, and let's say hello from the dashboard. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and then right here in the URL, let me do a /dashboard, and now this route should fully work and fully load. And yes, that's what you see, hello from the dashboard. And now we can get started with our dashboard. Now, if you think about the dashboard, what do you realize that is different to a normal homepage? Well, a dashboard is always secured. This means that only authenticated users should be able to access the dashboard. Currently, inside of our project, everyone is able to access the dashboard. This means that we should now first of all get started with making authentication work, and then we will make sure that only authenticated users will be able to reach the dashboard route. So for that, we will use Kinde. Now, as you already know, Kinde is the sponsor of this video, and I would highly appreciate if you would click the link down below. This would show Kinde that you came from my video, and this would also help me in creating more of these awesome tutorials, which take a lot of time to create, and I really mean it, a lot of time. So again, I would highly appreciate it, and thank you also Kinde for making everything possible. And now the first question that you should probably have about Kinde is, what is Kinde and why do we use Kinde? So Kinde is a authentication service, and it's like an alternative to Auth0 and Clerk. I created a review about it. If you want to check it out, I will link it down below. I talk about Kinde, what I like, what I don't like, and how it compares to its competitors. But now, in short, Kinde again is a authentication service. It makes authentication very, very easy. They offer everything you need, which means password auth, passwordless auth, enterprise single sign-on, which is SSO. That's very important for a B2B context. Of course, machine-to-machine connections in connected apps, social login, which is very important. And also one thing which I really love is multi-factor auth. Now, with most competitors, multi-factor auth is always an additional tier, which means you always have to pay for it. But with Kinde, multi-factor auth is included in the free tier, which also means that we will include multi-factor auth in this video. Of course, Kinde also offers other features like, for example, role-based access control, and also, for example, feature flags, which is very, very cool. And also one thing which is very important for us developers is, of course, the pricing. So Kinde offers a very, very generous free tier. You get 10,500 monthly active users. That means your users have to log in to actually count to this limit. As I already said, multi-factor auth is included in the free tier, and you can also check out the pricing. You will see that it's very, very generous. Now they offer a lot of SDKs, and we will need the Next.js SDK. And now, since I think you all understand what Kinde is, what it offers, and why it's so great, I think it's now time to get started. So if you have an account, click on sign in. If not, click on start for free. But since I already have an account, I will click on sign in. Alright, as you now see, I'm signed in and I got redirected right here to the dashboard. So I currently got redirected to already an existing project. If you have never used Kinde, you should get redirected to like in default state to create a new project. So what I'll do right now is click right here on top on business, and then let me click on that and let me click on switch business. Now business right here is just a different word for project. You can name it whatever you want. They call it business, I call it sometimes project. Use whatever you want and whatever makes you comfortable. So right here you see all of the projects which I've created with Kinde. There are quite a lot, as you see. And now to get started, let me click right here on the top on add business. Inside of here, we have to now first of all create a business name. Let me just call it Block Marshall, and let me say also YT. Then for the number of employees, 1 to 10 is fine. And for the region, I will choose the US because I will also deploy my project to the US, and it's always good when your servers are close to each other. So now let me right here click on save. As you now see, my business has been successfully added. Let me now search for it. Where do we have it? Block Marshall YouTube. And then let me right here click on this URL. So what we have right here now is a onboarding stage, can you call it like that? So the first thing they ask us is, do we want to start a project from scratch, or do we want to use Kind with a existing code base? So I want to use Kind with my existing code base. Let me click on next. Then right here we have to now select the tag which we want to use, and we want to use Next.js, or in other words we already use Next.js. So let me select that and let me click on next. What we have to do now is select what authentication methods we want to use. So we want to use email, we want to use Google, and of course let me also use GitHub. Let me now click on next. And as you now see, Kind tells us we are almost there. What I'll do right now is click on no thanks. I will explore at my own pace. And what you now see right here is our dashboard. As you see, we have 0 monthly active users and 0 total users. That's because we haven't set up Kind with our project. Nevertheless, we already see our dashboard and it looks quite cool. What I want to do right now is set up Kind with our project. For that, let me go to the top, let me click on documentation, and let me open that in a new tab. Inside of here, I have to now select the SDK which I want to use. I want to use the Next.js SDK, so let me select that. Then right here, we now have a quick start guide, so a documentation page within quick start guide. And right here, they tell us everything that we have to do. Now, the first thing we have to do is install Kind with our project. And for that, I will use npm. So let me right here copy this installation script. Then let me go right here back to my project, so to VS Code. Now what I'll do right now is stop my dev server. You can right here click on plus, but I just want to make sure that all the bundling is correct. So that's why I will stop my dev server. I will again clear everything, and then let me paste the installation command. Let me now click on enter, and what you'll now see in a second is that we'll probably get an error. And yes, as you see, we right here have now an error. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we get an error? Well, it's quite simple. Right here, this SDK or this package dependency, whatever you want to call it, has a peer dependency. And the peer dependency is Next.js with a version of 13 or 14. Now, we don't use 13 or 14, but we use 15. Now, 15 is currently in a release candidate state, so it's currently not stable. And that's also why they haven't changed their peer dependencies right here. Nevertheless, I tested out everything and everything worked as it should. Nevertheless, I have tested this project with Next.js 15, or I have tested out Kind with Next.js 15. Everything worked as it should, and that's why we can actually just ignore that. So let me right here copy this installation command again. Let's paste that, and then at the end we can do a dash dash, and then let's do legacy peer dependencies. So right here you can just copy this dash dash legacy peer dependencies and just paste that. If I now click on enter, you will now see that right here this package will be installed and we will not get any errors. Again, I tested out right here this Kind SDK, everything worked as it should, and that's why it's also safe to install it with Next.js 15. Alright, so it has now been installed. I can again close my terminal, or what I'll do actually is again restart my dev server with npm run dev. Then let me again close the terminal. Let's continue. So the next step is to right here set callback URLs. So let me go back to our dashboard. Then right here on the bottom, you have your applications. Let me click on view details. Then inside of here, if you now scroll to the bottom, you now will right here see an allowed callback URL and then also an allowed logout redirect URL. Now, if you click on the documentation, you right here see the allowed callback URL and the allowed redirect URL. As you see, we already propagated the fields, or not we, but Kind propagated the fields, which means we don't have to change anything. Let me again go back to the documentation, and now the next step is to configure our environment variables. So right here, they give us a few environment variables, and what I'll do is just copy them, and that's needed for Kind to work. So let me copy them. Let's again go back to the project. Let me open my Explorer, and then inside of here, I want to create a new environment variable file. So let's right here create a new file, and let's call it .env. Let's open that, and then inside of here, let me paste the environment variables. So as you now see, we have 6 in total. We have a kind client ID, a client secret, a issuer URL, we have a site URL, we have a kind post logout redirect URL, and then also a post login redirect URL. That means where the user gets redirected after he has logged in. And what I want to do now is first of all propagate right here our kind client ID, client secret, and issuer URL. For that, let me go back right here to our dashboard. If you scroll a bit to the top, you right here have the domain, the client ID, and the client secret. Let me first of all copy the client ID, then let me go right here to the environment variables, and let's paste it right here for the top one. So let me paste it right here. Then let's continue with the client secret. Let me copy it right here, and let's go to the client secret, delete this dummy value, and paste our secret. Then let me copy the domain right here. Let's again go back. Let me delete this dummy domain, and let's paste our domain. Then for the kind site URL, localhost 3000 is fine. For the post logout redirect URL, localhost 3000 is also fine. And for the post login redirect URL, I think /dashboard is also fine for now. So what we can do now is go back to our documentation page, and then inside of here, the next step is to set up our auth route handler. If you have never used Next.js, then route handler is just a different word for an API route. So yeah, it's the same thing. They call it route handler. So Next.js calls it a route handler. I call it an API route, but it does not really make any difference. So what we'll do is I can close everything. Let me open my Explorer. Then let's go in the app folder. Inside of here, let's create an API folder. Inside of the API folder, let's create an auth folder. And then inside of the auth folder, I have to create a kind auth folder. So what I'll do right now is copy this kind auth folder, and then let me paste it inside of the auth folder. So now we have an API auth and then kind auth. Inside of the kind auth folder, let's create a new file and let's call it route.ts. Now it's very important that you name the file route.ts. If you name it hello.ts or something different, this whole thing won't work because Next.js won't know that this is a route handler. So please make sure that you call it route.ts, and now we can continue. So let me go back to the documentation and let me just copy right here this code. So let's copy it and paste it inside of here. And now we can save that, and if you now again go back to the documentation, you will now see that the next step is to set up our sign-in and sign-up pages. And this also means that we have now set up the backend for kind, and now we pretty much set up the front end so that the user gets redirected to the login and sign-up page. For that, what I'll do right now is open my page.tsx file, so the index page, and inside of here I want to redirect the user to the register and also to the login page. So what we have to do right here is import the two components, so the register link and login link. So let me copy that, then let's go back, and then right here inside of the page.tsx, let me just paste them right here. So now we have a register link and a login link imported from kind-oss/kind-of-next.js/components. And since we now have the two components, we can now also run them right here inside of our front end. For that, what I'll do is delete this button with the hello world. Let me delete that. And instead of that, let me get right here our register link component. Let's open that. And then inside of here, let me get a button. Now this button is already imported from our components. And let me just say register. Then underneath the register link component, let me now right here also get a login link component. We already imported that again. And inside of here, let me get my button. Then for the button, let me just say login and then let me save that. Let's again go back to our homepage, let me do a hard refresh, and in theory we should now see again two buttons. And yes, as you see, we right here have an hello world, and then we have a register and a login button. What I'll do right now is give our div right here a class name, let's just do padding of 10, and then for our register link and button link, I think this is fine. Let's again save that. Yeah, we now have a bit of padding, and now we can test out if it works. So what I'll do right now is click on register. Let's click on that, and now in theory we should get redirected to the Kinde Authentication page. And yes, as you see right here, it says register, get started today. We can continue with our first name, last name, email, or we can use right here social auth, which means GitHub and Google. Right here also on the bottom, we can change this page to the sign-in page, and then right here you now see we can either sign in with email or again with GitHub or Google. So what I want to do right now is sign in with Google. So let me right here click on continue with Google. And as you now see, I've authenticated with Google, and instead of getting redirected to the index page, we got redirected to the /dashboard route. Again, why did we get redirected to the dashboard route? That's because if you open your env file, right here we have kind post login redirect URL, and we redirect the user to the dashboard route. So we can again close that. And now if you again open your index page, what you will see is that even though I'm authenticated, it still right here renders the register and the login button. What I want to do is render the logout button if the user is authenticated, and if not, I want to render these two buttons. So what we have to do is somehow get the session of the user right here. So I want to know if the user is authenticated. For that, let me go above the return statement, and then let me do a constant, let's the structured, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Now it's very important that you import get kind server session from the correct path. So it's imported from @kindoss/kind of Next.js/server. Let me import that, let's invoke it, and then inside of here, let me get the get user function. So now we have the get user function, and what I have to do now is fetch the user session. So let me do a constant, let's do session, and then this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that, and now we have an error. Why do we have an error? Well, right here tells me await expressions are only allowed within async functions. That means that we have to convert this export default function into an export default async function. So let me do that right here, export default async function, and now the error is gone. Now why is this safe to do? Well, it's quite simple. This is a server component, which means everything is run on the server. Nothing is on the client side, everything is on the server, and this is completely safe to do. So since we have now our session, we can now do ternary. So let me right here copy this login link and register link. Let me just copy them. And inside of here, I can now do ternary. So we'll say if there's in session, if it's true, let me right here get in question mark. Let's return something. And if not, let me right here return our login link and register link. So let me get a div, and then inside of here, let me just paste what I've copied. And if we have a session, then inside of here, I want to render a logout link. For that, let me go to the top, and then right here where we import the register link and login link, let me get my logout link. So let's get that, and then right here in the session, so in this ternary, let me then get my logout link, and inside of here, let me render a button component, again uppercased, and let me just say logout. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And now instead of right here rendering two buttons, we now just render the logout button. Now, if I click on this logout button, you see the fav icon spins and I will get logged out. Now you again see the two buttons to register and log in. And what I can do now is click on log in. Now, personally, I'm not that big of a fan of this current theme or this current, let's just call it style. I want to update it. So I want to customize right here the screen. So what we can do is go to our dashboard. Let me zoom in a bit. Let me right here go to the top left and let me click on home. Right here you now see we have one total user. That's me. I just registered. So that's why we have one user. And what I want to do right now is go right here to the sidebar and then let me click on design. And now inside of here, I can customize the global brand, global design, whatever you want to call it. So we can upload a logo, a fav icon, we can change the theme, the color and everything like that. So what I want to do is first of all upload the logo. So what I want you to do is go to my YouTube description. Right there I will have a link to the GitHub repo. This will redirect you to my website and then you can just open the GitHub repo from there. So what I'll do right now is upload it. Again, just go to my GitHub repo. Then inside of the public folder, you will have all of the icons and files and everything like that. And you can just copy the logo from there. So now let me upload the two logos. As you now see, I've uploaded two logos. So first of all, a logo for the light theme and then also a logo for the dark mode. And now let's continue. Let's now also upload two fav icons. Again, just go to my GitHub repo and just get them from there. And as you now see, the fav icon is also uploaded. It's just the logo, so it's completely the same. Nevertheless, you can use it right here as a fav icon because it's an SVG and smaller than 5 kilobytes. And since we're now done with the logo and fav icon, we can now continue. And the next thing we can customize is the theme. So currently it's set as light theme, even though if the user, for example, has selected dark mode, as I did, it will still show right here the light theme, so the white mode. Now I don't like that. What I want to do is make it user preference. So if the user has light theme or dark theme, it will show whatever the user's preference is. So if it's dark mode, then we'll show in black background color, and if it's light mode, we'll show the white background color. Then let's continue. For the pages color, this looks fine. For the border radius, this is also fine. For the button color, this also looks good to me. And what we can do now is click on save. This will now save everything. And if I go back to our sign-in page and do a hard refresh, you'll now see that a few things will change. So first of all, we now have a logo. Then right here, we now have a black background color, and the rest looks the same. Also, if you go to the top, you now see right here for our fav icon, also the logo, and this also looks good. If I right here click on create account, so to the create account page, you also see we have the logo right here, and the rest also looks good. What we can do now is also customize the sign-in page. So right here in the sidebar, let me click on sign in, and then inside of here, I can now customize what I want. So let me click on edit, and what I want to do first of all is change right here the email block position. So currently the email block position is at the top. I want to change it to the bottom. So let me right here click on bottom. Then for the title, hey friend, welcome back. This is fine, I guess. Let me say hey user, or hey friend. Let me say hey friend. I think this is fine. And then for the button text, let's say sign in. Then let me click on save. And as you now see right here, we now have this text, hey friend, welcome back. And you now see our social auth is on the top and not on the bottom. What I'll also do right here is upload a background image. Again, go to my GitHub repo, and then inside of the GitHub repo, we will have a public folder, and you will again see all of the images. So as you now see, I've uploaded an image right here. And now let me click on save. So right here on the top, I have now clicked on save. And if I again go back and do a hard refresh, you'll now see instead of having right here the background color, we will now have this right here image. Again, you don't have to use this image. You can just leave it as it was. So this black background color. Nevertheless, I actually think that this background color does not look that bad. So if I change it to, for example, white mode right here and do a hard refresh, I think this looks quite good, and I think we can leave it like that. So let me again continue with Google. Alright, and as you now see, I'm authenticated and I'm again in the dashboard route. That's because I got redirected right here. Now, if I can go back to the index page, so to local 3000, you see I'm also right here logged in, which means I can again log out. Let me do that really quick, because there's one more thing which I want to implement, and that's again multi-factor auth. So let me right here go to the top, let me click on design again. And then inside of here, what I want to do is click also on home, and then let me click on settings. Then right here in the sidebar on the left side, let's scroll to the bottom, and then right here we have multi-factor auth. Let me click on that, and then right here we have a new screen. So right here we can require multi-factor authentication, and as you now see, right here we have now three things we can select. So either multi-factor authentication is not required, or multi-authentication is required, or it's optional. So the user can decide if he wants to use multi-factor authentication or not. And that's what I want to do. I want to make it optional. And then for the additional authentication method, I want to use the Authenticator app, because I think this is the safest one, and I'm not that big of a fan of email and SMS. So now let me click on save, and this will now right here create multi-factor auth. As you see, it is very easy, only 2 clicks of a button, and we have already implemented multi-factor auth. If I go back to our project, so to the website, and again click on login, you will still see everything will look the same. We still have the background image and also right here our card. And what I'll do right now is continue with Google. And now you see, instead of getting redirected back to the dashboard route, we got redirected to a, let's call it, holding route. So right here, Kind now asks me if I want to verify my identity, or in other words, if I want to use the Authenticator application, so multi-factor auth. Now for simplicity reasons, I won't do it right now. Nevertheless, you can test it out if you want to. Just get your phone, Google Authenticator, and then you can just test it out and see how it works. Nevertheless, for now, let me click on don't use multi-factor authentication, and now we will again get redirected to our dashboard route. Alright, so we have now set up Kind, which also means we have set up authentication. We right here implemented multi-factor authentication, we implemented social auth, password auth, or in other words, passwordless auth. Did I already say multi-factor authentication? We designed the screen, everything works exactly as it should. Nevertheless, since we have selected GitHub OAuth, there's one more thing which I have to do. So let me go back to the dashboard. Then inside of the sidebar, let me click on settings. And then right here in the settings page, let me go to the sidebar again. Let's scroll to the bottom, and inside of here, let me click on authentication. Inside of here, you see all of our authentication services or solutions. I don't even know how you want to call it. But right here, they just show us what we use. So we use email plus code. And right here, we also use our two social connections. So Google and GitHub. And what I want to do for GitHub is click right here on configure. And then inside of this configure screen, let me scroll a bit to the bottom, and now we have in switch right here. So it says right here, trust email address provided by this connection. And yes, I want to trust it. So let me select that and let me click on save. Let me also right here click on Google. Let's click on configure. This should be automatically true. And yes, this is fine. Let me just again click on save. And now we are completely done with Kind. We have set up everything. Everything works as it should. And now we can continue with the next few things. Alright, so I want to now get started with our dashboard, and what I want to do is first of all is create a layout file. So currently we have a page.tsx, this is the index page for the dashboard, but I want to now create a layout which will be persisted on all children routes inside of the dashboard. So we'll have a route which is for example called dashboard/sites, and then dashboard/sites/articles/ what do I know, and I want to have the same layout persisted for all this children. I think this makes sense. And thankfully to achieve this is very simple with Next.js. So let me go into the app folder, let me go to the dashboard, and inside of here, let's create a layout.tsx. So now this layout will be there to wrap all of our children, which will be created inside of this dashboard folder. Now, since the layout is in route, we have to do an export default function. So let's do an export default, let me spell that correctly. Then let's call it dashboard layout, and let's invoke it, and let's open that. Now, if you have never worked with Next.js, or if you have never worked with the app router, which is provided by Next.js, you probably don't really know how all of this works. So let me show it to you. Let me do a return statement. Let's do a div, let's do an h1, and let's say hello. If I now save that and again go back, you'll see that we'll now say, or we will see right here, hello. But this is not exactly what I want. So we have again this layout. So if I again go back, we have this h1 hello, but we also have the index page which says hello from the dashboard. And in theory, I want to see both. I want to see the text of the layout, and then I also want to see the text of our index page. So how can we achieve this so that I see that? Well, it's quite simple. Right here we have our params, and what I have to do is destructure the children. Then right here you see now TypeScript complaints. That's because I have to give it in type. So let's do children of type React Node. React Node is imported from React, and now we can use that. So underneath the h1, I could now render the children in the layout, and if I again save that and go back, you now see hello and then hello from the dashboard. So again, hello is our layout, and then inside of the layout, we render hello from the dashboard. So since you now know how the layout works and just in general that you see that it works, we can now actually get started with making it look nice. So let me delete everything in the return statement. Let me create a new div element, or let's actually change it to a section, why not? And then let me now get started with making it look nice. So let's start with giving it right here in class name. Let's say grid, then let's do a minimum height, and this will be off screen. So a minimum height of 100 viewport height, so 100%. Let's do W or full, so with 100%. And then let's say MD or bigger, so a screen which is bigger than MD. Then inside of here, and MD, if you didn't know, is minimum width of 768 pixels. And I want to say right here grid calls, and then I can use a custom value. So right here these array brackets, and I want to say 220 pixels underscore 1FR. So 220 pixels and then 1 fraction unit. Then let's also say LG or bigger. So let's say LG colon, and let's again do in grid calls, and then let's say right here again custom value, and let's say 280 pixels underscore 1 fractional unit, so 1FR. So since we have now created our grid layout, we can now inside of here render our sidebar. So again, on the left we will have a sidebar, and on the top we will have like an, I guess you can call it a nav bar. So let me right here create a div element, and now this div element is interesting, so let's go to class name, and I want to say on a small device or on a mobile device, I don't want to show the sidebar. So let's say hidden. Then let me also do a border of right. So I want to have on the right side like a little divider, or in other words, again, a border. And then let's also do a background color. So let's do a BG of muted, and muted is like the darker color. And now I can do a slash and 40, which means I want to get 40% opacity of this color. Then let's also say MD or bigger, and then we'll say block. So on a small screen, on a mobile screen, we won't show the sidebar, but once we are on a device which is bigger right here than 760 pixels, we will show this div, or in other words, the sidebar. Since we now understand that, let me now render our actual sidebar. So for that, let me right here create another div element. I know we all love divs. Then let me go in class name, and inside of here, I want to say this will be flex. Then let's do in height of full. Let's also do right here in max height, which will be off screen. So a maximum height of 100 viewport height. Let's also do flex of column, and let's do gap of 2. Inside of here, we will have to again render a div, and now this div will be there to actually render our name, or in other words, our logo. So what I'll do right now is just render an h1 inside of this div, and I will say block Marshall so that you understand what we did right here. So let me go back to our website or to our web browser, and now you see right here on the top left corner, block Marshall. Not a lot has changed. All you see is that we have on the top right here like this grayish color, but nothing really has changed. So let's again go back, and what I want to do is first of all style this div. So let me give this div right here a class name. Let's say flex height of 14. This corresponds to 56 pixels. Let's do an items of center to center it in the middle vertically. Then let's also do a border of bottom. Let me also do a padding x of 4. Let's say LG or bigger, and this will be in height of 60 pixels. And let me also do right here an LG of bigger, and let's say padding x of 6, so padding on the horizontal side. So we are now done with this div. And what we can do now is render our title, or not our title, but our logo. So for that, let me again delete this h1, and let me first of all get the link component. The link component is imported from next/link. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we use the link component? Why don't we just use the standard A tag? So what you can do is go to the Next.js website, and then inside of here, we can just search for link. Then let me open that, and inside of here you will see link. So the link component is a React component that extends the HTML element to provide prefetching and client-side navigation. Now, in my opinion, client-side navigation is very important for the user experience. So when you have client-side navigation, the user experience automatically becomes better, and prefetching is also great because it makes your website faster, and we always like fast websites. So let me again delete the A tag, we don't need it anymore, and now I can give this link right here an href, and the href will just be our index page, so an empty slash. Let's do a class name, let's say right here flex, let's say items of center, then let's do a border, which will be bottom, let me do padding x of 4, then let me also right here do a gap of 2, and let's say font, which will be semi-bold. Then inside of this link, I can now render first of all an h3, this will be for our logo, and let me just say block Marshall. If I now save that and again go back, you currently see we have an error, but this will go away. And now we have right here again on the top block Marshall, we have this top navbar, that's how I will call it. And we also see like on the bottom a nice little divider or a border, whatever you want to call it. Now currently I'm not that big of a fan of our title. I don't think it looks very good. So what I'll do right here is give our h3 a class name. Let's say text of, let's just say 2XL. I think this is big enough. And what I want to also do is wrap my Marshall in a span element. So let's get a span, let's again paste Marshall, and I want to give this span right here a class name, and this will be text of primary, so this bluish color. If I now save that and again go back, you now see block Marshall, and this looks quite nice. What I want to do now is also render my logo on the left side. So as you already know, what I want you to do is go to my GitHub repo and just copy the image. So what I'll do right now, I have just copied it. Let me go to my Explorer. Let's go right here into the public folder, and I will just paste that right here. So this is our logo.svg, and I want you to get the same logo right here. So let me again close that. Let's go to the layout, and on top, let me import that. So let's do an import logo, and this will be from. You can then use the string, and then we can say @/public and then /logo.svg. So now we have imported the logo, which means I can now render the logo. For that, what I want to do is go inside of the link component, but above the h3. And then inside of here, I want to get the image component provided by next/image. You might now ask me, hey Jan, what is the image component? And why do we use the image component? Why don't we just use the image tag? So again, for that, the Next.js documentation is your best friend. So let me search for image optimization, and then inside of here you will see the Next.js image component extends the HTML image element with features for automatic image optimization. So these features in total include size optimization, visual stability, faster page loads, and asset flexibility. So that's why we use the image component and not the standard image tag, which you get from HTML. So now for the image component, I have to give it in source first of all. For the source, this will be the logo we just imported, and I have to also pass an alt, and for the alt I will say logo. Let me also get in class name, and then this will be width of 8, and let's also do a height of 8. Or actually you can even make it smaller, or you can write less, and you can just write size-8, and this will automatically create a height of 8 and then also a width of 8. So I can now save that, and if I again go back, you now see the logo right here, and then you see the block Marshall text. So let's go back right here to our file, so to the layout. We are now done with the title or with the logo. It looks completely good. And what I want to do now is render the dashboard items. So what I want to do, in other words, is now render the sidebar right here on the left side. So what we have to do is go under the link component and then underneath this div. And then inside of here, I want to create a new div element. Let's give it a class name, and let's say right here flex of 1. Then inside of this div, I want to now render a nav element, and now this nav element will be there to render all of our links, or in other words, all of the items. So let's first of all give our nav right here a class name, and I want to first of all say that this right here will be in grid. Then let's do an items, and items will be of start, so on the left side. Let's do padding x of 2, and let's do a font of medium, and let's do an LG or bigger of padding x 4. Then inside of this nav, I want to now render our dashboard items, so our links. And for that, I will create a separate component. So let me open right here my Explorer, and let me zoom out a bit. I think it's too big. And inside of here, I want to go in the app folder, and then let me create a new components folder. Now, as you probably already see, we have now 2 components folders. So first of all, right here, outside of the app folder, we have one component library, and then inside of the app folder, we have another component folder. Now, some people might say, hey, this is not a good architecture, or it isn't a good design, whatever they want to say. Personally, I like it quite a lot. So outside of the app folder, I store everything related to Shadcn UI. And then in the app folder, I store all of the components which are relevant to the code. I think this makes sense. Since we have now talked about that and why I like this design, I don't really want to change that. I think we can now create right here our component. So what I'll do is right here in the components folder, let me create a dashboard folder. So this folder will be there to store all of the components which have something to do with the dashboard. And then inside of here, let me create a new file, and let me just call it dashboard items.tsx. So this is now the component which we'll use to store all of our links, or in other words, to render all of them. So what I'll do right here is first of all do an export function. Then let's call it dashboard items. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and then let me create a return statement. So what you can do for now is just return a div with an h1 and say sidebar. And then what we can do now is render right here this component inside of our layout. For that, let me go right here inside of the navbar, and then let me get my dashboard items. This is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and if you save it, you now see right here our sidebar. Now, of course, I don't want to render just an h1, which says sidebar, but I want to render nav links. So what I want to do is create an array, and then I will map over the array and show all of the links. For that, let me go again inside of the layout, not into the component, but right here still in the layout file. And then above the export default function, let me do an export constant. Then we'll call it nav links, and then this will be equal to an array, and then let's open that. So inside of here, I want to now create the links. So let's create an object. Let's open that. And inside of here, let me give it a name. The name will be dash dashboard, then let's add a comma, let's create an href, this will be slash dashboard, then let's add a comma, and let's create right here an icon, and the icon will be the home icon, and this is imported from lucide-react. Let's import that, then let me create a second link, so a second object. Let's give it a name. For the name, this will be sites, then let's give it an href. For the href, this will be slash dashboard, and then slash sites. Then let's add a comma, let's create an icon, and now let me get right here the globe icon from lucide-react. Let's now create a third object, so a third link, and let's give it a name. This will be pricing. Then let's also right here create an href. For the href, this will be slash dashboard, and then slash pricing. And then the last thing I want to render is the icon, and this will just be the $sign icon imported from lucide-react. So we have now created our nav links, and now I want to use this nav links array inside of our component. So let me right here go to the dashboard items component, and now let's render right here this array. So let me delete everything inside of the return statement. Let me return right here empty tags. And now inside of this empty tags, I want to now map over my nav links. So let's get our nav links from our layout file. Let's do .map. Let's get an item as a param, and let me just return that. Inside of here, I want to now render a link component from next/link, and let me just open that. What you can do for now is render inside of the link the item.name, and then let me also give this link right here an href because it's currently complaining. So let's do an item.href, and let's give the link also a key, and this will be item.name. If I now save that and again go back, you now see right here 3 items, so a dashboard, then we have sites and pricing. This currently does not look very nice, so let's style that. So for the link, let me right here give it a class name, and then instead of rendering strings, let me right here get this object, and I want to render it dynamically. So I want to give the link a different style if it's active. If it's active, I want to give it like this bluish color, and if not, I want to just render like in grayish color. I hope this makes sense. So what you can do is get a cn helper. This is imported from our lib folder. This was created when we installed Shadcn UI. So right here we have a lib folder with an utils file, and right here we have the cn helper. So with that we can just make dynamic styles work way easier. So let's do cn, let's invoke that, and inside of here I can now do internally. And I want to check if the current path name is equal to the item.href, then I want to show an active state. So right here inside of the URL, we currently have the path name, which is /dashboard, and this will be equal to dashboard. So this is the href. This means our ternary would be true, and we would show an active state. And now the question comes, how do we get our path name? Well, it's quite simple with Next.js. We can use a hook. So let's do constant path name, and then this will be equal to use path name. This is imported from next/navigation. Let's invoke that, and now we can use our path name right here. So let me go to the cn helper. Let me just open that, and inside of here, let's say if path name is equals, so let's do 2 equal signs, and let's say if this is equal to our item.href, then let's do ternary, so a question mark, and let's say this should be bg of muted, and let's say text of primary, so a bluish color. Then if this is not true, let me use a colon, and let me say text which will be of muted foreground, and let's say bg of none. Now I of course also want to add default styles, so right here I can now add a comma, and now I can write styles which will be applicable to both states. So let's say this will be flex, let's say items which will be center. Then let's do gap of 3, let's do rounded, this will be of large, padding x of 3, let's do padding y of 2, let me say transition of all, and let's also say hover, and hover will be of text, which will be primary, and let's say opacity of 70%. So again, you do that with the slash and then 70. If I now save that and again go back, you now see we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, it's quite simple. So this use path name hook relies on the client side, or it relies on a JavaScript bundle if you want to be precise. And what we have to do is mark this component as use client so that Next.js knows that this file needs a JavaScript bundle. So on top, let's use client, and if I now save that and again go back, you now see the error is gone, and that's exactly what we want. The last thing which I want to now render is our icon. So what we can do is go above our item.name, and inside of here I can now get our item.icon. This is self-closing, and I can also give them class name, and this will be just in size of -4, so height of 4 and width of 4. If I again save that, you now see the icon on the left side, and this looks quite good. So currently I'm looking at the layout and I'm seeing something does not look correct. So currently we have right here this background color, this grayish background color, and it does not look correct. We should have in sidebar. This is not what should happen. So what mistake did I do? Well, it's quite simple. I misspelled grid. So right here we have in section, and this should be grid and not gird. So let's do grid. And if I now save that and again go back, you now see this looks exactly as it should. We now have in sidebar on the left side, we have two separator lines, so between the logo and the items, and on the right side we also have in separator, and now this looks as it should look. This is exactly what I wanted. So we are now done with the sidebar, so we are done with the left side, and what I want to do now is render our top navbar. So right here on the top, I want to now render on the right side first of all in user dropdown to log out, and I also want to render like in theme toggle so that we can change the color or the background color from white mode to dark mode, or in other words from dark mode to white mode. So for that, what we have to do is go back to our code, and what I want to do right here is just go above the section element. So right here above the section element, let me create a div element, and let me give right here this div a class name. Let's say flex of column, and now inside of here we can render a header element. Now this header element is quite simple. Let's create a class name. Let's say flex, let's say height, which will be of 14, that means 56 pixels. Let's say items of center, let me do a gap of 4, let's do a border of bottom, so I want to have like also a border which goes through right here. So let's again go back, border bottom, let's also do a BG of muted, and let's again say opacity of 40%. I want to have the same background color as we have it right here. Then let's also do a padding X, this will be of 4. Let's also do an LG or bigger, this will be height of custom value, and let me say 60 pixels. And let's say LG or bigger, padding X of 6. And now to see if this all worked, let me create an H1 and let's say hello from the top nav. Let's now save this, let's again go back, and now you see right here, hello from the top nav. So this worked beautifully, that's great. Let's again go back. Let me delete this H1, I don't need it anymore. And what I want to do now is render two things. So I want to create a theme toggle so that we can change the theme, and I want to create a drop-down menu so that we can log out. So let me right here render a div element, and inside of here I want to say that I want to have a margin left of auto, so I want to get to the right side. So let's do class name, let's say ML of auto, then let's do flex, items which will be center, and let's do gap X of 5. Now inside of here, as already said, the first thing I want to render is a theme toggle. So for now, just as dummy data, let's say h1 yo, and if I again save that, you will now see that it's on the right side, and that's again because I gave it right here a margin left of auto. And since this now works, let's now create our theme toggle. For that, what we can do is go again to ui.shadcn.com, our best friend, and there you will see a guide how to implement dark mode. Alright, Shadcn UI has finally loaded, so let me right here click on documentation, let's go to the sidebar, let me select dark mode, and then right here we have to now select the framework which we are using. So we use Next.js, so let me select that, and now right here we have a guide on how to set up Next.js and dark mode, so how to combine both of them. So the first thing we have to do is install next-themes. So let me right here copy the installation command using npm. Let me open right here my terminal. I will stop my dev server. Let me clear everything and let me paste right here npm I next-themes. As you see, we got an error. Why did we get an error? Well, that's again quite simple. Right here we have a peer dependency of React 17 or 18, but we use React 19, which means we have to again use right here this -- legacy peer dependencies. So let me again do an npm I next-themes, and then let me also copy right here this -- legacy peer dependencies, and let's paste this. Again, this is completely safe to do. The only reason why this didn't work is because the peer dependencies haven't been updated, but the whole package worked as it worked before. I hope this makes sense. So since this has now been installed, we can now continue. Let's go to the docs, and the next step is to create a theme provider. So what I'll do right here is open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the components folder. Let's go in the dashboard folder. And let's create a theme provider.tsx. Let's again go back and let me copy right here this code and let's paste it inside of this file. So this is right here marked as use client because we right here need a JavaScript bundle, and then we'll use this in our layout file. So if you can go back to the documentation, you now see the next step is to wrap our theme provider in the layout file. So what I'll do right now is go in the root layout. So go inside of the app folder, and then right here we have a root layout, and inside of here I want to now render this theme provider. So I will just copy this code, and what I want to do is go inside of the body but above the children. So let me paste the theme provider, and then underneath the children I have to again close the theme provider. So we wrap our children with the theme provider. We have to now import the theme provider, and now please listen to me. Make sure that you import the theme provider from the components and not from Next-themes. If you import it from Next-themes, you will get a lot of errors. You don't want that. So please don't be in my comment section and asking, hey Jan, why does dark mode not work? Well, that's probably because you have imported right here the theme provider from the incorrect source. So since this is now done, we can now create our theme toggle. So let's continue. Right here they have an add mode toggle section. So let me click on the code. And what I want to do is again open the Explorer. Let's go right here in the app folder. Let's go in the components folder, dashboard folder, and let me create a theme toggle, and let's say .tsx. What I can do now is copy right here this code and let me just paste it inside of here. Now you currently see we get an error. That's right here for our import statement. We haven't installed or we haven't created any drop-down menu. So what we have to do is go to the documentation. Let's search for a drop-down menu. This is what we want to render. This is how it looks like. And this is how we will create our theme toggle. So let me right here copy the installation command. Let's open our terminal and let me paste it inside of here. Okay, so we got an error. Why do we have an error? Well, it's quite simple. As already said, we use Next.js 15 and most dependencies haven't updated their peer dependencies. That's why we get often a lot of errors. So what I want you to do right now is actually go to my YouTube description or GitHub repo, whatever you want to do. And there I will have a install script, so an npm I, and then I will have a few packages which I want you to install. Alright, so I've now copied the installation command from my YouTube description, and what we have right here are a few Radix UI components, or in other words, dependencies. So again, if you can remember, Shadcn UI builds on Radix UI. Radix UI currently hasn't updated their peer dependencies to be compatible with React or Next.js 15 RC. So it fully works with React 19. They updated everything. Everything is good. They just haven't updated the release candidate or the peer dependency for Next.js. Nevertheless, everything works. Everything is fine, but you still have to install them and then do -- legacy peer dependencies. So again, I just installed right here, I think 10 or so components. They are the base layer for Shadcn UI. For example, we installed right now the drop-down menu. We got an error, and that's because this Radix UI React drop-down menu hasn't been installed. And that's what we'll install right here. So one package is right here, this Radix UI React drop-down menu, and then everything will work as it should. And now let me click enter to install all of this Radix UI dependencies. Alright, and as you now see, all of these dependencies have been installed, which also means that our drop-down menu does not throw any error anymore. Again, how do you get our drop-down menu? Well, it's in the components folder, UI folder, and then drop-down menu. So now we have installed this dependency, we don't have any errors anymore, and now I can use our theme toggle because as you see right here, we also don't get any errors anymore. So one thing I'll do right now is rename our theme toggle. Currently it's called mode toggle. I don't really like the name. So let me call it theme toggle. Let's save that and let's close that. So what I want to do now is go inside of my dashboard layout file, and now we can get started rendering our theme toggle. For that, what I'll do right here is delete this h1, I don't need it anymore, and then let me get my theme toggle. This is imported from our components and this is self-closing. Let me also open my terminal and let me do an npm run dev to restart my dev server, and then let me go to Chrome and let me just refresh this page. Alright, I am now again in the dashboard because my web browser has refreshed. And what do we see on the right side? Well, we have a dark theme, toggle, switcher, whatever you want to call it. So what I can do right now is switch it to dark mode, and now you see everything has updated. Of course, if I go to system, this will be my system preference, and my system preference is dark mode. If I do a hard refresh, you see the theme is kept persisted, and that's because everything is stored in local storage. Let me again go to light mode, and what I want to do now is also render a drop-down menu, so right here on the right side, so that the user can log out. So for that, let me again go back to our layout, and then right here, let me go underneath the theme toggle, and let's get a drop-down menu. Now, please listen to me. It's very, very important that you import right here this drop-down menu from your components. Please don't import it from Redux UI. You will get a lot of errors. You don't want that. Now, I get a lot of comments on YouTube where people say, hey, why do you have a webpack error? And the error is like in weird webpack underscore error underscore something. Well, mostly this error comes when you import the dropdown menu or any Shadcn UI component, not from the components, but from Redux UI. And now for every future component that we import, please make sure that it's imported from the components and not from Redux UI. So I've now imported it from add components. Let's open that. And then inside of here, we will have a drop-down menu trigger. Again, imported from our components, and this trigger is like the button which will open the dropdown. Let me right here give this dropdown menu trigger an property, which is asChild, because inside of here I want to now render a button component. This is imported from our components, and inside of here what we can do now is render an icon. So let me get this circle user icon from lucide-react, and this is self-closing. Let me now save that. Let's again go back, and now you see right here on the right side this drop down menu trigger button. Does it look good? No, I don't think so. So what I'll do is give our button right here a few properties. Let's give it a variant. For the variant, I want it to be secondary, so like in grayish background color. Let's give it in size. This will be of icon. And let me do also a class name of rounded, which will be full. Now, if you save that and go back, you already see this looks 10 times better. Nevertheless, there's one more thing which I want to do. That's for our circle user. Let's give it a class name of height 5 and width 5. And if you now save that, you see this looks very cool. And now let's render our drop-down menu content, because currently if I click on this right here, you see nothing happens, and this is not what we want. So let me go back to my code. Let me zoom in a bit, and then underneath the drop-down menu trigger, let me get the drop-down menu content. Again, this is imported from our components. Let's open that, and right here we can give it a property. So this is the property align, and we have three options inside of here. Either we can align the drop-down menu content in the center, at the start, or at the end. Now, this is your preference. You can do whatever you want, but in my opinion, end always looks the best. So let's choose end, and then inside of here, I have to now render a drop-down menu item. Again, this is imported from the components. Let's open that, and inside of here, we'll just say log out. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and now you see if I right here toggle this drop-down menu, everything opens, and that's exactly what we want. Now currently if I click on logout, you see nothing happens. Is that what we want? Nope, that's not quite what we want. So what we have to do is again use the component provided by Kinde. So right here on top, what I can do is say import. Let me destruct it, and then this will be from @Kinde OSS of Next.js/components. And inside of here, what I want to get is the logout link. So let me now save that. Let's again go back to the bottom. And what we have to do now is wrap right here our logout text inside of this component. So let me right here copy logout and delete it. And then let me get my logout link. Let's open that, and let me paste again logout. So now we have our drop-down menu content, our drop-down menu item, and then we have the logout link. Now it's very important that you give right here your drop-down menu item an asChild property, because you have a child component, which is the logout link. If you now save that and again go back, what you will see is that if I click on logout, so I will click right here right now, you will see we will get redirected to the index page, And that's again because if you open your env file, we have a kind post logout redirect URL, which redirects to the index page. Let me again log in. So let me right here click on login. And as you see, I'm again logged in and I'm inside of the dashboard. So this looks very beautiful. I think the gap is fine. If you want, you can make the gap a bit smaller, but again, I think this looks perfectly fine. Let's check out how it looks in dark mode. Yes, this all looks good. And now we can continue. So we are pretty much done with the layout. It looks good in my opinion. And now we have one problem. So if I again open my Explorer and let me go right here in the app folder, in the dashboard folder, and then inside of the page.tsx, you see we have an h1 which says hello from the dashboard. If you go to the web browser, you will see that we don't see this h1 right here. Why is that? Well, that's because we have to render now our children inside of this layout, and the page.tsx is a child. So what I'll do is go right here underneath the header. So let me go underneath that, and then let me create a main element. So inside of this main element, I will render my children. So let me get my children. We already got them right here through the params, if you can remember. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now you see hello from the dashboard. So we see our children have been successfully rendered. Now, what I want to also do is give our main element right here a class name. And what I want to say is that this should be flex. Let's do flex of 1. Let's do flex of column. And then let's do a gap of 4. Let's do padding of 4 to have a bit of spacing on all sides. And then let's say on LG or bigger. So that means a screen size of minimum 1024 pixels. And if this is bigger, let's do a gap of 6. And let's also do an LG of bigger of padding 6. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And now you see we have a bit of padding to the top and left. So just in general, we have padding to the outer corners. Alright, so our dashboard, or in other words, our layout is now done. It looks beautiful. We have our sidebar, we have our navbar, we have a theme toggle, we have a user dropdown, and all of this looks quite nice. But the problem which we currently have is that if I, for example, click on sites, you will see we'll get in 404 not found, and that's because I haven't created a route for this path or this URL. And now the question comes, what do we do now? Do we first of all create the index page for the dashboard? Do we create a sites route? Do we create a pricing route? With what do we start? And I think we should first of all start with the sites route. So to create a site, to create a blog. After that, we'll create our index page. So right here, this dashboard route. And then at the end, I want to get started with the pricing, Stripe, and everything like that. We'll also create our blog route, our index page, and everything like that. So let's first of all get started with our sites. So let me again go back to our VS Code editor. Let's go in the app folder. And inside of here, I have to now create a new route. So let me first of all go inside of the dashboard folder, and then inside of the dashboard folder, we have to create a new sites route. So let me right here create a new folder. This will be called sites, and inside of here, let me create a page.tsx. Now this sites route will be there to first of all display our sites which we have, and also of course we will have a button to create a new site. So now let's get started with this. So the first thing we have to do is of course an export default function, because this is a route and not a component. So let's do an export default function. Let me just call it sites route. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and let's create a return statement. The first thing I'll do is first of all create right here empty tags. They won't show up in our DOM, so this is of course great. We don't want to have a lot of divs. And inside of here, let me create my first div element. Then let's give it right here in class name, and this will be flex w of full and justify of end, since I want to justify the children to the right screen of to the right side of our screen. Then inside of this div, let me get my button component from our components, and inside of here, I want to render like a button which will say like create site, so a text. Let me for now just say create site. Let's save that, and then let's see how that looks like. So let me right here click on sites, and now we should get redirected. We shouldn't get any error because we created a route, and we see right here in button which says create site. Now if I currently click on the button, you see nothing happens. Is that what we want? No, of course this is not what we want. So what I'll do right here is give this button an asChild property because I want to render right here a link component. Let me again copy the create site text. Let me get my link component from next/link. Let's open that and let's paste create site. Let me right here give this link an href because it's currently complaining a bit. And I want to redirect the user to /dashboard. Then let's do /sites and /new. Please make sure that you spell everything correctly. If you don't spell it correctly, you'll get errors. You don't want that. You know the gist. So now we have right here our link, we have the text, and what I want to also render right here is a icon. So in front of the create site text, let me get the plus circle icon imported from lucide-react. This is self-closing, and let me also give it a class name, and this will be margin 2. Then let's do in size of 4, and this should be already all. So the size 4 just means width 4 and height 4, and now this should already be all. Let's save that, let's again go back, and yes, this button looks quite good. Let's see how it looks like in light mode. Yeah, it looks good, and in dark mode it also looks great. So we're now done with our button, and what I want to do now is render like in default state. So if the user is not authenticated, or if the user does not have any sites, then I want to show like in default state, which will say like, hey, you don't have any sites, create some. And if we have sites, so if we have created something, I want to show the site. So quite self-explanatory. Let me first of all create a default state. So let me go underneath the div, but still in the empty tags. And then inside of here, let me create a div element. Let's give this div a class name. And now we will have to throw a bit of class names. So let's do a flex. Let me do a flex of column. Then let me do an items of center to center everything, and also in justify of center to center everything in the middle, so vertically and horizontally. Let me also get in rounding. Let's say rounded of either MD or LG. Let's right now just do an MD. Then let me also right here do in border. Let me do in border of dashed, so we'll have like a dotted line. I think this makes sense. Let's do in padding of 8 to have a bit of spacing. Text of center to center the text in the middle. And let's also do an animate dash in. And let's also do in fade, which will be in of, let's say, 50. So this is the opacity of 50. So we're now done with this div. Let me open this div, and inside of here, what I want to do now is render an icon. So what I'll do right now is get like a file icon from lucide-react. This is imported from lucide-react, as already said, and this is self-closing. Let's give this icon a class name. Let's again use the size property. So let's do size of 10. This again means width of 10 and height of 10. And let's do text of primary to have this bluish color. If I now save that and again go back, you now see right here this dotted line, and then you see also this icon. Now the icon looks good. Nevertheless, what I want to do is render like a background color for the icon. So I will wrap this file icon right here inside of a div, and then I will style the div. So for this div, let me give it a class name, and what I want to say is that this should be right here flex. Then let's do again a size property, and then this size property will be 20. So width of 20 and height of 20. Let's do an items of center. Let's do an justify of center. Let me do an rounded of full. And let me also get a background color. And this will be again BG of primary, but I don't want to have 100% opacity, but only 10%. So /10. And if I again save that and go back, you now see right here the background color with an opacity of 10%. If I go to light mode, it still looks good. And that's exactly what we want. So we are now done with the icon. Let me now also render like in title, so an H2. So under this div, let me create an H2. And let's say you don't have any sites created. Let's save that. And if I now go back, you see right here, you don't have any sites created. Let me maybe also right here style this H2. So let's give it a class name, and this will be margin top of 6. Let's also do text of XL, and let's do in font of semi-bold. If I now save that and again go back, you already see, hey, this is bigger and this looks better. We can leave it like that. What I'll also do right now is create a p tag, like a little description. For that, let's go underneath the H2. Let's create a p tag. Let's just say you currently don't have any sites. Please create some so that you can see them right here, dot or exclamation mark. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Now you see this description right here. I think it has too much width, so let me give this p tag right here a class name. And then for the class name, this will be margin bottom, so I want to have margin to the bottom. We'll render a button underneath that. This will be of margin bottom 8. Then let's also do margin top of 2 to have a bit of spacing to the top. Let's do text of center. Let me also do a text of small because it's currently too big. Let me also do a leading. This leading will be of 6. And let me also do a text of muted, which will be foreground. So we'll have a grayish color. Let's do max width. This will be of SM and MX of auto to center it in the middle. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And now we have the title and this little description. Now you could make this description even smaller, and you could also make the leading smaller if you want to. So currently, if you go back, we have a leading of 6. You could also say, for example, leading of tight. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Yeah, I think leading of tight looks actually better. Let's leave it like that. And now the last thing I want to render is a button. So I want to render the button to create the site. So just as we did right here. So what we can do is just copy right here this button component, copy this, and then go down. Let's go underneath the p tag, but still in the div, and let's paste this button. If I now save this right here, so let me save it, and if I go back, you now see this looks very good. We have again right here our file icon, the title, description, and then we have this button to create a new site. Let's see how it looks like in light mode. Yeah, it looks quite good. We can leave it like that. Alright, so we have now created the default state. And since we currently don't have any sites we can map over, we have to first of all create a site. So if I currently click on this button, you see we get an 404 not found, and that's because we haven't created any route to create a new site. So let's of course change that right now. We'll create all of the UI, and then once the UI is finished, we will implement Prisma, our database, and everything like that to store all of the data in our database. So let me again go back, let me open my Explorer, let's go in the app folder, dashboard folder, sites folder, and then in the sites folder, let me create a new folder with a name of new. Again, we right here redirect to sites/new, and that's why I create right here a new folder. Then let's right here create a file, page.tsx, and now we've created a route for the new route, or we have created a file for our new route. I think this makes sense. Now for that, since this is in route, we have to do an export default function. Then let me just call it new site route. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. Let me right here create a return statement. Let's for now say h1 and let me just write some gibberish. If I now save that and again go back, you will now see that the 404 not found will go away, and now we see right here this gibberish. Of course, this is not what we want, so let's change that. So let me delete again this return statement, let me create a new one, and let me return a div element. So let's first of all style the div, so let's give it a class name. This will be of flex of column. Let's do in flex of 1 right here. Let's do in items of center, and let's do in justify of center to center everything in the middle. Then inside of this div, I want to now render a card component. Currently you see we don't have that. So I have to go to ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here we can search for the card component. So this is how the card component looks like. We have in border, we have in card title, card description, the card content, and at the bottom the card footer. And that's what I want. So let me right here copy this installation script using npm. Let me open my terminal. Now, as already said, you can just open right here a new plus icon or a new terminal with this plus icon, but I like to stop my dev server. So let me stop it, let me clear everything, and let me paste the installation command. Now I just do that because I want to make sure that all the bundling is fine. But again, if you want to save some time, you can just open the plus icon, but just know that there could be some problems with bundling. So now let me again do an npm run dev, and now we can use our card component since it has been installed. So let me right here go inside of again the div. Let me get my card component from the components, and let's open that. Now what does the card have at first? Well, it has a card header with a card title and description. So let me get the card header component from the components, and let me get the card title. This is again imported from the components, and for the title I will just say create site. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. Let me go to my website and let me do a hard refresh. Okay, so now we have right here my card component, which says create site. And now let me also create a description. So underneath the card title, let me create a card description imported from our components. And right here, I'll just say, create your site here. Click the button below once you're done. I don't know. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now we have the card with our description. And yeah, this looks quite fine. Now, underneath the card description or underneath the card header in general, I want to now render card content. So let me again go back. Let's go right here underneath the card header and let me right here get card content. This is of course imported from our components. Let's open that. And inside of here, we can now get started. So inside of the card content, what I want to do is first of all create a div element. This will be the parent of all of the children. Let's give it a class name. This will be of grid, or you could also just say flex column. So I could say flex and then flex of column. It does not make any difference. And let's do gap y of 6. So we'll have spacing between the items. Then inside of here, I want to create another div, and this div will now be there to house our label and our input. Now we currently haven't installed a label and we haven't installed an input. So what I'll do is again go to Shadcn UI. So let me go right here. Let me search for an input. Then let me right here copy the installation command. This is how the input looks like. You see quite standard stuff. Let's again go back. Let's open the terminal. I will again stop the dev server. Let's paste right here our input. Then I want to also get a label, again, right here from Shadcn UI. This is how the label looks like. Let me copy the installation command using npm. Let's paste it inside of here. And what I want to also get is the text area. And this is, again, a quite standard text area. As you see, you can type your message right here. So let me copy the installation command. Let's go back. You see, we currently have an error, but don't worry. This does not mean anything. It just throws a few weird things. Let's just clear it. Let's again paste the installation command for the text area. This will install our text area. As you see, it's done. And if you go right here to the text area components, you see this is how it looks like. So I can again close that, I can close the label, I can close all of this, and now we can get started using the label and the input right here in this div. So let me get first of all the label. This is imported from our components. Now please make sure that everything again is imported from the components and not from Radix UI. So let me get it from the components and let me just say site name. Then underneath the label, I want to render input, which is imported from our components. This is self-closing. And let me give right here this input, first of all, just in placeholder, and let me say site name. Let's now save that. Let's see how that looks like. So if I go back, you will see we'll get an error. That's because my dev server is not running. So let me do an npm run dev. Okay, so now we have right here our card, the card title, card description, and then we have the label with the input. Now there are currently two things I don't like. First of all, I think the card is too long, so the width is too big, and also we don't have any spacing between the label and the input. So let me first of all give our card a max width. So let's go to class name and let's say max width of custom value. And let me just say 450 pixels. If I again save that, this already looks better. It's a bit smaller. I like that. And then right here also for our input and label, let me also create a bit of space. So I can go to this div, I can create a class name, and we can again just say grid or flex call, whatever you want. And we can give it a gap of, let's say 3. So let's do it right here. Let's save that. And now we have right here our gap. Now you could change it to 2. Let's see how gap 2 looks like. Let's save that. Yeah, we can leave it at gap 2. It does not really make any difference. So again, we have the title, description, label, and now we have also our input. So this is the first thing. This is done. Let's now create our second div, input, whatever you want to call it. So let's go underneath this div. Let's create a new div element. Let's give this div right here a class name. This will again be grid and again a gap of 2. And then inside of here, let me render a label. This is already imported. And I want to just say Subdirectory. Then underneath the label, let me again render a input. This is already imported. Let's do self-closing or let's self-close it. And then let's do a placeholder and let's just say Subdirectory. Let's again save that, and if we go back, we now have the site name and we have the subdirectory. The last thing I want to render is the description. So let me go underneath this div. Let's create a new div element. Let me get this div. Hello, thank you. And let's give this div a class name. And this will be grid and gap of 2. Then inside of this div, let me create my label. Let's open that. And inside of here, I will just say description. Then underneath the label, I want to get a text area. This is imported from our components. This is self-closing. And then for the text area, let me give it a placeholder. And I will just say small description for your site. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now we have the site name, subdirectory, and then we have our description right here. The last thing I want to render is like a submit button. So let me go underneath the cart content. And then inside of here, we can get a cart footer. This is imported from our components. Let's open that. And inside of here, I want to just render a button. So let me get my button component from the components. And let me just say submit. If I now save that and again go back, you now see right here our button at the bottom. Now you could make it with full or whatever you want, but I think this looks totally fine. So our cart is now done. Again, we have the title, description, a input for the site name, a input for the subdirectory, and a input, or in other words, a text area for the description. Alright friends, so today for me is a new day, and this also means that it's now time to set up our database and our ORM to make this mutation work. Because currently if I click on submit, you'll see, well, nothing happens. We have a button, but if I click on the button, nothing happens. And that's of course not quite what we want. So the first thing we'll do right now is set up our database. After that we'll set up our ORM, then we'll create our schema, so our tables, and then we will make this mutation work so that if I click on submit, so that something actually happens. So the first thing we'll do is set up our database. So what I want you to do is to go to supabase.com or just click on the YouTube description or go to the YouTube description and click on the link. This will redirect you to this website right here. And now you might ask me first of all, what is Supabase? So Supabase is a backend as a service. It offers a lot of things like, for example, a database, edge functions, real-time subscriptions, storage, and many more things. Now, I like Supabase for its Postgres offering, so for its database. I don't use the other services, they are fine, but I don't use them. I use the database service, and that's also what we'll use. This database is completely free. All you have to do is right here just sign in or create an account if you haven't ever used Supabase. Supabase is very affordable, so if you ever want to scale a bit, it's completely fine. And now with that out of the way, let's right here sign in. Alright, so I'm now in the dashboard, as you see right here. Currently I have already 2 projects, but they are currently paused, so who cares? And what I want to do right now is just create a new project, or in other words, I want to create a new database. So let me click on this, let me choose my organization, and then let me right here create a project name. Let's just call it right here block Marshall. Then for the database right here, so database password, let me click on generate password. Then it will generate the password. Let me copy this. Let me go to my project. Let me open my env file. And for now, let me just paste this password. We will need it in a second. And then for the region, East US is completely fine. And now let me click on create new project. So Supabase will now set up our project. This will take about a minute or two, maybe a bit longer, maybe a bit shorter. Nevertheless, this will now take some time. And while Supabase right here initializes, what I want to do now is set up our ORM. So again, all of the links are down in the YouTube description. And now the question comes, what is right here this Prisma ORM? So Prisma is a TypeScript ORM, which we'll use for this project. I use it because it's very easy to use, it's relatively performant, and in my opinion, it's just the best product for an ORM out there. It's completely free to use, it's open source and everything like that. And maybe one question you could ask me right here is, hey, why do we even use an ORM? Why don't we just use SQL? Well, it's quite simple. SQL is not type safe, and right here Prisma, which is a TypeScript ORM, is completely type safe, which means we get all of the types which we need, and that's great. So since we now know what Prisma is, I think we can now install it. So let me go back to VS Code. Let me open my terminal. I will again stop my dev server. You don't have to if you don't want to. You can open a new terminal tab. Let me clear that. Let me do an npm I, then -d, so capitalize D, and then let's do Prisma. With this right here, I install Prisma as a development dependency, so that's why I have right here this dash capitalized D. This means development, and this also means that this whole thing won't show up in our production bundle size. Now right here you again see we got an error. That's because I have to do again at the end this dash legacy peer dependencies. So let's again paste this, and then at the end let me just do a dash legacy peer dependencies. If I now again click enter, you'll see everything will be installed, and this is exactly what we want. And since now the Prisma development dependency has been installed, we also have to now install Prisma client. So let's do an npm I at prisma/client, and then at the end dash legacy peer dependencies. Now Prisma client right here is a normal dependency as you know it. It will show up in your production bundle size, but we will need it to make Prisma work. Okay, so we have now Prisma, the development dependency, and we now also have Prisma client. And what we have to do now is initialize Prisma. So this is quite simple. All you have to do is an npx Prisma and then init. Let me click on that. So Prisma is now successfully initialized. And if you now close your terminal, the first thing you'll see is that we now in our environment variable file, we have a new env. And this is our database URL. And if you open your Explorer right here, you'll also see that we now have a Prisma folder with a schema file. And this schema file is there to create models, or in other words, tables. So we will have a user table, we'll have a sites table, an articles table, and everything like that. So since Prisma has now been initialized, what I think we should do now is first of all right here create our database URL, because currently this is a dummy URL and we want to right here connect with our Postgres database by Supabase. So let me head over to Supabase again. We should now be finished. So as you see, the project status is now initialized. And what we can do now is first of all, again, go to Google and we can search for Prisma Supabase guide. Again, all the links are down in the YouTube description. And then right here, the first link you want is this right here from Supabase. This will show you how to set up Supabase with Prisma. So let us see what we have to do. So if I scroll down right here, you will see that we will need two environment variables. We first of all will need a database URL, but we will also need a direct URL. So one environment variable is for the transaction connection, and then the other URL or the other environment variable will be the session connection. So let me copy these right here, these two environment variables. Let me again go back and then let me delete this database URL, and let me also delete this comments. I don't need them. Let's again paste this right here, and now I have to right here pass my database URL and my direct URL. For that, I can again scroll to the top, and then inside of here you will see now the two URLs. So this one right here at the top is our transaction URL, so in other words our database URL, and then this right here at the bottom is our session URL. So what we can do is go to our Supabase project, so to the dashboard, then let me go right here to the bottom and let me click on project settings. Then right here in the sidebar, let me click on database. And then inside of here, we now have a connection string. Now right here, you see currently we are in the mode transaction. This is fine. Let me copy this right here. Let me go back to our project and then let me paste it for the database URL. As you now see, this ends right here with 6543. And now we have to do the same for the direct URL. This will be the mode of session. Let me copy that and then let me click on copy. Let me again go back and let's paste it right here. As you now see, both URLs look the same. The only differences are the numbers. So right here it's 6543 and then right here it's 5432. What you also see is that we're currently missing our password right here, but as you can remember, I already copied it, and let me now change it. So right here, these brackets, let me delete them, and let me paste my password. Let's also do the same right here for the direct URL. Let me delete the brackets, and let's paste the password. Now please make sure that you don't delete anything else. You only want to delete this brackets and your password, and then paste your password which you have copied. But we're still not done. There's one thing which we are missing. If you go back to the documentation, you right here see that we have to append a question mark bg_bounds.true and connection limit 1. Now bg_bounds.true disables Prisma from generating prepared statements, and then this connection limit 1 parameter is only required if you're using Prisma from a serverless environment. So we use Prisma from a serverless environment, and that's why we have to add right here this question mark PG bouncer true and connection limit 1. Let's copy that, and we have to paste it right here for the database URL. We don't have to do that for the direct URL, only for the database URL. And now we are done with the two environment variables, and the last thing we have to do is also tell our schema that we have now two URLs, so a direct URL and also a database URL. So if you scroll right here through the documentation, you now see that we have to change right here our data source DB. So I can just copy this data source DB, I can go to my schema file, so let's open that, and then let me paste it right here for the data source. So I've now changed, or I've deleted the old data source DB, I've pasted what I've copied, and now we right here have our database URL and our direct URL. So in theory, Prisma and Supabase should now be set up, they should be now connected, and what we can do now is create our first model, or in other words, our first table. Now Prisma calls them models, but in theory, in a SQL context, they are called tables. So the first table or model which I want to create is for our user. So let's write here doing model, user, uppercase, let's open that, and the first thing or the first field that each table or model will have is an ID. So let's write here doing ID, this will be of type string, and let's do an @ID and then also @unique because each password has to be unique. Then let's also right here create an email. This email will be a string because each user has an email. Then we'll have a first name, this will be of string. Then we'll also have a last name, this will be of string, and we will have a profile image, this will be of string. And let me also right here create a created at timestamp. So let's do a created at, this will be of type datetime, and then let's do an @default and then now. That means whenever we create a new entry in our database, we will automatically create a new timestamp. So we have now created our first table, and what we have to do now is sync our database with our Prisma schema. Because if you currently go to Supabase, and let me go right here, let me zoom out a bit, if you click right here on the table editor, you see we don't have any entities available, so our database is currently empty. So what we have to do now, as already said, is sync our database. So let me open my terminal, let me clear everything inside of here, and then what I have to do inside of here is an npx prisma db of push. This will now sync our database with our Prisma schema, and in a second you will see that this will be successful. And as you now see, our database is in sync with our Prisma schema and everything has worked out. Now if you have an error right here for some case, then there are probably only two solutions, or not two solutions, but only two problems that you can have. Either you're using a VPN, if you use a VPN it won't work, or secondly you have created the incorrect environment variables, so you have created a wrong password or something like that. These are the only two problems which you can have, so if you have an error right here, please try to fix either of this error. So since we're now done with our Prisma schema, what I want to do now is sync our user with our database. So currently if a user is being authenticated with Kinde, the user is stored in the Kinde database but not in our database, and I want to change that. I want to also get the user information in my database. So as an example, I've right here created a diagram. This is our website. Our website does a request to Kinde to authenticate, and then once Kinde authenticates the user, Kinde sends us a session. We don't get any user data or anything like that. Currently we just get the session data and that's all. But what I want to do now is, once we get the session back, I want to do a request to my database. So let's imagine right here, this is my database, and I want to store the user right here. So we want to say store user in DB. This is what I want to do. So when user comes to my website, he authenticates, we do a request to Kinde, Kinde authenticates the user, sends a session to my website, and my website should store the user, so the data which we got from Kinde, in my database using Prisma. This is what we want to do. Currently we are not doing this step, so currently we are just doing this, but I want to do now this right here. And yeah, this is exactly what we'll do right now. So to do that, there are a few options. You could use webhooks, but what we'll do is something a bit more simpler. We will use route handlers. So currently, if you go in the app folder, we have an API folder, which is for our callback from Kinde. And what I want to do now is create another route handler to store the data in our database. So right here we have an API folder or folder. Let me right here in the or folder create a new folder. Let's call it creation. And in the creation folder, let me create a new file and let's name it route.ts. So this route.ts will now be there to store my user data in the database. To do that, let me right here do an export async function. This is now a GET request. So let's do an uppercase GET. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. Now inside of here, what do I want to do? Well, as already said, I want to get the user data, and then if the user is not stored in the database, I want to store the user in the database. And if the user is already in the database, well, then I just want to continue as I did. So what we can do right here is a constant, let me destructure, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Now get kind server session is imported from @kind OSS / kind of Next.js / server. Then let me invoke this right here, and what I want to get is the get user function. So now we have the get user function, and what we have to do is fetch our user. So let's do a constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Let's now invoke that, and now we have fetched our user. What I want to do now is say if check and check if our user exists. So if we have a successful request. So let's do an if check, and we'll say if there's no user, you do that with an exclamation mark, or the user equals to null. So let's do right here 3 equal signs, or let's do if there's no user ID. If either one of this is true, then we have an error. So what I want to do is open that and just do an throw new error. Now you see I misspelled that, let me spell it correctly, and we can also do an error message, and I will just say something went wrong. So again, to recap what we did right here, we fetch the user from kind, and then we do an if check and check if there's some error with the user, and if yes, we just throw an error. So with that, we're now sure, hey, we have a user and everything is fine. What I want to do now is fetch the user from our Prisma database, and if it exists, I want to redirect the user back to the website, and if not, I want to create a new user. So what we can do is a let, then let's do db user, and now this will be equal to await Prisma. Now you see we don't get any Prisma imports, and that's correct because we can't use Prisma like that. What we have to do is create a global file. So what you have to do is go back to Google, and then inside of here, let me search for Next.js Prisma best practices. Let me right here click on the first link. So this is the Prisma IO link, and right here they will tell you how to initialize Prisma with Next.js. So in development, the command nextdev, so npm run dev, clears Node.js cache on 1. This in turn initializes a new Prisma client instance each time due to hot module reloading that creates a connection to the database. This can quickly exhaust the database connections as each Prisma client instance holds its own connection pool. And the solution for this is quite simple. We can create a global Prisma file in development. If we are in production, we just create right here a new Prisma client, but if not, we right here bind Prisma to a globalton. So let me just copy this code right here. Let's again go back to our project, and then let me go to the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let me create a new folder. Let's call it utils. And then in the utils folder, let's create a db.ts file. Inside of here, let me paste the code, and let me again try to recap what this code does. So right here we create, first of all, the standard Prisma client, and then we check, hey, if Prisma is not in a production environment, so if it's in development, then let's bind Prisma to a global file. If Prisma is in a production file or in a production environment, then we'll just return the new Prisma client as you know it. So since we're now done with this, we can now use our Prisma file. So let me again go back to the route, and then let's do in Prisma. Now Prisma is imported from our utils folder, not from Prisma client. Please make sure that it's always imported from utils. So let me import that, and then let's do .user, and let's do .find unique, since I want to find a unique user. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and inside of here I want to find a user where the ID matches. So let's get our where statement, and let's say where the ID is equal to the user.id. Since we have now fetched our user, there are only 2 responses which we can get, or in other words 2 results. Either this could be successful, which means there is a user in the database, or this could be not successful, which means we don't have this user in our database. Now, if this was not successful, I want to create a user in my database. So let's do an if check, and we'll say if there's no db user, so again exclamation mark, Then let's open that and let's reassign DB user. Let's right here say DB user should now be equal to await Prisma. Then let's do .user and let's do .create since I want to create a new user. Now inside of here, I have to pass a data property and now we have to pass a few properties. The first one is the ID. This will be equal to the user.id. Then let's get our first name. This will be equal to the user.givenName. Now you see we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, it tells us type string or null is not assignable to type string. So what we can do is use nullish coalescence. So let's use two question marks. This says, hey, if the left side is not defined, then let's use the right side. And we'll say if the given name is not defined, then let's just use an empty string. Let's now continue. We now also have a last name. This will be equal to the user.family-name. If this is not defined, let's again use nullish coalescence and let's use an empty string. Then let's also have an email. This email will be equal to the user.email. And again, if this is not defined, let's use nullish coalescence and let's use right here an empty string. Let's continue. The last thing we have right here is the profile image, and the profile image is equal to the user.picture. And as you see, we again get an error. That's again because type string or null is not assignable to type string. So what we can do is again use nullish coalescence, but instead of using an empty string, we can use an API to render a profile image. So what I want to do is go right here to Google and let's search for Vercel avatar. Now this Vercel avatar search query should give you the first result, which is a GitHub repo. Now this repo is maintained by Vercel, and if you use this API, you can just customize or in other words create right here these avatar images, and that's what I want. So let me right here copy this URL. This is avatar.vercel.sh. Let's copy that, and then right here let me use upticks and let's paste this right here. Now right here you see it ends with Rauch. This is the name of the founder of the company, but instead of rendering his name, we will use a dynamic value and we'll pass the user.givenName. So now we have propagated everything. We have an ID, a first name, last name, email, profile image, and that's everything that we need. We don't have to pass the created at timestamp because the database will do this automatically. And now the last thing I want to do is to redirect the user back to the index page, or not to the index page, but to the dashboard. To do that, let me go right here underneath this if check, so just above the last bracket, and then let's do right here in return. Then let's do next response. This is imported from next/server. Let's do .redirect, and inside of here I have to pass the URL where I want to redirect the user to. Now this will be localhost 3000/dashboard. So let me copy the URL, let me paste it right here, and then instead of saying site/new, let's just redirect the user to localhost 3000/dashboard. Now this is already all. We have now created our route handler and this looks beautiful. Alright, let me now try to recap what we did right here. So we created a route handler, and this route handler is a GET request. That means we do a GET request, not a POST request. What's the first thing we do right here? Well, we fetch the user session. So right here we get the user data, and then we do an if check. We check if the user exists, or in other words, if we have some sort of error with our user. If we have an error, we throw an error. I know, really funny. So once we do that, and once we know a user exists, we do a query with Prisma. We try to find a user where the ID matches the user ID provided by Kinde. If we have a request, or not a request, but if we get a response from Prisma which is not successful, so if we get a response which says, hey, there's no user with such an ID in our database, well, then we right here just create a new user. So inside of our database, we create a new field inside of the user table. We pass the ID, first name, last name, everything like that. And once all of this is done, we redirect the user back to the dashboard route. So quite simple, right? And now we have to tell Kinde that this route handler exists and that we want to somehow redirect the user to this route handler to make this all work. How do we do that? Well, we have our environment variables, and right here we currently have a Kinde post login redirect URL. Right here we redirect the user to the dashboard route. But instead of redirecting the user back to the dashboard route, let's redirect the user to /API, then /auth, and then /creation. So now we tell Kinde, hey, once the user logs in, please redirect the user back to the route handler, where we will then check if the user exists in the database. So now the connection should be done. So let me now close all of this. Let's go back to our web browser. Let me do a hard refresh. As you see, the dev server is not running. So let me open my terminal. Let's do an npm run dev. And also one thing I want to mention is whenever you change your Prisma schema, you always have to stop your dev server. You have to do npx prisma db push, and then you can again restart your dev server. This is really important. Please don't forget that. Okay, so my dev server should be now running. So let me do a hard refresh. Right here you see my dev server is again running. So let me log out. So right here I have now logged out. I will now get redirected back to the index page. And then inside of here, let me click on login. So I'm now again in the kind login page. Let me now log in with Google. And as you see, I got redirected back to the dashboard. But now the question comes, hey, did we create a user in the database? Was everything successful? Well, let's check it out. So what I'll do is open a second terminal tab. And then inside of here, let me just do an npx Prisma Studio. So npx Prisma Studio will open now in a new tab for me, localhost 5555. And as you see, this is Prisma Studio and we have exactly one user. If I click on that, you will see that will be me. We will have my email, so right here my email, then the first name, last name, we have the profile image, and then also the created at timestamp. So we see this route handler works. I can again stop Prisma Studio, I don't need it anymore. And now we can continue because we now store our user in the database. And what I want to do now is make the mutation work for our new site route. So if I can go back to the sites right here, so to our web browser, then if we click on sites and if we click on create site, I want to now create the mutation. In other words, I want to make the mutation work. And now to do this, you have two ways. Either you use a route handler or you use a server action. Now, if you don't know when to use what, then I would encourage you to become a channel member because I created a video for channel members where I talked exactly about this, when to use the server actions and when to use a route handler. But in this project or in this video, we will use server actions. So what I'll do is open the Explorer, then let's go in the app folder and inside of here, let's create a actions.ts file. Now this actions.ts file will be there to store all of our server actions. So we will create multiple server actions and we will store them right here. So the first server action we have to create is the one to of course create a site. So what I'll do right here is a export, then let's do async function. Let's call it create site action. Then let's invoke it and let me open this right here. So now we have created the server action and now we have to write our code. Now, if you have never used server actions, what you should know is that server actions at the end of the day are public endpoints. That means we have to protect them the same way as we do with API routes. So what we'll do right here is a constant, we will destructure and then let me get right here get kind server session. Let's invoke it. Get kind server session is imported from kind OSS, kind of Next.js /server. Then inside of here, let me get the get user function. And now we have to fetch our user. So let's do a constant user, and then this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke it, and now we have fetched our user. And what I want to do now is say, hey, I want to only allow users which are authenticated to the server action. So let's do an if check and we'll say if there's no user with a exclamation mark, then let's do return redirect, and redirect is imported from next/navigation and we want to redirect the user to /API/auth/login. So if the user is not authenticated, we will redirect the user to the kind authentication page. So since this is now done, since we have now secured our server action, we have to now also somehow create our mutation with Prisma. And now comes the point. What I want to do is right here server validation. So I want to validate the data on the server and make it type safe at the same time. And for that, we will use Zod and also Conform. So in other words, we will do right here form validation on the client side and server side. If you want to, I have created a video about this. So my last video was about this. I would recommend you to check it out where I show you how to do this validation. We will also do this in this video, but if you want to have more information, I would highly encourage you to watch this video. It's also linked down below in the YouTube description. And what you have to do inside of here is now first of all install Zod. So if you don't know what Zod is a server validation library. So you can go to the internet, to Chrome, and just search for zod.dev. And then inside of here, you will see this is the website. And right here, you will see that Zod is a TypeScript first schema validation library. Now, it's quite lightweight, it's easy to use, and that's why we will use Zod. So what you have to do now is first of all install it. So let me stop my dev server right here. Let's clear everything, and I will do an npm I Zod and then again -- legacy peer dependencies. Let's click on enter. This will now install Zod. And what I also now need is a form library. Now there are a lot of form libraries, and what I want to use is conform.guide. Again, everything is linked in the YouTube description down below. And also, again, I have created a video on Conform. If you have never heard about it, please watch it. So to make it short, Conform is a type-safe form validation library utilizing web fundamentals to progressively enhance HTML forms with full support for server frameworks like Remix or Next.js. A few features include progressive enhancement, type-safe fields, fine-grained subscriptions, and built-in accessibility helpers. So this is in short Conform, and this is why we will use it. It makes it easy to validate form data on the client side and server side, and this is also the best approach you can use, so the client side and the server side. So the first thing we have to do is install Conform. For that, what you can do is right here click on tutorial, and right here we already have the installation script. So let me just copy the installation script. Let's go back to the terminal, let's paste it, and at the end, let me do an -- legacy peer dependencies. Let's now click on enter, and this will now install everything. Alright, so Conform has now been installed, which is great. And what I want to do now is create a Zod schema. So we will need a Zod schema, which we can then check with our form data. To do that, let me first of all start again my dev server. So let's do an npm dev. Let me again close the terminal, and then let's create a Zod schema. To do that, what we'll do is we'll go in the app folder, and then let's go in the utils folder, and then let's create a Zod schemas.ts file. This file will be there to store all of our Zod schemas. We will create multiple ones, and now let's get started. So the first thing we have to do is import Zod. So let's do an import. That's the structure. I want to get that, and then this will be from Zod. So we have now imported Zod, and now let's create our first schema. And the first schema will be the site schema. So let's do an export constant. This will be called site schema. And then this will be equal to that.object. Let's invoke it. Let's open that. And inside of here, I can now pass all the fields that our site will have. And our site will only have 3 fields. So we'll have a name, we will have the description, and a subdirectory. So if you can go back to our website, right here you see we have a site name, we have a subdirectory, and we have a description. So let's right here create this. So the first thing we have is our name. This will be the z.string. Then let's invoke it. So with that, we now told the schema, hey, the name will be a string. And now we can validate it even further. We can say, hey, a minimum length of 1. And then I can also create a maximum length. So let's do .max, and as in value, let's say 35. Then let's continue. We have a description. This description right here will be also in string, so z.string. Let's invoke it. Let's do .min, this will be 1. And let's do .max, and the max will be 150 characters. Then let's also create right here our subdirectory, and this will be right here equal to z.string, because it will also be in string. And let's do .min of 1, and let's do .max of, let's say, 40. So since we have now created our Zod schema, we can now use it in our actions file. So inside of here, I have to now compare our form data against our site schema, so against our Zod schema. So let's do right here constant submission. Then this will be equal to pass with Zod. Now you see it does not import for me automatically. So let me do it manually on top. Let's right here just do an import. Then let's destructure it. And then this will be from @conform to Zod. Then right here where I destructured, I can just get pass with Zod, and now we can use it. So again, right here, submission will be equal to pass with Zod. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, I have to now pass our form data. Now, how do we get our form data? Well, it's quite simple. We get our form data through the params. So right here in the params, let's get the form data, and then this will be of type form data. I can now pass this form data in the params. So let's get the form data, then let's add a comma, open an object, and inside of here I have to now also pass our schema. So let's get the schema, and this will be equal to the site schema. We import the site schema from the utils folder, and to be exact from the Zod schemas file. So now we have right here created our submissions. So right here we just compare our form data against the Zod schema, and now right here we could get two results. Either it could be a success, so all of the data matches up, or we could get an error. So what I want to do is go underneath the constant submission, and we'll do an if check. And we'll say if submission.status has an error, so let's do an exclamation mark and two equal signs, and if this is right here not equal to success, I want to open this right here. You also see we can only get two options, either it is an error or a success, and I want to say if the submission.status is not equal to success, then I want to return something, and I want to return right here our submission.reply. Let's invoke this, and now this is also done. Underneath this if check, we're now sure that the form data matches up to the Zod schema, which means we can now do our mutation with Prisma. So let me write to doing constant, let's call it response. Then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder. Then let's do a dot, and right here I want to now create a new site. Now as you see, we don't have a model for that. We currently only have a user model, and what we have to do now is create a new model in our schema. So let me go to my schema, and inside of here let's create a new model. So underneath the user model, let's create a model, let's call it site, and let's open that. Inside of here, the first thing we have is an ID. This will be of type string, and then @ID, and let's do an @default, and right here the default will be UUID. That means whenever we have a new entry in our database, or in other words for this table, we will create a unique identifier right here. Then what else will our site have? Well, it will have a name. This will be of type string. Then we'll have a description. This description will be of type string. Then let me also right here create a subdirectory. This subdirectory will be of type string, and let's make it also @unique. So each subdirectory is unique. Then let me also add right here and create it @timestamp. This will be of type datetime. Let's say @default and then now. So whenever we create a new entry, we will automatically create a new timestamp. Let's also do an updated @. This will be also of type datetime. And then let's also do an @updated @. Now there's one more thing which I want to add, and that's a image URL. And right here, let me write it, image URL. And now the interesting thing is this is in string. Nevertheless, I don't want to make it required. I want to make it optional. So at the end, I will append right here a question mark. And with that, I now tell Prisma, hey, image URL is a field which can be defined, but it does not have to be defined. Also, one more thing, you see right here, I have like formatting. If you want to have the same, you have to go to your extension tab and then search right here for Prisma and then install it. So this is right here, this extension, which gives me all of this formatting, which makes your life very, very easy. What we have to do now is again sync our database with Prisma. We have to stop our dev server because we want to again update our database. So let's do that. Let's do an npx prisma db of push to sync our Prisma schema with our Supabase Postgres database. As you now see, our database is in sync, which is great. We're now done with our model or with the site model, and now we can continue with our server action. So right here we can now do in Prisma dot, then we can get our site, and then let's do dot create since we want to create a site. Let's invoke it, let's open it, and inside of here let me get the data property. Let's now open that, and now we have several fields which we have to, I guess, connect. So the first thing we have right here is the description. This description will be equal to the submission.value.description. Then we'll also have a name. Then this name will be equal to the submission.value.name. And then the last thing we have is our subdirectory, and this is equal to the submission.value.subdirectory. Again, we get our submission, so right here this value, through our conform validation. So submission is when we validate or when we compare our form data against our Zod schema. Also, one thing which I see right now is that we are missing something. So right here we gave it a description, name and subdirectory, but now I also want to create a relation to our user model. So let me again open my schema file. So we now have this model user and we have a model site. And what I want to do is create a relation between the site model and the user model. Now you can have three types of relations. You could either have a one-to-one relationship, a one-to-many relationship, or a many-to-many relationship. Now, if you think about both models, what relationship could they have? One-to-one relationship? Not really. That means that only one user can have one site. But we want to say that one user can have multiple sites and that each site is related to one user. That means we want to create a one-to-many relationship. One user, multiple sites, one site, one user. Now, how do we create a one-to-many relationship using Prisma? Well, thankfully, it's very damn simple. So right here, let me go inside of the user model, and then inside of here, I have to say site, and this will be equal to our site model, and let me append an array symbol. With that, I have now said, hey, the user model and the site model are a one-to-many relationship. What I can do now is click Command Save, and this will auto-generate right here the relationship, which is great. So this now looks good. We have now the relationship. We can again open the terminal. Let me again clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db of push. This will now again sync our database with the Prisma schema, and then we can finish off our server action. Alright, so this is now in sync. Let me again close the terminal, let me close the file, and then for my server action right here, I want to now also combine it. Doesn't make sense. So I want to tell right here, when we create the Prisma site, I want to create a relation to the user. So how do we do that? Well, it's very simple. Right here, we get a user ID. And I have to now pass my user ID, or I have to tell right here Prisma what user is related to this site. And this is very simple. This is just our user.id. Again, we get the user right here at the top because we right here fetch it and then do this if check. So now we right here pass the description, the name, the subdirectory, and then also the user who owns this site. So now this looks very good, and the last thing I want to do is redirect the user. So we will do right here at the end a return redirect. Redirect is already imported, and we will say /dashboard and then /sites. Let's now save that. This looks beautiful, and now we can use the server action. So let me close the actions file. Let's go back to this page.tsx for our new site route, and now we have to create a form and give this form the action. Now the first thing you'll see right here is that we don't have a form, which is not good. So we have to somehow now put here a form. How do we do that? Well, I will wrap my form, or my form will wrap the cart content and the cart footer. So let me copy the cart footer and also the cart content. So both of these, now I don't have anything right here. Then let me get a form element, let me delete the action, and then inside of the form, let me again paste my cart content and also my cart footer. So my cart content and my cart footer are now wrapped by the form. If I go back to the website, nothing will change, everything will still work as it should, and that's what we want. What we have to do now is initialize conform on the client side and then connect our form to conform. To do that, it's relatively simple, and the first thing we have to do is get the data from our server action. So if I open the actions file, right here we return our submission.reply. And I want to get this submission somehow right here in the front end, which means I have to somehow get the data. Now, how do you do that? Well, it's very simple with React. If you go to the React documentation, so let's go to react.dev, you can search right here for use action state. So let's search for use action state, and then right here they will tell you use action state is a hook that allows you to update state based on the result of a form action. So we can get the result of a form action, or in other words, the state of a form action. So let's again go back. Also, one thing which I'll say right here is if you use Next.js 14, then this is called useForm state, and in Next.js 15, and in other words React 19, they renamed it to use action state, but the whole fundamentals are still the same, it still works the same, there's only a naming change. So now inside of here, let me do in constant, then let's get these array brackets, and then this will be equal to use action state. Use action state is imported from React, then let's invoke it, and what we have to do now is pass two arguments. First of all, I have to pass the server action, so let's get right here my server action, renamed it something like create site action, so let me import that, and then the second thing, or the second argument I have to pass is the initial state, and the initial state will be undefined. As you now see, we now get a new error. This is for our server action. Nevertheless, we'll fix that in a second. Let me first of all get right here the items in these array symbols. So the first thing I want to get is our last result, or in other words, the status of the server action. And then I want to get the action in general. So right here, we pass the create site action, and this is this action right here. Now right here, you currently see that we get an error for the create site action. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we get that? Or in other words, hey Jan, how can we fix that? Well, it's quite simple. We have to again go back to our actions file, and then right here in the params where we get our form data, we have to get a previous state, and we'll just set it as any. We won't use it, we have to just right here write it in the params. And if I again go back, you now see the error is gone. Now, if you want to learn more about the use action state hook, how it works, where you have to pass certain things, then I would recommend you to go through this documentation. It's very detailed, and I will also create a video on that in the near future. But for now, please check out the documentation. It's great and very, very detailed. So now let's again go back. We have now right here our use action state hook. This is now also initialized. And what I want to do now is also initialize our use form hook provided by Conform. So I want to set up Conform on the client side. So let's do a constant. Let's again get these array brackets, and then this will be equal to use form. Now use form right here does not import for me automatically, sadly. So let me do it manually. On top, let's do an import. That's the structured, and then this will be from @conform to React. Let's import that, and then right here where it is structured, I can get use form. So now we have use form, and now I can use it right here. So let me invoke use form, let's open an object, and then let's open it. Inside of here, I have to pass a few properties. First of all, I have to pass the status of the server action, or in other words, the last result. So let's pass it right here. Then what I have to do is also validate our form data on the client side. So if you open the actions.ts file, right here we validate the data on the server side. And now I also want to validate the data on the client side. So let's do an onValidate. This right here is just a callback function. Let me destructure it right here. Let me get the form data, and then we can just open it. Now inside of here, we'll just do the same thing as on the server side. We will right here just pass with Zod. So what I can do right here is a return, and we can do pass with Zod. Now right here, pass with Zod is imported from @conform to Zod. Let's import that. Let's invoke it, and inside of here I have to pass two things. First of all, form data, and then again our schema. So the same thing as in our server action. So you see we passed form data and then our schema. Let's go back. Let me paste my form data. As you already know, we destructured it right here. And then let me add a comma, open an object, and let me pass the schema, which will be equal to the site schema. The site schema is imported from our Zod schemas file. Let me click on enter, and now this also looks good. The last thing we have to do is also tell Conform right here when to validate. So let me first of all get right here the should validate property, and we'll say on blur. So let's add that. And then we also have a should revalidate. So when it should revalidate, and this will be on input. Now, what exactly does this mean? So should validate means when we lose input, we want to validate, and we want to revalidate when we again have a input. So to show it to you, right here we have our form, and if I would now type something, everything would be fine. We wouldn't show any errors. And once I lose the input, so once I click outside of the input, I would have errors. And then once I would again type, the error would again go away. So this is should validate on blur, and then also should revalidate on input. I hope this makes sense. Again, I've created a video on that in detail. Check it out if you have questions. So now right here we have these array brackets, and I want to get two items. First of all, I want to get our form, and then I want to get our fields. So now we have set up our use action state hook and also our use form. And now we have to somehow connect our form to right here our use form hook. So how do we do that? Well, let's go right here to our form, and inside of here I have to pass a few properties. First of all, I have to pass the ID. This ID will be equal to our form.id. Now where do we get our form again from? Well, we get it right here from the use form hook, as you see right here. So we have now passed our ID. Let me now also pass a onSubmit. This onSubmit is equal to form.onSubmit. And let me also pass a action, and the action is equal to action. Now we get our action right here using the use action state hook, as you see right here. So now this is done. We have now connected our form to Conform, and now we have to also connect our inputs to Conform. So right here, our first input is for the site name, and now I have to connect both of them. So what I can do is go to this input, give it a name. This name will be right here equal to the fields, then let's do dot name, and then let's do dot name. Then let's continue. We will also have a key. This key will be equal to the fields, then let's do dot name, and let's do dot key. And then the last thing we have right here is the default value, and the default value is equal to the fields. Then let's do dot name, and let's do dot initial value. So our first input is now done, and then what I want to also show is the error message, as already said. So underneath the input, we can create a p tag, and we can say right here, I want to get the fields. So let's get our fields, dot name, and then dot errors. If we have errors, we will show them right here. If not, then not. Let me also style the p tag. Let's go to class name, and let's say text of red 500, and let's do text of small. Let's now save that. Let's go back and let's test out if it works. Let me do a hard refresh. You see the dev server is not running. So let me open my terminal, clear everything, and let's do an npm run dev. Alright, what do we see right here? We get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, if I close my terminal right here, we have this use action state hook. This hook relies on a client side, or in other words, not on the client side, but on a JavaScript bundle. This means I have to mark this component on top as use client. So let's do this right here, use client. And if I now save that and again go back, you should now see that this error will go away. You see a blank screen? That's kind of weird. Let me do a hard refresh. Let's see. Okay, we see it and then it goes blank. Okay, that's kind of weird. I'll be honest with you. Let me open my terminal. Do we see anything? Nope, that all looks good. Let's open right here the client side terminal or console. On card. Okay, this is interesting. What could be the problem right here? Let's again go back. So this all looks good to me, to be honest. This also looks all good. Yeah, form, okay, we gave it the key, default value, yeah, this all looks good, we have the button. I don't see any problem with this page. Let's again go back to our actions. This all looks good to me, this all looks good, the imports are fine. Okay, I see the error. So if you look at the server action, there's one very crucial thing that I forgot. So currently this action is, to be honest, just a client-side action, a client-side function. Nothing right here tells it that this is on the server. So what you have to do is right here, go to the top and mark this whole file as use server. With that, we now say, hey, this is a server action and not just a client-side function. If I now save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, we shouldn't get any problems anymore and everything should load as it should. And that's exactly what you see right here. And now we can also test out if our error handling works. So let me write something. Let's again go back. This all looks good. And if I have nothing, then it tells me required. Let's again do it hard refresh. You see, I don't have any errors anymore. If I click on the input, I don't have any errors. But once I click outside of it, I get an error. So this is again, if you go right here to our page.tsx, this should validate and this should revalidate. So when it should validate and when it should revalidate. So as we now see, our handling works. And now let's do the same for the second input. So let me right here give it a name. Then for this name, this will be equal right here to our fields. Then let's do dot description, or not description, but dot subdirectory. And let's do dot name. Then the next thing we have is the key. The key is equal to our fields, dot subdirectory, dot key. And then we have our default value, and the default value is equal to the fields. Then let's get our subdirectory dot initial value. Let's also render a p tag. So let's go underneath the input. Let's get a p tag. And then let's say right here, I want to get the fields dot subdirectory dot errors. Then let's also go in class name and let's say right here that this should be first of all text red of 500, and let's also get a text of small. So now this looks good, everything looks fine. Let's now also do the same thing for our text area. Let's give our text area a name. Then this will be right here equal to our fields. Then let's do dot description. Let's do dot name. Then let's continue with the key. For the key, this will be equal to our fields. Then this will be dot description and dot key. And the last thing we have is the default value, and this is equal to our fields. Then let's do dot, where do we have it? Description, and then dot initial value. And the last thing I want to do is show the error message. So let's go underneath the text area, let's get a p tag, and then let's do our fields dot description dot errors. Let's of course also get a class name, and let's right here just say text of red 500, and let me also do in text of small. Let's now save that and let's see if everything works. So let's go back, let me do a hard refresh. And as you now see, if I click on the first input and click out, we see required. If I do the same right here, we also get that, and with the description, we also get an error message. So this now worked beautifully, and if I click on submit, you see I don't do any request because this is right here required. So let me now write some stuff. So for the site name, this will be Jan Marshall, for the subdirectory, Jan Marshall, and for the description, Jan Marshall. Very cool, I know. Let me click on submit. And does anything happen? I don't see any loading state, I don't see anything, but hey, we got redirected. So this means our server action has worked. What we can do now is open our terminal, and let me open a second terminal tab, and I want to check our Prisma Studio. So let me right here do an npx Prisma Studio, and this will now open in a new tab. Alright, and what do we see? We have one site, or we have one field in the site table, and we have an ID, we have the name of the site, we have the description, we have the subdirectory, the created add timestamp, we have an updated add timestamp, and we have an image URL which is empty. This is completely fine. And then we have also a related user, and this related user is me. So this looks beautiful. I can again close Safari, I don't need it. Let me stop right here Prisma Studio. We see this was successful, so let's just close it, and let me close my terminal. So we see now creating a new site works, and what I want to do now is fetch our sites and display them right here, because currently I'm still displaying right here a default state which says you don't have any sites. So let me again go back, let's go right here to our sites.page.tsx. This is the index page for our sites, and let's now fetch data and then check if we have to display sites or if we have to display right here this default state. So to fetch data, we can go above this export default function. Then let me do an async function. This will be called get data. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Now, first of all, why is it safe to do so? Well, this is a server component and everything is run on the server. So since we now know that, let me now do a constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder. It's very important that you import it from there and not from Prisma client. Let's now import that, then let's do dot site, and I want to dot find many, since I want to find many sites. Now inside of here, there are two important things we have to do. We have to first of all order the results, and we have to do a where statement. So I don't want to find every site that we have in our database, but I only want to find the sites where they match the user ID. So I want to only have the sites that the user has created. So let's create a where statement, and I want to find all sites where the user ID matches the user ID. Now currently you see we don't get an user ID, so I can go to my params and say user ID, and this will be of type string. So we will later on pass this user ID right here, and then we can just use it right here inside of Prisma. So let's do user ID, and we want to only find results where the user ID matches the user ID which we pass right here. Currently we don't pass anything, but we'll do that in a second. Let me now also do the order by. So let me do an order by, and I want to order by the created at timestamp. So let me get created at, and now there are two options you can use, either ascending or descending, and I want to order based on the date, which is the newest, which means descending. Let's save that, and then the last thing we have to do is return our data. So we have now our async function, and now I have to get the data right here in the front end. So above the return statement, let's do constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now you see we get two errors. So the first error is that await expressions are only allowed with an async functions. This means that we have to modify this function and make it async. So let's do an export default async function, and now this error is gone. Again, this is safe to do so because we are in a server component. Then for get data, we have another error, and this error is that we have to pass right here one argument, and this one argument is the user ID. Now the question comes, how do we get our user ID? Well, it's quite simple. We have to fetch our user from kind and then pass the user ID. So above our constant data, let's do constant, let's do structured, and then let me get kind server session. This is imported from kind OSS / kind of Next.js / server. Let's invoke it, and then inside of here, let me get the get user function. So we have now the function. Let me fetch the user. So let's do constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that. And the last thing I want to do is an if check. And let's say if there's no user, then let's open that and let's do return redirect. Now redirect is imported from next/navigation. Let's invoke it and let's redirect the user to /API/auth/login. So this now looks good, and now I can pass the user ID as an argument. So let me get my user.id, and now this is also finished. So we now fetch data, and now we can use this data to check if we have any items, so any sites. If yes, we'll render them, and if not, we will display this default state. And what I'll do right here is just copy this div. So this div where we have flags column, everything like that. Let's copy that. And then right here, I want to now do internally. And we'll say if data is right here equal to undefined, or for that you can use these two vertical lines. If right here data.length is equal to 0, if this is true, then let's use a question mark. Then let's return something. Let's return this div with our default state. And if not, let's use a colon and let's just return h1 and we can say your sites here. Let's save that and let's see if this works. So if I can go back to my web browser, you now see your sites here. This means we have data, and this also means that we can now display it right here. So let's change what we have right here. Instead of rendering in h1, let's now render the actual data. So let's again go back. Let me delete the h1 and let me first of all create a parent div which will have a grid layout. So let's give this div first of all a class name, and then this will be of grid. Then let's say grid calls of 1 for a mobile screen. Let's do in gap of 4. Then let me say on SM devices or bigger. Let's do in grid columns of 2. Let me also say on LG or bigger grid columns of 3. And then let's also say on LG or bigger, let's grid in gap, which will be of 10. This now looks good, and now inside of this div, I can now map over the data. So let me right here get my data. Let's do dot map. Let's get an item as in param, and then let me just return this data right here. Inside of this mapping, I want to now render a card. So let me get my card component from our components. Let's open that. And for the card, I have to pass one property, which is a key. You have to always pass a key when you use a map in React, so a unique identifier. So let's give it right here in key, and this will be equal to our item.id. So now this looks good, and in the card for now, let me render an h1, and let me just get the item dot what did we have dot name. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now we have the card with Jan Marshall. Jan Marshall was the name of our site, and you see we get the data from our server, and this works as it should. Now, of course, we don't want to leave it like that, even though it seems fine. It isn't very beautiful. So let me delete this h1, and what I want to first of all render is a image. So let me right here get the image component from next/image. Let's open that. And inside of here, what we have to do is first of all pass the source. So let me get the source, and this will be equal to our site.image, or not to our site.image, but item.image URL. Now you see we get an error, and this error is type string or null is not assignable to type string. So what's exactly the problem? If you again open your schema file, you will see that right here we said, hey, this image URL does not have to be defined. It could be undefined. And that's the case. Our image is currently not defined. So we have to use again nullish coalescen and render something else. So what I want you to do right now is again go to my GitHub repo and download all of the static assets, because in the public folder I now have a default.png. This is the image I want to render when we don't have a source right here. So let me first of all import this image on top. So let's go right here and let's say import default image, and then this will be from, and let's say @/public, and then let's say /default.png. So we have now imported this image, and now we can use it. So right here, let's say if this is not defined, then let's render our default image. So this now looks good. What we have to do now is also, for example, render our alt. So underneath the source, let's say alt, and for the alt, I will just say item.site name or item.name. Then let's continue. Let's also get in class name, and this will be rounded of, let's say, top LG, and let's say also object of cover, and let me also write here do in width of full, and let's get in height of custom value, which will be 200 pixels. Again, you create in custom height with these array brackets. The last thing I want to do is give it in width and a height. For the width, this will be 400, and then for the height, this will be 200. Let's now save this and let's see if this worked. Yes, you see it looks good. We have right here our default image and it loads, and that's great. So the next thing I want to render is the cart content, which means the cart title, the cart description, and then also a button to view more. And then right here underneath the image, what I want to do now is get right here a cart header. This is imported from the components, and then in the cart header, let me get a cart title. For the cart title, let me just render our item.name, and then underneath the cart title, let me also get a cart description, and this cart description will be equal to our item.description. We can now save that, and if I again go back, you now see right here this title, and then we have right here my description. The last thing I want to now render is also two buttons right here. One button to view all of the articles, and then also one button to view the blog. So let's go back, and then what I want to do is go underneath the cart header and let me render a cart footer. So let's get a cart footer. This is imported from our components. Let's open that. And inside of here, I want to render a button component. And inside of the button component, I want to render a link. So let me right here get a link. Let's open that and let me just say view articles. Let's save that. Let's also pass a href for the link. This href will just be an empty hashtag. And for the button, I have to also pass an asChild property because I have a child right here, which is the link component. If I now save that and again go back, you now see this button right here. What I'll do is also make it width of full. So let's give this button a class name of wFull. If I again save that and go back, you now see that this button takes the whole width, and I think it looks quite good. Alright friends, so this sites page is now done. As you see, we're rendering this cart component and it looks good. But now we have another problem, right? If I click right here on view articles, well, nothing happens because the redirect is currently just a hashtag. And this is of course not what we want. So what I want to do now is create the route to see all of the articles and to create articles. To do that, it's relatively simple. First of all, let's go back to VS Code. Let me close everything. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the dashboard folder. Let's go in the sites folder. And inside of here, I have to create a new folder. Now, this will be a dynamic folder since I want to get the ID of our site. So right here, each site has an ID and I want to get it right here. So let me go in the sites folder. Inside of here, let me create a new folder and let me use right here these array brackets. With that, I tell Next.js, hey, this is a dynamic route and I want to get it right here. So as a name, let's just say site ID, and please make sure that you spell it correctly because we'll need it in a second. So I spell site lowercase and then the I for ID uppercase. Let's now click on enter to create the folder, and inside of here, let me create a page.tsx. So we have now created right here this route. Let me right here do an export default function since this is a route and not a component. Then for the name, let's just say site ID route. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Then I can create a return statement, and for now, let me just return an h1 and we can just say this is the site route. Let me now save that, and now I want to redirect the user if he clicks on this button to this URL. To do that, let me again go right here inside of the sites folder and then in the page.tsx. And then right here we now have our link, which currently has an href, which is a hashtag. Let's now change that. Instead of using strings, let's use upticks, or not upticks, but let's first of all use these brackets. And then inside of there, let's use right here these upticks. And then as an URL, this will be /dashboard/sites and then / the ID. So let me use a dynamic value, and this will be the item.id. And if I now save that and again go back, you now see that if I hover over the button on the bottom left corner, you see it redirects to localhost 3000 /dashboard/sites / the ID of our site. So let me click on that, and now we should see right here in H1. And this is what you see right here. We have an h1 which says this is a site route. Of course, we don't want to leave it like that. We want to make it look quite nice. So let's do that right now. What is the first thing we want to do? Well, I want to render right here on the top right corner 3 buttons. One button to see the settings, one button to create a new article, and also one button to just view the block in general. So let me again go back. And then inside of here, so for our site ID, let me delete everything and let me create a new return statement. The first thing I want to use is empty brackets. They won't show up in our DOM. And then inside of here, let's first of all create a div to house our buttons. So let's create right here a div element. Let me give it a class name and we'll say flex. Then let's do right here W of full, so width 100%. Let me also justify all of the items to the right side. So let's right here do a justify of end. This is the right side. And let me do a gap x of either you could say 4 or 5. Let's test out 4 and see if it looks good. And then in the div, I can now render my first button. So let me right here get the button component from our components. Let's open that. And then inside of the button, I want to use the link component. Let's import that from next/link. Let's open that. And for the link, let me right here just say view block. Now you currently see we get an error for the link. That's because we have to pass an href. So for the href, as you already know, for now I will give it a hashtag. We will change that later on. And we can now see how it looks like. We have to just add one more thing, and that's for the button right here an asChild property because we have a link component. And if I now save that and again go back, you now see right here a button which says view block. This looks quite good. Let me now also create the other 2 buttons. So let me just copy paste this button one more time. The second button will be there to view the settings of our site. So let me right here say settings. And then let me again copy paste this button. And then the third button will be there to create an article. So let me right here say create article. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And now you see right here 1, 2, and 3 buttons. This looks quite good. And now we can also style them a bit. So what I'll do right here is give this first button a variant. Let me do a variant of secondary. Let's also give the second button right here a variant, and this will be also secondary. Let's now save that. Now you see these 2 buttons are variant of secondary, and this is primary. And if you want to, you can also right here render icons. So for this link, if you want to, we can go above this create article. So still in the link, but before create article. And then I can right here render a plus circle, which is imported from lucide-react. And then let me give it a class name of W4, or we could say size of 4. And let me also do a margin right of 2. If I now save that, we now gave it a width of 4, height of 4, and then margin right 2. So right here margin to this create article text. If I again go back, you now see right here this icon, and if I go to dark mode, it still looks good. We can now do that also for the settings. So let me right here go in front of the settings. Let me right here get the settings icon. This is from lucide-react. This is self-closing. And then let me give it the same class name. So let's do a class name of size, which will be 4, and margin right of 2. If I now save that and again go back, you now also have an icon right here. And now let's also do the same for this view block button. So let me again go before this view block text, and then let me get a book icon. This is from lucide-react. Let's make it self-closing. Let's give it a class name of size, which will be 4, and then margin right of 2. If you also save this, you now have right here 1 icon, 2 icons, and 3 icons. This looks quite good. And now we can get started fetching our data and then either rendering a default state, or we would render right here our articles. So to do that, we first of all have to update our schema, because currently there's no way to fetch articles. Currently we only have a site, but we don't have any articles. So let me go right here under this model site and let's create a new model. You can now either name it post or article or whatever you want. I think I will name it post. Let's open that. And as you already know, each table, or in other words, each model, has to have always one unique identifier, so a ID. So let's right here give it an ID. This will be of string. Then let's do an add ID, add default, and as you already know, UUID. So we will create a unique identifier with each entry. So now the question comes, what other fields does an article or a post have? So first of all, it has a title, which will be of type string. Then it will have a content field. So let's do right here article content. Let's say this will be JSON. Then let's also do a small description. A small description right here will just be a string. So let's get it as a string. Then we'll have a image, so an hero image. Let's write here get an image. This will be of string because we'll store the URL right here. And then we'll also have a slug, and the slug will be a string, and let's make it @unique. So this is right here, so these are right here the default fields which we'll need. What I want to also store is the created @ and updated timestamp. So let's write here get a created @, this will be of type datetime, and then @default, and then now. As you already know, whenever we create a new entry, it will automatically create a new timestamp. Then let's also right here do an updated @, this will be of type datetime, @default, and then now. So we have now added the two created timestamps, and then the last thing I want to do is now also create a relation. So what relation do I want to create? Well, I want to create a relation first of all to the site model, but I want to also create a relation to the user model. Now what relation do I want to create? Well, it's again quite simple. I want to create a one-to-many relationship. So each site can have multiple posts. Each post can only have one site. Each user can have multiple posts, and each post can only have one user associated or related. So again, one to many. To do that, as you already know, it's very simple with right here Prisma. Let me go right here to the site model, and then inside of the site model, let's say posts, and then this will be equal to the post model, and let's append an array symbol. And then let's now also go to the user model, and inside of here we have to do the same. Let me get the posts, this will be equal to our post, and let me append an array symbol. If I now click on Command S, you now see everything has been generated, and if I go to the post model, we now have right here the user ID and the site ID. So this looks good. We are now done with the relation, we have created a model, and now we can sync our database. So let me right here open my terminal, let me stop my dev server, you have to do that, and then let's do an npx prisma db of push. This will now sync our database with our Prisma schema, and this should be successful in a second. Alright, so Prisma client is now in sync. This is great. Let me again close my terminal. Let me close my schema, and now we can continue right here. So what's the first thing I want to do right here? Well, it's quite simple. I want to fetch data. So let me go above this export default function and let me do an async function. Let's call it get data and let's invoke it. So inside of here, I want to get all my posts which are related first of all to the site ID and then also to the user ID. So let's write here doing constant data. This will be equal to await. Then let's import Prisma from the utils folder. Let's do .post and let's do .find many, since I want to find many posts and not just one. Let's invoke it, open it, and now inside of here, the first thing I want to pass is a where statement. So I don't want to find all posts, but I only want to find the posts where, as already said, the user ID and the site ID matches. Now, how do I get the user ID and site ID? Well, we can get it through the params, and then once we call this function, we will pass them as arguments. So inside of the params, we can get a user ID. This will be of type string, and then we can also actually get a site ID, and this will be also of type string. So now we have a user ID and a site ID, and now I can use them in the where statement. So inside of here, let me get a user ID. This will be equal to our user ID, and let me also get a site ID, and this will also be equal to the site ID. Let's now also do a select statement. So let's write here get a select, and what I want to select is first of all the image. Let's set this to true. Then let me get the title. Let's set this to true. Let me also get the created at timestamp, and let me also get the ID. So now we have right here selected 4 things, and the last thing I want to do is order my results. So I want to get the newest articles at the top. So let me right here do an order by, and I want to order by the created at timestamp. So let's right here get created at, and now as you already know, we have 2 options, either ascending or descending. Now since I want to get the newest items at the top, this will be descending. So let's select that, let's save that, and let's return right here our data. So since we have now written our async function, we have to now also get the data in the front end. So let me go above the return statement, and inside of here, let's first of all again get our user ID, and then we also have to get our site ID. So let's first of all do a constant, let's destructure it, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. As you already know, this is imported from kind OSS, kind of Next.js /server. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, let me get the get user function. So now we have our get user function, and now I have to fetch my user. So let's do a constant user, and then this will be equal to await get user. So now we fetch our user. Currently you see we get an error. That's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's mark this function as an export default async function, and now this error is gone. Again, this is safe to do so because we are in a server component. Let's now also do a little validation check. So let's say if there's no user, then let me right here just return redirect, and we can redirect right here to /API/auth/login. Now I think I will break right here this code later on into one component, since we use this code in multiple places, but for now we leave it like that. We will do it later on when we optimize all of the code. So now we have fetched the user, and what we can do now is right here call our data. So let's do constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. You will now see that we'll get one error. So right here tells us expected 2 arguments but got 0. So we have to pass the user ID and we have to pass the site ID. So let me right here first of all pass our user.id, and now I have to get our site ID. How do I get the site ID in the Next.js App Router? Well, that's a good question. You can get it right here through the params. So right here we have our site ID route, we have our params, and I can get them from there. So let me right here destructured, let me get my params, and right here you now see TypeScript complaints because it does not know what type params are. So let me right here grid and type, so let's right here say params will be right here equal to an object, and inside of there we will have a site ID, and this will be of type string. Now, why do we get an site ID? Well, it's quite simple. If you open your Explorer, we gave this folder the name site ID, and now this is how I get right here my param with this name. If you named it, I don't know, ABC, then you wouldn't write right here site ID, but ABC. If you would name it hello, you would not write site ID, but hello. I think you understand that, and now we can continue. So I have to now pass right here my param, so my site ID, to my getData function. So let's right here write params.siteID. And now you see we don't get any errors anymore, and that's exactly what we want. So now we can continue. So let me go underneath this div where we house all of our buttons, and inside of here, let me again do a ternary check. I want to check if we have data. If yes, we will just render the data, and if not, we'll again render a default state. So let's right here say if data is equal to undefined, or we can use right here an or sign, so 2 vertical lines. If the data.length is equal to 0, then let me use an ternary, so a question mark. Let's return right here for now just an h1, let's say empty. And if this is not true, let's use a colon, and let me just return an h1, and let's just say here is data. Let's now save this. Let's again go back to our website, and what do we see right here? Well, currently I'm not seeing anything. Let me do a hard refresh, and yeah, my dev server is not running. That's again because we synced our Prisma schema with our database, and we have to always restart our dev server if we do that. So let me clear this, and let me do an npm run dev. This will restart the dev server on localhost 3000. Let's close this again, and let me do a hard refresh. Alright, and what do we see? Well, it tells us right here that this is empty. This means we don't have any data, we don't fetch any data, and that's why we render right here this default state. Now, of course, this does not look good. We don't want to render empty, but we want to render the same default state as we rendered it right here with sites. Now, what I'll do for now is just copy paste the code. As already said, later on we'll optimize it and break it into a separate component. But for now, let me go right here again to this page.tsx, where did we have it in the sites folder, and then inside of here, we have right here this page.tsx. Let me go inside of here, and for now, I will just copy this div. Again, later on, I will break it into a separate component, but for now, I want to do it as it is. So let me copy it, and let me paste it for this h1 where we say empty. So now we've imported that. Currently see we get an error. So first of all, let me import this file icon, and let me just import that from lucide-react. If I again go back, you'll now see this error will go away, and then we'll right here render a default state. Now, for now, I won't update right here this text. I will do that a bit later on. For now, we can just leave it like that. So since we now render right here our default state, what I want to do now is of course create a route to create an article, because currently there's no way to create an article, we can only create sites, and this is not quite what I want. So let's of course change that. To change that, let me for now close all of these files, we don't need them anymore, and let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, let's go in the sites folder, let's go in the site ID folder, and inside of here I want to create a new folder. So let me right here create a new folder, we'll name it create. This will be there to create a new article, and then let me inside of the create folder create a page.tsx. So now we have created this route right here, and now we have to propagate it. So since this is in route, this is first of all a export default function. Now I will just name it right here article creation route. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. Inside of here I can create a return statement, and let's say just for now in h1, and let's say hello. So what I want to do now is redirect the user to the site when I click on create article. To do that, let me again go back to this route. So let's go right here to this page.tsx, and then for the button I have to now pass an href. So right here we have this button with the link which says create article, and I want to update this href. So what I want to do is first of all delete the string, let me use right here these brackets, then let's use upticks, and I want to redirect the user to /dashboard, then /sites, then I want to get the site ID, so let's use a dynamic value, and this will be the params.site ID, and then I want to say /create. So this is the route where we just created this folder to create a new article. So /dashboard, /sites, /the site ID, /the create route. And if I now save that and again go back and hover on this button, you also see this link on the bottom left corner. And if I click on this button, you should now see an H1 which will say create article, or in other words, hello. So now we can create this page, make it look nice. For that, let me again delete this return statement and let's start off fresh. Let's give it a new return statement. Let me again use empty tags. And the first thing I want to create is like a button, so a link to go again back. So let me right here create again a div element. Let's give this div a class name, and let's say flex and items of center. So the first thing I want to render right here is a button, and then this button will just redirect the user back to the site's route. So let's right here get a button. This right here is imported from our components. Let's open that. And then for this button, I have to now create right here a link component, since I want to have this button which redirects to the site's route. So let me get this component, or let me get the link from next/link. And then inside of here, I want to render an icon. So let's right here get the arrow left icon. This is imported from lucide-react. So let's get arrow left. And then this is self-closing. Let me also give this link right here an href. And for the href, this will be right here for now, just an hashtag. I will update later on. Let's now save this. If I again go back, you now see right here this button. Does it look good? I don't think so. So let's update that. Let's first of all give our arrow right here a class name, and let's say size of 4. This creates right here a width of 4 and a height of 4. Let me also update our button. So let me give it a size. This size will be right here icon. Then let me give it a variant, and the variant will be outline. The last thing I want to do is give it a class name, and then this will be margin right of 3. Let me also give it an asChild property because we have a child, and now this should be already all. If I again go back, you now see, hey, this looks very good. What I want to now also render is an H1 which says create article. So let me go underneath this button component, but still in the div, and let me create an H1 where I will say create article. Now, if you save that and again go back, you see, yeah, it looks fine. Nevertheless, it could be a bit bigger. So let's give this H1 a class name, and let's make it text of 2XL, and let's do a font which will be of semi-bold. If I again save that and go back, yeah, this looks quite good. Maybe text of XL will look a bit better. Yeah, I think we can leave it like that. If I now currently click on this button, you see nothing happens, and that's because the redirect URL, or the href, is currently in hashtag. And I want to redirect the user right here again to the site ID page. So let me first of all get the site ID through the params. So let's structure it, as you already know. Let's get our params, and let's give our params right here in type. And this params right here will have a site ID which will be of type string. So this is the same code as we just created in the other route. And then for our link, I can now delete this string. I can use right here these brackets. Let's use upticks, and then let's redirect the user to /dashboard, and then let's use /sites, and then /the ID. So our params.site ID. If I now save that and again go back and hover over this button, you now see it redirects to the correct URL. If I click on this, you should also see that this will redirect right here to the correct website. So now let's continue with our create article page because currently we are missing the form. So let me go back, let me go underneath the div, and what I want to render is first of all a card. So let me right here get our card component from the components and let's open that. The first thing we need inside of here is a card header. So let's get a card header from our components, and then in the card header I want to render a card title. This card title is imported from the components, and inside of here I will just say article details. And let me also right here create a card description, and for the card description I'll just right here paste some gibberish. You can write something if you want to, but it does not really make any difference. So right here we now have a card title, and for the description I have just some gibberish. So if I now save that and again go back, you already see, hey, this looks quite cool. Let's now create our card content, or in other words our form. So for that, let me go underneath the card header, and then let me right here create the card content. Inside of this card content, let me render a form element. This is from HTML as you know it, and then let's open that. I've deleted the action because we currently don't have anything, and we'll add it later on. For this form, let me get a class name, and let's right here say grid, or let's just say flex and flex column because it does not make any difference. Grid or flex column are both the same because you just created one column. Then let me also get a gap, and the gap will be of 6. Then inside of this form, I want to now get started with rendering my whole form. So I want to create the labels, the inputs, the text area, and everything like that. So let me first of all right here create my first div element, and let's right here give it a class name, and then this will be grid and gap of 2. Then inside of this div, I can now first of all render our label. This is imported from our components. Please make sure that you don't import it from Radix UI. Let's import that, and inside of here, let me just say title. Let's now save that, and then underneath the label, let me render an input. This input is imported from our components. This is self-closing, and then for this input for now, I will just give it a placeholder, and I will just say Next.js blogging application. If you now save that and again go back, you now see right here our label, and then you see the input. I think this looks quite good, and I think we can now create also the second input. For that, let me go underneath this div and let's create a new div element. Let's give this div right here a class name. Let's again do a grid and a gap of 2. Then inside of this div, let me render a label, and this label will just say slug. Then underneath the label, I want to render a input, and this input is already imported and it's self-closing. Then for the input, we can give it a placeholder, and we'll just say article slug. Let's save that, and if you again go back, you now see also this label and this input. Now there's one more thing which I want to render, and this is a button to later on generate the slug. So what we can do is just go underneath the input but still in the div, and then let me just render right here a button component. Inside of the button, I want to render an icon and also a text. So let me right here first of all get like an atom. So the icon is called atom. It's imported from lucide-react, it's self-closing. Let's get a class name of size, which will be 4, and margin right of 2. And then behind this icon, I want to just say generate slug. If I now save that and again go back, you'll now see right here this button. And yeah, it looks alright, but I don't want it to take the whole width, and I want to make it secondary. So let's again go back and let's give this button right here a class name. Let's say first of all W of it. And then let me also do a variant. For the variant, this will just be secondary, and it's also very, very important that you now add a type, and this type will be of button. It's very important because if you don't add a type, it will think that this is a default of submit, and this is incorrect. So please make sure that you gave it a type of button. So now, since this is done, we can now save that, and if I again go back, you now have right here this button, and this looks quite good in my opinion. The next thing I want to render is right here now a input, or in other words a text area for a small description. So let me go underneath this div, so above the form, let's again create a div element. Let's give it a class name, and then for the class name, as you already know, this will be grid and gap of 2. Then inside of here, let me render a label, and then for the label, let me just say small description. Then underneath the label, I want to render a text area. So let me right here get a text area. This is imported from our components and this is self-closing. Then for the text area, let me just give it a placeholder. And for the placeholder, I will just say small description for your blog article ... And I will also give right here a class name, and this will be just a height of 32. If I now save that and again go back, you now see right here our small description where I can write whatever I want. This looks quite good as you see, and we are also done with that. What's now the next thing I want to render? Well, that's quite simple. I want to now render first of all the text for our article content, or not the text, but like the text input. And I want to also render like an image drop zone to upload images. Now, what do we do first? Do we first of all render our rich text editor, or do we first of all render our drop zone? I think we should first of all handle our image upload and drop zone, and after that we will handle our rich text editor. Alright friends, so now image uploading is a topic which is not very easy. It's quite hard to be honest, and it makes sense why there are a lot of services to make image uploading work, because as I already said, it's not easy. You have to create a form, you have to make this whole uploading work, you have to handle errors, you have to show a loading indicator, and you have to minify your images, you have to throw a CDN on there, and just in general, uploading images is very damn hard. Authentication is hard, image uploading is also very hard. So it makes sense to use a service to make image uploading work. And that's exactly what we'll do. We'll use Uploadthing in this video. Uploadthing was created by this dude, Theo, you probably all know him. And now the question comes, why do we use Uploadthing? Well, it's quite easy. Uploadthing, first of all, is based on S3. S3 is provided by Amazon, and that's probably already an industry standard. And just in general, uploading images and files in general is very, very easy with Uploadthing. It's so easy that you can probably implement everything in 5 minutes. And the cool thing with Uploadthing is that you have pre-signed URLs. Now, I won't dive into pre-signed URLs because they are a separate topic and it also takes a bit to explain. Nevertheless, just know you have some shortcomings with serverless environments like Vercel, but when you use pre-signed URLs, you don't have them, and Uploadthing offers them, and that's great. Now to get started, either create a new account or just sign in. So I'm already signed in, so I will head over to the dashboard. As you now see, I have right here a few applications, but they are not interesting. We want to create a new application. So on the top right, let me click on create new app. And then inside of here for the app name, let's just say blog Marshall YouTube. And then app URL, we can leave it empty. And for the region, US West is also fine. Let me now click on create app. And this should now take a second. So as you now see, we got redirected to the dashboard. And as you also see, we have 0 files and 0 usage. But this is fine. We'll change that in a second. So without even looking at the dashboard any further, let me right here go to the top right corner and let me click on documentation. And let me now first of all set up Uploadthing. Now right here you see they tell you what Uploadthing is. You can read through it if you want to. I have explained what Uploadthing is, but nevertheless, if you want to read more, please check it out. But now right here on the left side, we have a getting started guide, and we use Next.js using the app router. So let me select that. And then inside of here, you now see what packages we have to install. So we have to install Uploadthing and then add Uploadthing React. So let me write you a copy the installation command. Let's go back to VS Code. Let's open the terminal. Let me stop my dev server and let me paste this right here. Let me do also in -- legacy peer dependencies and then let me click on enter. Alright, so these 2 packages have now been installed, which is good. And now we can continue with the documentation. So as you see, the next step is to add environment variables. So right here we have to add an Uploadthing secret. So let me go to the dashboard again. Let me click on API keys. And then right here we now have our environment variables. Let me just copy them right here. They have already everything added. And then let's go to our env file, so .env, and let me just paste it underneath our database URL. So now we have right here our uploading secret and then also our app ID. Let's now continue with the documentation. The next step is now to set up a file router. Now, how can you think of this whole thing? How does Uploadthing work? So it works like that. You have one file router, and this file router stores all of your file routes. You can think of file routes like API routes. So your file router is this object thing that stores all of your uploading API routes. So one file router, multiple file routes. This is how Uploadthing works, and this is how you can think of it. So let's now first of all create our file router, and then let's create our file route. To do that, we have to again go back to VS Code. Let's close everything. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the API folder. And then inside of here, we have to now create a new folder. So in the API folder, not in the auth folder, let me create a new folder and let me just call it Uploadthing. So inside of this Uploadthing folder, I want to now create a new file, and this will be our core.ts file. Now I know I named it core.ts, not route.ts, but this is fine. We don't want to create a route handler right now. We'll do that a bit later. So this file will be there to store our file router and also our file routes, so our API routes. So what I'll do right here is just copy this whole code. So let me copy this and let me paste it inside of here. What this is the code for our file router. So right here we first of all initialize Uploadthing, and then right here we create our file router. Right here this image uploader is our first file route. We gave it a bit of configuration. So right here we want to get images, or we want to allow the user to upload images, and the max file size is 4 MB. Then we also have like a middleware callback. So right here we do a bit of authorization. We can say right here, hey, we want to only allow authorized or authenticated users to upload. And then we also have a onUpload complete callback, which right here just returns the metadata, or in other words, the user ID. So this is all we have right here, and now we can get started using that. So right here we have a fake auth function. As you see, we don't need this right here. We want to create our own kind auth function. So what we can do is go right here to this middleware callback. Let me delete this constant user await auth. I don't need that. And inside of here, what we can do is a constant. We can destructure it, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Get kind server session is imported from kind OSS, kind of Next.js /server. Let's import that, let's invoke it, and let me get a get user function. Let me now fetch the user. So let's say constant user, and then this will be equal to await get user. So now we have fetched our user, and we can leave this right here. And right here tells you if you throw, the user will not be able to upload. This is fine. If the user is not authenticated, we don't want to allow the user to upload any images. So now we have created our file router with our first file route. What I'll do also right here is add a max file count. So right here you can add a comma and then say max file count, and we'll say 1. We want to only allow the user to upload 1 image. So now we're done. We have now created everything, and what we have to do now is also create a route handler. So if you continue with the documentation, you now see create a Next.js API route using the file router. So what we'll do is again go back. Let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, API folder, Uploadthing folder, and let me create a route.ts. So this will now be our route handler, or as they say, an API route. And what I can do is just copy this code. So let me copy it and paste it right here. So as you see, what we do right here is just create a route handler, and then we pass our router. So we have now set up this. This looks good. I can now close this. So we are finished with the backend for Uploadthing, if you want to call it like that. And now the next thing we have to do is add right here Uploadthing styles. Now, since we use Tailwind, we have to use also right here this Tailwind helper function. This is called with UT. So let me copy this, then let me go to the tailwind.config file, and then inside of here, let me just import that. So now we have imported with UT from Uploadthing/tv. We have to now somehow wrap our config with this helper. So what you can do is copy config right here, so this export default config, and then we can do it with UT, and then inside of here, invoke it, and as an argument, we can pass our config. So now this is already done. We have now added Uploadthing styles helper. And the next step is to add right here the Uploadthing components. This is recommended because right here we can assign types. And since we use TypeScript, we love types. So what I'll do right now is again open my Explorer. Let's go right here to the app folder. Let's go to the utils folder. And inside of here, let's just say uploadthing components and then .ts. So now we have created this file, and then I can just copy this right here, and then let's paste it inside of here. So what we did is just get our upload button and also our upload drop zone, and then we just re-export them right here. Now, as you see, we currently get an error for our file router. This is because the import path is incorrect. So let me just click on our file router and let me import it right here. So I will import that, and now this error is also gone. So again, all we did right here is just re-export the components, and we also assigned the types right here. So this is now done, this is great, and now I think we are already done. So the next step is to mount a button and upload. To do that, let me again go right here to the app folder, then let me go to the dashboard folder, to the sites folder, site ID folder, create folder, and then the page.tsx. So this is now the route, so this is the create route for our article where I want to render our drop zone. So what I'll do is go underneath right here our small description, underneath the div, and then let me create a new div element. Let's give this div a class name, let's say grid, and let's also do a gap of 2. Inside of this div, as you already know, I want to render a label. So let me right here get a label, and for the label, let me just say cover image. So now we have right here a label, and if you now save this and again go back to your web browser, you see it does not work. That's because I have to restart my dev server. So let me do an npm run dev. Alright, my dev server has again restarted, and as we see, we now have this label right here which says cover image. What I want to do now is render a drop zone. So let me go back to our code. Right here we have our label, and let me go underneath the label. Inside of here, let me get the upload drop zone. This is now imported from our utils folder. Please make sure that you import it from there and not from Uploadthing React, because we want to get types. So now let me import that. This is of course self-closing, and now you'll see we'll get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, we are missing one property which is required, and this is the endpoint. Now the question is, what is a endpoint? Well, we had one file router and we had one file route. A endpoint is a file route. So at the end of the day, it's an API route. If you click on Control Spacebar, you see our file route, or in other words, the endpoint is called image uploader. Let's select this, and then we can save that. Now you will see in a second, we'll get errors right here in the console or in the terminal. It tells us warning, blah, 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 whatever. The problem is that this component is currently a server component. And when you use Uploadthing, you have to mark your file where you use this component as use client. So what we'll do is go right here on top and let me mark this component right here, in other words this file, as use client. If I now save this and again go back or open my terminal, in other words, you see we don't get any error anymore, and that's because I now mark this file as use client. If I now go back to our website right here, we now see right here this drop zone, and it looks quite nice. So now we have implemented right here Uploadthing, and let's test it out. So let me upload one image. So I've now selected one image. Let me now click on upload one file, and let's see if it works. So we have right here in percentage value. Now it's uploading, and I guess it has uploaded. Let me go to the Uploadthing dashboard and let me see. Alright, I'm in my dashboard, and what do we see? We have one file. If I click on this right here, you see this file, and I can also open that, and then you will see this image right here. So now we see that this works. Nevertheless, this is not quite the user experience I want. When I upload an image, I want to see it. I want it to be displayed right here. So how do we do that? Well, it's quite simple. We will create state, and then we'll store the image URL in the state. We'll do internally and everything like that. So let me go right here again to our export default function. Let's go above the return statement, and then inside of here, let me now create state. So let's create a constant. Let's use these array brackets. Let's create a getter and setter. So let's say image URL and then set image URL. Then this will be right here equal to use state. Use state is imported from React, and as an initial state, let's say undefined. So now we have created state, and now we can use this getter and setter for our image. So let me scroll to the bottom to our drop zone, and now we can use right here in callback. We can use the on client upload complete. This is the callback, and inside of here I can, for example, get the response. So right here in the params I can get a response, and let's now create an arrow function. Now inside of this I can do whatever I want. So this on client upload complete fires when our image upload was finished. So what I can say inside of here is that, hey, once we upload the image, I want to store the URL in the state. So let's say set image URL, this is our setter, and then inside of here I can now pass the URL. Now if I pass response right here, you'll see this won't work because response is an array. So what we have to do is get the first item in the array. So let's use array brackets and then 0. With that I get the first item in the array, and then I can do a dot, and now you see all of the things which I can get. I can get right here the key, the name, the size, and everything like that. What I want to get is the URL, so let's select that. And now this is also finished. So once our image uploads, we right here fire this callback, and then we set the image right here in state. Now currently you see we get an error, and it tells me argument of type string is not assignable to type undefined. So what's exactly the problem? So right here at the top, we mark this right here as undefined, and now the state thinks that we can only have an undefined state. So what we can do is use a generic, and then I can say, hey, this will be either undefined, or you can use right here this vertical line, or it could be a string. So in the initial state it will be undefined, but once we update right here the state, it will be a string. So since we now do that, let me now also upload, or not upload, but let me now render the image when we have an image. So let me again go to our upload drop zone right here. Let me copy it. So I will copy it for now. I will delete it, but don't forget it. We'll need it in a second. And now I want to do internally. And I want to say, hey, if we have an image URL, if this is defined, let's do internally, let's return something. And if it's not defined, then let me again return our upload drop zone. Now let me right here handle the state when we have an image. So let me right here get the image component from next/image. This is self-closing. And now I have to pass a source. So for the source, this is our image URL. So again, our state, we had a setter. This is the set image URL. And now we are using the getter. Then what else do we have? We have an alt for the image. We'll just say uploaded image. Then we'll also have to give it right here in class name. And for the class name, I will just say object of cover. Now I already know we'll get an error. So if I now go back, if I do a hard refresh, you see everything is working. But once I upload an image, we'll get an error. Let me show it to you. I will now upload one image. So let me right here click on upload. Now we have again our loading state. Everything will be uploaded. The uploading itself will be successful, but we'll get another error. And the error says right here, image with source is missing required width property. So if you didn't know, whenever you use the image component and it's a external source, so if the image comes from an URL, you have to always pass a width and a height. So what we'll do right here is give it a width. The width will be just 200, and for the height we'll do the same of also 200. If I now save that and again go back, we will now get another error, as you will see. You don't see an error, so let me again upload a image. And now you'll see it again uploads, everything will be fine, the image will show an upload thing, but now we'll get a new error. And the new error is right here, invalid source prop on next/image. Hostname is not configured under your images. So when you use the image component, you do a bit of optimization. This optimization of course takes resources. This means you don't want to optimize every image, but you only want to optimize certain domains. So that means you want to whitelist certain host names. So in this case, our host name is utfs.io, and we want to whitelist this host name. So let me go to the next.config file, and then inside of here, we'll get right here images. Let me get that. Let's open that. This is an object. Inside of here, I will get remote patterns. This right here is not an object, but an array. And then inside of here, I have to now pass all of the URLs, which I want to whitelist. So let me create an object. And then inside of here, we first of all get a protocol. This will be HTTPS, so secured. Then we'll have a host name. For the host name, this is right here, utfs.io. So let me just copy it and paste it inside of here. And then the last thing we have is the port, and the port is just an empty string. So now we are done with this. We have now right here configured the image URL. If you open your terminal, you see our dev server automatically is restarting. This has to happen whenever you change something in next.config. If it does not happen for you automatically, then you'll have to restart your dev server manually. But now let me again right here reload our web browser, and then our image should work in a second. As you now see right now, weirdly the dev server is not starting for me. I'm not sure what is wrong. So what I'll do is stop my dev server. I will clear everything. Let me open my Explorer, and inside of here I will delete the .next folder. So let me delete this right here, move it to trash. I can again close this, let me again open my terminal, and let me again do an npm run dev. In theory, the web browser should now start, or in other words, the dev server, and yes, now it's starting. So let me again go back to localhost 3000, and now this should again work. So I'm now again right here inside of our page, so in the dashboard to create a new site. Everything is again loading and working exactly as we want to. And now let me again upload an image. So let me click on choose a file. Then let me upload one image. Right now you shouldn't see anything. And then let me click on upload. Again, we have our loading state. And then now we should see our image displayed right here. So let's see, this is loading and now our image has been uploaded and then we see this image right here. So this is how it looks like. One thing which I'll do right here is also let me close my terminal. Let me go to this page. Let's customize the class name even further. Let me right here give it a width or a W. Let's use custom value 200 pixels. Let's also use in height, again custom value 200 pixels. And then let me also do in rounded. And let's say LG. Let's now save this, and if I again go back, you now see this is how it looks like, but this is fine. Now there's one more thing which we can do, and this is also a on-upload error. So underneath the endpoint, let's do right here an on-upload error. Let's get that. Then right here again, this is a inline error function, so let's open that. And right here, I'll just do a throw new error, and I can just say something went wrong, ... Let's now save this, and if I again go back, everything is still the same. If we get an error, we'll just throw a new error. Maybe also one thing which you could do is render a toast. So instead of right here just throwing a error, we could use a toast. So let me go again to ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here we can search for Sonar or Sonar, I'm not sure how you call it or pronounce it, but this is right here the toast library which we can use. It looks very, very beautiful. So let me just copy an installation command using npm. Let me open my terminal. I will stop my dev server. Let me paste it inside of here. As you now see, we got an error right here. So if you currently open your Explorer right here, go in the components folder and then right here to Sonar, you right here see that we haven't installed right here Sonar. This is again because of Next.js 15, React 19, everything like that. So what you can do is just copy right here Sonar, the name, then open your terminal, do an npm i Sonar, and then -- legacy-peer dependencies. This will now install Sonar, so the base layer on which this package or this component works. And then as you see, this error will now go away. So now we can use Sonar. So what you can do is go to the documentation, and you see what we have to do is add a toaster component. So to do that, let me go right here again to the Explorer. Then let's open the app folder and let's go into the root layout. Inside of here, I want to now render right here this toaster component. So let me import that on the top. So import right here toaster from components UI Sonar. And then we can now use right here this toaster component underneath our children. What I want you to make sure is that you still render the toaster right here above the theme provider, or in other words, still in the theme provider, but underneath the children. What I want to do also right here is add a few properties. So right here you can click on Control Spacebar, then you see all the properties which you can add. And I want to set right here which colors. So this will have like a red color and a green color. And I want to also right here set a close button. So now we can use right here Sonar. So we can again go to our route where we create our articles. So right here to our drop zone. And now we can use right here Sonar. To use Sonar, it's relatively simple. What you have to do is go right here under our set image URL. Then we can do a toast. Toast is imported from Sonar. Then let's do a dot, and I want to do a dot success because this is right here a success message. Then let's invoke it, and as a message, let's just say image has been uploaded. Then let's also do the same for our on-upload error. And inside of here, we can just do, instead of this throw new error, we can do in toast.error. And then for the message, I can just say something went wrong, ... Let's now save that. And in theory, this should now work. So let me go back to our website, or first of all, let me open my terminal. Let's clear everything. Let me do an npm run dev, and then let's test out if it works. All right, so my website is again running. Let me now select again a file. Let me now upload this file. This will again take a second. So we again have our loading state, and then we should see an image, and on the bottom right corner, I should see a toast. And yes, that's what you see. Right here on the bottom right, we have the toast, and then we have the image right here. So this works beautifully, exactly as I wanted. Right here we have this rich color, so this greenish color, and then on the top left, we have this X icon. If I click on that, the toast goes away, And now as we see, this works beautifully. Alright, and with that, we are now done with Uploadthing. We have now made image uploading work. We have implemented a toast, and everything works beautifully. What I want to do now is implement a rich text editor. This will be probably quite interesting. It isn't that easy, nevertheless it will be very interesting. So now let's get started with the rich text editor. Alright, now to create our rich text editor, we will use something called Novel. Now Novel is built by a guy who worked at Vercel, and also Novel builds on TipTap. So if you go to the website tiptap.dev, you will see TipTap is a headless rich text editor. So you can build it yourself and everything as you want. Now building your own rich text editor is not very easy and not very fast. So what we can use is Novel. Novel again builds on TipTap and just makes our life a bit easier because, for example, we now have like a Notion like rich text editor. So if I right here use this command, or if I use right here the slash, I can use whatever I want. So in heading, a bullet list, and whatever we have right here. And this is what I want to do. So we'll use Novel right here in this project. Again, it's based on TipTap. It's built by an ex-Vercel employee, and it's a great package, which I've already used a few times. So to get started, I will right here go to the documentation on top, and you will now get redirected to the docs. Again, all of the links are in the YouTube description. And what we have to do now is, first of all, right here, click on Quick Start. Right here in the Quick Start, you see we have to do an npm I novel. So let me copy this installation command. Let me open my terminal. Let me stop my dev server. Let me clear everything. Then let me paste this command, npm I novel, and let's do -- legacy-peer-dependencies. Let me now click on enter, and now this installation will take quite some time because we have to install quite a few packages. Alright, so we have now installed Novel. So let me go back to the documentation, and inside of here we can go to the quick start guide and we can now get started. So right here we have the usage tab. Let me click on Tailwind CSS since we use Tailwind CSS, and now we have something like a quick start guide. So the first thing we have to do is configure a wrapper. So let me go back to our code. Let me close everything. Let me go to the Explorer. Let's go into the app folder, components folder, dashboard folder, and inside of here, let me create a new file and let's name it editor wrapper.tsx. So I've now created this component, and now inside of there we can paste right here this code. So let me copy this code right here and let's paste it inside of here. So this code is relatively simple. First of all, we mark the component as used client, then we import a few things from Novel, then right here we have the state, and then we just render our editor root and then the editor content. Now currently we're getting right here an error for our content, or in other words for our state. It tells us right here type null is not assignable to type JSON content or undefined. We'll fix that in a second. So what I want to do is delete this whole useState hook. We won't need it. We will actually get a hook, or the state, we'll get the state through our page.tsx and not through this component. So I can delete that, and inside of here what I want to first of all do is create an interface. So above the Tailwind editor we can create an interface. We can just name it props, or let's just call it editor props. Let's open that, and inside of here I want to have two fields. First of all, we have the initial value, and then we'll also have a onChange handler. So let me first of all get the initial value. Now this right here will be optional, which means I will append a question mark. With that I tell TypeScript, hey, this could be either defined or it could be undefined, or in other words you don't have to define it. And then the type of this will be JSON content. JSON content is imported from Novel, and this is also just in type. Let's save this, and then the second thing which I want is a onChange handler. So let's get a onChange, and then this will be just a standard arrow function which returns void. Now also right here in the params we can also get a value, and this value will be also of type JSON content. So we're now done right here with our interface. We can now also get it or pass it right here in the params. So let's destructure it, and then inside of here we can give it a type of editor props, and I can also now get a type which is onChange, and I can also get the initial value. So now this looks good. Nevertheless, we still get 2 errors right here. That's because we have now to change the things that we pass. So instead of right here initial content being equal to content, this will be equal to the initial value. And then also right here for our onUpdate handler or callback function, we want to also delete the set content. Let me delete this, and I want to instead call this onChange handler. So let me get my onChange, we get it right here through the params, and then let me invoke it, and as an argument I want to pass JSON. Now again, JSON right here is on our onUpdate handler. We then just convert our whole editor to JSON, and then I pass it right here to this onChange handler. So now this looks good, we are done with that, and let me also delete this useState, we don't need it anymore, and now we can continue with the quick start guide. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, the next step right here is to configure extensions. So what we can do is click right here on this extensions, and now we can use them. So what I'll do is open my Explorer, let me go to the app folder, components folder, dashboard folder, and let's right here create a extensions.ts. Inside of this extensions file, I will store all of this, so I can just copy this right here and paste it inside of here. So what exactly is this extensions file? Well, this extensions file is there to configure TipTap to whatever you need. So right here, for example, we configure a ordered list, we have a list item, block rows, code block, and everything like that. So this is what we want to use, in other words. Now currently, so we are also getting an error for our update image. So what I can do is delete this update image. We can also delete this TipTap image, we don't need that. And then at the bottom, if you scroll to the bottom, we can delete this update image and TipTap image, we don't need that. So this, what we have right here, is all we need. We can now leave this alone, in other words. Let me now close again this extensions file, and if you go back to the docs, you see there's nothing really new. So I can also close this, and now we have to somehow tell right here our editor wrapper that we want to use extensions, or that we want to use this extensions file. How do we do that? Well, it's relatively simple. We'll go above this Tailwind editor, so above our constant Tailwind editor, and let's right here do a constant extensions, and this will be equal to an array. Inside of here, I want to now spread my default extensions. Now, you might ask me, hey Jan, how do you spread it? So you use right here 3 dots, and then we can get our default extensions. Again, the default extensions are imported from the extensions file, and we just created them right here. So this extensions.ts file is our default extensions. So we have now done that, and now we have to pass this extensions to our Tailwind editor. How do you do that? Well, right here for the editor content, we can pass right here, or we can get a property, which is extensions, and this is equal to extensions. Who would have thought? So now we have passed our default extensions. This is done. This is great. And if you now go back to the documentation, the next step right here is to now create menus. Now you have two options. Either you use right here a / command, or you can use a bubble menu. What we will use right here is a / command. So I can open that, or I can click on that. And now we first of all have to create a new component. So let me again go right here to our code editor. Let me open the Explorer. And then right here inside of the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, components folder, dashboard folder. And let me create a new file, and let's name it /command.tsx. Inside of here, we have to just paste right here this code. So let me copy it and paste it inside of here. Now, what's exactly this code, or what does it do? Well, this code is there to make this whole / command work. So later on, when we use Notion, or not Notion, but this text editor, which is like Notion, we use right here the /, and then it will open like a command palette where we can then choose what we need, like a heading, a bullet list, and everything like that. So this is what we create right here, and these are the options which we use. First of all, let me delete this plugin right here. So the start image upload, we don't need that. I can delete it. And now we see all of the items which we have. So right here we have an array with multiple objects. So the first one right here is send feedback. We don't need that, so let me delete the send feedback. Then let's continue. We have right here text, this is fine. To-do list, heading, heading 2, heading 3. We have a bullet list, number list, quote, and code, and this all looks good. So now we can leave it. We just delete right here this send feedback. We don't want it right here. And now I can also save this. So if you now go back to the documentation and scroll to the bottom, you see the next step is to register the command. So what we have to do is pass it right here to our extensions array. If I go back to the editor wrapper component, I have to now pass it right here again to this extensions array. So behind or after this default extensions, let's add a comma, and let's get right here our / command, which is imported from the components. This has now been done, and if you continue with the documentation, the next step is now to create the UI for the command. What I want to do right here is copy this editor command, so we can leave the editor content right here, we don't need it. We just need this editor command. So if I now copy it, I can now again go back, and now I have to paste it right here underneath the editor content. So I have to still pass it right here above the editor root or inside of the editor root, but underneath the editor content. Let me now paste it inside of here, and now there's one more thing which we have to do. Currently our editor content is right here self-closing. This is not what should happen. This should be a normal wrapping. So let me delete right here the self-closing, and we have to close our editor content underneath our editor command. So we'll have an editor root, then editor content, and then the editor command. So let me right here close editor content. Let's get that and close it. What we have to do now is import right here the editor command and everything like that. So let me import that from novel. Let's import the editor command empty from novel. Let's import right here the editor command list from novel. Let's import the suggestion item from /command. Let's import the editor command also from novel. And then this should already be all. Currently, we are also getting right here an error for item.command. It tells us right here if you hover over it, cannot invoke an object which is possibly undefined. So what you have to do right here is add a question mark and then a dot. And now if you save this, this error is also gone. So if you now go back to the documentation, you now see we are done. We have now created the UI for the command. And let's now again go back right here to the setup guide. So we have now configured the wrapper. We have right here configured our extensions. We have right here configured the /menu. And now the last thing we have to do is add editor props. So what you can do is copy right here this editor props, and we'll need them right here for the editor content. I can just paste it right here above the extensions. So let me paste it right here. And now we have right here a handle DOM events, and then we also have right here attributes. This is just a class of pros, and we'll use it in a second to make the typography look nice. Now currently we are also getting an error right here. This is because we have to import handle command navigation, and you have to import that from novel/extensions. So now this is done. We have done everything. We imported everything and everything looks good. There's only one more thing which I'll do, or actually no, I will skip that for now. Let's first of all import this whole editor, and then I will add whatever I wanted to add. So for that, let me again go to the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the dashboard folder. Let's go in the sites folder. Let's go in the site ID folder, in the create folder, and then in the page.tsx. What I want to do now in this page is create a new div with a label, and then I want to import this editor wrapped. For that, let me go underneath this div where we have our cover image. So let me create a new div element. Let's give this div right here a class name. This will be grid. Let's do a gap of 2. And then inside of this div, let me render a label. Now this label is already imported, and I want to just say, let's say article content. Then underneath the label, I want to now render my editor. So we can right here get our Tailwind editor. This is imported from our components. Let's import that, and this is self-closing. As you now see, we are now getting an error. Of course, not quite what we want, but we'll fix that. What we have to do right here is pass two properties. We have to pass right here this onChange handler, and we have to pass a initial value if we want to. So what I'll do right now is go right here to the top, and then inside of here, we have to create a new state. Now for the state, let's right here do a constant. We will use again state. So let's create a getter and setter. Let's do a value, and let's do set value. And then this will be right here equal to use state. Use state is already imported. Let's invoke it. And now we have to pass a initial state. And the initial state will be undefined. Then we have to also pass right here in generic, and this generic will be that this could be either JSON content, this is imported from novel, or it could be undefined. So again, we did the same as with our image URL, and we said, hey, the initial state is undefined, but we could update it right here to JSON content. So we have now created the state, and now we can use it right here as properties. So let me scroll to the bottom, and then inside of here, let me first of all pass my onChange. This will be equal to set value, and then we'll also right here have a initial value, and I will set the initial value to value. And now I think it's time to test out if everything works. So let me open my terminal, and inside of here, let's do an npm run dev. This will again restart my dev server, and let's see in a second how it looks like. Alright, so my dev server has again restarted, and if I now go back, we now have my article content, and right here I can now write some content. If I right here use now the / command, you now see that we right here open a new command field, and then I can write text or a to-do list or whatever I want to do. So this works beautifully, but as you see, yeah, this does not look perfect. I don't have any border or any size. This does not look how it should look. So this is what I wanted to change. So we have to go again to our editor wrapper, and inside of here we have to add a class name. So for the editor content, let me give it a class name, and then this will be border. Let me give it a padding of 4. Let's do round it. This will be of LG, and we can also give it a minimum height. So let's do minimum height, and let's say 64. Let's now save this, and if I again go back, you'll now see that this is way bigger, and this already looks exactly as it should look like. But now we have another problem. If I now write some content, so let me write here get the slash, and let's say I want to do a heading 1. Let me do that, and let me zoom in a bit. You will see that even though I've selected a heading 1, it does not look like a heading 1. If I go right here above, below that, and let's say I want to do right here a bullet list, select that, you see, yeah, it looks alright, but nevertheless, it isn't perfect. If I use a heading 3, it still looks the same as the heading 1. So we have to change something. What you have to do is install a typography plugin. Because currently, if you go to the tailwind.config file, we right here import tailwind-css-animate, but what we can also import is Tailwind typography. So in Chrome, you can search for Tailwind CSS typography. So right here, the first link, this is Tailwind CSS typography. This is created by the Tailwind team, so this is completely safe to use. And this is also a development dependency, which means it does not show up in your production bundle size. So what we can do is import or install this Tailwind CSS typography. Let's copy that. Let's open the terminal. I will now open a second terminal tab. And then right here, let me paste it inside of here. And let's do a -- legacy peer dependencies. Let's now click on enter. And now right here, this development dependency will be installed. So Tailwind CSS typography is now installed. And now I can use it right here inside of our plugins array. So let me go on or after our Tailwind CSS animate, and let's paste it inside of here. So now this should be already all. I can now again go back to our website, and let me do a hard refresh. And now let's test out if it works. So let me right here use my slash. Let's do heading 1, and let's write something. Let's go underneath that. Let's use a slash, and let's create a bullet list. Okay, this looks good. Let's go underneath that. Let's again use a slash, and let's create a quote. And yes, as you see, this works beautifully. So we're now done right here with our rich text editor, or in other words, we're done with right here novel. And now we can continue and just render our button. So at the bottom of the form, I want to render a submit button. For that, let me just go below this div, but still inside of the form. And then let me just render right here a button. And for the button, I'll just say submit. If I now save that and again go back, you'll now see right here at the bottom a submit button. Now I think it's a bit too big, it's too long, or it takes the whole width, which I don't like. So let me give this button right here a class name of wfit. And if you now save that, you see everything looks beautiful. We have right here in card, we have in title, so an input for the title, we have a input for the slug, we have a small description text, we have right here in drop zone, and then we have right here a rich text editor, which works beautiful. What I want to do now is make the whole mutation work to create an article, and this is exactly what we'll do now. Alright friends, there's one more thing which I want to do before we create our mutation, and this has to do something with authentication. So currently the problem is that this dashboard route is publicly available. So if I go to an incognito tab where I'm not logged in, and where I just copy this URL and paste it inside of here, you'll see that I'm still able to access this route even though I'm not authenticated. And this is not what we want. So we have two ways or two things we can do. Either we go to each route, use a getKindServer session, so we fetch our user and then do an if check. Or the second option which we could do, which is faster and way easier, this is to use middleware. And what I think we should do in this video is use middleware. So let me right here open my Explorer, and what we have to do is create a new middleware file. So right here in the root directory, we can create just a middleware.ts. Now please make sure that you spell middleware correctly. I misspell it often and you don't really want that, so please make sure that everything is spelled correctly. And inside of here, we have to now somehow protect all of our routes. How do we do that? Well, it's quite simple with kind. So we have to first of all import something. So let me do an import, let's structured, and then this will be from at kind OSS slash kind of Next.js slash middleware. So not slash server, but slash middleware. And then inside of here, I want to get a with auth function. And now we can create our middleware. So let's do an export default, then let's use our with auth, so what we have just imported, let's invoke it, and let's open right here an object. Inside of here, I want to now add two properties. So I want to say, hey, what is the login page? And I want to say, if I want to return to the page that the user tried to visit. Let me try to explain it to you in a second. Let's first of all create a login page. So right here, the first property is the login page. And right here, I can tell kind what our route is to log in. And the route is slash API slash auth and then slash login. And then the next thing which we have is, of course, this boolean which I just said, which is called is return to current page. And what that means is if the user, for example, tries to reach the dashboard route, the user would get redirected to authenticate. And once the user authenticates, we would again redirect the user to the page that he tried to visit. So this is what here again called is return and then to current page. Now right here, please make sure that you spell it correctly. It's important because if you spell it somehow different, this won't work. So again, is return to current page. You can also just go to the kind documentation. So right here, I'm in the documentation for the app router. And then if you search for the middleware right here, you will see this configuration object or this property, which is called is return to current page. So you can just copy it and then use it inside of here. We set it to true because I want to redirect the user to the page that he tried to visit. And then the next thing which we have to do is create a matcher. So we want to tell right here Next.js what routes we want to protect. So let's do an export constant. This is called config, and then this is equal to an object. Inside of here, we will get a matcher, and this matcher is equal to an array. Inside of here, I can paste all of the URLs which I want to protect, and I want to protect all dashboard routes. So that's why I use in string, and then I can say slash dashboard, and what we can then do is write here a slash colon path and then star. With that, I say, hey, I want to protect all dashboard routes, but also all children routes which are in the dashboard route, if it makes sense. So dashboard slash sites and everything like that. Since we now know what middleware is and how this works, so how this matcher works, I think we could now test out if it works. So what I'll do is copy right here this URL and let me open it in incognito where I'm not logged in. So let me paste it inside of here, and what you'll now see is that we'll get redirected to the kind authentication page, and that's again because I'm not authenticated. So with this, we don't have to do anything manually, so we don't have to get our user, fetch it and do an if check. Everything is done automatically using this middleware function. So this is now great, and with this we are now sure that only authenticated users can reach our dashboard routes, or just in general, the dashboard. And since we're now done with that, let's now create our mutation to create articles. To do that, the first thing I want to do is create a Zod schema. So let me go right here to our app folder, then let's go in the utils folder, and let's go inside of the Zod schemas file. So right here we have our Zod schemas file, and now I want to create another Zod schema for the article. So let me go underneath the site schema, let's do an export constant, and we'll name it article, or let's name it post schema, and then this will be equal to that.object. So this is again the same idea as we had with the site schema. We have to again pass right here all of the fields which we have, and then we can use that later on to match it against our form data. Now if you currently open your schema file, what fields do we have? We have a title, we have an article content, a small description, image, and a slug. These are all the fields which we need, and these are also the fields which we will now add right here. So the first thing we had was the title. Now this title will be at that.string. Let's invoke that because this is in string, not a number or anything like that. And let me also do further validation. So let's say the minimum length will be 1. So .min, let's invoke it, and let's say 1. And let's also add a maximum length. So let's do .max, and then this will be 100. Then the next thing which I want to add right here is the slug. So let's do slug. This will be right here equal to that.string. Let's invoke it. Again, let's do further validation. So let's do .min, and this will be right here 1. and let's do .max, and this will be 190. Then let's continue. The next thing which we have is the cover image, so the URL. So let me right here do a cover image, and then this will be again equal to that.string. Let's invoke it, and let's also do again manual validation or further validation, and let's say the minimum length, so .min, should be 1. So we're now done with that, and then the next thing we have is our small description. Now this right here is again a string, so let's do z.string, and now let's also do further validation. Let's say .min, so the minimum length will be 1, and then let's do .max, and the maximum length will be, let's say 200. Let's now save that, and now this also looks good. And now the last thing which we have is the article content, so our rich text editor. So let's right here say article content, and then this will be equal to z.string, and then let's also do further validation, and let's say .min, and let's say 1. Now one thing you might say is, hey Jan, why do we say right here that this is a string, so for the article content, even though it is a JSON? Because in the schema file right here, we store our article content as JSON, but for the sort schema, we say that this is in string. Well, it's quite simple. When you do a post request, you can't transport a JSON. You have to do it as in string. So we'll right here get it as in string, and then later on in the server action, we'll pass it to JSON and then store it in our database as JSON. So we'll get our data as JSON, we'll convert it to a string, then in the server action, we'll convert it to JSON, and then we'll send it like that to the database. This is how we'll do everything. And since we're now done with our schema, I think we can now create our server action. So let me go to my actions file, and inside of here, let me now create the server action. And now let's right here create our server action. So let's right here do an export async function. We have to give it a name. So let me call it create post action. Let's invoke it, and then let me just open this function inside of here. Now, since you already know, this right here is a server action. A server action has to be treated as a public endpoint, which means we have to secure it. How do you secure it? Well, as you already know, we right here did a, if I open it, we right here fetched our user, and then we did a if check. Now, let's be honest, writing all of this code takes a lot of time. We don't want to do that. What if we could just break it into one component and then just call this one component? Or in other words, what if we break it into a hook and call this hook whenever we need it? So what we can do is open our Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, let's go in the utils folder, and then in the utils folder, let me create a new file and let's name it require-user.ts. Now this file, or in other words, the function which will be in this file, will be there to do this code. So we'll right here break this code into one function, and then we'll call this function whenever we want to make a server action, or whenever we want to fetch a user, and also check that the user's active, or in other words, that the user has a active session. So let me go to the require user function or file, and let's right here do an export constant. Then let's call it right here require user. I will right here just do a standard arrow function, and then let me just open this function inside of here. And now inside of here, we can write our validation code for our authentication. So we can do a constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to getKindServerSession. You already know getKindServerSession is imported from @kindOSS, kind of Next.js/server. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, let me now get the getUser function. Since we now have our user, we can now fetch it. So let's do a constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. As you now see, we get an error. That's because it tells us right here, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So what we have to do is mark this function as async. So let's do that, and now this error is gone. Let me now do the validation. So let's say if there's no user, you do that with the exclamation mark. Then let's open that, and let's do return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation. Please make sure that you import it from the correct source. If you import that right here from next distribution, you will get errors, and you don't want that. So now let me invoke that, and then as in path, let's say /API/auth, and then / either login or register. Let me just say login. Let's now save that. And the last thing I want to do is return our user. So now we have right here created our hook, function, whatever you want to call it, and now we can use it wherever we need it. So I can now close this file, and if I go back to my server action, we first of all can delete this code right here from the create site action. So right here where we do the validation, we can delete it, and instead we can use a constant user, and then this will be equal to await require user. Require user is imported from the utils folder. Let's import that, let's invoke it, and now right here we did our validation. If we get our user right here, then everything was successful, and if it was not successful, we'll get redirected to log in. So we're now done with that. We can now continue with right here our create post action, and inside of here we can again do the same thing and again validate right here our server action, or in other words we can do an authorization check. So let's do a constant user, and then this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it, and now this right here is also checked, and we also validate that the user is authenticated. The next thing we have to do is check our form data. In other words, we have to compare our form data against our Zod schema. So let me right here do in constant submission. Then this will be equal to pass with Zod. We already imported that, and then we have to invoke it. Inside of here, I have to pass my form data. Now, as you currently see, we don't get any form data. So right here in the params, I can get my form data, and this will be of type form data. Since I have now my form data, I can now pass it right here inside of this function. So let me pass form data, and now I can add a comma, open an object, and inside of here I have to now pass my schema. Now how did we call my schema? So if you go to the Zod schema file, I named the schema post schema. So if I go back, I can right here import post schema for my utils folder, and now this also looks good. So now we have right here our validation, or in other words we now have right here our constant submission where we check our form data against our Zod schema, and now we can again do a if check. We can say if right here our submission dot status was not successful, so let's do an exclamation mark to equal signs, and if this is not equal to success, so if it was an error, then let's open that and let's right here do in return submission dot reply. Let's invoke it, and now we are also done with that. We are now sure that the data is completely validated, so everything is exactly as our Zod schema said, and now we can do our mutation in Prisma. So we can do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported. Let's do dot post, and let me dot create. Then let's invoke it, open that, and inside of here I can now get my data property. Let's open that, and inside of here I have to now pass all of these values. So the first thing we have is our title. The title will be equal to our submission, then dot value and dot title. Then the next thing we have is our small description. This is equal to our submission, then dot value and then dot small description. Then the next thing we have is our slug, and this is equal to our submission, then dot value and dot slug. Then the next thing we have is the article content. Now this right here is a bit interesting. As already said, we first of all in the front end store our JSON content in our state, so everything is fine. When we then do our mutation, we will send our JSON content as a string. And inside of here, I have to again pass our JSON content, which is a string, to a normal JSON content. So I have to pass my JSON to a normal JSON file. So what we have to do right here is a normal JSON.pass. And inside of here, I can now pass my submission, then let's do dot value, and then dot article content. So again, let me try to explain it to you. When we right here go to my create route, so let me go right here, we have at the bottom my Tailwind editor. What we'll do is store right here inside of our, if I go to the top, right here inside of our value, we'll store JSON content. Later on, when we do our mutation, so when we right here at the bottom, click on save, or in other words on submit, we will convert our JSON content to a string. Then right here in the server action, we will get it as a string, and that's why I right here do a JSON.pass. So I pass right here my string to a normal JSON object or JSON format. So this is what we do, and now we can continue. So we have our article content. The next thing we have is the image, and now this image right here will be equal to our submission, then dot value, and then dot cover image. The next thing we have is our user ID, and this user ID will be equal to the user.id. The last thing we have right here is the site ID, since I want to do a relation. And right here, instead of now using conform or Zod, we'll just do a standard form data dot get, and I want to get my site ID. Currently, we will just get null or undefined, but we'll fix that later on. For now, right here, you currently see we get an error, so let's mark it as string, and now this is also fine. So now we have passed all of my data, and the last thing I want to do is redirect the user back to the site's route. So at the bottom, we can just do in return redirect. Redirect is already imported, let's invoke it, and then as an URL, let me just pass /dashboard, and then let's do /sites. Let's now save that, and now this is fine. So we have now created right here our server action. I don't think we have to go through it. I mean, it's quite simple. We first of all validate our user, then we right here do our submission, so we compare the form data against our Zod schema, then we do the if check to check if it was successful. If not, we right here just return our errors, and if it was successful, we then do our mutation right here with Prisma, and at the end, we redirect the user back to the dashboard /sites route. So since this is now done, we can again go to our create route. So let me open that. And now right here in the front end, we have to now set up first of all, again, our use action state hook to get the data from our server action. And I have to also set up right here conform on the front end to show the error messages. So inside of here, let me first of all set up our use action state hook. Again, this is how we get all of our results from the server action. So let's try to do a constant. Let's use these array brackets. And now the first thing we have to get is our status, or in other words, we have to get our result. So let me write to get a last result, and then let me also get a action. This will be then equal to use action state. This is imported from React. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, I have to now pass my server action. So inside of here, let me paste my create post action from my actions file, and the second argument which I have to pass is the initial state. The initial state will be undefined, and if I now save that, this also looks good. Now currently we get an error right here for our server action, and as you already know, or if you remember, that's because we have to add right here the previous state. So in front of the form data, let me add a previous state. And this will be of type any. If I now again save this and go back, you'll now see that this error will go away. So now this looks good. And now the next thing I have to do is set up conform right here on the front end. So let me do a constant. Let's again use these array brackets. Let me get a form, and let me also get fields. And then this will be equal to use form. Use form is imported from conform to React. Let's import that. Let's invoke it. And let's open right here an object. Now, what do you have to pass inside of here? So the first thing I have to pass inside of here is the last result, so the state. So let's pass my last result. And then the next step I have to do is again do a onValidate callback on the client side. So again, in our server action, we right here validate our data on the server side. And now I want to do the same on the front end. So let's again go back, and let me right here add an onValidate callback. Let's invoke it, let's destructure it, let me get the form data, and then let me just open this function. Inside of here, I want to do a return, then let's do pass with Zod. This is imported from conform to Zod. Let's invoke it, let's pass our form data as an argument. Let's add a comma, open an object, let's pass our schema, and this will be equal to our post schema. This is imported right here from our Zod schemas file, and if I now import that, we see everything still looks good. And now, as you already know, the last two properties which we have to add is the should validate and the should revalidate. So let's right here first of all add our should validate, and this will be equal to on blur. And then the next thing we have is our should revalidate, and this will be equal to on input. And since I already explained what these properties are, I don't think I have to do it again. If you forgot, just scroll back in the video or go to the documentation. And now what's the next thing we have to do? Well, we have to now connect our form with right here conform. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, we right here have our form element, and we have to now connect our form to conform. So let's give this form right here an ID. This ID will be equal to form.id. Then we have to also right here pass a onSubmit handler. This onSubmit will be equal to the form.onSubmit. Then we also right here have a action, and this action will be equal to the action. Again, we get our action right here through our use action state hook. And if I now again scroll to the bottom, this was already the last property for our form. And what we have to do now is connect our inputs with conform to show the error messages. So right here for the first input, which is our title, we can first of all right here add a key. For the key, this will be equal to fields.title, and then let me do in .key. Then let me also get a name, and for the name, this will be right here equal to the fields, then let's do .title, and let's do .name. And then the last thing I have right here is the default value, and this will be equal to our fields, then let's do .title, and let's do .initial value. So we're now done with our title. What I want to do now is also display a error message. So underneath the input, let me render a p tag, and then inside of here, let me get my fields, then let's do .title and a .errors. Let me also give right here this p tag a class name, and let's right here say text of red 500, and let me do in text of small. We can now save that, and now let's continue with our slug. For our slug, let me go to the input, and let me right here add a key. For the key, this will be equal to the fields.slug.key. Then let me also get a name. Then for the name, this will be equal to our fields. Then let's do .slug and let's do .name. The last thing which we need is a default value, and the default value will be equal to the fields. Then let's do .slug and initial value. Let me now also render a error message. For that, I will go underneath the button component, but still in the div, and then let me right here render a p tag. Let me again get my fields. Let's do .slug and .errors. Then let me also give it a class name, and this will be right here text, which will be of red 500 and text of small. We can now save that, and what we have to do now is also connect conform to my text area for the small description. So let me give my text area a key. Then for the key, this will be equal to our fields, then small description and .key. Let's continue with the name. For the name, this will be equal to the fields .small description .name, and as you know, the last thing we have is the default value, which will be equal to the fields .default value, or I'm sorry, not default value, but small description, and then .initial value. So we are now done with these properties. Let me now also render an error message. Let me go underneath the text area. Let's get a p tag, and inside of here, let me render right here our fields. Then let's do small description and errors. Let me also get right here a class name. So let's say class name of text, which will be red 500, and text of small. And if we now scroll to the bottom, the last two things we have right here is first of all our cover image, and we also right here have our rich text editor. So what I'll do right now is first of all see how everything looks like, and then we'll fix right here the rich text editor and also our upload drop zone. So let me open my terminal, let me do an npm run dev to restart my dev server, and let me open that in Chrome. Alright, so my dev server is again restarted. We again have right here our form with again our title, our slug, our small description, our cover image, and everything like that. And now we already see our first error. If I click on the input and go again away, we get right here the error message. If I do a hard refresh right here and click at the bottom add submit, so right here I will click on submit, and now we again get our errors. So right here for the title it says required, for the slug it says required, for the small description it says required, and for the article content and for the cover image it says nothing. So let me change that right now. Let's again go back, and now let's fix right here our cover image, and let's fix our rich text editor. So let me right here first of all do the rich text editor, then we'll do our cover image. So what I'll do right here is above our Tailwind editor, I will create an input which will be of type hidden. So let's do an input. This will be of type hidden. Hidden just means that the user won't be able to see this input. Then let me give it right here a name. For the name, this will be equal to our fields. Then let me do an article content, and let me do an name. Then what else do we have right here? We have a key. For the key, this will be just equal to our fields. Then let me do an article content, and let me do an key. And then the last thing we have is the default value, and for the default value this will be our fields, then article content, and then initial value. The last thing I have to add right here is a value, because currently we don't have a value. So let me add a value, and as I already said, I have to now stringify my JSON content. So if you can go to the top, right here we have a state with value. So right here we have the value state, and inside of here we store our JSON content, so the content from the rich text editor. And what I have to do now is stringify this JSON content, because later on in the actions file we will again pass our content and again make it a JSON object. So let me right here do a JSON, then let's do .stringify, let's invoke it, and let's pass our value. So now this in theory should work. The last thing I want to do right here is render a error message. So let me go underneath my Tailwind editor, let's get a p tag, and then inside of here let me get my fields, let's do .article content and .errors. As you know, I have to get a class name, so let's give it a class name of text red 500, and let's do also a text of small. This would now work, but let me now also do the same right here for our drop zone. We have to again right here add a input, which will be of type hidden. To do that, I will go right here underneath my label, but above my image URL, so right here above this ternary, let me create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give this input a name. For the name, this will be equal to the fields. Then let's do .cover image, and let's do .name. Then we'll also have a key, and this will be equal to my fields .cover image .key. And the last thing we have is my default value, and as you know, this is equal to the fields, and then let's do .cover image and .initial value. The last thing I have right here is my value itself. So let's add a value, and this value is equal to my image URL. So now this is done, and the last thing I want to do is render a error message. For that, I'll go underneath my ternary. So my ternary ends right here. We just have a div, and above this div and underneath my ternary, let me render a p tag, and let me say fields. Then let's do .cover image, and then let's do .errors. And then let me also right here add a class name, and this will be just text of red 500. And let me say text of small. So this should now work. We now added right here a error first of all for our drop zone, and also an error for our rich text editor. And what I'll do now is again go back and let's test out if it works. If I click on submit, do we see any error messages? Yes, we see for the title required, for the slug required, for the small description required, for the cover image required, and for the article content we also see required. So this looks beautiful, it works beautifully. And now I guess it's time to test out if everything works. So let me write in title. I will just write something like right here. And now let me click on generate slug. Nothing happened. What's wrong? So currently we haven't set up this button to do anything. It does not work. It's just a dummy button, and this is not quite what I want. So let me change that. So if you again go back to the code and open your terminal first of all, you see right here currently an error, and it says tip-tap error, SSR has been detected. Please set immediately render to false to avoid hydration mismatches. So what we have to do is go to our Tailwind editor, or we called it right here editor wrapper, and inside of here I have to set this property to false. So right here inside of my editor content, I can just go inside of here and I can get right here immediately render, and I can set this to false. So now we are sure that we won't get any hydration errors, and that's great. And now let me again come back to our slug, or to this button. What we need is a package. This is called react-slugify. With this, we can just make sure to slugify our string to a actual slug. So this is how it will look like. If you pass a string, you'll instead right here get words with right here dashes in between that. So this is what I want to use. So I can copy this installation command. This is npm I react-slugify. Let me open my terminal. I will stop my dev server. Again, because of bundling, I just want to make sure. Let's clear everything. Let's paste this inside of here, and let's do -- legacy-peer-dependencies. Let me now click on enter, and this will now install react-slugify. So react-slugify has now been installed. So let me restart my dev server. Let's do an npm dev, and let me again go back to Chrome and let me reload this page. While our dev server restarts, let me now make everything work. So at the top, let's first of all import slugify. So let's right here do an import. Let me import slugify, and this will be from react-slugify. We can now use this, and what we have to do is somehow make our button handler work. If you again scroll a bit to the bottom, we right here have my button which says generate slug, but it does not have any onClick handler or any function attached. And what I want to do is create a function which will make everything work. So what we can do is go a bit to the top and let me create right here a new function. So underneath right here this use form hook, we can now right here create a function. Let me call this handle slug generation. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, I have to now somehow generate the slug, and now the question comes, how do you do that? Well, it's quite simple. We have to somehow get our title and then just pass our title as an argument. Currently, we right here have our input, so for the title, and we don't store it anywhere. So it's right now just static, and I want to store the title in a state. So we'll create right here again a state, so a use state. Let me right here do a constant. Let's use array brackets. Let's create a getter and setter. So let's do title and let's do set title. And then this will be equal right here to use state. That's already imported. Let's invoke it. And the initial state of our title will be undefined. Now, as you already know, we have to add right here in generic because it will switch from undefined to string. So let's right here use a generic. And let's say it could be either undefined or within vertical line, it could be a string. So first of all, we have to now right here add my title to the state. To do that, let me again scroll to the input where we have my title, and now I have to use a onChange handler. So underneath the placeholder, I can do a onChange. This will be an inline callback function. So let me right here get as an param an e, so an event. Then let's right here do an arrow function, and let's right here get our set title. This is the setter, and I want to set our e.target.value. Since we have an onChange handler, I have to also add right here a value property. So let's add a value, and this will just be right here our title. So now this is done. We now pass our title or the text which we write in the input to our state, and now we can use it inside of our function. So what I'll do is again scroll right here to our function. So do this function handle slug generation, and inside of here what I'll do is a constant. Let's do title input, and this will be equal to our title. Again, the title is just right here our state. So right here we had our getter and setter, and I just right here say, hey, constant title input will be our title. So I just reassign it because I like the name title input a bit more than just title. What I want to do now is say if check, and I want to check that the user has first of all created a title. So we'll do an if check, and we'll right here say if title input right here dot length is equal to 0. So if the user hasn't written anything or used two vertical lines, or if right here the title input is equal to undefined, then I want to return a toast error. So let's right here do in return. Let's get our toast. It's already imported. Let's do dot error. And then I want to invoke it, and as a message, let me say, please create a title first. And since we are now sure that the user has written an input, or has created a title, we can now create our slug. Now to create our slug, we again have to create state because I have to then pass it to the input for our slug. To do that, we can again go to the top and let me create another state. So let's do a constant. Let's again create a getter and a setter. So let's say slug, and let's say set slug value, and this will be equal to use state. Let's invoke it, and the initial state will again be undefined. Let me also pass in generic, and this will again say this could be either undefined or within vertical line, it could be a string. And since we have now created right here our state, I can now use it right here and manipulate it. So let me right here say set slug value. So I want to now set the slug value of our slug. So I want to slugify right here our input and then set it right here to the state. So let me invoke this. Inside of here, I can now use our slugify function. So the npm package which we have installed, I can invoke it and pass my title input. So again, what we did right here is we got our set value slug, so the setter. Then inside of here, we then slugify our title input. And now the last thing I want to do is a return toast.success. So let's do toast.success. And for the message, I will just say slug has been created. So now this looks beautiful, and what I have to do now is hook up this function to our button but also to our input. So right here for the input, which is our slug input, we first of all have to again add a onChange handler. Let's again do an inline callback function. So let me get an event, and then let's right here do an arrow function and say set slug value, and this should be equal to our e.target.value. In other words, I have to pass it as an argument. And then let me also get a value, and this value will be our slug. What I want to do now is also right here for our button add our onClick handler. So I want to connect our button with the function. So let me right here add a onClick, and then this onClick will be equal to handle slug generation. So this should now work. We have now set up everything. Let me now save this. Let's again go back. Let me do a hard refresh again to restart my website. And then inside of here, let me write a title. So let's say Next.js block application. And if I click on generate slug, you now see a slug right here and you see a toast on the bottom right corner. So this worked beautifully and that's exactly what I wanted. So let me again show you what I did right here. So first of all, we have created two states right here, or two use state hooks. First of all, right here for our slug and then also for our title. We have then created right here a function to generate our slug. So first of all, we check that the user has created a title. If not, we return an error and say, hey, please first of all create a title. And if this was successful, so if the user has a title, then we right here slugify our title and put it to the slug value. So we right here manipulate the state for the slug. At the end, we then return a toast, which is a success, and we say slug has been created. We then also right here for our inputs add the onChange handler and the value, and then right here at the bottom for the button, we just give it the onClick handler of our function. It's relatively simple, nevertheless you see it's quite powerful. So we're now done with that, and let's now see if our whole mutation works. So let me write some small description right here, let me write some gibberish, let me upload one image. So I've now clicked on upload image. You now see right here we have our loading state, and now this will upload everything, and then we should see the image right here. So our image has been uploaded, we see it right here. Let me also write a bit of article content. Let's get right here a bullet list. Let me write something. Then let me also right here get, for example, a quote. Let me write something, and let me click on submit. And we don't have any pending state, I don't see anything, I don't see any errors. Was everything successful? Well, we got redirected, that's already one thing. So what I'll do right now is open Prisma Studio and see if everything worked. So let me open right here my terminal, let me open a second terminal tab, and inside of here, let me do npx Prisma Studio to open our Prisma Studio. Alright, and what do you see right here? We have one post. Let me click on this, you now see it's fetching right here, and now we see right here we have one ID, we have a title, we have an article content, we have a small description, a image, a slug, a created at timestamp, a updated at timestamp, and we also have a relation to a user, which is of course me. Now you see we get right here one problem, and that's we don't have any relation to a site. So if you again remember, if I go to my actions file right here, we right here passed a site ID and we said form data.get site ID, but we haven't created it right here. So what we have to do is again go back to the page.tsx, and then right here underneath the form and above this div, I will create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let me give it a name. This right here will be equal to site ID. Please make sure that you spelled it correctly. So this right here should be the same as right here. So I'll double check, and let me also add in value. And for the value, I have to now pass my site ID. Now, how do we get our site ID? Well, we already got it right here through the params. So we got through the params the site ID, and now I can pass it right here. So let me get my site ID, and or not my site ID, but my params.site ID, and now this should be already fixed. So what we can do now is again go back to Prisma Studio. Let me delete right here this entry, so this post, let me delete this. And what I want to do now is again test out if everything works. So let me do again right here in hard refresh on the website. Then let me click right here on view articles. Also, one thing which I want to do is instead of redirecting the user to the sites, let me redirect the user to this ID route. So let me again open right here my actions file, and then instead of right here redirecting to this route, we can delete that, we can use upticks, and we can say /dashboard, then /sites, and then right here again / of a dynamic value, and this will be right here again our form data.get, and I want to get my site ID. So this will redirect the user to this route right here. So now let's save this. Let's again go back to the web browser. Let me click on create article. And inside of here, let's again create some titles. So let's say Next.js block application. Let me generate a slug. We have right here a toast. For the small description, I'll write some gibberish. Let me upload one image. I've now uploaded one image, we have a toast right here, and for the article content, let me just write something. Let me right here get a bullet list. Let's use that, let's write something, and now let me click on submit. Again, we don't have any loading state, I don't have any feedback, and now we got redirected right here, and it says here is data. We currently don't see any data, we'll fix that in a second. Let me again go back to Prisma Studio, let me do a hard refresh, and now we should see right here an entry with a relation. So let's see, it's currently fetching, and now you see we have an ID, we have a title, we have an article content, a small description, a image, a slug, a created at timestamp, a updated at timestamp, a relation to a user, and a relation to a site. So this worked beautifully, and now this is great. Alright, now before we create right here the view for our articles, there's one more thing which I want to do. If I can go right here to create article, we right here have my submit button. And as you already have seen, our submit button does not give us any pending state. What I want to have right here is when I click on the submit button, I want the button to say loading and have a loading spinner. And currently we don't do that. So to do that, since we will have to use that in multiple places, we'll create a separate component. Then let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, and let's call it submit buttons, so buttons.tsx. Now this component will be used in multiple places, and that's why we create it right here. So inside of here, first of all, what we have to do is mark this component as use client. Why do we have to mark it as use client? Well, it's quite simple. We will use later on we'll use in a second right here, a hook which relies on a client side to get our pending state. And again, when we say use client, this does not mean that we render something on the client side, but this means that everything is pre-rendered on the server, but we send a JavaScript bundle. And now underneath this use client, we can do a export function. We will call it right here submit button. Then let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, I want to create a return statement, and inside of here, we will return our button. Now, since I want to show both states, so first of all, I want to show a button when we are not submitting, and I want to show a button when we are submitting, I first of all have to get the state. So I have to know if the button is currently in a pending state or not. And for that, there's a very handy hook provided by React, and it's called useFormStatus. So let's do right here constant, that's the structured, and this will be equal to useFormStatus. useFormStatus is imported from react-dom. Let's import that. Let's invoke it, and inside of here where we destructured, if you do control spacebar, you now see right here we get a pending state. This pending state right here is a boolean, so it could be either true or false. If it's true, then we are currently in a pending state, and if not, well, then we are not in a pending state. So in this return statement, I can now use right here empty tags. Let's open that, and inside of here we can now do internally. We can say if pending is true, that's your question mark, return something, and if not, we can return something else. So if pending is true, let me first of all return a div element, and if pending is not true, so the second state, then let me return right here a button component. Let's import that from the components, let's open that, and inside of here I want to render a dynamic text. So what I want to do is that the user can, or not the user, but that I can just right here add a property, and then we can just render a text dynamically. So when I import later on the component, so the submit button, I want to just pass text which I need for the page, because for one page we'll say save, for the other one we'll say create post, and everything like that. So what we'll do right here is on the top create a interface. So let's do an interface, let's call it iapp-props. You can name it whatever you want, it does not make any difference. And then let me just open that. So what properties do I want to get? Well, first of all, I have to get a text. This will be of type string. Then what I also want to get right here is a class name. So a few buttons will be W or fit, and some buttons will be W or full. So some buttons I want to take the whole width, and sometimes not. So that's what you get a class name. And now the interesting with this class name is, or with this field, I don't want to make it required. So let me add a question mark, and then this will be also of type string. We can now use that in the params. So let me destructure it, and let me give it a type of iapp-props. Then right here where I destructured, I can now get a text, and I can get a class name. Now there's one more thing which I want to use right here, and that's the variant. So I want to also change the variant dynamically. So right here, if you go to the button and search variant, or right here, byte variant, this is the property. And then right here, you see you have all of these options. So it could be a link, default, destructive, etc., etc. So what I want to do is copy all of this, so variant, question mark, and then this, and then just paste it right here in the interface. And right here you can see this variant is optional. You don't have to provide it. If you don't provide anything, it will right here just be the default one, but you can also change it right here to secondary, outline, or whatever you want. If I again go right here to my params, I can now also destructure it and get the variant. So now let me style our button for the pending state. So right here, first of all, for the variant, this will be equal to the variant which we get from our params. Then for the text, let me right here just render our text, which we also get dynamically from the params. And then for the button, let me also add a class name. And instead of rendering a string, let me get right here these brackets, and I want to get my cn helper, which I import from my utils. And right here, I want to first of all invoke it. And now as an argument, I want to first of all pass the default class name. And the default class name will be w or fit. And then right here, I can add a comma and then paste my class name property. So if the user, or if I want to later on change this button to width full, I will right here add a class name. And then instead of rendering width fit, it will render width full. So now this looks good. And the last thing I want to do is give it a type, and this will be of submit. Now let's right here also cover our pending state. So currently we return a div. This is not what I want. So let me right here return a button. So the button component. Let's give it a few properties. So first of all, this will be disabled. So I don't want the user to be able to submit again if it's currently pending. Let's add a class name. Again, let's use brackets, let's get the cn helper, let's invoke it, the default state will be w or fit, and then let's add our class name if we want to. Let's also pass a variant, and this will be equal to the variant which we get from the params. What I want to do now is render right here our loading text. So first of all, I want to render an icon and then the text. So let me first of all get right here the loader to icon imported from lucide-react. This is self-closing, and let's give it a class name of margin right 2. I want to have a bit of spacing to the right side, size of 4, which is width 4 and height 4, and animate of spin, since I want this loader icon to spin. Then behind this loader icon, let me just say please wait, and now let's save that. So now we have created this button, and this looks beautiful. I think we are now done. So we have now created right here our ternary, where we check if we are pending, or in other words, if we are not pending. We right here render a loader 2 icon. All of the classes look good, and now we can use this component. So let me again go right here to our create route, and then if I scroll to the bottom, instead of rendering this button right here, so instead of rendering right here submit, let me render now my component. So let me get right here my submit button component from the components. This is self-closing, and now you should see an error. And the error is that we're missing one property, and this property is to add a text. Now, as already said, you can write whatever you want to, but for the text property, I will just say create article. Let's now save that, and now this error is gone. What you'll also see is I can click on Control Spacebar, and the two other properties which I can add is a class name or a variant. Now, I won't do that because the class name of wfit is fine, and the variant of default is also fine. Let's now save that. Let's again go back to our website, and now you see this button right here. Let me do a hard refresh just to make sure that everything is good, and let's create another article. So for the title, let me just say, does this button work? Let's generate our slug. We have right here our toast. Then for the description, again some gibberish, I don't want to write anything. Let me upload one image. So I've now right here uploaded one image, so we have a toast and the image right here. For the article content, let me also write something. Let me right here use again a heading 3, and let's write something. Let me now click on create article. We have a loading state, and now we should get redirected. And now we got redirected, and now everything works exactly as I wanted. We have this beautiful loading state. It shows feedback to the user that something is happening, and that's exactly what we want. What I want to do now is render right here a table. So currently we are just rendering a text which is saying here is data, but of course this is not what I want, because if you open your Explorer, Let's go right here to the app folder. Let's go to the dashboard folder, to the sites folder, and then to the site ID folder and page.tsx. This is what we are rendering right here. So right here, we are just saying h1, here's data. Instead of rendering this, I want to now render a table. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, how are we going to render a table? Because tables are, to be honest, very hard. So we'll use again our best friend, which is ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here we can search for a table. So this is what we are going to use. This is a very simple table, but it's quite powerful, and that's why we will use it. Now there are also other alternatives which are a bit more complex, but also a bit more powerful, but we won't need them for this video, and that's why I will use right here this default table provided by Shadcn UI. Now to install it, let me copy the installation command. I'm using npm. Let's open the terminal. I will stop my dev server, you already know, because of bundling, and let me clear everything, and let me paste right here this installation command. This will now install the table using Shadcn UI, and as you see now this is done. You can also check it out. You can open your Explorer, go inside of the components folder, and then go right here to the table. This is how the table looks like. Can I say it like that? So this is all of the code behind this table, and this is what we are going to use in this right here video. So let's get started with that. So to do that, let me first of all again open our route. So let's go in the app folder, dashboard folder, sites folder, site ID folder, and then page.tsx. And then instead of rendering this h1, I want to now render our table. So to do that, let me first of all delete this h1, we don't need it anymore, and let's first of all right here create a div. Then inside of this div, let me create a card component. This is imported from our components. Let's open that, and what does a card have? Well, it has a card header. So let me get a card header from the components, and then in the card header, we have our card title. Then for the card title, let me just say articles, and let me also create a card description. So let me right here get a card description from the components, and let me just say manage your articles in a simple and intuitive interface. Now, it could be that I misspelled something, but I think you all understand what I did right here. So let's again go back. Let's go to the website. Let me do a hard refresh. You see the dev server is not running. So let me again restart it. Okay, my website has again restarted, and now we see right here the card title and then the card description. Let's now create our card content with the table. So let's go underneath the card header, and then inside of here, let me create my card content. Imported from our components, let's open that, and inside of here, we can now render our table. So let me right here get my table. This is imported from my components. Let's open that, and then inside of the table, we will again have a table header. So let me right here get a table header from my components, and then in the table header, we will now have a table row. So we have a table header at the top, and then a row because of course horizontally we have a row. So let's now open that, and now inside of this table row, we'll have multiple table heads. So table head is a singular word, and we'll have multiple ones. So table head, this is like in title. So an image, then we have for the title, for the status, and created a timestamp. Let me show it to you, you'll then understand it better. So let me right here get a table head. This is imported from the components, and inside of here, all I want to do is just say image. If I now save this and again go back, you should now see already our table right here. So this is now our table header with our table row, and this is like the title, so right here the image. So now we can copy paste our table head, or let me just right here create a new table head, and then right here this will be for our title. Then let's create another table head. This table head right here will be for the status, and then the next table head which we'll have is for the created at timestamp. So let's get our table head, let's say created at, and then the last table head we have is for our actions. So let me right here create a table head, and let me just say actions. Let's now save this. Let's see how this looks like. So right here we have our image, and then we should right here see our title, our status, our created at timestamp, and then we have our actions. Now one thing which I want to do is right here align the actions to the right side of the screen. So we can go right here to the table head, give it a class name, and this will just be text of right. If I now save this and again go back, you will now see that this action will be on the right side. So since we're now done with our table head, I think we can now create our table body. So let me go underneath the table header, but still in the table, and let me right here create a table body. This is imported from our components, and then in the table body, I can now map over my data. So let me right here get my data, that's your data.map. Inside of here as in param, let's get an item, and then let me just return this. So inside of a table body, what do we have inside of here? Well, we have a table row again. We already imported that, and let's open that. If we map over something, we have to always add a key. So let's give this a key, and this will be of item.id. Then inside of the table row, we can now create our first table cell. And this table cell will be there for our image. So let's right here create a table cell. This is again imported from our components. Let's open that, and inside of here I want to now render our image, because this will be table cell underneath the image. So let's right here get a image component. This image component is imported from next/image. This is self-closing, and inside of here what we have to do first of all is pass the source. This will be equal right here to the item.image. Then let me also right here add a width. This will be 64. Let's add a height. This will be 64. Let's also add right here an alt. For the alt, I will just say article cover image, something like that. And then let me also add a class name. And for the class name, let me right here add a width. This width right here should be corresponding to 64 pixels, and this is a width of 16. Or what you could do is just write size, which will be of 16. And what we can also do right here is add a rounded. Let's do a MD, and let's do an object which will be of cover. And now let me save this. Let's again go back, and now you see these images right here. So they have an aspect ratio right here of square, so they have the same width and height, and they have a rounding, and in general they look quite good. Let's now create our second table cell. This will be for our title. So let me go underneath this table cell, and let me create a new table cell. Let me open this table cell, and inside of here I want to get the item.title. I will also give this table cell a class name, and let me just say font of medium. If I now save this, this will now have right here the title, and the font will be a bit bigger. I like how this looks, and now let's render our status. So let me go underneath this table cell, and let me create a new table cell. This is already imported, and inside of here I will just say publish. This will be hard coded, but this is fine because we don't have any way to change the status. So if you again go back, it now says right here published. Now one thing which you could do is also add right here a badge. So if you go to Shadcn UI, you can search for the badge. This is how it looks like, and we could also render this. So let me copy the installation command. Let's go back. I will stop my dev server. I will paste it inside of here. This has now been installed. Let me again restart my dev server, so npm run dev, and we can now use this badge. So instead of just saying published, we can instead right here get our badge component. This is imported from our components, and inside of here I can again say published. What I want to also do is give this badge right here a class name. So we can give it first of all a variant. This variant will be of outline, and then let me get a class name, and this class name will be of bg green 500. And I want to give it in light opacity because this is too big, so we can give it in /10, and with that we now have an opacity of 10%. Let me also give it in text, which will be of green 500, so the text color itself will be this greenish color. And if I now save this and again go back, do a hard refresh, we should now see this badge right here in a second. Alright, and what do we see right here? Well, we have right here this badge with this background color and the text color. This looks very, very good, and that's exactly what I wanted. So what's now the next thing which I want to do? Well, I want to now render the created at timestamp. So let's again go back, and under this table cell, let me create a new table cell. Let's open this, and inside of here, we have to now render somehow the date, and it should be formatted. Because if I currently right here just do an item.createdAt and save this, you'll see, well, this won't work. Why doesn't it work? Well, it's quite simply, right here type date is not assignable to type React node. So date is an object, so what we could do is a dot to string. If I now save this and again go back, you'll see this won't look good. And yeah, this is way too big. We have to somehow format it that it looks good. So what we can do is again go back, let me delete all of this isn't fixable, and we have to use a JavaScript API. This is called new, then let's do international, and what we can do now is the .datetime format. So I want to format my date. If I now invoke it inside of here as an argument, I can now pass the local to which I want to format my date to. So we'll use the US formatting. So let's use in string, and let's just say right here en-uppercase US. Then after this en US, we can add a comma, open an object, and now I can give it right here a date style. This date style will be of medium, and now the last thing we have to do is add the date which we want to format. So at the end, I can do a dot format, and right here, let's invoke it and pass my item.created@timestamp. So again, we use an API from JavaScript, which is called new international. Then we do a .datetime format. We pass the local, which is en-us. Then we say the date style should be medium, and then we format right here my created@timestamp. If I now save this and again go back, you already see this looks way better, and this is what we want. So now my date is done, and what I want to do now is add right here drop down for my actions. So let's again go back, and what I want to do is go underneath this table cell and create a new table cell. This is already imported, let's open that, and inside of here I want to now render a drop down. So let's get right here drop down menu. It's very important that you import that from the components, so let's import that. Let's open that, and inside of here we have to now render a drop down menu trigger. So let's get right here a drop down menu trigger from the components. Let's open that, and for the drop down menu trigger, I want to say that this should have a property of as child, because inside of this drop down menu trigger I want to render a button. So let me now get right here a button component. This is already imported, and inside of here I want to render an icon. So let's get right here a more horizontal icon from lucide-react, and this is self-closing. Let's also get a class name, and this will be of size 4. This means height 4 and width 4. If I now save this and again go back, you should now see here a button, and this does not look very good. So what we can do is give our button right here 2 properties. So first of all, this size will be of icon, and let me also right here give it a variant, and for the variant, this will be ghost. So now this looks good, and if I again go back, you should now see, hey, this looks way better. Now one thing which I also want to do is align right here this drop down menu button to the right side. So if I go to this table cell, I can give it a class name, and we can again say text of end. Alright, our drop down menu trigger or button, whatever you want to call it, is now aligned to the correct side, so to the right side. But if I currently click on it, you see nothing happens, and that's not quite what I want. So now let's create the drop down menu content. For that, let me go underneath the drop down menu trigger, but still in the drop down menu, and let's right here create our drop down menu content. Again, imported from the components. Let's import that and let's open that. Now there's one important thing which we have to add right here, and this is the property of align. So right here you have a few options. Either you could say center, end, or start. So you could align it to the right side, to the left side, or to the middle. Now in my opinion, the right side looks the best, so this is end. Let's now open this, and then in the drop down menu content, I can now render a drop down menu label. Now this drop down menu label is imported from the components, and inside of here I want to just say actions. And if you now save this and again go back, you now see right here our drop down menu content with this label. What I want to now render is our items. So I want to have 2 items. So first of all, a edit button, and then also a delete button. For that, let's again go back. Let's go underneath the drop down menu label. We can right here render a drop down menu separator. This is imported from the components, this is self-closing, and then underneath the separator, we can render our first drop-down menu item. Again, from our components or imported from our components. Let's open that, and inside of here, we can for now just say edit. Let's save that, and then underneath this drop-down menu item, let's add another one, and inside of here, we'll just say delete. If I now save this and again go back, you now see right here this drop down menu, and we have now 2 buttons, first of all edit and then delete. If I currently click on them, nothing happens, but we'll fix that in a second. Nevertheless, we see that this works beautifully, it looks very good, and that's exactly what we wanted. Alright, so I want to now create right here, or not create, but I want to make right here these buttons work. So if I currently click on delete, as you know, this button does not work, we don't get redirected, and this is not quite what we want. And now the question comes, with what do we start? Do we start right here with this added link thing, or do we first of all create right here the route for the delete button, delete action, whatever you want to call it? So I think we should start first of all with the annoying thing, or not the annoying thing, but the harder thing, which is the edit action. And after we create the edit route and make this whole functionality work, we'll then make this delete route work and make the whole delete functionality work. So how will we make our edit functionality work? Well, we'll have to create a new route, and then with this route, we'll make everything work. So how will we create our route? Well, it's quite simple. We can open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, sites folder, site ID folder, and inside of here I have to create a new route. So how can we create a edit function? So when I want to edit an article, I have to get the ID of the article because I have to know what article I want to edit. That means we have to create again a dynamic route. So inside of the site ID folder, I can create another folder. Let's again create right here not a separate, but right here a dynamic route. So let's use these array brackets. And for the name, we can just say article ID. Let me spell this correctly. So article ID. Let me now click on enter, and then in this folder, let me create a page.tsx. So now this is created, and inside of here, we have to now create a route. Since this is right here a route and not a function, we have to do a export default function. So let me do a export default function. As a name, I can just say article, or not article, let's say edit route. Let's invoke it, and then let's open it. Let me create a return statement, and I'll just say h1, and let me just say hello from the edit route. Let's now save this. Let's go back to the site ID route, and now right here I have to use a link component to redirect the user to edit this article. So right here for this drop-down menu item where I say edit, let's right here mark it as child, since I will have a link component. Let me right here copy this edit and delete it. Let's open the drop-down menu item, and let me get right here the link component. As you already know, it's already imported, so let me just open that, and then inside of here I can again paste edit. So for our link component, we have to now pass an href, since the link component has to know where we want to redirect the user to. Since right here we have to pass an ID, this has to be a dynamic href. So let me use optics, and then as an href or as an path, this will be /dashboard, then let's use /sites, let's use / and then inside of here a dynamic value, and I want to pass the site ID. So let's use params.site ID, and then / and now inside of here I have to again pass a dynamic value of our article ID. So let's use a dynamic value, and this will be our item.id. Let's now save this, and in theory this should now work. So if I again go back, you currently see an error because we haven't had a href, but now we passed it. And if I click now on the actions and on edit, you now see on the bottom left corner a URL. Let me now copy on edit, and now we should get redirected. And what do we see right here? Well, it says hello from the Reddit route. Okay, this shouldn't be Reddit, but edit. I think you all understand it. A small typo, but who cares? Alright, and since we now understand that this route works, we can now also make it work. Does this even make sense? I think so. So let's get started with that. What's the first thing I want to do? Well, the first thing I think I want to do is fetch some data for right here this article. So let me do an async function, then let's call it get data. Let me invoke this, and then let's open it. Now inside of here, let me now do a constant data. So I want to now fetch the data from my database with Prisma. So let's do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder. And then let me do a dot, let's do post and dot find unique, since I want to find a unique post and not just any post. Then inside of here, let's invoke it, and then let me open this. So since I want to find a unique post, I have to now pass a where statement. So let me already do a where statement. Let's open that. And inside of here, I want to find a post where the ID matches the one provided by our params. or not by our params, but by our URL. So in the params right here, I can get a post ID. This will be of type string. Later on, we'll pass it using the params. And then right here in the where statement, I can say, hey, I want to find a post where the ID matches the post ID, which I pass later on. So since we now get our post, I want to now also do a select statement, since I don't want to get everything. And I want to get first of all the image. Let's set this to true. Then let me get the title. Let's set this to true. Let me also get a small description. Let's set this to true. Let me get a slug. Let's set this to true. Let me get the article content. Let's set this also to true. And let's get an ID and let's set this to true. Let's now save this. And then what I want to also do right here is like a little validation check, if you want to call it like that. So if we for some case get an incorrect URL, or if we in some case don't get any data, that's what I want to say, then I want to return a for not found. So let's try to do an if or an if check, and let's say if there's no data, so exclamation mark data, then let's open that, and I want to return a for page. So let me do a return, and I want to return not found. Not found is imported from next/navigation, and let me invoke that. So what we did right here is first of all fetch the data from Prisma, and if we don't get any data, because for example the ID is incorrect or something like that, then we right here return a for not found. And now the last thing we have to do is return our data, and now this right here async function is done, and now we fetch all of the data we need. So since we're now done with that, I can now get our data in the front end. So above the return statement, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now this looks good. Alright, and as you now see, we get two errors. So first of all, await expressions are only allowed with an async functions. So let's mark this function as export default async function, and then for the get data function, we have to right here pass one argument because it expected one argument but got 0. What is the argument? Well, it's the post ID, and as already said, we'll get the post ID through the params. So right here in the params, let me destructured, let me get the params, and now you see TypeScript complaints because it does not know what type right here params is. So let's give it a type, and then params right here will be an object, and inside of here we'll get our article ID, and this will be of type string. Now, why do we get our article ID? As you already know, we named our folder article ID, which means we can get the params using this name. Again, if we would have named it hello, then we would right here say hello would be a string and not article ID. I think you understand what I mean. And again, it's very important that right here you spell this, so this article ID, the same as your folder name, because if you have some spelling mistake, nothing will work and you don't want that. So now I can again close that, and then for my get data function, I can now pass right here this article ID as a param. So or not as a param, but as an argument. So let's right here do params and then dot article ID. So this is now done, and what we can do now is create our form. So let me right here delete this return statement. Let's create a new one, and inside of here, let's create a div. Then inside of this div, I want to create another div. So this div will now house a button, which will just say, hey, if you want to go back, then just click this arrow button to the left side. So let me right here inside of here create a div element. Let's give this div right here a class name. And this right here will just be flags and items of center to center it vertically. Then inside of this div, I want to now render a button component. This is imported from our components. And inside of this button, I want to render a arrow left icon imported from lucide-react. As you already know, I want to give this arrow icon right here a class name, and I want to give it in width and in height. So what we'll do is right here in size of 4, and this means width 4 and height of 4. Then for the button, or actually before I do that, let me just save it and see how it looks like. And now you should see right here a button with an arrow left icon. Does it look good? Nope, it does not look good. So what can we do? Well, we can change the button variant and also the button size. So let me right here go to the button, and then for the button, let me get a size. So in size property, this will be equal to icon, and let me also get a variant, and for the variant, this will be outline. Then I think this already should be all. So if I now save this and again go back, you now already see that this looks way better. Now, if I click on this button, you see nothing happens. So I'm currently clicking on this button, nothing is happening. So what we have to do is now render a link component, because if I click on this button right here, I want to get redirected. So let me again go back, and then right here for our arrow left, let me copy this arrow left, and I want to wrap this arrow left inside of a link component. We import our link component from next/link. Please make sure that you don't import it from lucide-react, because lucide-react is an icon. Then let's import that, let's open that, and let me again paste my arrow left. Then for the link, I have to now give it an href. So that's right here, pass an href, and I want to redirect the user to the site route, which means I want to redirect the user to the site where we show all of the articles which the user created for the individual site. So what we can do is use right here these brackets, and then we have to use upticks, and the href will be /dashboard, then /sites, and now I have to pass the corresponding ID of the site. Now, as you already know, we get our site ID through the params, which also means right here where we get our article ID, I can add a comma, and I can also get a site ID, which will be of type string. So what I've now done is right here just changed our params. So now we get an article ID, but also a site ID. Again, if you open your Explorer, right here we have the site ID folder. And again, if you named it hello, then you will have to change the name from site ID to hello. And they have to correspond, because if they don't correspond, everything won't work. So now for our URL, we now set hey /dashboard /sites, and now / our dynamic value of params.siteid. If I now save this and again go back and now hover over this button right here, you will now see in a second on the bottom left corner that it now redirects to dashboard /sites / the ID of our site. If I now click on this, you will see we'll get redirected, and this is exactly what I wanted. So let me again click right here on this edit icon to again go back to this page. We have now this arrow left icon, or the button, whatever you want to call it. One thing which I'll also do is give this button right here an asChild property. So let me do asChild, and then underneath the button, I want to now render like a title. So underneath the button component, but still in the div, let me render right here an h1. And for the h1, I want to just say edit article. This is everything. Let me also give it right here in class name, or if you want to, we can just go back and then you will see right here this h1. It does not look very good, so let me style it. So let's give our h1 a class name, and then inside of here, let me say text of 2xl. This means right here font size of 24 pixels, and let me also do a font of semi-bold to have a bigger font weight. If I again go back, you now see, hey, it's a bit bigger and it looks better. Now there's another problem which I have right here currently, and that's that we don't have any margin or any spacing between the button and the text. So what we can do is go to this button right here, and we can give our button a class name. And this class name is very simple. I can just say, hey, margin right of, let's say 3. And if I now save this, we'll have a bit of spacing between the button and our text. So yeah, I think this is fine enough. This looks good to me. And now we have to render our form. But now you should remember one thing. If you go back to the page, or not to the page, but if we go back to our create page where we have our form, one thing you will see right here is that we marked this file or this component as use client. Why did we do that? Well, that's because we use two hooks, which is first of all right here our, where do we have it? We use right here this use action state hook, we use the use form hook, and we use the use state hook, and all of them rely on a JavaScript bundle. And if you go back to our article ID page, so to the page where we want to edit our article, you'll see that we fetch data right here. And when you fetch data, this automatically means that this right here is a server component and that you can't do any client-side stuff inside of there. So what we have to do is break our form right here for this page into a separate component and mark this component as use client. So what I'll do is open my Explorer right here. Let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, and inside of here we have to create a separate component. So in this dashboard folder, I will create another folder. I will call it forms because later on I will create another thing. And then in this forms component, let me create a new file and let me just name it edit article form.tsx. So this is now the form which we'll use, or not the form, but we'll use this component to render our form, and then we'll render it right here inside of this article ID page. So as you already know, this edit article form will be a use client component. So let me mark it at the top as use client. And then instead of here, let me now do an export function. So I don't have to do an export default function because this is a component and not a route. And then let me just name it edit, or let me spell correctly, edit article form. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. And now I want to render right here our form. So since we have already created the form which I want inside of our create route, I can just copy it. And then inside of here, let me copy this whole card component. I don't need this div with our button left. We already implemented that. I just need right here this card component. So let me copy this whole card component. I will copy it, go to the edit article form component and just paste it inside of here. Now, as you see, we get a lot of errors, but that's primarily because we haven't imported a lot of things. So let's start by importing our card. This is imported from our components. Let me import the card header. This is also from our components. Then let me get the card title. This is imported from the components. Let me right here get the card description from my components. Then let me get the card content. This card content is also imported from the components. Then let me get the label right here. This is imported from the components and not from Redux UI. Then let's continue with this input. This is imported from our components and not from PostCSS or anything like that. Then if you scroll to the bottom, let me import right here this button component from the components. Then let me import right here this atom icon. This is imported from lucide-react. Let me right here import this text area from my components. And if we continue, what else do we have? Right here we have our image component. We have to right here import our image component from next/image. So let me import that. Then if you continue, we now have also our upload drop zone. Let me import that from our utils folder. It's very important that you don't import it from Uploadthing React. Please import it right here from our utils folder. Then the next thing we have is our toast. And let me import my toast from Sonar or Sauna, whatever you want to call it. And then if I scroll to the bottom, the next thing we have is our Tailwind editor. This is imported right here again from the components. And then the last thing we have is my submit button. So let me import that right here from the submit buttons file. So what we have now done is initialized, or not initialized, but we have imported all of the basic components. So the card, the inputs, the label, everything like that. All of the errors which we are currently getting right here is first of all for conform, but then also for our state. So for example, right here, we have the state for our title, and then we also have the state for our slug. We haven't created them right now, and that's why we get a lot of errors. So let me now do that. Let's again go back to the create route. And what I'll do right here is copy all of the states right here, except right here the use action state and the use form. I'll do that later on. Let me first of all import right here all of these 4 use state hooks. So let's import that and let me paste it then right here above our return statement. So what I've now pasted is right here 1, 2, 3 and then 4 use state hooks. Right here we will get an error. That's because we haven't imported use state. So let me import use state from React. And then what I have to also do is import right here JSON content, and this is imported from novel. As you now see, a few errors are gone, so we have now right here no error for the on change or for the value. That's again because we created right here our state hooks. So since this is now done, let me now copy right here first of all our use action state hook and our use form hook. So let me just copy this and then let me paste it right here underneath the use state hooks. Now, as you will see, we'll again get an error. That's because we have to import everything. So let me right here import use action state. This is imported from React. Let me then import right here use form. Use form is imported from @conform to React. Then what we have to do is also import right here our Passwordless Auth function. This is imported from @conform to Zod. And then right here for the schema, let me import my post schema. This is imported right here from our utils folder. And the last thing we now have, or the last error, is for our server action. So right here we currently pass the create post action, and later on I want to pass our edit post action. For now, let me import that so that we don't get any errors, but later on I will change that. So now this error is also gone, and if you now scroll to the bottom, the last two errors that we get is first of all right here for the onClick handler and then also for our site ID. Let me first of all handle or fix right here the error for our function. So let me go to the create route and let me copy this function for our handle slug generation. So let's copy it and then let me just paste it underneath the use form hook. As you now see, we get one error, that's right here for the import of Slugify. So let me import Slugify from react-slugify. And now this error is also gone. And the last thing we have right here is the params.siteID. Now the thing is, we don't need this site ID, so what I'll do right now is just delete it, and now this error will also go away, and now in general we have 0 errors. And right here what we now have is in theory just another create route, because everything is the same to our create route, nothing has changed. To show it to you, we can go to our article ID route, and inside of here we can now render right here this form, or in other words this component. So what I'll do right here is just go underneath the h1, underneath the div, just above the last div. And inside of here, let me import my edit article form. This is imported from the components, this is self-closing. And if you now save this and again go back, you'll now see right here in form, which will look exactly the same as to our create form. So I have right here refreshed my browser, and what do we see? We now see right here this form again, which looks exactly the same as to our create article form. Now one thing you see right here is that we don't have any margin, so let's change that. Let me go to the edit article form, and then for the cut component let me add a class name and let's say margin top of 5. If I now again save this and go back, we will now have a bit of spacing between right here this title and our form. What I want to do now is render right here for our input a default value, because we get from our server already right here the title and the slug and everything like that, and I want to render them as default values. So if I can go back to my edit article form, what I have to do is create an interface so that I can get the data through the params. So let me go above our export function edit article form, and let me right here create an interface. Now for the interface you can call it whatever you want, but I like the name iapp_props. Let's now open that, and inside of here I have to now get all of the data. Now you could write everything manually. You could say, hey, we'll get in title, this is of type string, we'll get on slug of type string. You could do that, but what we can do is go to our article ID route, and if you hover over data, you will see we already get all of the types right here. So slug is of type string, title is of type string, small description is of type string, and everything like that. So what I can do is just copy right here this data. I will copy this, then I will go back to our component, and then in the interface I can just paste it inside of here. And then in the interface we now have a data. This is a object, and inside of here we have a slug, title, and everything like that. Now for the article content, we are currently getting an error, and it tells me right here, hey, you have to import Prisma. But instead of doing that, I will just say that article content is of type any. And if I now save this and just leave it like that, everything now looks good. But as already said, I want to now get the data through the params. So right here in the params, let me the structured, let me give it a type of iapp_props. And then if I go to right here where the structured and click on Control Spacebar, I now right here get data. If I now click on that and go to my article ID page where I import my edit article form component, you now see we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, it's quite simple. It's because we are missing a data property. So if I right here click on this data, what I have to do is paste my data which I fetched, and we named the data, so data is of type data. And if I go back to my edit article form, we have now our data, and now we can use it for our inputs as default value. Before I do that, let me first of all change our use state, because the initial state now won't be undefined, but it will already be defined. So right here for our image URL, this will be equal as an initial state as data.image. Then if we continue for our value, this will be instead of undefined, it will be data.article_content. Then for our slug, instead of undefined, it will be data.slug. And for the title, this will be data.title. If you now save this and again go back, you will already see a change. So for our title, we now have a value. So does this button work? This is the title of our article. Then we have a slug, and then if you continue, we have also an image and a article content. This is because we have now changed our state to our initial value. Now, if you continue, what you will see is right here that the small description is empty, and that's because the small description does not rely on any state. So what I'll do is scroll to the bottom. So let me go right here to right here, our small description. So right here we have in text area, and what I want to do is add right here a default value. So currently we have right here a default value of our fields.smallDescription.initial value. But instead of using this, I want to use my data. So for the default value right here, I can just delete that and let me instead get our data.smallDescription. And if I now save this and again go back, you now see we have right here this initial state. I can change that if I want to, but if I do a hard refresh and I don't save anything, you will see that everything will still be kept persisted, and that's what we want. This is also the same with the button or with the title, I'm sorry. If I right here change something and do a hard refresh, you see nothing is changed, and again, that's because I haven't right here now updated my database. And now this is the next step. So what we have to do now is create a server action to update our article, because currently I've passed right here a server action, which is the create post action, but we don't want to create a post, we want to edit a post. So let me close all of these files, let me go to my actions file, and inside of here, let me now create a new server action. So to create a new server action, let me do an export. So let me write inside of here, let's say an export async function. Let me call it edit post action. Let's invoke it and then let's open it. As you already know, right here server actions should be treated as public endpoints, which means I have to right here protect the server action. So let's try to do a constant user, and since you already know we have created a hook to authorize the user or to authenticate the user, we can just right here call await require user. This require user is already imported, let's invoke it, and now we are sure whenever somebody calls right here the server action, the user will be 100% authenticated. What we have to do now is compare our form data against our Zod schema. Now you probably already know how this works, so let me do a constant submission, and this will be equal to pass with Zod. This is already imported, let's invoke it, and inside of here I have to pass my form data as an argument. Currently we are not getting our form data, so right here in the params, let me get my form data, and this will be of type form data. Now I can pass my form data as an argument, and what I have to do now is also pass my schema against which I want to compare my form data. So let's add a comma, a object, and let's get our schema, and this schema will be equal right here to our post schema. We already imported that, and now this is also fine. As you now know, our right here submission could get two results, so either it could be successful or not, and what I want to do is say if check. So let's right here say if submission right here dot status is not equal to success. You can do that with one exclamation mark and two equal signs. If it is not equal to success, then let's open that and let me do in return, let's do in submission dot reply and let's invoke it. And since we have now written our if statement, we are now sure that the data which we get from the form data is validated and safe to use. So what we can do right here underneath the if statement is a constant, let's say data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Let me do a dot post and let's do dot update, since I want to update a post. Then let's invoke it, let's open it, and since I don't want to update every post but a unique post, I have to add right here a where statement. And for the where statement, I have to pass two things. So first of all, the user ID. I want to be sure that the user edits its own post. So the user ID should be equal to the user.id. And what I want to also add right here is the article ID. So let's right here say ID, and this ID should be now equal to the ID which I pass. Now currently I don't pass any ID, so what we'll do right here is the same as with our create post. So let me do right here form data, let's do dot get, and later on I want to get something or an input which has a name of article ID. Let's mark it as string, and now this looks good. Again, currently we don't pass a article ID, but we'll do that later on. So since we have now created our where statement, we have to now also create a data right here, or we have to pass the data which we want to update. So let's right here add that, or let's open that. And inside of here, let me first of all get our title. So right here, this title will be equal to our submission, then dot value and dot title. Let's continue. Let me get right here my small description. This will be equal to our submission dot value and then small description. Then let me also get our slug. This will be equal to our submission dot value and then dot slug. Let's now also get our article content, and this will be right here again interesting because, as already said, our article content is first of all manipulated in a string, and what we have to do right here is again manipulate it to a JSON object. So let me right here get JSON. Let's do dot pass. Let's invoke it, and let me pass my submission dot value dot article content. Now again, we already did that same thing right here in the create post action. So if you can't remember why we did JSON.pass, then just again rewind a bit the video and then you will again understand. But again, to make it short, we modify our JSON content to a string, or we stringify it, and then right here in the server action, we again pass it to a JSON object and then also store it in the database as a JSON object. So now this is also done, and then the next thing we have is our image. This image will be equal right here to our submission.value.cover image. And I now think this is the last thing. If I click on Control Spacebar, all of these properties right here are optional. I don't have to change anything, so I can just save this. And now we are also done with that. And now the last thing which I want to do is redirect the user. So what we'll do right here is a return, then let's do a redirect, and I will do a quite simple redirect. I'll just redirect the user to the sites route. So let's say /dashboard and then /sites. Let's now save this, and now in theory this should work. So let me copy this name, edit post action, and let me go to our form component, so to the edit article form. Inside of here, instead of using right here this create post action, I can delete it and paste instead my edit post action. Let me now also import this server action, and this is imported from our actions file. If I now import this, you'll see we'll get an error, and that's because we have to add right here our previous state. So in front of the form data, let's get our previous state, and this will be of type any. If I now again save this and again go back, you'll see that this error will go away. And now again, if you wonder why we add the previous state, then please check out the React documentation. It tells you everything, or just wait for my video, which will come out soon. So now we are done with this, at least I think so. Let's right here again look at the code. So we have right here our states, this all looks good. We added the initial state, this is good. For the server action, added post, this is correct. For the schema, post schema is correct. Then for this function, this is all fine. Article details, this also looks good, this looks good. Let me scroll to the button right here. And for the button, we are currently saying create article. Instead of saying this, let me just say edit article, and this should already be all. If I now save this and again go back, we will now see right here again our form. It still looks the same, but now instead of saying create article, we say edit article. But before we test this out, there's one more thing which we have to add, and that's again our article ID. Because currently we are right here getting through our form data the article ID, and I have to now pass it. So if I go back to my edit article form, I have to again create an input which will be of type hidden. So right here in the form and above this div, let me create an input. This will be of type hidden. We have to give it a name. For the name, I will just say right here again our article ID. So I can just copy this name. You have to make sure that you spell it correctly. So let me copy it, paste it inside of here. And for the value, this will be right here just equal to the data.id. This is now everything. Everything should now work, and let's now test it out. So I have now saved it. Let me right here do a hard refresh just to make sure that everything is fine. And then let me now edit a few things. For the title, let me just say does editing work ? Let me right here generate our slug. For the small description, let me just say hello, how are you? Then let's scroll to the bottom, and for the article content, let me just say hello from the editing route. This should now be all. Let me now click on edit article. We now have loading state and now we should get redirected to the sites vault. And that's exactly what happened. If I now again click on view articles, we should now right here see the article, and instead of now saying the title of I forgot what we said, we now say does editing work. If I again click on edit right here, you will also see that our slug has updated, our small description has updated, and our article content has also updated. So this is great, this is exactly what we wanted. And what do we do now? Maybe one thing which we could change is the redirect. So currently we redirect the user to the sites vault, but I don't really think this is good UI, good UX, I'm not sure. So what we can do is get the site ID through our params. So in the interface IR props, underneath the data property, we can right here get a site ID, and then this right here will be of type string. And then what I can do is go to my params where we destructured, and if I add now a comma, we can now get our site ID. If I go to the route where we render this component, you will now see we'll get an error, and that's because we are missing one component, which is right here the site ID. So let me pass the site ID, and this will just be equal to our params and then dot site ID. Since again, right here we already get the ID through the params. And we have to right here pass it as properties because components as these ones right here can't get them through the server. You could use right here a client component, this would be fine, but it's just easier to pass it through a property, and that's why we do it as it is right now. If I then again go back to my actions file, I have to now redirect the user to this route. So what I'll do right here is go back to the edit article form, and let me create another input which will be of type hidden. So let's do right here an input, this will be of type hidden, and let me give it a name, and the name right here will be just site ID. So let's right here say site ID, and let's give it a value, and this value will be equal to the site ID, which we right here get through the interface. So let me again try to explain it to you. Through the interface, we get a site ID, which is of type string. We get it then right here through the params, and then I pass it right here as an input, which is of type hidden. And we get the site ID through our page.tsx through the params. We then pass this param right here into this component, and as already said, then in this component we also get it through the params and pass it inside of here. I can now get the site ID in our server action. So let's go back, and I can now use it inside of here. So let me delete this redirect. Let me use upticks, and now let me redirect the user to /dashboard, let's say /sites, and now I have to pass the ID. So let me use a dynamic value, and let's say form data, and then assume .get, and I want to get the form data or the input with the name site ID. Again, it's very important that you have the same spelling, so this name should be corresponding to this form data.get. If you spell it differently, it won't work, and that's not what you want. So now let's save this, let's again go back, and let me now try to edit again right here this article. So let me click on edit right here, and instead of saying does editing work, let's say does redirecting work. Let's generate our slug, and let me click on edit article. This should now redirect us to right here this article overview page, and that's exactly what happened. We now have our updated title, and this looks very, very beautiful. So the next thing which I want to do now is also make our delete button work, because if I currently click on it, you see nothing happens. So what we can do is go right here again to our page.tsx where we render our drop-down menu, so not to this one, but to our site ID page. And then inside of here, we have our drop-down menu item with the delete text. Again, what we want to do is render right here our link component. So let's give this drop-down menu item an asChild property, and then instead of saying delete, let me copy it and let me render my link component. Then inside of the link component, I can now say delete. So what you have to do now is right here pass an href, and for the href, this will be almost the same as right here for edit. So what you can do is just copy right here this URL, so which we used in this link component. I can paste it right here. So let me get my href and just paste it inside of here with upticks. And the only thing which I want to add right here, or append in other words, is a /delete at the end. So the URL is almost exactly the same. The only thing that I changed is that at the end of this right here href, I added a /delete, since we have to create a separate route from this edit route. And if I now save this and again go back, you now see if I hover over delete, it now redirects to /delete. If I click on this, you will see we'll get an error which will say 404 not found, and that's because we haven't created the route for this delete route, if you can call it like that. So let's now change that. To do that, let me again go back to my VS Code editor. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the dashboard folder. Let's go in the sites folder, site ID folder, article ID folder, and inside of here, let me create a new folder, and this will be called delete. And then in the delete folder, let me create a page.tsx. So this page.tsx will be now there to render our delete form. So what we can do for now is I export default function. Let me just call it delete form. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement and let's create a div, and inside of the div, let me just say h1, and inside of the h1, I will just say hello from the delete route. If I now save this and again go back, you will now see that this 404 not found will go away, and now it says hello from the delete route. Now, is this what we want to render? Of course, this is not what we want to render. So let me change that. Let me delete everything in the return statement and let me render a div element. Let me give this div a class name and let me say flex. Let's say flex of 1 so that it takes the whole height. And then let me also right here say items of center and also justify of center. With this, I center all of my children in the complete middle of the screen. So to see that, we can render in H1, I can just write some gibberish. And if I save this and again go back, we now see that this gibberish is in the complete middle of the screen. So instead of rendering this gibberish, let me render a card component. So let me delete this h1. Let me get a card component. This is imported from our components. And for this card, let me get a class name. So for the class name, let's say max width, and this will be XL. So I don't want to make this card take the whole width, but I want to give it a maximum width of about 570 pixels. Then in the card, I want to render a card header. This is imported from my components. And in the card header, let's render a card title. This is imported from the components. And then in the card title, let me just say, are you absolutely sure? So now this looks good. Let me now also render a card description. And then for the card description, let me just say this action cannot be undone. This will delete this article and remove all data from our server. Let's now save this, and if you again go back, you now see the card title and this card description. Again, if you want to, you can update the card description to whatever you want to, but I will leave it like that. Then underneath the card header, let me now render a card footer. Yes, you heard right, a card footer, not a card content. So let me get that from my components, and in the card footer, I want to render a button. So let me right here get my button component from the components, and inside of here, let me just say for now, cancel. If I now save this and again go back, you now see right here this cancel button. And what I want to exactly do is on the left side, I want to render a cancel button, and on the right side, I want to render a submit button. So what I'll do right here is give first of all this card footer a class name, and let me say W of full, so width 100%, let's say flex, and let's do justify of between. And then in the card footer, I want to render 2 buttons, and we did justify between so that we say, hey, both buttons should go to the most outer corner. So 1 button to the left side and 1 button to the right side. And then underneath this button, so for cancel, I can now render a second button, and I can just say delete product. And if you now save this and again go back, you now see on the left side 1 button, and on the right side you see another button. Now what I don't like is that both buttons look the same. This of course shouldn't happen. 1 button should be grayish and 1 button should be red, so it should have a red color. So let's first of all fix our first button with this cancel text. So for this first button, let me give it an invariant. This will be secondary. And what I also want to do is redirect the user when he clicks on the button. Because currently, if the user clicks on the button, you see nothing happens. So I want to render a link component. Let's give this button a asChild property. And then instead of saying cancel, let me get right here the link component from next/link. Let's import that, and then inside of here, let me again paste cancel. Let's now give this link right here an href, and then for the href, I want to redirect the user to our site page. So for that, I have to get our site through the params. So let me first of all destructure right here our params. As you now know, TypeScript does not know what type right here params is. So let's give it a type, and right here params will have an object, and inside of here we'll have two things. So first of all, we'll have our site ID, which is of type string, and we'll also have our article ID, which will be also of type string. Again, both of these names correspond to the folder names. So we have a site ID folder and we have an article ID folder. Both names should be corresponding. If you have a spelling mistake, you will get an error. And now we can use this param for our link right here. So let me use upticks, and let's redirect the user to /dashboard, then /sites, and let's say the dynamic value of params.siteID. And if you now save this and again go back, you now see if I hover over cancel, it redirects right here on the bottom left corner, or in other words, it shows the URL where the user will be redirected to. So if I click on cancel, you'll now see I'll get redirected again to this overview page. Let me now again click right here on delete, and this will then again redirect us to this route right here. And now one thing which I'm seeing right here right now is that I said delete product. This is of course not what I want to do. I want to delete the article. So let's say delete article, and also instead of rendering right here blue button, I want to render a red color, or a button which has a red color. So what I'll do right here is wrap this button component first of all in a form element. Let me delete the action, and then in this form, let me again paste this button. For this button, let me give it a variant, and for the variant, I want to say, hey, this should be destructive, so this red color. If I now save this again and go back, you now see this button right here. Also, instead of rendering just a button, I want to instead render a submit button. So let me again delete this, and let me get my submit button. This is imported for my components, this is self-closing, and let me give it a variant. For the variant, this will again be destructive, and let me also give it a text, and for the text, let me just say delete article. If you now save this and again go back, you now see right here this button, and this already looks very, very good. Now, currently we don't have any action for our form, and that means if I click on this button, nothing really happens. We do a GET request, but we don't delete this article. This is just a hard refresh again, because we do a GET request. So what we have to do is create a new server action. So let's go to our actions file, and inside of here, I want to create a new server action. So right here underneath our edit post action, let me right here create a new one. So let's do an export async function. Then let me call it right here delete post. Then let's invoke it and let's open it. In the params, let me first of all get our form data. So let's say form data, and this will be of type form data. Then inside of our export function, or inside of the server action, we have to first of all again check that the user is authenticated and allowed to do right here this action. So let's try to do our constant user. We can again use our hook. So let's do an equals to await require user. Let's invoke this, and now we are sure that the user is authenticated and has a valid session. So now we can already do our mutation with Prisma. So let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported. Let's do dot post and let's do dot delete. Let's now invoke this, and then let me just open that. And what I have to do now inside of here is pass a where statement. I don't want to delete any post, and I don't want to delete all posts, but I want to delete one specific post. So what we have to do right here is use the where statement. So let's get where, and I have to now pass two things or two properties. First of all, I have to pass the user ID because I want to make sure that the post belongs to the user. So the user ID will be equal to our user.id. And what I have to also pass now is the ID of the article. So I have to right here pass an ID, and this ID will be equal to our article. So what I will do right now is get a form data, and let's do .get, and I want to get the ID using the input name, which will be article ID. Let's mark this as string, and now this will not throw any errors anymore. Now, as you already know, currently we don't pass any article ID, so I will copy this name, go to the delete route, and inside of this form, I will render an input which will be of type hidden. So let's right here create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it a name. For the name, let me just paste right here article ID. And for the value, this will be equal to our params. Because again, in the params, we already get the article ID. So let's go to the value, and then right here, this will be equal to our params.article ID. If I now save this, this looks good. And what we have to do now is give our form a action. And this action will be equal to delete post. So let me copy the name, paste it inside of here. And now we have to import that from our actions file. So let's import that. And now this error will go away. What's now the last thing which I want to do? Well, I want to redirect the user again to the dashboard. So underneath our constant data, let's do return redirect. This is already imported. And inside of here, I have to again pass the dynamic value of the site ID. So we can use right here upticks for now, and we can say slash dashboard and then slash sites. And now I have to pass the site ID. Currently we don't pass it, so what I have to do right here is a form data get. So let me go to the delete route and let me add another input. This will be of input type hidden. Then let's give it a name. For the name right here, this will be equal to the site ID. And let's give it also a value. And for the value, this will be our params.site ID. I can now actually use the site ID, so this input, to get it in the server action or to get the value in the server action. So let's go to the actions file, and right here, let me use a dynamic value, or right here, this dynamic thing, and let's do form data, let's do .get, and I want to get my site ID. So what we'll do is redirect the user to dashboard slash sites slash the dynamic ID where we display all of our posts. So if we now save this, this should now work. So let me do a hard refresh just to make sure. And what I'll do now is click on delete article. If I now click on this, we have a loading state and we should now get redirected. Let's see, and that's exactly what happened. We now have right here an overview of all of the articles, and we now only have one article, and that's because we deleted one article. Alright everyone, congrats! You have now right here created first of all the edit functionality, but you have also created the delete functionality. If I again right here click on edit, we will get redirected. Inside of here, we will again see our form. I can update the title. Let's say, hey, let's edit this. Then let me generate a slug. We see our right here toast. Let me click on edit article. We have our loading state and we will again get redirected. You see the title has changed, and what we can also do is delete it. Now I won't delete this post because I want to have one, but if you would delete this article would be deleted and we would again see our empty state. So this is great. This is exactly what we wanted. And now we can continue with our dashboard. Alright friends, so we are now, I would say we're done with right here this site's overview page where we can see all of the articles and where we can edit them and delete them. All of this looks very, very good. But we have one problem. So right here on the top we have the settings button, and if I click on that, you see nothing is happening. So what do I want to do? Well, when I click on the settings, I want to get redirected to a page where I will see all of the settings for my site. And then inside of the setting page, I want to only do two things, or I only want to allow the user to do two things. And that's first of all, option A, to upload right here an image for the site. And then also option B, to delete the site in general and also delete all of the associated blog articles. So let's get started with that. Let me again go right here and let me now create right here the settings page. So how do you create a settings page? Well, let's go in the Explorer right here. And what we have to do is go in the app folder, then let's go in the dashboard folder, let's go in the sites folder, let's go in the site ID folder, and then inside of here I have to create a new route, or in other words a new folder. So let's name it settings, and then inside of there let's create a page.tsx. So this will be our route to render our settings, and let's now create right here first of all a new function. So since this is in route, let's right here do an export default function. Let me just call it settings site route. Let's invoke it and then let's open it. Inside of here for now, let me create a return statement and let me just say h1 and let me say hello from the settings. Let's now save this, and what I want to do now is when I click on the settings button, I want to get redirected to this URL right here. For that, let me open first of all the site ID overview page. And then inside of here, we now have a button which says settings. Now this currently redirects to the incorrect source. So currently we just have a hashtag as a redirect. And this is of course not what we want. So let me delete that. Let me use brackets. Then let's use upticks. And I want to redirect when the user clicks on the settings to /dashboard, then /sites, and now I have to pass the site ID. This is dynamic, we get it through the params. So right here in the params, we get our site ID. So let's use right here this dynamic value. Let's get right here our params.site ID, and then this will be a /settings. Let's now save this, and if I again go back and hover over settings, you now see it redirects to this URL right here. Let me now click on this, and now we should get redirected to the correct source. And that's what we see right here. It says hello from the settings. Now, of course, I don't want to render a h1, I want to render a form, so let's do that right now. Let me again go back, let me go to the settings page, let me delete this return statement, let's create a new one, and now let's make it look nice. Let me first of all use right here these empty brackets, tags, whatever you want to call them, so that they don't show up in the DOM. And the first thing I want to render is again a div on the top left corner, and inside of this div I will render a button to go back again from the settings. So let me right here render a div element. Let me give this div right here a class name, and this is very simple. This will be just a flex, then items of center to center it vertically, and a gap x of 2 to have a bit of spacing between the items or between the children. Then inside of here, let me render a button component. This is imported from the components, and inside of here I want to render an icon. This icon is called chevron left and is imported from lucide-react. This is self-closing, and what we can do is also get in class name, and this will be right here size of 4. So again width 4 and height 4. Let me now again save this, and if I now go back, you now see this chevron icon right here. Does it look good? I would say no, it does not look very good. So what we can do right here is give this button 2 properties. So let's give it a variant. For the variant, this will be outline, and then let me also give it in size, and for the size, this will be icon. Now if I again save this and go back, you already see this looks way better, but if I click on this button, nothing happens, and this is not what we want. So what I want to render is the link component, so when the user clicks on the button, I want to redirect the user to this page. So what we can do is wrap right here this chevron left icon inside of a link component. This is imported from next/link. Let's open that, and then let me paste my chevron left icon. As you now see, the link right here complains. That's because I'm missing one key property, and that's the href. Now let me get my href right here. We'll use these brackets and then upticks because this is again a dynamic route, and we want to redirect the user to /dashboard /sites and then to the specific site where the user came from. And now how do we get our site ID? Well, it's quite simple. We again get it through our params. So right here in the params, I can destructure it. I can get my params. As you now see, TypeScript right here complains. That's because TypeScript does not know what type params is. So let's give it in type, and right here params will be a type of an object, and inside of here we get a site ID, which is of type string. Now, as you already know, I've explained it multiple times. It's very important that the spelling right here is the same to the params. If they don't match, so if the spelling does not match, you won't get a param. It will be undefined or null or whatever. And this is of course not what you want. And let me now go back to my href, and let me now paste this as a dynamic value, and this will be our params.siteID. So this is now done, and if I again go back, you now see this, and if I hover over this icon on the bottom left corner, you now see a redirect URL. Let me click on this, and now you will see we are again right here at the site overview. I can again click on the settings, and then we again see this. Let me now render also like a title. For that, let me go underneath the button, but still in the div, and let me now render a H1 or H3, let's say H3, and let me inside of here just say go back. Let me see how that looks like. Yeah, that's alright, but we can make it a bit bigger. So let me give this H3 right here a class name, and inside of here let me just say text of XL and font of semi-bold. Let's now save this, let's go back, and yeah, this looks quite good in my opinion. So now we have created this, let's call it a top section. So we now have this top section, and now I want to render my form, if you can call it like that. Now this form will be like separated. We won't have one big form like with our create section, but we'll have two smaller forms. So one form to upload an image, and then one form to delete our site right here. Let me first of all create the card or the form for our deletion of the site, and then after that we'll create the form for the uploading of the image. So let's first of all again get started with that. So let me go underneath this div, but still inside of these empty tags. And then inside of here, let me render a card component. This is imported from the components, and inside of here we can get a card header. This is imported from the components, and as you know, in the card header we have a, you guessed it, card title. So let me get the card title from the components, and inside of here it will be very simple. We'll just say danger. Let me give this card title a class name, and I want to say that this should have a color, so text red of 500. If you now save this and go back, you now have this card with a card title which says danger. Now as you currently see, this card has the normal default color, so it has a gray border and a white background color. I want to change this. I want to make the color, or not the color, but I want the card to have a background color which will be like in red color, and the border should be also red. So we can go to this card, we can give it a class name, and we can say border should be of red 500. If you now save this and go back, you now see the border is red. Now I also want to change the background color. So we can also say right here, BG will be of red 500. But if I would leave it like that, we would have 100% opacity, and this does not look good. We want to have a lighter opacity, so I can do in /10, and now we have 10% opacity. And if I again save this and go back, you now see we have a lighter opacity, and this looks already better. If you also go to dark mode, you see, yeah, this looks quite good, and we can leave it like that. Let me again go to light mode, because I can't really see good on dark mode. And let me now also create a card description. So underneath the card title, let's get a card description from our components. And as you already know, for the description, you can say whatever you want, but we'll say, or I will say something like, this, let me uppercase this will delete your site and all articles associated with it. Click the button below to delete everything. Something like that. Maybe I have spelling mistakes, but who really cares? If you now save this, go back, you now have the title, you have the description, and what I want to do now is render our card footer, which means I want to render a button. So let me go underneath the card header, but still in the card, and let me right here get a card footer. This is imported from my components, and let's open that. Inside of here, let me also zoom in a bit, and now we can render our button. So in the card footer, I can get my submit button component. This is imported from my components. This is self-closing. And for the submit button, let me give it a text property. For the text, let me just say delete everything. And let me also get a variant, and this will be right here destructive. If I now save this and go back, you will now see right here a button component, and it says delete everything. This looks quite good, and before I make the functionality work for this deletion of the site, let me now also render the other card to upload the image. And to do that, we have to create a separate component. Why do we have to do that? So if you can remember, when you use Uploadthing, you have to mark your component as use client. This component or this file should be a server component because later on we'll fetch data inside of here. So what we have to do now is break it into separate components. So this uploading card form. So let me go right here in the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the components folder, dashboard folder, forms folder. And then inside of here, let me create a upload image form.tsx. This component will be there to allow the user to change the image of the site. And the code inside of here will be relatively simple. So since this is a component, let me do a export function. Let's call it upload image form. Let's invoke it and then let's open it. Inside of here, let me create a return statement and let me again render a card component. So let's get our card from the components. Let's open that. Inside of here, let's get our card header again from the components. And in the card header, we have our best friend, which is the card title. In the card title, let me just say image, and then underneath the card title, let me render a card description, which is imported from the components. In the card description, let me just say, this is the image of your site. You can change it here. Let's save this. And then underneath my card header, I can now render right here our upload drop zone. So underneath the card header, let me create my card content. The code inside of this card content will be relatively simple because what I want to do right here is a ternary. And I want to say, hey, if we have uploaded an image, I want to show the image. And if not, I want to show the drop zone. So to get our image URL, we will have to create state. So above the return statement, let's do a constant. Let's use array brackets. And let's create a getter and a setter. So for the getter, let's say image URL, and for the setter, this will be called set image URL. This will be then equal to use state, which is imported from React. Let's invoke that. And as a initial state, this will be undefined. As you already know, this state will change, so it will switch from an undefined state to a string, which means we have to add a generic. So let's right here use a generic, and let's say, hey, this state could be either undefined, so our initial state, or within vertical line, it could be a string. And now we can use that and create our ternary. So right here in the card content, let me right here get my image URL, so my getter, and we'll say if this is true, let me right here return a image component, which is imported from next/image. Let's for now leave it empty. And if this is not true, let's use a colon, return something else. And I want to render right here my upload drop zone, which is imported right here from my utils folder. This is again self-closing. And inside of here, one property which we have to add is right here the endpoint. And this endpoint will be equal to the image uploader. Again, a endpoint is the equivalent just to an API route to upload a image. Then for the image component, we have two properties which we have to add. And this is first of all our source. For the source, this will be equal to the image URL. And we also have to pass an alt. And for the alt, I'll just say uploaded image. So now all of the errors are gone, which is great. Let me style the image even further. Let's give it right here in width. This will be 200. Let's give it in height. This will be 200. Then let me also give it in class name. And for the class name, this will be right here in size of custom value 200 pixels. So in height of 200 pixels and a width of 200 pixels. And then let me also give it an object, which will be off cover. And we can also give it in rounding. And right here, you could either choose LG or XL. It does not make any difference, but I will use LG. And now we can also save this. So what we can now do is use this component in our page.tsx. So right here above this card component, so above right here this card to delete our site, let me right here get this upload image form component. So this right here is called upload image and is imported right here from my components. This is self-closing, and if I now save this and again go back, we should now see right here two cards. Or actually, we don't see two cards, but I get an error. What is the error? Well, it's quite simple. I use the useState hook, and the useState hook relies on a client side, or in other words, it relies on a JavaScript bundle. So in the upload image form, I have to mark right here this component as useClient. So on top, let's mark this as useClient. And if I now save this and again go back, you will now see that this error will go away. Alright, so this looks good. We now have right here one component, or not one component, I'm sorry, we have one form, and then we have the second form to delete our site, or in other words right here to delete everything which is associated to the site. Now for this image card form, whatever you want to call it, let me now also render a card footer. For that, let me go right here underneath my card content and let me get a card footer. Again, imported from the components. Let's open that. And inside of here, I can now render right here a submit button. This is imported from our submit buttons file. This is self-closing. And let's right here give the property of the text. And we'll just say change image or upload image. No, let's say change image. And if I now again save this and go back, you now see right here this button which says change image. So this now looks beautiful. What I want to also do right here for our upload drop zone is add two callback functions. So first of all, the on client upload complete and the on upload error. So I want to render toasts. So right here, let me first of all handle on our on client upload complete. This is a inline callback function. So let's get a response and let's open right here this L function. Inside of here, we have to first of all manipulate our state. So let's say set image URL and let's invoke it. And inside of here, I want to pass the uploaded image. If I right now just pass our result, you see we get an error, and that's because result is an array. And I want to get the first item in the array, so let's use array brackets and let's say 0. With that, I get the first item in the array, and if I do a dot, you see all of the results which I can get. I want to get the URL, so let's use that, and now we don't get any errors. Let me now also use a toast. So let's get right here my toast from Sona, and let's do a dot success, and for the message I will just say image has been uploaded. Let's save this. And let's use our other callback function, which is the on upload error. So let's get this right here. This is again a inline error function. Let's open that. And inside of here, let's use a toast. Again, that's already imported. Let's do dot error. Let's invoke it. And inside of here for the message, I will just say something went wrong. Dot. Let's save this. And now this is done. So we have now created the UI to upload an image, but currently there's no way to save this image in our database, or in other words, to update the image in our database. So what we have to do is create a new server action inside of our actions file. To do that, let me open right here my actions file. This is where we store all of our server actions, and let me create a new server action. And then let me right here just create a export async function, and let's just call it update image. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. As you already know, server actions should be treated as public endpoints. So what we have to do is again check that the user is authenticated. So let's do a constant user, and then this will be equal to await require user. This is already imported, so let's just invoke this, and now this looks good. So now we are sure that the user is authenticated so that he's allowed to use the server action, and now we can create our mutation. So let's try to do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported. Let's do dot site and let's do dot update, since I want to update my site. Let's now invoke this. Let's open that. And since I want to update my site, or in other words, one specific site, I have to add a where statement. Again, I don't want to update all sites, but one specific site, which I'm the owner of. So what we have to first of all pass is the user ID. I want to make sure that the user who makes this mutation is also the one who owns the site. So let's say this should be equal to our user.id. Again, we get our user through kind, or in other words, through our custom hook. And what I want to also get right here is the ID. So I have to know what the ID of the site is. So what we'll do right here is a form data, and I want to do a form data.get. As you currently see, we don't get any form data. So in the params right here for this function, let me just say form data, and this will be of type form data. What I can do now is use right here my form data, and let's say form data.get, and I want to get an input with the name site ID, and let's mark this as string. As you know, currently we don't have an input with this name site ID, but I will change that later on. What I want to do now is also of course use the data property, because I have to tell Prisma what I want to update. First of all, right here, I misspelled string, so let's spell that correctly. And what do I want to update? Well, it's quite simple. I want to update the image URL. And for the image URL, I have to now pass the image URL, and we'll again get it through the form data. So let's say right here, form data.get, and I want to get the image URL. Let's mark this as string, and now this looks very, very good. What's now the last thing which I want to do? Well, I want to redirect the user, so let's write here doing return redirect. Then let's invoke it, and let's use right here optics. I want to redirect the user to /dashboard, let's say /sites, and then I want to use right here this dynamic value of our site ID. So what we can do right here is copy this code where we say form data.get site ID, and I can just paste it inside of here. So we'll redirect the user again to the overview page where we see all of the articles. So this now looks good. So what we can do is save this. And if I now go to my upload image component, I have to now add these two inputs, which will be of type hidden because currently I don't add them. So right here in the card footer, we first of all have to render a form element. So let me render right here in form element, let me delete the action, and inside of the form element, let me first of all render the submit button. So let's copy it and paste it inside of here. Then in the form, let me get an input. So let's use an input. This will be of type hidden. And the first thing I want to render right here is the site ID. Because if you go to the actions, I right here get a site ID. So let me copy it and paste it inside of here. And now we have to right here pass the value. But now the question comes, how do I get a value? Well, it's quite simple. In our page.tsx, where I render the component, we already get it through the params. So I can just pass it right here as a property. So what we can do is create an interface. So let's do an interface. Let's call it iappprops. Again, you can name it whatever you want. It does not make any difference. Then let me right here get a site ID. This will be of type string. And then right here in my params, I can destructure it and give it in type of iappprops. Then right here, I can do in control spacebar, and now I get the site ID. I can now pass it right here for my value, site ID. And if I go to the page.tsx where I render this component, you now see we get an error. And that's because I'm missing the site ID. So let's use this, and inside of here as a value, I can say params.siteID. And if I now save this, this looks good. So we have now created our first input, which is for the site ID. And now I have to also create an input for the image URL. So let me go underneath this input and let's create another input. This will be of type hidden. Then let me right here give it a name. For the name, we'll right here call it image URL. So let me copy it and paste it inside of here. And now we have to also pass it in value. And this value is quite simple. This is our state. So right here we have in getter, which is called image URL. And I want to pass it inside of here. So let's get our image URL, and now we can save this. So let's now save this and let's see if everything works. So let me go back, let me do a hard refresh just to make sure. And now let me upload one image. So let me click on choose file. I have now chosen one file, I've clicked on upload, now we right here have our loading state, and I should see the image right here in a second on the top left corner. And that's what you see right here. We have my image, you see a toast that the image has been uploaded, and let me now click right here on this button, so to upload my image. And what has happened? Well, we did a GET request. This is not what I want, and that's because I forgot to add an action to the form. So let me right here create an action, and this action will be called right here update image. So let me get my update image. This is imported from my actions, and now we can save this and again test it out. So let me do a hard refresh and let me again upload one image. So I've now selected one file. Currently it's uploading. Again, in a second, we will see a toast right here on the bottom right corner, and then we see the image right here. Let me now click on change image. We have a loading state, and now I should get redirected back to our overview. And that's exactly what happened. If I now go back to the index page for my sites, you now see we have right here an image instead of having this default image that we had before. So now this looks good, and if I again go to view articles and then go to the settings, the next thing which I want to do right here is allow the user to delete the site, because if I currently click on this button, absolutely nothing happens. But before we can do that, we have to change something in our schema, because what I want to do is, if I delete the site, I want to also delete all of the associated posts. But currently, if I delete the site, all of the posts will still be in the database, and this is not really what we want, because we will have database storage which is used, but posts which are not displayed because there's no related site, so this does not make any real sense. So to make this work so that when the user deletes a site and also all of the related articles get deleted, we can use a Prisma helper. So right here in the post, we have a relation to our site, and as already said, this is a one-to-many relationship. And what we can do right here is go to our site relation. So I'm currently in the model post. Right here we have our site relation, and then inside of here we can add a comma and say on delete. And this on delete will be equal to cascade. This means when the user deletes the site, the post will be automatically, or all posts which are related will be automatically deleted. So what we can do now is open our terminal. We have to stop our dev server, because every time when you want to sync your database with Prisma, you have to restart your dev server so that Prisma can, generate all of the types. So let me right here clear everything, and let me do an npx prisma db of push. This will again sync our database with Prisma, and now let's wait for that. Alright, our database is now in sync, which means I can now do right here an npm run dev, and again restart my dev server. While this restarts, let me now create a server action to delete our site. For that, let me go underneath this export, or let me go underneath the server action. Let me write to do an export async function. Let me call it delete site. Let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me write, first of all, in the params, get the form data. So let's get our form data, and this will be of type form data. Then inside of the server action, as you know, we have to protect it. So let's right here say constant user, and this will be equal to await require user. With that, we are sure that the user is authenticated, and in that sense also allowed to right here delete a site. What I want to do now is create our mutation. So let me do a constant data. Let me spell this correctly. This will be equal to await Prisma, and then let's do dot site and dot delete. Let me invoke it, let's open that, and inside of here we have to now create a where statement, because again, I don't want to delete every site, I don't want to delete any site, but I want to delete one specific site which is owned or created by the user. So let me right here create a where statement, and this will be very simple. I want to say I want to delete a site first of all, where the user ID matches the user.id, which we get from kind, and I want to also delete a site, or in that case I want to delete the site where the ID matches the ID which I pass using form data. So let's right here say form data.get, and I want to get my site ID. Then let's also mark it as string, and now this already looks good. The last thing which I want to do is redirect the user, so let's right here do in return redirect. Let's invoke that, and as an URL let me just say /dashboard and then /sites. Let's now save this, and what we have to do now is pass our site ID in our input. So if I go to the page.tsx and go to this card, I have to render the site ID somehow in a input. So the first thing we have to do is wrap right here the submit button inside of a form. So let me copy the submit button, let me create a form element, let me delete the action, and in the form let me paste the submit button. Then above the submit button I have to render now a input, and this input right here will be of type hidden. Then let me give this input a name, and for the name this will be equal to the site ID. So let me copy the name, paste it inside of here, and now we have to pass a value. And this value will be equal to our params.siteID. Again, we get the site ID right here in the params, and you should remember that because we also used it right here for the uploading image form. So this is now done. The last thing we have to do is add a action, because we want to do a post request and not a get request. And for the action right here, this is called delete site. Let's paste it inside of here, and let's import that from our actions file. So this is now done, and now we can test it out. So let me go to my sites right here. So let me go to the index page of my sites. Inside of here, let me click on View Articles. And after that, let me click on Settings. So I'm now again at the same page, and I want to now delete this site. So let me go right here to the bottom, to the danger part, and let me click on delete everything. You now have a loading state, and now we should get redirected, and now we have right here this default state which says you don't have any sites created. This is great, everything works, and let me now open Prisma Studio to see if also the related articles got deleted. So let me open my terminal, let's open a second terminal tab, let me clear everything, and let's do an npx Prisma of Studio to open Prisma Studio. Alright, and what do we see right here? Well, we have 0 posts, we have 0 sites, and we only have 1 user, and this user is me. So this is great, this is what we wanted. So this relation or this on cascade thing fully worked, and that's great. So as we now see, the flow to delete sites fully works, and that's exactly what we want. But there's now a few things which I want to optimize. And the first thing I want to optimize is right here this default state. So you see right here this default state, we have this dashed line, we have this title, description, the button. It looks good in dark mode, and just in general it looks quite good. But there's one problem. If you go to this code, so let me go to my VS Code editor, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, sites folder, and then inside of the page.tsx folder, you see we wrote some div, and then right here an icon, then we have an h2, a p tag, a button. Everything is quite standard. But this component, or not this component, but this code is written in multiple places, because we first of all render it right here when we don't have any sites, but we also render right here this empty state when we don't have any articles. And we will also render right here this default state later on in the dashboard. So instead of always writing the same code, copy pasting it, one thing which would be way easier is to just create one component, and then we would render this component whenever we would need this empty state. So this is exactly what we'll do. We'll create one component, and this one component will be there to render this file. So let me go into the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, components folder, dashboard folder, and let me create a new file, and let's name it empty state.tsx. So this code will be there to render this default state. So let's do an export function, then let me just call it empty state. Again, since this is a component, I don't have to do any export default. Export function is fine. Let's invoke this, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement. And to make life very simple, we will just copy the code. So right here where we do our ternary, let me just copy the div inside of here. So let me copy this, and then let me paste it inside of here. So what we have is one div, then we have the file icon, then the h2, a p tag, and then we have a button. As you currently see, we get some errors. That's because we have to import everything. So let me import the file icon from lucide-react. Then let me import the button component from our components, and let me import our link component. This is from next/link, and let me also get a plus circle from lucide-react. So now we have right here this code, this component, whatever you want to call it, and instead of now rendering this div right here, or in other words, this code inside of our page.tsx, we can now just render our empty state component. This is import from our components, this is self-closing, and if I again go back to my web browser, you see nothing has changed. Everything still looks the same, and that's great. But now there's one thing. We want to make this dynamic, which means right here we want to say, hey, you don't have any site created, but when we go to the articles, we want to show, hey, you don't have any articles created. Let me show it to you. So let me create a site. Then for the site name, let me just say Jan Marshall. For the subdirectory, Jan Marshall. We'll also fix that in a second. There are currently a few problems with this form. And for the description, I'll just say, hey, this is a test site. Let me click on submit. You see we don't have any loading state. We'll fix that again later on. And what I'll do right now is click on view articles. If I will click on that, you'll see again right here a empty state in a second. And as you see, it says right here again, you don't have any sites created. So what we have to create right here inside of this empty state is an interface so that we can dynamically change the button text, the title description, and the href. So I'm now in the empty state component, and inside of here, let me create an interface. Let's call it iapp-props. Let's open that, and inside of here we'll get 4 things: the title, description, button, text, and href. So let's get a title. This will be of type string. We'll get a description. This will be of type string. Then let me also get a button text. This will be of type string, and we'll also get an href, and this will be of type string. So now we have passed, or now we told right here TypeScript what types we expect, and now we can get them right here through the params. So let me destructure it right here, and let's say this will be of type iapp-props. Then where I destructured, I can click on Control Spacebar, and now I get right here my 4 properties. Let's import them. Let's get a button text, let's get a description, let's get the href, and let's also get a title. If I now go back to the page.tsx where I imported the empty state, you now see we get an error, and that's because I have to now pass everything. So let me start off with the title. Let's get our title right here. And for the title, we can just copy what we had right here. So we said you don't have any sites created. So let me copy it, paste it inside of here. Let me delete the space right here in the front. Then let's continue with our description. Again, I can just copy it right here because we already have the description. Let me copy it. Let's paste it inside of here. Let me delete right here the blank space. And then let's continue. We now have the button text. Again, I can just go right here and copy create site. Let's again go back, paste it inside of here. And then the last thing we have is our href. Let me close this. I'm not sure what this is. Let me now get right here the href, and this href will be equal to /dashboard/sites/new. Let me copy it and let me paste it right here. So now we have created our empty state, or in other words, we have propagated all the fields. And if I again go back to my empty state, I can now render right here these properties, or in other words, these params. So let me do that right now. Instead of rendering this title, let me get my title property, or my title param. Then instead of rendering this description, let me get my description param. Then instead of saying create site, let me render again right here this button text. So let me get my button text. And then for the href, instead of rendering this, let me get my href right here. And if I now save this and again go back, you see we currently don't see anything. This is because we have a site. So let me click on view articles. Let me click on settings. And then I want to delete this site. So inside of here, let me go to the danger section and let me click on delete everything. This will now delete the site. And now it says right here, you don't have any sites created, blah, 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 and the button. So we see our component now fully works, and that's great. So now let's do the same also for the articles overview. So let me again click on create site. Let me write again a name. So let's say Jan Marshall, subdirectory Jan Marshall, description, some gibberish, and let me click on submit. Then right here we now get redirected. Let me click on view articles, and now we again have this empty state. But it says right here you don't have any sites created, and this is not what we want. So let me open this page. So let me go to the Explorer app folder, then to the dashboard folder, sites folder, site ID folder, and then let me go to the page.tsx. And then instead of right here rendering in the ternary this div, let me just delete this div. So right here we have our ternary, and if we don't have any data, we right here render this empty state. So let me just delete that what we render inside of there, and let me get my empty state component right here. Let's import that. This is self-closing, and now we see we get an error. We get an error because we have to now pass a few properties. So right here, let me get a title. Then for the title, let me just say you don't have any articles created. Then let's continue with our description. For the description, I will just say you currently don't have any articles. Please create some so that you can see them right here. Then let's continue. The next thing we have is our button text. For the button text, I will just say create article. And then the last thing we have right here is our href. And this href will not be a static string. So let me right here use a object. Inside of here, let me use upticks. And then let's say /dashboard, then /sites, and then let me create or use right here my site ID. We already get it through the params, so params.site ID. And then at the end, we have to append a /create, since we want to allow the user to create an article when he clicks on this button. If you again go back and hover over create article, you now see on the bottom left corner that it redirects you right here as dashboard/sites/the/id/create. If I click on create article, you'll see we'll get redirected to create a new article. And that's exactly what happened, and we see that this fully works, which is great. So we have now optimized right here our default state or empty state, whatever you want to call it. And now let's fix the next thing, and this was our sites. If I currently create a site right here, our submit button does not have any loading state. So we can open this route right here. Let's go to the Explorer, let's go to the app folder, let's go to the dashboard folder, to the sites folder, to the new folder, and then to the page.tsx. If we scroll to the bottom, we right here have our button, which says submit. Instead of rendering this, let me get my submit button component. This is imported from my components, this is self-closing, and inside of here we have to pass now a text property. And right here, let me just say create site. If I now save this and again go back, you now see it says right here create site, and this looks good. Let's now again test it out. So let me write some gibberish. For the subdirectory, let me write some gibberish, and for the description, let me also write some gibberish. Let me now click on create site, and now we see the loading state, and that's already way better. But now there's another thing which I don't really like. So let me show it to you. Let me create a new site. Let me just give it some gibberish name. For the subdirectory, you know it should be unique. So I will right now just write A. Then let me write some gibberish description and let me create this site. As you see, everything works, that's fine. But if I again click on create site, write some gibberish name, and for the subdirectory I again say A, and then write some description gibberish and click on create site, you will right here see we get an error, and it tells me unhandled one-time error. Not great, this is not what I want. When I have an error, and in other words when the subdirectory is not unique, I want to show an error message for the user. I don't want to show some Next.js error, I want to show an inline error inside of our form so that the user knows, hey, your input is not unique, somebody already has the subdirectory, please create a different one. I hope you understand what I mean. So our subdirectory is unique, and currently if the user tries to create the same subdirectory, we don't handle this error. We just throw right here this default Next.js error, and this is not what I want. So let me right now just refresh this page so that this ugly error goes away, and let's now fix this. For that, let me again go back to our code, let me close everything, and let me go to the actions file. Right here, let me go to the create site action, and right here we see all we do right now is just we check that the user is authenticated, we compare our form data against our Zod schema, we then do an if check to check that everything compares correctly, and if everything is fine, we just create the site. So in theory, quite basic. But now we have to somehow handle the state where we check if right here our subdirectory is unique or not. And for that, we have to create a new Zod schema. So let me go to my Zod schemas file, and inside of here, let me now create a new Zod schema. What I want you to know is that this schema function, whatever you want to call it, is a bit complicated. Nevertheless, I will try my best to take you through it. It's a bit complicated because this is a async validation. This is not anymore on runtime as we did it right here, but this is now asynchronous because I have to fetch data from Prisma, and using the response from Prisma, I will know if the subdirectory is unique or not. So let's now do that. So let me right here do an export, then let's do a function. Let's call it site creation schema. Let's invoke this and then let's open that. Now right here, inside of the params, I want to get one thing. So let me get right here my options, and options is now optional. It does not have to be defined. So let's add a question mark, and options will have a child property. So let's open an object, and inside of here, I want to now create a function, or in other words, it will this options object will contain a function. So this is called isSubdirectory. Let me spell it correctly. So isSubdirectory unique. And this is just a standard arrow function, and this right here just resolves to a promise. Now what we'll also do right here is add a generic. So let me add a generic, and the results of this will be a boolean. So the result of this function would be either true or false. So the subdirectory is either unique or it isn't unique. So that's why this is a promise, and as a generic we pass a boolean because it could be either true or false. Now let me open this function, and now the code in this function for the first half is pretty simple, because what we have to do right now is just create another Zod schema. So let me do a return. Let's use that.object. I can invoke it, open an object, and inside of here I will now get right here the subdirectory. What I want you to do is just copy the name subdirectory from your site schema. So let me just copy it and paste it inside of here. It's quite important that it's the same name or the same spelling, so please copy it from there and paste it inside of here. Now what is our subdirectory? Well, it's a z.string, so let me get my string and let's invoke that. Then what else, or what further validation do we do? Well, if you go to the site schema, we say right here for the subdirectory that it should be or should have a minimum length of 1, so it should be defined, and the maximum character length is 40. So what we can do right here is just do a .min, then let's invoke it, add a 1 and a .max, and inside of here I will just say 40. What I want to do right here is also add further validation. I want to also say that the subdirectory should be lowercased. So we can do in .regex, and then for the regex I will right here just paste some code. So right here we add slash, then the star or whatever you want to call it, then we say A to Z, and then plus $slash. So what is this right here, this regex validation? Well, with that we say, hey, we want to validate our input and it should be only lowercase string. So if the user types uppercase, so let's say Jan Marshall, and he types it uppercase, then we'll get an error, or the user will get an error. And with this regex we just validate, hey, the user input should be completely lowercase. Let me also add a error message, so you can add a comma at the end, and then for the message you can say whatever you want, but I will just say subdirectory must only use lowercase letters. So now we have created our regex. This looks quite good. And then what I also want to do now is a .transform. So behind this .regex, let me do a .transform. Then let me invoke this. And this is a callback function. So let me right here get a value. And then this is an inline arrow function or inline callback function. And then let's do value to lowercase. Let's invoke that. And now this is also done. So now we have created the basic validation. And what I want to do now is continue and do custom validation. For that you can use the .pipe method, and then let me invoke that and let's open that. And inside of this .pipe, let me again say .string, let's invoke it, then let's do .superrefine, let's invoke this as a param, let me get an email and let me get a context, so ctx, and then let me just create an arrow function and let's open that. And now what exactly does this code do right here? Well, this right here is the custom validation, as already said, and then this pipe method, which we use right here, allows us for further validation using the superrefine method. And inside of here, what we can do now is say if statement. And then right here, let me say type of, let me get my options. And if I right here do a dot, we now get our is subdirectory unique promise function. Let's get that. And right here, I want to check if this is not equal to a function. So let's right here use an exclamation mark, let's use two equal signs, and let's right here say function. As you see, if you click on Control Spacebar, you get a few things, and we want to check if this is not a function. Because if you can remember again, right here in the interface, we said is subdirectory unique, it's a function, which is in other words also a promise. If I again go back, we now check right here if it's not a function, and if it's not true, let's open that. And inside of here, let me say context. So let me get my ctx dot add issue, since I want to add a new issue. Let's invoke it. Let's open an object inside of here. And inside of here, we get now a few things. First of all, we get our code. this code right here will be custom. Then let's continue. We also get a message. For the message, this will be right here equal to conform Zod message. This is import from conform to Zod, and let's do dot validation undefined. So that means the message right here will say, hey, your function is not defined, so there's some problem. Then let's continue, and then we also get a fatal property, and this right here will be true because this is a fatal operation. And then the last thing I want to do is a return. So underneath this ctx add issue, let me just do a empty return, and with that we just don't continue any further. So right here, this was now our first custom validation. So we'd say if the function is not provided, then we right here just add a custom validation issue with a message which says, hey, undefined validation function, it hasn't been defined, something like that. And if it was defined, well then we want to now check if our right here subdirectory is unique. So let me right here go underneath this if check, and then right here I want to now do a return. Then let me do an options. Let's do dot is subdirectory unique, because we now know that the function is defined and also there. Let's invoke that. Then let me do a dot then, because this is a promise. Let's invoke that as a param. Let me get is unique, so the boolean, and let me just open a standard L function. Inside of here, I want to do an if check, and I want to check if is unique is true. So if we have a true boolean or a false boolean. If we have a false boolean, I want to return an error message, and if the boolean is true, well, then we can just continue because the subdirectory is unique, which means there's no problem with our database. So let me right here say if is unique is not true, so exclamation mark is unique if the boolean is false. Let's open that and let me say ctx, so context, add issue. Then let's invoke that, open an object, and then let me right here create a code. This will be custom. Then let me also right here create a message. Then for the message, you can say whatever you want because this is a custom message. I will just say subdirectory is already taken ... This message just means, hey, this subdirectory which you wanted is already taken. Please create another one. You can change the message to something else if you want to, but I will just leave it like that. We don't have to add the fatal right here boolean because fatal is in the default false, and we don't want to have a fatal issue, so that's why we don't have to use it right here. So fatal is in default false, so that's why I don't have to add it right here. And now we are already done with this. We have now created right here our custom validation, which is great. And now we can continue. What else does right here our site creation schema have? Well, it has a description and a name. What I can do is just copy it right here and then let me paste it underneath right here our subdirectory z.string. So let me paste it right here. Let me add a comma, and now this is also done. So at the end of the day, this Zod schema, if you want to call it like that, is almost the same to our site schema. The only difference is that we do a bit more further validation right here for our subdirectory. But for the name and description, we just copy paste it inside of here and it's completely the same. It's the only thing that has changed is our subdirectory. And let me again try to explain right here what we did. So first of all, we right here have the field subdirectory. We say, hey, this is a string. It has a minimum length, a maximum length. We created a regex. So we say, hey, we should only have lowercase letters. We then continue also transform our input to lowercase. And then with this .pipe method, we now do our own validation or additional validation. So right here we do the super refine method, which we use in the pipe, and then we do right here our first if check. And this if check is there to check if the function is there. If there's no function, well then there's some undefined error, or not undefined error, but then means that our function is not defined. So that means also that we say, hey, this is fatal. There's something wrong, please stop. If this is not true, which means if the function is provided and everything is fine, then we right here just check if the subdirectory is unique. If it's not unique, then right here we add an issue and say, hey, the subdirectory is already in use, please choose another one. If we don't right here return an error message, then this just means, hey, the subdirectory is unique, which means we can just create our Prisma mutation as we wanted to. And then at the end, we right here just add again the name and the description, and right here just attach the basic validation. So now this is done. This looks very, very good. And now we have to use this code in our server action. So let me go to the actions file. And now instead of right here passing our site schema, we have to pass our site creation schema. So the function which we just created, which is asynchronous. So let me right here, instead of saying site schema, let me delete that and let me instead get my site creation schema from my utils folder. Then let's invoke it and let's open an object. If you now click on Control Spacebar, you see right here we get this function which is subdirectory unique. If you go again to the Zod schema, you should remember that this is a promise, which means it runs asynchronously. So what we have to do right here is say async, or we have to add the async modifier. Then let me call is subdirectory unique, and let's invoke that. Then I can open this function inside of here, and what we have to do now is write our Prisma schema to check if the subdirectory is unique. So let me do a constant existing subdirectory. And then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported, dot site, and then let's do dot find unique. Then let me invoke that, let's open that. And since I want to find a unique site, I have to add a where statement. So let's get our where statement. And now inside of here, I have to tell Prisma what site I want to find. And I want to find a site where the subdirectory matches. So let me right here get subdirectory, and this will now be equal to our form data.get. And inside of here, I want to get the input, which is called subdirectory. So let me go to my Zod schema and just copy this name. It's very important that you spell it the correct way. So let me copy it from here, subdirectory, and let me paste it inside of there. I can now mark it as string, and now this looks good. So again, what we did right here is just in Prisma query, we try to find a site with the subdirectory, and we can get two responses from Prisma. Either, hey, yes, there is a site with the subdirectory, or we could get a response which will say something like, hey, Jan, there's no subdirectory, or in other words, hey, Jan, there's no site with the subdirectory, which means this is unique and you can continue and create a site. So what we have to do now is underneath this query, we can just do in return, and then let me right here use an exclamation mark and say existing subdirectory. Now you might ask me, why do I use right here this exclamation mark? Well, this is a TypeScript trick and just says right here, hey, this is defined and this is not undefined. The last thing which I have to do is also say right here that this is asynchronous. So just above right here my constant submission, so just above this last bracket, let's get right here async, this is a boolean, and we'll set this to true. So now this is already all, this looks good, and now you see we right here get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, it says right here property status does not exist on type promise submission. What's this error? Well, it's quite simply, we have to await right here this. So this is asynchronous, which means we have to await this asynchronous function. So let's do a constant submission equals to await pass with Zod. And if I now save this, you see this error is gone. So what we can do now is again go back to our website right here. Let me do a hard refresh, and then let me right here create a site name. This will be Jan Marshall. For the description, this will be some gibberish. If I click on create site, we still right here get an error. It says required. And if I just type A, we will get another error. So we see a loading state, and now we'll get a asynchronous error. And it tells us right here, subdirectory is already taken. Wow, we just created asynchronous form validation. Isn't that cool? I think this is very cool, and this is also quite advanced. So this is a cool thing which you learned today. So what we can do now is create a site. So let me just say Jan Marshall or some gibberish. Let me create a subdirectory. Let's create a description, and let me click on create site. We now have our loading state, and now we'll get redirected. Great, this fully worked. Alright, so now we have right here our sites overview, and even though it's now cool that everything works, the UI does not look very good. So first of all, right here our title overflows the container, and then inside of here we have two lines, and just in general something is not right. So I want to somehow first of all fix that right here our title does not overflow the container. For that, let me go back to the code. Let's go to the card title. Let me give the card title a class name. And now I want to use a very special class name right here. What you can do is go to the Tailwind CSS documentation page. And inside of here, you will find a class name which is called truncate. I'm sorry, I have no clue how to pronounce it. And right here you see use truncate to prevent text from wrapping and truncate overflowing text with an ellipsis if needed. So you see at the end of a container, it would right here create a ... and it wouldn't overflow the container. So let me right here go back. Let's use this class name. So let's get truncate. Let's save this, and if I again go back, you now see we don't have any overflow anymore, and we just have now one line, and at the end we have a ... This looks very nice. We can leave it like that. Now there's one more thing which I want to do. This is right here for our card description. What I want to do is say, hey, the card description should have a maximum of 2 lines. It shouldn't go any bigger. So let me give this card description a class name, and let me say line-clamp. And inside of here, you can now say, hey, should it only be 1 line, 2 lines, 4 lines, 5 lines, whatever you want. I think 2 lines or 3 lines. Yeah, let's say 3 lines. Who cares? Let's leave it like that. And if I can go back, nothing changes, but that's because we haven't created a big description. We can test it out. Let me click on create site right here. Then let me give it a site name of Jan Marshall block. Then for the subdirectory, some gibberish. And for the small description, let me write something bigger now. And let me now click on create site. We now have a loading state as you see, and now we should get redirected. And that's exactly what happened. We now have right here the image, we have the title, and then we have the description, which is currently 3 lines long. If you want to, you can change it to 2. But I think 3 is completely fine. Or I guess, yeah, do whatever you want, but we'll leave it like that. Also, one thing which I want to change is the gap. I think the gap is a bit too big. So if you go right here to the div, which wraps our map function, you see we gave it a gap of 10. I think gap 10 is a bit too big. So let's change it to gap 5. And if I can save this and go back, yeah, I think gap fine is a bit better. Let's leave it at gap fine, or no, let's do it gap 7. If we again save this and go back, yeah, let's leave it like that. I think this looks good. So now let's test out if everything works right here for the site's route. So let's start right here with this Jan Marshall block. Let me click on view articles. Do we get redirected? Yes, we got redirected. We have our empty state. We have the correct title. This looks good. Then let me right here click on settings. We will now get redirected to the settings. Let me upload one image. Okay, so I've uploaded an image. This looks good. Let's see how that looks like in dark mode. Yeah, this is fine. Let me click on change image. We should now get redirected. Okay, that's what happened. If I can go to the sites right here, we see the image. Okay, this looks good. Let me again go to view articles. Let me create an article. Then inside of here, let me create some title. Let's say, hello, how are you? Let me generate a slug. Let me write a small description. Hey, this is a test. Have a nice day or something. Then let me upload one image. And then let me also write some article content. Let me right here get a heading 3. Let's write something. Let's get a bullet list. Our image has been uploaded. And yeah, this works beautifully. So we have now created everything. Let me click on create article. We have a loading state. And now we got redirected. And we have right here our article. So this works very, very nicely. This is great. Let me right here click on edit. As we see, the edit article page also looks great. We have the title, we have the slug, the small description, the image, the article content. Great, we can leave it like that. Let's again go back. Let me delete this article. Does the delete page work? Yes, we got redirected. We have entitled description. Let me click on delete right here article. Now we again get redirected and we again have our empty state. Let's again go right here to our site's overview. Let me go to again view articles for the site. Let's go to the settings. Let me delete everything. And now we should get redirected. And now we don't have the site anymore. So our complete site creation, deletion, editing, image uploading, everything works. This is great. This is exactly what I wanted. So I think we can now leave it like that because it works. There's nothing we have to add anymore. And what I want to do now is add right here our dashboard. So we have right here our dashboard, and this dashboard currently is empty. All it has right here is an H1, and this just says hello from the dashboard. Is this what we want to render? Of course not. This is not very intuitive and it does not look very good. So for that, let me go right here to the page.tsx for the dashboard. So let's open the Explorer, then let's go right here in the app folder, dashboard folder, and then page.tsx. And then right here, we now have our H1. So the first thing I want to do is fetch data. And then after I fetch data, I will right here create a UI. So let's right here do an async function. Let's call it get data, let's invoke it, and let's open it. Inside of here, let me now fetch my data, and I want to fetch two things. First of all, I want to find 3 of the most latest sites created by the user, and I want to get the most latest articles created by the user. So let's try to do a constant sites, then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder. Then let me do a dot site and dot find many, since I want to find many sites. Then let's invoke it and let's open that. Now, what sites do I want to find? Do I want to find any site? No, I want to find the sites which are related to the user, or in other words, the sites which the user has created. So right here in the params for our getData function, we can say, hey, I want to get a user ID, which will be of type string. We will pass this user ID later on through the arguments. So right here, when we call this function, we'll pass it as an argument. And then right here for our Prisma query, we can now add a where statement. And I want to get all articles where the user ID matches the user ID. And I didn't mean to say articles, I of course mean sites. One more thing which I want to do is also create a order by statement, and let me right here do created at. So I want to order all the results on the by the created at timestamp, and I want to get the most recent ones. So let's right here say descending. With that I get the newest ones, and with ascending I would get the oldest results first. Let me now also do a take statement. So with that I can tell Prisma how many results do I want to get. So 1 result, 2 results, 5 results, 100 results, whatever I need and whatever I want. I want to only get 3 results. So let's say 3, and now this also is fine. So now we get our sites, and what I also want to get are our articles. So underneath this constant sites, let's create a constant articles, and then this will be equal to await Prisma, then dot post and dot find many. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and now I have to tell Prisma what articles I want to find. And again, it's very simple. I want to find the articles where the user ID matches. So let's right here create a where statement, and I want to find all articles where the user ID matches the user ID. So now this is done. Let me also again do a order by statement. Let's do it by the created at timestamp, and let's do it descending so that I get the newest posts at first. Let me also create a take statement, and let me also take 3 articles. Alright, so now this looks good right here. We now query our sites and we also query our articles, but now there's some problem, and that's a performance problem. First of all, right here, the problem is that we first of all wait for our sites. So first of all, we have this promise, so we fetch the data from Prisma, and after we have got the sites, we then only fetch our articles. But this is not what I want. I want to fetch or I want to run these queries in parallel. I want to start fetching both of the items at the same time. I want to make the queries as fast as possible, and it does not make any sense to wait first of all for the sites and after that to only fetch the articles, because the articles are not dependent on the sites, they are completely unique and therefore can run in parallel. So what I'll do right now is comment out right here our 2 queries. We'll leave our async function, and I want to now run everything in parallel. To do that, Prisma made it relatively simple. You can do a constant, then let me use right here these array brackets, and inside of here I want to get sites, and I also want to get articles, because I will fetch our sites and I will also fetch our articles. And then this will be right here equal to await, and then this will be promise. So let's say promise dot all, then let's invoke it and let's open right here an array. Inside of here I have to now run my Prisma queries. So I can copy my first Prisma query, which is this constant sites. Let me copy that without the await keyword. So all this is right now is the prisma.site.find many. And instead of right here using this semicolon, let's add a comma. And now let me also copy the query to find our articles. Let's copy that, let's paste it underneath, and let me also delete the await key or the await modifier. Let me delete the semicolon at the end, and now this also looks good. So now our query runs in parallel, and this also means that we can now return our data. Let me delete right here this uncommented stuff, I don't need it anymore, and let me now return our data, which are our sites and also our articles. So let me go right here underneath this promise all, and let me just do a return, and let me right here get an object, and I want to return our sites, and I want to return our articles. If I now save this, this is done, and this looks great. Again, let me try to explain what we did right here. So we do a promise.all, and promise.all just means, hey, I want to run everything inside of here at the same time, so concurrently. This makes everything way faster, and I really mean it. Sometimes you do some basic things like that and forget that, and this makes your website massively slower. If you do it in a promise all and if you run it concurrently, your website gets almost 10 times faster. It's that big of a deal, if you want to call it like that. And since we now fetch this data, I can now also get it in the front end. So right here above the return statement, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now we get 2 errors. The first error is because we right here we did not forget, but we haven't added any async modifier. So right here, this is a export default async function, and now this error is gone. Again, this is safe to do so because this is a server component, which means everything is run on the server. Then for the getData function, you see we get an error, and that's because we expected 1 argument but got 0. We are missing the user ID, and we have to get it through kind. So let me use my custom hook. So let's do a constant user, and this will be equal to await require user. This is imported from the utils. Let's invoke that, and now we can pass our user in the arguments right here. So let's get our user.id, and now this is also fine, and we don't get any error anymore. Alright, so now we have fetched everything, we get our data in the front end, and now we can create our UI. So let me delete everything right here in the return statement. Let me create a new one. So let me create a new div element, and then in the div right here, let me create an h1. For the h1, I will just say your sites. And if I now save this and again go back, you now see right here our title. Does it look good? Of course, it does not look very good, but we'll change that. So let me give this h1 a class name, and let's say text, which will be of 2XL. Let's in font of semi-bold. And then let me also get a margin bottom, and let's say margin bottom of 5. And if you again save this and go back, you now see right here our title, and this looks quite good. What I want to do now is map over our data and either show our cards, so our sites and articles, or I want to show my empty state. So let me go underneath the h1, and inside of here I want to do a ternary, and we will right here say sites.length, and as you see we don't get any sites, and this is because I right here said constant data. Now you could of course just do a data.sites, or we can just destructure it right here. So instead of data, let me destructure it, and now I get my articles, and I also get my sites. So now instead of saying data, let me get right here my sites, and let's say .length. And I want to say right here, hey, if the sites.length, if it's bigger than 0, so if you have at least 1 article, or I'm sorry, 1 site, this means, yeah, that I can display it. If you don't have any sites, then let me render right here my empty state. So let's right here say, if this is bigger than 0, so at least 1, then let me do a question mark. Let's return for now a div. And if not, let me use a colon, and let's return something else. Let's right here first of all render our state when we don't have any sites. So let me right here get my empty state component. For my components, this is self-closing, and for this empty state component, I have to now pass 4 properties. So the title, href, description, and button text. Let's first of all start with the title. For the title, I will just say you don't have any sites created. Then let me also right here create a description. For the description, I will just say you currently don't have any sites please create some so that you can see them right here. Dot. Then what else do we have? We have our href. For the href, this will be /dashboard and then /sites and /new. And then we also have our button text, and this is equal, or we'll just say right here, create site. If I now save this and again go back, you'll see that nothing has really changed. That's because we have some sites and we currently right here say div. So what I'll do is delete all of my sites so that I first of all see my empty state. So let me go to my sites and let me delete all of these sites. So for that, let me go to view articles, then let me go to the settings and let me click on delete everything. We have our loading state, we'll get redirected, and I can now do the same for this site. Let's go to the settings, let's go to delete everything. Then let's go to this site, let me go to the settings, let's go to delete everything. And then let me also go to this site, let me go to the settings, and let me go to delete everything. As you now see, we don't have any sites anymore, and if I now go to the dashboard, we should now see an empty state, and that's exactly what we see right here. It says you don't have any sites created. So this works beautifully, and now let's also do the same for the articles. So for that, what I have to do is go underneath this ternary, but still in the div, and then inside of here, I want to render an h1, and for the h1, I will say recent articles. Then let me give this h1 a class name, and let's say right here text of 2xl, then let's say margin top of 10, and let's do font of semi-bold to have a bit of a bigger font weight. If I now save this and again go back, you'll then see right here this title, which says recent articles. So what we can do now is again do an ternary, and if we don't have any articles, we'll display right here this empty state. So let me go underneath this h1, and then in this underneath this h1, let me get my articles, and this ternary will be exactly the same. So we'll say if articles.length is bigger than 0, which means if you have at least one article, then we'll display it right here. So let's do question mark, let's return that, let me return a div, and if this is not true, let's use a colon, and let me return my empty state. So let me get my empty state component. This is already imported. This is self-closing. And let me give this component right here a title. For the title, I will just say you don't have any articles created. Then let me also right here create a description. For the description, I will just say you don't, or you currently don't have any articles created. Please create some so that you can see them right here. Let's save this. This is now also fine. Then let me right here also now create my button text. For that, I will just say create article, and then let me also create an href. And then for the href, I will right here just say /dashboard/sites. This now looks good, so let me save that. Let's again go back, and now we see this right here. As you right here see, we don't have any margin, so what we can do is go to this h1, and let me give it right here a margin bottom of 5. And if I now again go back, you see, yeah, this looks quite good. We have some margin, and then we have our empty state. So now we can leave it like that. And what I want to do now is create a site and an article so that it will be displayed right here. So let me go to the sites right here. Let me click on create site. So let me go right here for the site name, Jan Marshall blog. Then let's create a subdirectory, Jan Marshall. For the description, hey, this is a super cool blog by Jan Marshall. Let's click on create site. We have our loading state, we'll get redirected. And now we can click right here on view articles. Inside of here, let me go to create article. And then for the title, super cool blog. Let me generate the slug. For the small description, let me write some gibberish. Then let me upload one image. As you now see, I'm uploading one image. Let me write some article content. Let's get an h3 right here. You see our image has been uploaded. We have a toast. Let me write here some more gibberish. Let me get a bullet list. Let's also write this. And then let me go on and create the site. We have our loading state, and now you see right here our article. So now we have created a site and one article, and if I can go back to the dashboard, we should now right here see something, but we don't see anything. We only have two titles. And that's because if you can go back to our code, to the dashboard, we currently just render a div element. And this is of course not quite what we want. So let's first of all render our site. So right here we have our ternary for our sites, and then we render a div. Instead of rendering a div, let me render my site. To render my site, what we can do is just go right here to the dashboard, then to the sites folder and to the page.tsx. This is the overview page for our sites. And right here we also did a ternary, and we said, hey, if we have data, then let's display right here our card, or in other words our site. So we have a div, which is a parent div, and this div just gives it right here in grid and a gap and everything like that, so the layout. Then we map over our data and then display the site right here with the image, the title, description, and everything like that. What I'll do right here is copy this div, so this whole div with the card and this layout and everything. Let's go back to the page.tsx, and then instead of rendering this div right here, this empty div, let me now paste it inside of here. We will now get a few errors. That's because we have to import a lot of things, but nevertheless we now have our code right here, which is great. Let me now, instead of saying first of all data.map, let me say sites.map. Then let me import our card component. Then let me also get my image component. This is imported from next/image. Now we get an error for our default image. So let's import that. So on the top, let me just do a import. Then let's say default image, and this will be from, and then let's say @/public, and then /default.png. Then let's continue. We now have imported that. Then let's create or import our card header from the components. Let's get the card title from the components. And let's also get a card description from our components. Then let me get my card footer from the components. Let me get my button component from the components. Then let me get my link component from next/link. And now this is already done. And if I now save this and again go back, you now see our site right here. This looks quite good, but currently we don't render anything for our recent articles. So let me also fix that. To do that, we can just again copy this div. So I will copy it right here, and let me also paste it right here for this ternary. So where we say, hey, if the article length is bigger than 0, then let's right here render a div. And instead of rendering right here this empty div, let me just again paste this parent div with our sites.map. Instead of saying sites.map, let me say articles.map. And then right here, you now get a few errors. So for the source, this shouldn't be image URL, but item.image. Then for the alt, instead of saying item.name, this should be item.title. Then for the card title, instead of saying item.name, this should be right here a item.title. So let's say .title. Then for the description, instead of saying item.description, this should be item.small-description. Then let's right here continue with our button, or in other words with our link. Currently we are redirecting right here to this link. This is incorrect because site/item ID is not correct. This item ID is the ID of the article and not from the site. So what I'll do is instead of saying view articles, is first of all I will say edit article, and then for the href, I'm sorry, let me change this, and this will be dashboard/sites, then /dynamic value of item.site ID. We get our site ID because if you go to the schema file and go right here to the post, you see because we have a relation, we get our site ID automatically. If I can go back, then let's also now do a /, and this / will be the ID of our article. So let's right here use a dynamic value, and let's say item.id. So the URL is dashboard/sites/the site ID/the article ID. This means when I click on this button, we will get redirected to the article editing page. If I hover over this button, you see the link down below on the bottom left corner. This is correct, and if I now click on edit article, we will get redirected right here to this edit page. This is exactly what I wanted, and this looks very, very good. Let me now also upload one image from my site so that this looks a bit better. For that, let me go to my sites, then let me go to view articles, let's go to the settings, and then let me upload one image. So I've now selected one file, and if I now click on upload one file, we now have our loading state. Then we should see a toast on the bottom right corner, and we should see the uploaded image. Let's wait for that. And that's exactly what happened. We have a toast at the bottom right corner, and we have our image right here. Let me now click on change image. We now have our loading state, and if I again go back to the dashboard, we will now see right here the image for our site and also the image for our blog article. So this worked beautiful, or it worked beautifully. This is exactly what I wanted. And what do we do now? Do we first of all do our subscription thing? So do we handle right here our pricing state? Or do we first of all create a blog? So the blog that the user can then later on see and read and everything like that. Well, I think we should first of all create a blog so that the user can read the articles, and after that we will do all of the SaaS things, so we will do our Stripe subscriptions, and then at the end we will create our homepage, and then we'll be done with this video. Or well, we'll deploy the application and then we'll be done. But now let me first of all create the front end, so the blog article. To do that, let me go back to VS Code. Let me first of all close all of these files. I don't need them anymore. Let me open my Explorer. Let's go right here in the app folder. And inside of here, I have to create a new route. So let's create a new folder and let's name it blog. Inside of this blog folder, I want to create a children route, or in other words, a children folder. This is a dynamic folder, so let's get these array brackets. And for the name, this will be right here. So we have our subdirectory, which we create when we create a site, and I want to redirect it right here. So you can either name this folder name or subdirectory or whatever you want, but to make it simple, I will just call it name. Let's create that, and inside of this folder, let me create a page.tsx. And then right here inside of this page.tsx, since this is in route, let's create an export default function. So let's do an export default function. Let me just call it blog index page. Yeah, I think this is fine. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement and let's do a div h1 and let's say hello from the front end blog. Let's save this, let's again go back, and now the question comes, how do we reach this route? Well, if you go to the sites right now and click on view articles, you will see right here we have a button which says view blog. And this button currently does not work. If you click on this, it does not redirect anywhere, and that's because we passed an hashtag as an href. So what you can do is open your Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, sites folder, site ID folder, and then page.tsx. If you open this file, right here we now have this button which says view blog. Right here we have our link component, and as an href we have a hashtag. Instead of using a hashtag, let me delete that, let's use these brackets, let's use upticks, and then for the path, let me say /blog, and now I have to pass right here my subdirectory name, which is unique. But as you already know, if you use right here a dynamic value and say data dot, you don't get anything. Why is that? Well, that's because right here for this page, we are currently just fetching our article. So we right here say post.find many, but I don't want to find posts right now, I want to find the subdirectory name. So underneath right here our selection, or inside of the selection but underneath the ID, I can say, hey, I want to get my site right here, my site model. Let's open that, let's do a select statement, let's open that, and I want to get the subdirectory. Let's set this to true, and now we can use this right here. So let's save this, let's again go back to the bottom, and if you now do in data dot, you again see we don't get any data. So what we can do is just use the first item in the array, so data 0, and then dot site and dot subdirectory. Let's now save this, and if I again go back, let me do right here in hard refresh. You'll now see if I hover over view blog, it now redirects to the correct source. So let me right here click on view blog, and now we should get redirected. And that's exactly what happened. You see right here, hello from the front end blog. Now does it look good? Of course it does not look very good, but we'll fix that right now. So I can again close right here the site ID page, or in other words our dashboard folder, and now we can continue with our blog index page. So the first thing I want to create right here is a bit of, let's say, spacing. So if you currently go back to our UI, you see the title touches the corner, so the left corner and the top corner. and I want to create a bit of spacing. So what we can do is again open our Explorer. Let me collapse everything. Let's go in the app folder, let's go in the blog folder, name folder, and inside of this name folder, let me create a layout.tsx. This layout will be there to create a bit of a layout. So we'll give it a max width and then also some padding. So let me write here do a export default function. Let's call it block layout. Let's invoke it and then let me just open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement, and this will be very, very simple. So let me right here create a main element. Then inside of this main, let me create a class name, and let's say max width, which will be 7XL, max of auto, padding x of 4. Then let me do an SM or bigger, padding x of 6. Let me also do LG or bigger. This will be padding x of 8. And then at last, let me also do a margin bottom of about 24, which corresponds to about 100 pixels. We can now save this, and if I can go back, you now see we don't have any markup anymore. That's because I have to now render our children inside of this div so that I can see our h1, or in other words, so that I can see this page.tsx. How do we get our children? Well, we get them right here through the params, so let me destructure it. Then inside of here, let me get children, and now you see we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, that's because TypeScript does not know what type children is. So let me give my children a type, and then children right here will be a type of React node. React node is imported from React, and you can also say right here import type. So now this looks good, and then inside of this div, I can now render right here my children. Let's now save this, and if you again go back, you now see right here hello from the front end block, but you see some padding to the left and right corner. So now this is done. Let's again continue. Let's close this layout file and let's continue with this page.tsx. So what's the first thing I want to do? Well, it's quite simple. I want to first of all fetch data. So above this export default function, let me just create a simple async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder. Please make sure that it's imported from the utils folder and not from Prisma client. Then let's import that. Let's do dot site and let's do dot find unique, since I want to find a unique site. Then let's invoke it, and now let's open that. So how do we now tell Prisma that I want to find one specific site? Well, as you should now know, we use the where statement. So let's get our where statement, and I want to find a site or a block where our subdirectory matches. So how do we get our subdirectory name? Well, we can get it through the params, and we'll pass it then later on right here as an argument. So in the params, let me just get subdir, and this will be of type string. So this is just right here a short form of subdirectory. I just don't want to write it out. And then right here for the where statement, I can now get my subdirectory, and this will be equal to my subdir. Let's save this, and now this looks good. Let me now also create a select statement. So let me right here do a select. Then let's open that. And what do I want to get? Well, I want to first of all get the name. This will be equal to true. Then let me get my posts. Then this posts right here, or inside of here, I want to select a few things. So let's open a select statement. And now what exactly do I want to get from my post, or in other words, from my article? Well, I want to get a small description. Let's set this to true. Then let me get a title. Let's set this to true. Then let me also get a image. Let's set this to true. Let me get a created at timestamp. Let me set this to true. Then let me also get a slug. Let's set this to true. And the last thing which I want to get is the ID. And let's set this also to true. This now looks good. This is what I wanted. And now the last thing which I want to do is a order by statement. So underneath all of the select statement, I want to now order my posts. So underneath the select, let me do a order by, and I want to order by the created at timestamp. Let's right here say descending, since I want to get the newest resource at first, and now this looks good. What's now the last thing which I want to do right here? Or what are the last two things which I want to do? Well, I want to return my data, but I want to also return a for not found if we don't have any data. So we can say if there's no data, so if there's a problem with our subdirectory, then let's open that and I want to return not found. Not found is imported from next/navigation, and then let's invoke that. With that, we now tell Prisma, hey, if the subdirectory, or in other words, if the site does not exist, then just throw right here in for not found, and then this just means that the user made some mistake. So since we now have our if check, we are now sure that we have data, which also means I can now return my data. Let's now get the data in the front end. So right here, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. As you now know, we get two errors. So first of all, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's mark this function as export default async function. Now this error is gone. And for the get data function, we are missing one argument. We have to right here pass our subdirectory. How do we get the name of our subdirectory? Well, we get it through the params. Because if you open your Explorer, we right here have a block folder with a name folder. So we can get the name of our subdirectory through the params. So let me write here this structure, my params. So let me get my params. And then now we have to give our params a type. And params right here will have a child object. And inside of there, we will get a name, which is of type string. If you now save this, we can now pass that. So let's right here pass my params dot name. Again, please make sure that you spell name correctly. If you gave your folder right here name of hello, then you have to use right here hello. If you said subdirectory, then you have to write right here subdirectory, and the spelling has to match. So now this looks good, and now we can use the data which we got from Prisma to render something nice. So the first thing I want to render is like a nav element. So I want to render a image, or not a image, but I want to render a title of the block name, and I want to render a theme toggle. So for that, let me delete right here this div element, and let me use empty tags. And then in these empty tags, let me create a nav element. For the nav, let me give it a class name, and then this will be quite simply grid, then let's use grid calls of 3. So now this looks good. And now the question comes, what do I want to render inside of here? Well, in the middle, I want to render a logo and also the name of the block. And then on the right side, so on the third column, I want to render a theme toggle. And the first column will be completely empty. We will not render anything inside of there. So let's first of all create a div for our first column. So let's create a div right here. Instead of right here closing it as you normally do, let's make it self-closing. And then for this div, we'll just give it a class name and say, hey, this is a call span of 1, so it will take 1 column. Underneath this div, let me create another div, and this div will now be there to render first of all the logo of block Marshall, but to also render the name of the block page. So let me first of all give this div a class name, then this will be flex items of center to center it vertically, gap x of 2 to give it a bit of spacing, and justify of center to center it right here in the middle horizontally. Then inside of this div, let me now render right here a image component. This is imported from next/image. This is self-closing, and let me give this image right here a source. For the source, I want to pass my logo. So on the top, what we can do is a import or an import statement. So let me do a import. I want to get my logo, and this will be from, and then let's say @/public, and then /logo.svg. If you again go back, you can now pass right here the logo as a source, and now this error is gone. Let's also pass an alt. For the alt, this will just say logo. Let me also pass an width. This will be 40. And for the height, this will also be 40. This now looks good. If you now save this and again go back, you should now see the logo right here. So if I now save this and again go back, you already see, hey, this looks quite good, and now we can leave it like that. Let me now also render the name of the block. So underneath the image, let me get an h1, and I want to render right here the data.name, so the name of the block. Then let me also get a class name, or we could first of all save it to see how it looks like. And right here you see John Marshall block. It does not look very good, but we will style that right now. So let me give this h1 right here a class name, and then this will be text of 3XL, and then let me also do in font of semi-bold, and now this should already be all. Let's again save this. And if you go back, you see this is how it looks like. I think this looks already quite good. We can leave it like that, but there's one problem. You see right here, we don't have any padding to the top, and this is not what I want. So what we can do is give this nav element right here a class name, or in other words, we can give it margin on the y-axis. So let me right here do an my of 10. This is margin on the y-axis, so top and bottom, of about 40 pixels. And if I again go back right here, we should now see a bit of spacing to the top. And that's exactly what you see right here. This already looks 10,000 times better. And what I want to do now is render on the right side my theme toggle. To do that, let me close this terminal and let me go underneath this div, but still in the nav element, and let me create a div element. For this div, let me give it a class name and let's say call of span 1. Let me also say flex, w of full, and justify of end, since I want to align right here this theme toggle at the end. Or if you want to first of all see how it looks without justify end, let me first of all delete it, and inside of this div, let me now render my theme toggle. This is imported from the components, this is self-closing. Let's save that and let's see how that looks like. So what we now see right here is first of all the logo, then the name, and then the theme toggle. Does it look good? Nope, it does not really look good. So what we have to do is align right here this theme toggle to the right side. And as already said, you do that right here with a justify, which is end. If you again save this and go back, you will now see that this is aligned on the right side and this looks already better. If you go to light mode, this also looks good. One thing which you can also do right here is change the gap between our logo and the name right here. So let me go to this div right here. We have a gap x of 2. We can change it, for example, to a gap of 4. If you again go back, you see, yeah, okay, this looks good. We have some spacing now between our image and the name. And maybe we could also now change the spacing between the letters. So what we could say is for this h1, we could use tracking. And tracking right here just says, hey, the letter spacing, we can make it either wide or snug, whatever you want. And let's maybe first of all start with tight. Let's see how that looks like. If you again go back, yeah, I think let's leave it like that. I think snug looks very good, so that's how I will leave it. Alright, so now we have created our, do you want to call it a nav bar or top section, whatever you want to call it, we have now created that. And what I want to do now is display all of my articles. I will right now do it, let's say, a bit simple. Later on we'll make it a bit more fancy, better looking and everything like that. But for now, just to see something on the screen, I will do something relatively simple. So what you can do right now is go to your sites page, so page.tsx, and then into the sites folder. And inside of here, we can copy this div where we map over our data and then display our sites. We can just copy this code and use it right here. So let me copy the div and also the children inside of there. And what we can then do is go underneath this nav element, but still in the empty tags for our blog page. And then I can paste it inside of here. What you have to do now is import all of these things right here. So what I can do right now is first of all a data.posts, then .map. Then if you continue, we have to import the card right here. Let's import that from the components. We're currently getting an error for our image. So let's say item.image. Then we also get right here an error for the default image. So let's import that. On top, let me do an import, then default image from, and this will be @/public and then /default.png. Then let's continue right here for the alt. This will be item.title. Then let me import right here the card header from my components. Let me get my card title from the components. Let's get a card description from the components. This right here will be the item.small description. This right here will be the item.title for the card title. Then let me import also my card footer from the components. Let me get my button component from my components. And let me get a link component right here from next/link. So now we have imported everything. We don't get any errors anymore. If you now save this and again go back, you'll see, yeah, this looks quite good in my opinion. We can leave it like that. But now there's one thing which I want to change, and that's of course the link. Because currently if you go back right here for the link, we redirect to the dashboard and this is not what we want. So let me right here delete this href, let me use optics again. So this right here will be /block, then / I want to redirect to the subdirectory. So right here / dynamic value of params.name, because if you can remember, we already get our subdirectory right here. And then if you continue, I want to now also redirect to the slug. So / dynamic value of item. So let me right here say item.slug. So now this is done. Instead of saying view articles, let me say view article, or you could say read more. Let's say read more. Let's save this. And if you again go back, yeah, this looks relatively good. If I now click on this read more button, you'll see we get an error right here. And that's because we haven't created a route right here to render our article. So let me go back to the code, then let me go in the app folder, let's go right here in the name folder, and inside of here let me create a new folder, or in other words a child folder. This is again a dynamic folder and we'll call it right here slug. So we use these array brackets and as a name this is slug, and again we say that because we redirect the user right here to /block, then / the subdirectory, and then / the slug of our block article. Then in the slug folder let's create a page.tsx, and now this is done. So this is right here a route, which means this is a export default function. Then as a name, let's just call it slug route. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. We can right here create a return statement and this will be relatively simple. So let's say h1 and let me just say hello from the slug. If I now save this and again go back, we will now see that this 4 will go away and now we see hello from the slug. So this is great, and what we can do now is make it look nice. So what's the first thing we have to do? Well, we have to first of all fetch the data for the actual block article. So on top, what we have to do is create an async function, get data. So let's right here say async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. Inside of here, what I want to do now is write my Prisma query. So let's do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder. Then let me do a dot post, and let's do a dot find unique, since I want to find a unique post and not any post. Then let's invoke it and let's open that. Now, since I want to find a unique post, I have to tell Prisma which post I want. So let me right here add a where statement. And now I want to find a post where the slug matches. How do we get our slug? Well, we get it through the params. So let me get my slug, and this will be of type string. And then in the where statement, we can say, hey, I want to find a post where the slug matches the slug which I provide through the params. Then let's now also create a select statement, since I don't want to get everything from this article. I only want to get my article content. Let's set this to true. Then let me get the title. Let's set this to true. Let me get the small description. Let's set this to true. And let me also right here get the image, so the hero image, and let's set this to true. So now we have written our Prisma query. We get all of the data, so 4 fields in total. And what I want to do now is say if statement. And I want to say if there's no data for some case, so if right here our slug is incorrect or there's no post with the slug, then let me open that and let me right here say return, and I want to return not found. This is imported from next/navigation. Let's invoke that, and since we're now sure that we get data, we can now return right here our data. So now this is done, which means we can now get this data in the front end. So right here in the front end, what I'll do is just a constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. As you will now see, we get 2 errors. So first of all, for await expressions are only allowed within async functions, which means we have to modify this function and add a async modifier right here. So this will be a export default async function. Again, this is safe to do so because this is a server component. What I have to do now is also pass the slug right here. And how do we get our slug? Well, we get it through the params. Right here, this is a dynamic route, which means I can just get it through the params, so the name of the slug. So right here in the params, let's destructure it, let's get the params, and then the params right here will be equal to a object, and in the object we will have a slug, and this will be of type string. Then right here in the for the getData function, I can now pass the params.slug as an argument. So now this is done, which is great, and now we can get started with rendering our article. So let me right here delete this return statement, let's create a new one, and let's first of all render empty tags which don't show up in the DOM. Then inside of here, let me render a div, and what I want to render right here is like a button to go back. So let's give this div right here a class name. This will be flex items of center to centered vertically. So let's say center. Then let's do a gap x of 3. Then let me also say padding top of 10. And let's do a padding bottom of 5. Then in this div, let me render a button component. This is imported from the components. And inside of here, let me get the arrow left icon, which is imported from lucide-react. If I now save this and again go back, you now see this right here. Does it look good? I don't think so. So let's change that. Let's give right here this button a size property. This will be of type icon. Then let me also give it a variant. For the variant, this will be outline. And then let's also say as child, because I want to render a link component inside of the button. So let me copy this arrow left icon. Let me get right here the link component from next/link. And then inside of here, let me just render again my arrow left. Let's give this link right here also an href because it's currently missing. And that's why our link right here is throwing an error. And then for the link right here, this is a dynamic link. So let's use upticks, and I want to redirect the user to /block and then to the /subdirectory. How do we get our subdirectory? Well, we can again get it through the params. Currently we are getting the slug, but I can add a comma and also get the name, which is of type string. And then right here for our href, we can now use a dynamic value and say, hey, I want to get my params.name. If I now save this and again go back, you already see, yeah, the button looks better. Nevertheless, it's still a bit funky, but we'll change that. But if you hover over the button, you see it redirects to /block/Jan Marshall, so to our subdirectory. Let me again go back, let me give this arrow left right here a class name, and this will be size of 4. If you now save this and go back, you see, yeah, this button already looks way better because the icon is a bit smaller, and yeah, this is good. But what I want to do now is also render like a title, so let me go underneath the button, let me render a h1, and let me just say go back. Then let me give this h1 a class name, and let's right here say text of XL, and let's say font of medium. If I now save this and again go back, you see, yeah, this looks quite good. And I think we can leave it like that. So since we're now done with that, I think we can now get started with rendering our actual content, or in other words, our actual article. So for that, what we have to do is go underneath this div, and then inside of the empty tags, or above the empty tags, if you want to call it like that, we can create right here a div element. Now for this div, let me right here give it a class name, and then this will be flex and flex of column, because I want to have, instead of a row, I want to have a column. And then let's right here say items of center, and let me also say right here justify of center to center it in the middle, and let's also say margin bottom of 10. Then in this div, I want to create another div element, and let me give this div right here a class name, and this will be margin of auto. This means margin to the top, left, right, and bottom, so to all sizes, or to all directions. That's what I wanted to say. Then let's right here also say W of full, so width 100%. Let me do a text which will be off center to center the text. And let me also say on MD or bigger, let's right here say that the width should be 7/12, so 7/12. This means that the width is about 58%. This now looks good. And inside of this div, we can now first of all render the date when the article was created. So let me right here render a, let's say p tag. I think the p tag works. And let me for now just say 16 April, and let's say 2024. And if I now save this and again go back, you now see right here 16th April 2024, even though it's not April, but who cares. Then let me now continue. We have now our p tag. I will for now just hard code it. Of course, we'll change it later on for our created at timestamp, but for now this is fine. Let me also give this p tag right here a class name, and let's right here say so class name, and then let's say m of auto, so again margin to all directions, top, left, right, and bottom. Let's say my of 5, so margin on top and bottom. Then let me also say width, and this will be 10/12, so 10/12, and this right here means 83%. Then let me also do a text of small to make it a bit smaller, a font of light, and then let me also right here say text of muted foreground to have a more grayish color. And then let's also say on MD or bigger, so devices which are MD or bigger, let's say text of base. Let's save this, let's again go back, and now you see right here the state, which is now lowercase, or not lowercase, I'm sorry, but it's now smaller, it has a grayish color, the font is lighter, it looks relatively good. So since we have now that, let me now render the title of this article, so the title of this post. For that, let's go underneath the p tag, let's render an h1, and then let me get my data.title. If you now save this and go back, you'll see, yeah, it looks alright, but it should be a bit bigger and the font weight should be way bigger. So let me right here give this h1 first of all a class name, and then for that let's say margin bottom of 5, because underneath that we'll render the description. Then let's say also text of 3XL, and let me also do a font which will be bold, since I want to have a big font weight. So you see this is font weight of 700. And what else do I want? Let me also say on MD or bigger, this is about 700 pixels. Let's do a text of 6XL. If I can save this and go back, this is now way bigger, and I think this looks relatively good. So we can leave it like that. You could maybe do tracking a bit tighter. So you could right here say, where do we have it? We have right here the title. We could say tracking, this is the letter spacing. You could try out tight. So if you save this and go back, you now see it's a bit more tight. And I would just say, let's leave it like that. Then let's continue. Let's now also render the description of this article right here. So underneath the h1, let me get a p tag again, and let me get my data.small description. Let's now save this, and if I again go back, you now see this description right here. You see the color is black and it does not look very good. So let me style that. Let's give this p tag a class name. And inside of here, let me say margin of auto. You already know all directions. Then let's do a width of 10, again 12. So this is about 83%. And let's say text of muted foreground for in grayish color. And let's add a line clamp of 3 so that the description only takes a maximum of 3 lines. And if it's longer than 3 lines, we will just render a ... If you now save this and again go back, you now see, yeah, this looks good. It has a grayish color, it's a bit smaller, and we can leave it like that. So since this is now done, what I want to do now is render a image, and this image will be the hero image which we upload, or which we uploaded when we created the article. And to do that, it's relatively simple. We have to go underneath all of these divs and just above the right here, these empty tags. And inside of here, let me create a div element. Let's give this div right here a class name. And now this will be relatively simple. So first of all, this will be a position of relative. Then let's do margin of auto again. Let me say margin bottom of 10 to have a bit of spacing to the bottom, because underneath this image, I want to render our article content. Then let me also right here say height, and this will be 80. This is for mobile screens and corresponds to 300 pixels. We will do also on larger devices a bit of a bigger height, but we'll come to that in a second. Let me also do width of full, so width of 100%. Let's say right here max screen, and this right here will be LG, which is about 1000 pixels. Let me say overflow, which will be of hidden. Then let's also say MD, so MD or bigger, and let's say margin bottom of 20, and let's also say on MD or bigger, so a screen of about 700 pixels, let's say height of custom value, and let's say 450 pixels. So again, on a mobile screen, we give it a height of about 300 pixels, and then on a medium screen, or you could say on a desktop screen, we give it a height of 450 pixels. Then let's continue. Let's also say on MD or bigger, and this will be a width of 5/12, or not 5/12, I'm sorry, but 5/6, so 5/6. And this right here corresponds to about, let's see, 83%. Then let's continue. What else do we have? Let's right here say MD or bigger. This will be rounded of 2XL. And let's say on LG or bigger, this will be width of 2/3, so 2/3, and this corresponds to 66 pixels. So now this is done, and inside of this div, I want to now render a image component. So let me right here get the image component. This is imported from next/image. This is self-closing, and inside of here, we have to now pass a few properties. So first of all, the source, and this source will be equal to our data.image. So what we have to do now is also add right here an alt property, and inside of here, let me just render our data.title. Then let's continue. Let's render a width. This will be about 1200 pixels, so 1200. And for the height, this will be right here 630. Then let's continue. Let's also add a class name. And this is relatively simple. All we want to say is, hey, let's say height of full, width of full, so let's take the whole width and height, and then let me also say object of cover so that it looks good. Let's now save this and let's see how that looks like. Alright, what do we see? We have a beautiful image right here. Now there's one more thing which I want to add right here. So currently we just have this image component with the source, alt, width, height, class name, all the standard things. But there's one more thing which I want to add, and that's a property. And this property is called priority. And if you add it right here, you then tell Next.js, hey, please load the image within priority. So instead of lazy loading it, so just once everything else is rendered, render it at first. I want to not have right here a default state or nothing. I want to have the image at first. So render it once you can. So again, with that, we just tell Next.js, hey, please load the image within priority. And since we now understand what this is, I think we can now render our rich text. And to render our rich text, we will create a separate component. So let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, and inside of here, let me create a new file, and let's name it render article.tsx. So this component will be there to render all of our JSON, or in other words, our rich text. So let's do that right now. Inside of here, let me do a export const, or not an export const, but a export function. Let's call it render article, let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, we have to create a return statement, and what I do right now is return a div element, and in the div, I will return an h1, and I will say hello. If you now save this right now and go back, you see we don't see it right here, and that's because this is a component which is not rendered anywhere. So we have to go to the page.tsx, and then underneath this div with our right here image, or this image wrapper, if you want to call it. So let me go underneath this div, but still in the empty tags, and let me get my render article component from our components. This is self-closing, and if you now save this and again go back, you will now right here see hello. Does it look good? Is this the rich text which we want? No, it's not, but we'll change that. So let me again go back, let's go to our render article, and let me get the JSON through our params. So I want to later on just pass it right here as a prop. So let me write here the structure JSON, because that's what I want to get. You see TypeScript complaints because it does not know what type JSON is. So let's give it a type, and JSON right here will be of type JSON content. JSON content is imported from novel, let's import that, and we can also say that this is an import type JSON content. If you now again go back to your page.tsx, you now see we get an error, and that's because we are missing one property, and this property is JSON. So let's use that, and JSON will be equal to our data.article content. What you'll now see is that we get error, or we get a error, and that's because type JSON value is not assignable to type JSON content. So what's the fix? What can we do? Well, it's quite simple. We can just say, hey, this is as JSON content. So again, this is imported from novel, and now this error will go away. Let me also try to explain to you why we get this error. So JSON content is a type provided by novel, while JSON, JSON type, or I'm not sure how it was called right now, is provided, or is a type provided by Prisma. So at the end of the day, they both do the same thing, but they're created by different maintainers, and that's why we have right here an error. If you just say as JSON content, you see the error is gone, and everything will still work as it should. And since we now have JSON, let's now try to render it. Instead of rendering the h1, let me just render JSON, and let's see what happens. So let's say JSON, let's save that, and if I again go back, we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, it's quite simple. Objects are not valid as React child. And if you didn't know, JSON is of course just an object. So let me delete that so that we don't get 100 refreshes. And now the question comes, how can we render right here this JSON with markup? How can we do that? Well, let me show it to you. What we have to do is convert our JSON to HTML, and then we can render this HTML. So right here above the return statement, let me do a constant. This will be output, so the name, and then this will be equal to useMemo. UseMemo is imported from React. This is a hook, and then let's invoke that. And then inside of here, we have a arrow function. So let's open that, And inside of here, what we have to do is return a, how would you call it, a hook, a function, whatever, which is provided by TipTap. Again, Novel is built on TipTap, and that means that we can also use all of the functionality provided by TipTap. And what we have to do is install a function, or I'm sorry, a dependency. So let me open my terminal. Let me stop this dev server. I know we are getting an error. Let me clear that. And what I want to do is an npm I, and I want to get at TipTap, and this will be /HTML. Then let's use on -- legacy-peer-dependencies, and let me click on enter. Again, Novel is built on TipTap. So everything which we install for TipTap will perfectly work with Novel, because Novel builds on TipTap. And since this has been now installed, we can now use the hook which is provided, or I guess the function if you want to call it like that, which is provided by TipTap. So let me write you to an import, that's the structured, and then this will be from @tiptap /HTML. So let's say tiptap, so let me write this correctly, /HTML, and then where it is structured, I can get generate HTML. So let's use that, and now we can use it in this use memo hook. So what I want to do right here is a return statement, and I want to return generate HTML. Let's invoke this, and as an argument, what I have to do is pass right here my JSON. We get a JSON right here through the params, so let me pass it inside of here. And now let me also add a comma, and let's add right here an array. Why do we have to add an array? Well, it's quite simple. Right here, I have to tell now TipTap what extensions we use. So for example, we use a extension for a code block, for a bullet list, and if you can remember, we created right here a extensions file, so you can open that, and right here you see all of the extensions which we use. So let me again close this, we don't need it anymore, and now we have to add right here the extensions which we use. Before I do that, let me first of all fix this error for use memo, because currently we are getting an error, and the error is quite simple. Right here where we have our ending, where our function closes, we can add a comma, add a array symbol, so a dependency, and we can pass JSON. So now this looks good, and now right here in this array we have to add all of our extensions. So what's the first extension which we have? Well, it's the document. Document right here is currently not importing for me automatically, so let me do it manually, and this will be right here import. Let me import document, and this will be from, and what I want to do is right here get @tiptap, so let me use strings, and let's say @tiptap, then /, and I want to get the extension -document. So again, @tiptap /extension -document, and then right here in the array symbol, or in the arrays, I can get my document. This is a extension, and now this error is gone. What I want to now get is also a paragraph, because our rich text has a paragraph. So let me go underneath this import document, let's say import, and I want to get a paragraph. This will be from, and again @tiptap, and then /extension paragraph. So let me get that, extension paragraph. Let me close this, I don't need that. Let's import that, and now I can also add it right here in the array. So let's use comma, and then paragraph. Let's now save this, this also looks good, and now we have to get a few more extensions. The next one which we have to get is text, so let's do an import text, and this will be from @tiptap, then /extension -text. Let's import or add it right here to the array, so let me get text, and now this looks good. Then what else, or what other extension do we have? Well, we have the link extension, so let me import right here link, and then this will be from @tiptap, so let's say @tiptap, and then /extension -link. Let's import that, and let's add it right here to the array. So let me get link, and now this is also done. Alright, what else do we need? We need a underline, so let's do a import underline, and this will be from @tiptap, so let's do tiptap, and then /extension -underline. Let's import that, let's add it to the array, so let's do a comma, and let me get my underline. Then what else do we need? We need a heading, so let me import right here heading, then this will be from @tiptap /extension -heading. Let's import that, let's add it to the array, so let me right here get my heading. Alright, I've now added my heading right here. Let's now continue. Then let me right here do a import. I want to get a list item, so let's import list item, and this will be from @tiptap, and then /extension, and then -list item. Let's import that. Then let's pass it right here in the array. So let me get a list item and let's pass it. What else do I want to get? I want to get a bullet list. So let's do an import. Let me get my bullet list. And this will be from @tiptab and then slash extension and then slash or dash bullet list. Let's import that and let's add it right here in the array. So let's get the bullet list. And now this is also fine. The next extension which I want to get is for the code. So let me right here do a import code, and this will be from @tiptab, and then this will be slash extension and slash code. Let's import that, and then let's pass it right here in the array. Then let's continue. We now have our code. The next thing which I want to get is the block quote. So let's do a import. Let me get a block quote, and this will be from @tiptab and then slash extension dash quote. Let's import that. And of course, this shouldn't be a block quote, but a block quote. And then I can add it right here to the array. So let's get a block quote. And now this is also done. We're now missing only 2 more extensions. We're almost done. So let's finish it. The next extension right here is called text style. Let's import that. And this will be from @tiptab and then slash extension and then dash text style. Let's import that and let's add it right here in the array. So let's get the text style and let's add it. And then the last thing which I want to get is also right here a code block. So let me do a import code block, and this will be from @tiptab. So let's say right here tiptab. Where's my hello, @tiptab and then slash extension slash code block. Let's import that and let's add it right here at the end. So code block. Alright, so now in theory we are done. We have added all the extensions. Let me now zoom out a bit because it's very zoomed in for me. And now we can render our HTML. So let me delete the return statement. Let's create a new one. And inside of this return statement, let me create a self-closing div. Then for this div, we can now say dangerously set inner HTML. And I want to now set our HTML inside of here. So let me right here inside of here get an object. Then let me get a underscore HTML. And this will be equal to the output. Again, our output is generated using this generate HTML function provided by TipTap. So let's now continue, and if I now save this and again go back, you see we don't see anything, and that's because I have to open my terminal and again restart my dev server. So let's do an npm run dev, and let me again go back and let me do a hard refresh. Alright, my website has restarted and we see my text right here, and it does not look good at all. Hey, don't worry, we will fix that. So let me give this div right here a class name. And what do I want to say? Well, this will be a pros. So again, this is this class name provided by the typography plugin. So if you can remember, right here we installed a Tailwind CSS typography plugin, and this makes text look very nice. So now we have added that, and if I can go back, we see, okay, this is already looking way better. We have the text, we have right here a heading, then we have a bullet list. Okay, this is already better. Then let's continue. Let's again say margin of auto. Then let me also say width, and this will be 11/12. So this is about 91%. Let's say on SM or bigger, this will be pros of -LG, so a bit bigger. Then let's say on dark, if we're in dark mode, let's say pros invert. This means we will have like an white color so that you can read the text. And let's say on SM or bigger, let's give it in width, and this will be custom value of 2/3, so 2/3, and this is about 66%. If you now save this and again go back, you will see that this looks very, very good. It looks very, very nice, and in general, it's already way bigger. There's one more thing which I want to add, and that's right here our, how would you call them, bullets, markers. I'm not sure how you want to call them, but they are right now, or they have right now, a grayish color. Instead of rendering a grayish color, I want to have them like in bluish color, our primary color. So what we can do right here is say pros, then -li, then let's add a colon, then we say marker, again colon, and we can now say text primary. So again, what we say right here is pros -li, colon marker, colon text primary. So what we can do now is save this, and if I again go back, what do we see? Well, our bullet list has now a blue color. This looks very, very cool. Of course, our blog article is not really written. We could write some content. We'll do that in a second, but it's already cool that we see that it works. So again, we have our right here created at timestamp, we have the title, description, the image, and then this content. As I already said, this created at timestamp is currently hard coded, so let me change that. So if I go to the top, right here we have the p tag, and instead of rendering right here this 16th of April, let me get right here the data.created@. And as you see, we don't fetch that. So right here in the Prisma query, let me get the created at timestamp. Let's set this to true. Let's save this. And if I can go to the bottom, we can now say data.created@. You'll see we'll get an error. That's because this type date, so the date object, is not assignable to React node. You can't render it because it's an object. So we can do a .toString, and if you now invoke that and save that, you'll see, okay, this does not look good. This is quite ugly. We want to change it. We want to make it look nice. So how do we do that? How do we change it? Well, as you know, we can use a JavaScript API, and this is called new international. So let's say ENTL, international .datetime format. Then let's invoke it. I have to add a local. This will be en-uppercase US. Then let's also add a comma, open an object, and I can say the date style, and I want to make the date style medium, so let's say medium, and then at the end I have to do a dot format, so let's do a dot format, let's invoke it, and let me pass right here my data.created@. If you now save this and again go back, you now see this looks exactly as we wanted, August 13th, 2024. Great. So our blog ID page fully works. We see now the correct date, we see the title, the description, or in other words, the small description, we have a hero image, and then right here we have our article content, even though it's right now not very nice. Nevertheless, it works, and that's, at the end of the day, the best thing. If I now go right here again to this go back button, you'll see we will get redirected, and this also fully works. So what can we say? Our blog page and also the ID page is fully done. It looks beautiful, and that's what we wanted. What I'll do right now is add another blog article. So let me go to the dashboard, and then in the dashboard I want to add maybe 1 or 2 more articles. So inside of here, let me go to my sites. Then let me right here go to view articles for this site. Then inside of here, let me click on create article. And inside of here, let me right here create a title. So let me say this is a test article. Let me generate the slug. Then let's create a small description. Let me just say this is a super cool blog which I have created. Have fun coding along. Then let me right here upload a cover image. I've now clicked right here on upload. You see our loading state. We see now this pending state, if you want to call it like that, and then we see the toast, and then we have the image right here. For the article content, let me now write something a bit more or something a bit better. So let's right here say, hey, this is a test article. Let's see if this fully works, question mark. Then underneath that, let me, for example, get, first of all, maybe an H1, and let's say, hey, this is a title. Then let's continue. What else do I want to get? I want to now get a bullet list, and inside of here, I want to say, hey, this is bullet number 1. Then let's say right here, hey, this is bullet number 2. Then what else can we say? We have right here heading 3, bullet list, quote. Oh, we can add a quote. For the quote, we can say, Jan Marshall is the best. And then what else do we have? Well, we also have right here a numbered list. Let me also write something more, I guess, expressive. And let me now click on create article. We have our loading state, and now we should get redirected. And now we see the article right here. Let me now click on the top on view blog. We should now get redirected. And now we see the 2 blog articles right here. Let me click on read more. And now we will get redirected. And now we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, I forgot, as you see right here, one extension, which is the ordered list. So let me go back to VS Code. I'm now in the render article component, and inside of here, we have to import this order list. So let me go right here to the top, and let me say import order list, and this will be from @tiptab, and then slash, so let's say slash extension dash order list or or.list. Then in the array, I can now add my ordered.list, and if I now save this and again go back, this error should go away. Okay, this error is gone, and now we have right here our date, then we have the title, then we have the description, then we have the image, and then we have our code right here. We have first of all our little text, then we have entitle, which is an h1, then we have right here a bullet list, then we have a quote, and then we have a numbered list. So we see this works beautifully, and now we are done with this. And friends, now we have mastered to create a dashboard, to create an article, to view the article. And now there are only two more things which we have to do. First of all, we have to add Stripe, and then we have to also create a home page. So let's do that. Alright, since we now see that the overall dashboard works as it should and as it's expected, we can now continue with the pricing, because again, we can now create articles, we can delete them, we can create sites, delete sites, we can edit articles, we can view them, everything works, and that's great. But of course, the whole idea behind a SaaS is at the end of the day that you subscribe to a plan to access certain features. And currently right here, our pricing page does not work. If I click on it, it will throw a 44 not found, and that's because we haven't created a route. We haven't created a route, we haven't created a pricing page, we haven't implemented Stripe, we haven't done that. And that's exactly what I want to do right now. So let me go back to VS Code, and inside of here, the first thing I want to do is create the page for this pricing page, route, whatever you want to call it. So let me open my Explorer right here, then let's go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, and then right here in the dashboard folder, let's create a new folder, and this will be called pricing. Let's create that, and inside of here, inside of the pricing folder, let me create a page.tsx. So now this is the route for our pricing page, and inside of here, since this is in route, we have to do a export default function. So let's do right here export default function. Let's call it pricing page. Let's invoke it. Let's open that. And let me just return right here a div. And let's say h1 hello from the pricing. Let's save this. And if I again go back, this 44 not found should go away. And now we see hello from the pricing. Is that what we want to render? No, this is of course not what we want to render. But there's one thing which I want to do. Instead of just rendering the code inside of this page, I want to create a separate component. And then in the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, and in the components folder, let me create a new folder. So we won't go in the dashboard folder, but we will create a shared folder. And this shared folder will be there to render, or inside of this shared folder, we will render this pricing component, because we'll render the pricing component, first of all, right here in the dashboard, but also later on in our landing page. So right here for this shared component, let me create a pricing.tsx, and now this component will be there to render our pricing table. So what we can do right now is a export function, since this is a component, and we can say pricing table, let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me for now create a return statement, and let me return a div, let's say h1, and let's say hello from the pricing component. If I now save this and again go back, you will see that we don't see it right here, and that's quite simply because it's a component, and this component is currently not rendered anywhere. So right here in the page.tsx, instead of rendering the h1, let me get my pricing table component for my components. This is self-closing, and if I save this and again go back, you now see hello from the pricing component. This is of course not what I want to render, so let's change that. Let's go to the pricing component, let me delete everything in the return statement, and let's start with an empty tag. Inside of the empty tag, let me create a div element, and let's give this div right here a class name. This will be max width of 4xl, then let's do an mx of auto to center it in the middle, and let's say text of center. Then inside of this div, let me render a, let's say h1, and let me say pricing. If I now save this and again go back, you'll now see right here in the middle pricing, and this looks already quite good. Nevertheless, of course, it should be bigger, and the font weight should also be bigger. So let me again go back, and then for this h1, let me give it a class name, and this will be font of semi-bold. and then let me also say text of primary, and then let me save that, and let's again go back. And now it says right here pricing, and this looks quite good. Now one thing which we have to change right here is that this shouldn't be an H1, but we'll say this is a P tag, because this is just like an upper text before or above the title, because underneath this P tag I want to now render the H1, and inside of here we will just say pricing plans for everyone and every budget. Then let's save this, and if I again go back, you now see right here this title. What I want to do is also style this title. So let's go to this H1, let's create a class name, and then this will be margin top of 2. Let's say text, which will be 4XL. Let's do a font, which will be bold. So let's right here say font dash bold. This is a quite big font weight, so 700. Let me say tracking. This will be of tight, so the letter spacing. And then let's also say on SM or bigger, so a min width of about 600 pixels, let's do text of 5XL. If I now save this and again go back, you now see that this is way bigger, but I think this looks quite good. One thing which we could do right here is render a exclamation mark. So let's right here say exclamation mark, and if I again save this, yeah, this works quite good. And now the last thing which I want to render is a little description. So let's go underneath the H1 and also underneath this div element, and let me render a P tag. Now for the P tag, I will just copy or paste some gibberish. You can write something if you want to, but this right now is just some standard lorem ipsum. Then let me right here create a class name, and let's say mx of auto. Let's say margin top, which will be of 6. Let's do a max width of 2XL. Then let me also say text of center. Then let's say leading, which will be of 8. And let me say text, which will be of muted foreground, so like in grayish color. If I now again save this and go back, you see, okay, this looks alright, but the leading is a bit too big, so I want to have this spacing a bit smaller. So instead of what you say saying leading 8, let's see what can we say. We can say leading of tight. Let's test out this right here. Yeah, I think this works better. Let's leave it like that. So we have now created our little overhead title description thingy. I don't even know how you want to call this pricing thing. Then we have our title, and then we have our description. Now I see I've misspelled pricing, so let me again spell this correctly. And then what do I want to now do? Well, I want to now render our table. So to render our table, instead of hard coding it, I will create an array and then map over the array and then just display our pricing table. So let me right here go to the top, and inside of here, what I want to do is create an interface. Then for the interface, let's call it iapp_props, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, we will have a few things. So this array will have an object, and this object will have multiple fields. So first of all, we'll have an ID. This will be of type number. Then we'll have a card title. This will be of type string. Then what else do we have? We have a card description. Then this card description will be of type string. We will also get right here a price title. So let's get a price title, and this will be of type string. Then I want to also render the benefits. So let's get the benefits, and the benefits will be an array of strings. So what we can do is right here say, hey, this is a string, let's append an array symbol. So with that, I now told TypeScript, hey, benefits is an array, and then in the array, I will store multiple strings. Okay, so we have now created our interface, and since we now have our interface, we can now create right here our array with our two objects, or in other words, our two pricing cards or the pricing content. So let me go underneath the interface, let me do an export, then let's do a constant. For the name, let's say pricing plans, and then this will be equal to an array. Now, if you inside of here create an object and click on Control Spacebar, you see we don't get any types. And is that what we want when we use TypeScript? No, of course it's not. And we already created an interface right here. So what we can say is, hey, pricing plans is a type of iapp_props, which is an array. So you have to append the array symbol. And if you now go right here again inside of our object and go to Control Spacebar or click Control Spacebar, you now see all of the fields right here. So let's start with the ID. The ID will be equal to 0. Then we'll have a card title. The card title will be equal to freelancer. Then let's also create a card description. For the card description, I will just say the best pricing plan for people, so let me write people correctly, starting out dot. Then let me also right here go to the next field. Now we also have right here benefits, and benefits is an array. So let's create that, and we don't have to create any objects inside of here. We have to just create strings because we said right here, hey, benefits is a array of strings. So one benefit which you will have right here is that you will get one free site. So let's say one site. Then let's say I don't know, some imaginary stat. Let's say up to 1,000 visitors, something like that. And then let me just copy paste it a few times. Again, it does not have to be factual. I will just write something inside of here. And then the last thing which we have right here is the price title. And for the price title, I will right here just say free, because this is the free tier. Then let me create a second object for our second plan. And inside of here, let me give it an ID. This will be of 1. Then let's give it a card title. For the card title, I will say, yeah, startup sounds good to me. Then let's also say right here card description. And for the card description, I will just say the best pricing plan for professionals dot. I think this is fine. Then let's also right here create a price title. For the price title, what price do we want to use? Do we want to say, hey, $24, $29, $50? I think $29 sounds good. So let's say $29. Then let's continue. And then the last thing we have is right here our benefits array. Let's open right here this. And then the first benefit will be unlimited sites. And for the rest of the benefits, I will just say right here something like unlimited visitors. Let's say this. And then let me just copy paste it a few times. So now this looks good to me. And now we can use this array, or in other words, we can now map over this array and then display it. To do that, we have to go again to our export function. Let me go underneath the p tag, but still in the empty tags. And let me first of all create a parent div, which will create the layout. Then for this div element, let me give it right here a class name. For the class name, let me say grid. Then let's do grid columns of 1. Let me also give it a gap, which will be 8. And let me also do a margin top of 5 to have a bit of spacing to the top. And if we are on an LG device, which means on a desktop screen, then let's do right here grid calls of 2. What exactly does this code do? So first of all, we right here create a grid layout, which means on a mobile screen, we only have one column, so we'll only have one card. Then if we are on a larger device, which means on a desktop screen, we will render the 2 cards horizontally, so side by side, because we have 2 columns. Then we also create some gaps so that we have some spacing, and also margin top of 5 so that we have a bit of spacing to this paragraph. Then inside of this div, I can now map over my data. So let me get right here my pricing plans. So this is my array. Let me do a dot map and let me get a item. Let me now return that. And inside of here, we can now first of all get started with a card component. Let me import the card component from the components. And for the key, you have to pass a unique identifier. And our unique identifier is our item.id. And for now, this looks good. Let me now also render a card header. So in the card, let's get a card header from the components. And as you know, what do we have in a card header? Well, we have a card title. Let's import that from the components. And what I want to do inside of here is render the item.card title. So again, the card title right here is, for example, that this is the freelancer plan or this is the startup plan. So this now looks good to me. Let's again go back and now you see right here freelancer and then you see startup. So now we have 2 cards, they look good. Nevertheless, of course, we are missing further information like the description or the price or the benefits. So let me again go back. Underneath the card title, we will have a card description. Let's import that. And inside of here, let me just render the item.card description. If you now save this and again go back, you now see the description right here. And this looks very, very nice. Let me now render the price of this plan. For that, what we have to do is go underneath the card header, and then inside of here, let me render the card content. This is imported from the components, and then I can now render our title. So let me right here get a p tag, and then in the p tag, let me render the item.price title. So if it's free, or as we said right here, $29. If you now save this and again go back, you now right here see the pricing. And even though we see it, it does not look very good. It should be a bit bigger and the font weight should be way bigger. So what we can do right here is again go back to the p tag and let me get a class name. This will be first of all margin top of 6. Then let me also right here create a text which will be of 4XL, and let me do a font which will be bold, and let's do tracking. So this is the letter spacing and this will be of tight. If you now save this and again go back, you already see, hey, this looks very good and we can leave it like that. So we have now rendered the price, and the next thing which I want to render are the benefits. So what we can do is go underneath the p tag, and inside of here, let me render a UL tag, so a unordered list. Then for the unordered list, let me give it a class name. This will be margin top of 8. Let's use space Y of 3, so space between the items. Then let's also do a text of small. Let me do a leading. This will be of 6. So this right here is the line height. And let me also do a text which will be of muted foreground, because I want to have, or I want the items to be like this grayish color. Then inside of this UL tag, I can now map over my benefits. So let me right here get my item dot, and then I want to get the benefits. Let's do dot map. Let's right here get a benefit as in param, and then let's just right here return that. Inside of here, I want to now return a list item. So let's get the li tag. Now for the li, I have to now also add a key. But the thing now is that the benefit right here is not unique. So what I do right here is also get a index, and then I can pass the index as a key. Now some YouTubers will tell you, hey, don't use the index as a key, blah, blah, blah. This is true, you shouldn't use the index key, but this is only in certain cases. When you don't change the data right here, if this is not somehow changeable, then it's completely fine to use the index right here. You don't have to create a separate ID. This is completely fine. Nevertheless, in certain cases, an index won't work and you have to have a unique identifier. But again, in this case, this is completely fine, and I think I will create a video on that sometime in the future. Then let me give this li also a class name, and let's say that this is a flex element, and let me also get spacing, so let's do gap x of 3. Then inside of this li, what I want to now render is an icon, and I want to render a check icon. So with that, I want to say, hey, this is included. So let me right here get the check icon from lucide-react. This is self-closing, and let me right here get in class name. This will be text of primary, since I want to have it this bluish color, and let's say size of 5, which is width of 5 and height of 5. If I again go back, you now see right here 1, 2, 3, and 4 check icons, and now we are missing the individual benefit, so I'm missing the text. So to render that, what we can do is just go underneath right here this underneath this check, and then I can just render right here the benefit. If I now save this and again go back, you already see, yeah, this looks very good. So we're now done with our title, description, the price, title if you want to call it like that, the benefits, and what are we missing? Well, that's the most important thing, and that's the button to sign up. So what we have to do is right here go underneath the cart content, then let me right here create a cart footer, and let's import that from the components. And inside of here, for now, what I render is just a button component, which is imported from the components. And I will just say choose plan. We will change that in a second, but for now, let's say it like that. So choose plan, and then let's save this. If you now again go back, you now see, okay, we have entitled, description, the price, we have the benefits, and we have the button. So this looks quite alright. Of course, the button should be width or full, but I don't want to change it right now because I will change a lot of things in a second. So the first thing I want to change right here is to somehow, could you say pronounce? So I want to show the startup tier, or I want to pronounce it even better. This means I want to, for example, render right here a blue border. Then on the right side, I want to say like recommended or something like that. And for the 3 button, instead of saying choose plan, I want to say try for free. And inside of here, I want to say something like buy plan or something like that. So we have to modify the cards a bit outside of the array. So now we can't get this data from the array, and we have to somehow do it a bit differently. So how do we do that? For example, how do we first of all change the border for this card component, but not for this one? Well, it's relatively simple. Right here for the card component, we can give it a class name. And inside of here, let me use these brackets and let's create a ternary. And we'll say right here, if the item.id is equal to 1, so if it's equal to the second card, then we can right here return a border, and this border will be primary. And if this is not true, let's use a colon, and let me just return nothing, a empty string. If you save that and again go back, you now see that the second card right here has now a beautiful border, and we can leave it like that. What's now the second thing which I want to render? What I want to render is like a badge. So right here on the right side, I want to say, hey, this is the most popular plan or the recommended plan, something like that. So what you have to do is go to the card title. Let me copy this item.card title. I will copy this. Now you see the card title is empty. And what I'll do right here is a ternary. And we'll say right here, if the item.id is equal to 1, if this is true, let's return something. For now, h1, and we say some gibberish. And if this is not true, then let's use a colon, let's return something. Let me use these empty brackets, and let me again paste the item.card title. If you now save this and again go back, you now see for this left card, everything is as it was, but for the right side, we now render some gibberish. Of course, we don't want to render gibberish, so let's fix that. Instead of rendering h1, let me render right here a div element. Let me give this div right here a class name, and then this will be flex items of center to center it vertically, justify between so that both children get space to the most outer corner. And then is there anything else missing? I don't think so. Then inside of this div, let me render an h3. And for this h3, let me just say start up. Let me also create a class name and let me say text of primary. If I now save this and again go back, you see not much has changed. I mean, the font is the same, the text size is the same. The only difference which you currently have is the color, which is blue. But there's one more thing which I want to render, as already said, and that's like a badge. So underneath this h3, but still in the div, let me render a p tag, and inside of here, let me say most popular. Then if I save this and again go back, you now see that there's space to the most outer corner. This is this justify between. So on the left we have startup, on the right we have most popular. And what I want to do now is make most popular a bit smaller, give it a background color and everything like that. So let me go back, let me give this p tag a class name, and let's say this will be of rounded full. Then let's do an bg of primary. And if I now save this and go back, you see this does not look good. The background color is way too, or the opacity is way too big, because this is currently an opacity of 100%, and I want to tone this color a bit down. So what we can do is right here, bg primary /10, so 10% opacity. If you now again go back, you see, yeah, this looks way better. Then let me continue. Let's also get a bit of padding. So let's say padding x of 3. Then let me do a padding y of 1. Then let me also do a text of XS, because this is too big right now. Let's do a font of semi-bold to pronounce it a bit. And let me do a leading of 5. And then a text of primary to have this bluish color. If you again go back, you see, yeah, this looks very, very cool. I like that. Maybe we can change right here bg primary, so the opacity to 20%. Let's again go back. Yeah, this is fine. Let's see how it looks like in dark mode. Yeah, let's leave it like that. I think this looks very, very cool. So we're now done with this top section, and the last thing which is missing is the button. So let me go back, let me go right here to the card footer, and in this card footer we have to now again use a ternary, and we'll say if the plan, or not the plan, but if the item.id is equal to 1. If this is true, let's return right here a, let's say a button component, and let's just say by plan. And if this is not true, then let me use a colon. Let's return something else. And let me right here also just return a button component. And let me say try for free. If you now save this and again go back, you now see that one button says try for free and the other one says by plan. What I want to do also right here is say for this freelancer button, I want to make it a different color and take it the whole width. So for this button, which says try for free, let me give it first of all a variant. For the variant, let me just say outline. So let's get outline. If you now save this and again go back, you see, yeah, this looks good. We can also give it a class name to give it a bit of margin to the top. So let's say margin top of 5 and let's do W of full. If you now save this and go back, yeah, I like it quite a lot. Let's now also do the same for our starter button. So let me delete this button again. Let me render first of all a form element. Let me delete the action, and then in the form, let me right here render a submit button, which is imported from our submit buttons. This is self-closing, and then let me pass a text property, and we will just say by plan. And then let me also give it a class name, and this will be margin top of 5. And let me also do an W of full. If you now save this and again go back, you now see, okay, we now have the margin, but the button does not take the whole width. So how do we fix that? Well, we have to give this form right here also a class name, and we have to say, hey, this is also width of full. If you again go back, you now see, yeah, this is great, and this is what I wanted. So since we are now done with that, I think it's now time to initialize Stripe and make the subscription work. Really quick before we continue with Stripe, let me adjust two more things. So I think our pricing cards should have a bit of more margin to the top, and I think that this title is a bit too wide. So let's first of all fix the title. For that we can go to this div and give it a max width of 3XL. If you now save this and again go back, I think yeah, this looks already better. And now let me also fix the margin. So right now we give right here our div a margin top of 5. Let's maybe change it to a margin top of 10. Let's again go back. Yeah, this is fine. We can make it even bigger. So let's maybe say 20. Why not? Let's again go back and okay, 20 is yeah, it's fine. Let's go to maybe 16. Yeah, I think 16 will be fine. Let's again save this. Yeah, 16 is more of my taste. So now we are done with that, and now let's continue with Stripe. Alright, so I'm now at stripe.com, and if you have never heard about Stripe, then in short, Stripe is a payment processor which makes processing payments very easy, simple, fast, and everything like that. The platform is great, it's fast, the documentation is great, and Stripe is probably the best and biggest payment processor on the web. So that's why we will use Stripe. And now let's get started. So if you don't have an account, create one, but since I already have an account, I will click on sign in. Alright, and as you now see, I got redirected to the dashboard, and as you also currently see, I'm already right now inside of an account or project, whatever you want to call it. So what I want to do right now is click right here on create new account, and now we have to pass the name. For the name, let me right here say block Marshall YouTube. Then for the country, Germany, yeah, Germany is fine. And let me click on create. So as you now see, I'm in this block Marshall project account, and now we can get started. The first thing what we have to do is go right here to developers. So let me go right here at the top. Then let me right here go to API keys, and inside of here we have a secret key. What I want to do is reveal the secret key and copy it. You'll have to do it on your own machine, because when this video is published, this secret key won't be accessible anymore. Or in other words, this project will be already deleted. So let me copy this, let me go to my env file, and inside of here I want to create a new environment variable. So let's right here name it Stripe, or let's do it uppercase, Stripe underscore secret underscore key, and then this will be equal to the key which I just copied. Again, it's very important that you copy the secret key and not the publishable key. The publishable key is if you use it on the client side, but since we will initialize right here Stripe on the server side, we don't need that, we need the secret key. So now we have that, and now we can close the environment variable. And what we have to do now is install the SDK to use Stripe, because we have to call certain methods in Stripe to, for example, redirect the user to the checkout and everything like that. So let me open my terminal. Inside of here, let me stop my dev server. Let me clear everything, and inside of here, let me do an npm I Stripe, and then this will be -- legacy-peer-dependencies. Let me click on enter, and now we will install the Stripe SDK. Now this Stripe SDK is a server-side Node Next.js SDK, which means it does not run in the client side or on the client side. For that, you would use another SDK. Some people in some videos will show you how to use Stripe with a dual approach, which means you would use the Stripe SDK, but also the Stripe-JS and Stripe React dependencies or SDKs together. So you would use a combination. Now, I don't think this is a great experience or developer experience. I find it's very easy just to use the Stripe SDKs. It gives you the same features, but makes your code smaller and easier and faster. So people who do a dual approach or a combination of several approaches, where they use the Stripe Node.js SDK, so the server-side SDK, and then also the client-side SDK, most of them don't know about this approach. And if you watch this video, well, then you will know how to set up Stripe on the server side and only use it from the server side. So this is now installed. I can again restart my dev server. So let's do npm run dev. Let me go to my web browser. Let's do a hard refresh. And now we can first of all set up Stripe. So to do that, what we have to do is go to the Explorer, and inside of here, I have to first of all initialize Stripe. So let me go to the app folder, let's go to the utils folder, and let me right here create a stripe.ts file. This file is there to initialize Stripe. So inside of here, let me do an export constant. This will be lowercase Stripe, and then this will be equal to new Stripe. This is uppercased, and new Stripe does not import for me, so let me do it manually. So let's do an import, then Stripe, and this will be from Stripe. So we have now imported that. Now you see we get an error. That's because I have to invoke it and pass one argument. And what is this argument? Well, this is right here, our API key. If you can remember, we already stored in our environment variable with the name stripe_secret_key. Let me copy the name, then inside of here, I can do a process.env.stripe_secret key, and now you see we get an error, and that's because TypeScript does not know if this environment variable is defined, so if it's a type string, or if it's not defined, which means undefined. We know that it's defined, so we can mark it as string. So this has been now added. Let me now also add a comma, open object, because we have to add a few more right here, properties or arguments, whatever you want to call them. And we first of all have to add an API version. For the API version, you can just click on Control Spacebar, and then you already see the current API version. We can select that. And then the next thing which I want to use right here is a Boolean. This is the TypeScript Boolean. And with that, we tell this SDK, hey, do we use TypeScript or do we not use it? And we use TypeScript, so let's mark it as true. So this has been now created. We have now right here our Stripe SDK. So that means I can close this file, and now we can get started using it. So to use it, what we have to do is create a server action, because what I want to do with Stripe is create a subscription. When the user right here toggles our plan, so if I can go back, I want to create a Stripe subscription, which is recurring, which means the user has to pay monthly. So let me again go back, and then right here in the actions file, we have to create a new server action. So on the bottom, or at the bottom, I can do a export async function. Then we will name it create subscription. Then let's invoke it and let's open that. So what will we do at first right here? Well, I want to protect the server action. So let's do a constant user, and this will be equal to await require user. This means only authenticated users are allowed to call this server action. What's now the next thing which I want to do? And what we have to do now is create a Stripe customer. So when you use Stripe, and if you use Stripe billing, so Stripe subscriptions, you have to always also create a user in the database from Stripe. And when you create a user in the database from Stripe, you get a customer ID. And you will have to store this customer ID in your database, because whenever you create a subscription, you have to pass the customer ID so that Stripe knows, hey, who creates the relation? What is the user? And now the question comes, where do we store our customer ID? Because when we create the user in the Stripe dashboard or in the database, how do we store the customer ID which we get returned? Well, we want to store it in our database, and to do that, we have to adjust our schema. Currently, we have our model user, or in other words, our table user, and inside of here, I want to store my customer ID. So what you can do is go right here underneath the profile image, and then I can get a customer ID. This will be of type string, and this will be also optional. So when the user is created, it won't be defined. So let's add a question mark. With this, I tell right here Prisma, hey, this is not, or this does not have to be defined. And what I'll also do right here is say, hey, this is unique. So add unique. What we have to do now is open our terminal, stop the dev server, then let me clear that, and let's do an npx prisma db of push to sync our database with our Prisma schema. As you now see, we are currently getting an error, and it tells me right here there might be data loss when applying these changes. This is fine, we will not get any errors because this is optional, so let me click on yes, and now this will sync our database. Okay, so our database is now in sync, which means we can now get started with, first of all, creating the user in the Stripe database. Alright, so since we have now modified our user model, user table, whatever you want to call it, I think we can now right here create our mutation. In other words, we can now create our subscription. So the first thing I want to do is fetch my user. So let's do an let, not a constant, because I will later on reassign it. Then for the name, let me just say Stripe user ID, and then this will be equal to await prisma.user.find unique. I want to find a user where the ID matches the user.id. Again, when we fetch a user, we don't want to find any user, we don't find many users, we want to find one specific user, and we do that with the ID. We get our user ID through kind, and we say right here, or we tell Prisma, hey, find me a user where the user ID matches ID in your database. Then let's continue. Let me do a select statement since I don't want to fetch everything, and I want to get the customer ID. Let's set this to true. Then let me get an email. Let's set this to true, and let me get a first name. Let's set this also to true. So this is now all, and now we fetched our user from Stripe. And right here we specifically also selected the customer ID, and this customer ID could now be either defined or not. If it's not defined, I want to first of all create a user in the Stripe database, then add it right here to my dashboard, or I'm sorry, to my own database, and then at the end I want to redirect the user to checkout, or in other words to finish the billing checkout session. So let me right here first of all do an if check, and let's say if there's no Stripe user ID dot customer ID, so if we don't have a Stripe customer ID, or in other words no Stripe customer, then let's open that and let's create a Stripe customer. So let's write here a constant, let's call it Stripe customer, and this will be equal to await Stripe. And right here, please make sure that you import it from the utils folder and not from Stripe. If you import it from Stripe, you will get a lot of errors, and of course you don't want that. So let me now import Stripe from the utils folder, and then let me do a .customer or customers, and let me do a .create. Let's invoke it, let's open an object, and inside of here we have, or we can add two properties. So first of all, we can get the email. This will be equal to the Stripe user ID, so the data which we get from our database dot email. And what we can also get is the name. And for the name, this will be our Stripe user ID, and then dot first name. Again, this is the data which we get from our database. So now this is done, and since we have now created our user in our Stripe database, I want to now also update my user table and add the customer ID. So underneath this constant Stripe customer, we can right here reassign Stripe user ID. So let's reassign it, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Then let me do a dot user dot update, and let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, I want to update a user where the ID matches. So let's say where the ID matches the user.id. And then what I want to do is of course update data. So let me already get the data property, and what do I want to update? Well, I want to update the customer ID, and the customer ID will be equal to Stripe customer .id. So again, Stripe customer.id is what we get from Stripe. When we create our user right here, or in other words our customer, we right here get a Stripe customer result, and this Stripe customer result has a lot of fields like the ID, the address, if it's right here, or a description, discount, everything like that. And what we want to get is the ID as already set. So now we are sure that we have a customer ID, and since we are sure that we have a customer ID, we can now create our Stripe checkout session. So what I'll do is go underneath this if check, and then inside of here, we can now do a constant session, and this will be equal to await Stripe. Then let me do a .checkout, .sessions, and .create. Let's invoke it, let's open that. And inside of here, the first property which we have to add is the customer. So right here with the customer, and for the customer, I have to add the customer ID. So let me get my Stripe user ID. So our variable, which is reassignable. So right here, this is this let Stripe user ID. And then this will be .customer ID. As you see, we are currently getting an error, so what I'll do is mark it as string, and now this error is gone. Then let's continue. The next property which we have is the mode. And now in terms of modes, you have three which you can select. So either payment, setup, or subscription. If you select payment, this is for a one-time payment. So this is perfect for an e-commerce store where you have a one-time payment. Setup is there where you first of all get the credit card data and then later on charge the user. So if you have some sort of auction website, then you would first of all get all of the data from the user, and then once the auction is done, you would also charge the user. And then the last thing which we have right here is subscription, and that's what we will use. This is for reoccurring revenue, so where the user has to pay a reoccurring fee to use the service. So let's select subscription. Then what else do we have? We have this billing address collection boolean. We will set this right here to auto required. Let's set it to auto. I think this is fine. Then let's continue. The next property is the payment methods types. So right here, and this is an array, and inside of the array, I can now select what payment method types I want to allow the user to use. So right here, you have, for example, Afterpay, Affirm, then you have bank, contact, and whatever there is. But the most used payment method is card, and this is what we will select because card works in every country, and for example Cash App only works in the US or Canada, I'm not sure. So now let's continue. We have now added that. Then we now also have the customer update right here, and this is a object, and inside of here we now have the address. We will right here say auto. Then we also have the name. For the name, this will be also auto. And then the last thing which we now have is the success URL. So right here, the success URL, which is a string. And we also have a cancel URL, which is also a string. So the success URL is where the user will get redirected after he successfully paid for his product or for his subscription. The cancel URL is the URL where the user will get redirected if he clicked to go back. So if you go to the Stripe checkout, you have like a back button, and if the user clicks on that, this is the URL where we will redirect the user to. So for now, what we can do is copy right here our localhost 3000 URL. I can paste it for the success URL, and then this will be /payment and then /success. Then let's also do the same for the cancel URL. Let me paste this URL, and then this will be /payment and then /cancelled. Let's save this, and now this has also been added. Now there's one more thing which we are missing, and this is the line items array. And this line items array is there to tell Stripe what product we want to check out with. So in other words, we will create a product. In that term, this will be right here, this $29 product. And we have to add it right here and tell Stripe, hey, this is what subscription plan the user wants to check out with. So here, use that and then generate the price and everything like that. And to do that, we have to go back to the Stripe dashboard. Then right here, you have your product catalog. Let me click on that. And as you now see, we have 0 active products. So let me click on add product. Inside of here, you now see that we have to add all of the info which is required. So for the name, we will say Block Marshall, so let me spell it correctly, Block Marshall Premium. Then for the description, let me just copy it from here. Let me copy it, paste it inside of here. For a image, let me upload the logo. So I've uploaded the logo. Then we also right here now have to select either it's recurring, so a subscription model, or it's one-off. This right here is recurring. Then for the amount, instead of saying euro, let's say dollar. And for the price, this is $29. So let me write right here 29. And for the billing period, monthly is fine. Then for the unit quantity, 1 is also fine. And let me now click on add product. As you now see, the product has been added. I can now click on it. And inside of here, we have one price. So this is this $29. What you can do is click on this product right here, or in other words, on this price. And then on the top right corner, you now right here have a price ID. And this is what we need. We need this price ID. So please copy it right here. And then what I want you to do is open your env file. Inside of here, let me right here just write stripe underscore price underscore ID, and let me paste this value inside of here. So again, what you have to do is click on the price, and then on the top right corner, you have the price ID. This is for our $29 a month plan. So this now looks good. We can again go back. Let me copy this name, so stripe underscore price ID, and now we can use it right here for our line items. So let me create an object. Inside of here, we get our price, and this price is equal to the process. So let's do lowercase process.env.stripe underscore price underscore ID. And another thing which we have to add right here is the quantity, and the quantity is 1 because the user can only subscribe to the plan with a quantity of 1. I think this makes sense. So now everything has been added. Let me move this a bit to the top right here because I think this looks better. But now we have our line items with our price ID and our quantity. So now this looks good. And the last thing which we have to do is of course redirect the user to right here the Stripe checkout web page. So let me do a return redirect. Redirect is already imported. Let's invoke that. And inside of here, we can pass our session. So let's do session. And now we get right here .url. So this is where we will redirect the user to. Or in other words, this will be the hosted Stripe checkout page. As you currently see, we get an error. So let me mark this as string. And now this error is gone. Also, maybe one thing which I would change right here is instead of redirecting the user to /payment, let's maybe redirect the user to /dashboard/payment. Let's also do the same for the cancel URL, so /dashboard/payment. And then let me now go to the Explorer and let's create a route. So let's go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, and inside of here, let me create a payment folder. Again, payment is the name of this folder, and then in the payment folder, we will have two children routes, which is right here the success route and a cancelled route. So let me first of all create a cancelled, and then let's open that, and inside of here, let's create a page.tsx. Let me now first of all style that, so to make it look nice. So let me do a export default function. Let me spell it correctly. This will be called cancelled route. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement and I want to return a div element. For this div, let me give it a class name, and this right here will be width of full, so width 100%. Let's do a flex, then let me do a flex of 1. Let's do a justify of center and the items of center. This is there to center everything in the middle. What we can do for now is render an h1. I will write some gibberish, and if you now save this and again go back and do right here in hard refresh, you see we get an error. That's because our dev server is not running, so let me restart it right here. Alright, my web browser has again restarted, so we can go right here to the URL and we can redirect the user to /dashboard/payment/cancelled. Let's open that, and inside of here we should now see a h1, and that's what you see. Is that what we want to render? No, that's not what we want to render. So let me delete the h1 and let me render my card component. This is imported from the components, and let me give this card right here a class name, and this will be width of custom value, and this will be 350 pixels. Then in this card component, let me render a div element, and for this div, let me give it a class name of padding 6, so padding to all directions. Then inside of this div, let me render another div, and this will now be the parent div of an icon, because in this div, I want to render the X icon, which is imported from lucide-react. If you now save this and again go back, you now see, okay, we have a card, we have an X icon. It does not look good, but we'll fix that. So let me first of all style the X icon. Let's give it a class name of width 12, height 12, or you can even make it shorter and just say size of 12. Then you can do a rounded and we'll say full. Let me do a BG of red 500 and let me do an opacity of 30% and let's do text which will be of red 500. If you now save this and again go back, you see, okay, this looks quite good, quite presentable. Then let me style this div. Let's give it a class name, so the parent div, and let's say width of full, and let me do a flex and justify of center to center it right here in the middle. And now you see the X icon is in the middle and this looks very, very good. Now we can continue. So let me go underneath the X icon and underneath this div. And inside of here, I want to now create another div element. This will be, or for this div, let me give it a class name. This will be margin top of 3 to have a bit of spacing to the top. Then let me do a text of center. Let me give it a SM or bigger of margin top 5 to have a bit of more spacing to the top. Let's do in width of full, and then inside of this div, I can now render an H2. For this H2, let me just say payment cancelled. Let's save that, and if you again go back, you now see right here this title. Does it look good? I don't think so, so let me style that. Let's give this H1 or H2 a class name, so let's say class name, and for the class name, let's say text of LG. Let me also do a font of medium, and I think this should be already enough. If you again go back, you see, yeah, this looks quite good. Let's maybe change it to text XL, maybe this is a bit better, and yeah, I think we can leave it like that. So now this has been added, and we can also change maybe the font to semi-bold, let's see that. Yeah, let's leave it like that. So now we have added our title. Let me now also render like a description. So underneath this H2, let me render a p tag, and let me just say, no worries, comma, you won't be charged, dot, please try again. If you now save this and again go back, you now see the description right here, and it looks alright, but it could be better. So let me add right here for this p tag a class name, for the p tag a class name, and this will be right here text of small, then let's do margin top of 2, and let me say text of muted foreground. Let's now again save that, let's go back. Yeah, this is fine, but I think the letter spacing is a bit too big, so let me go again right here back, and let me add a tracking, and for the tracking, let's say tight. If you again save this, you see, yeah, this is good, I like that. So now this has been added, and the last thing which I want to add is a button. So what we can do is go right here underneath the p tag, and then let me render right here a button component. This button component is imported from the components, and for this button, let me give it a class name. For the class name, let me right here say width of full, and let's say margin top of 5. And then in the button, let me just say go back to dashboard. Let's now save this, and if you again go back, you see, yeah, this looks very, very cool. Now, if you currently click on this button, you see nothing happens, and that's not quite what we want. So let me also change that. So for that, what we have to do is give it right here an asChild property. Let's save that. And then for this text, let me wrap this in a link component. This is imported from next/link, and then let me paste right here this go back to dashboard text. Let me give the link component an href, and for the href, this will just be /dashboard. If I now save this and again go back, you see currently we have an error, this will go away, and now everything looks good. So if we now look at that, is there something which I want to change? Maybe we should add a bit of padding for this icon. So let's right here go to this icon and let's say padding of, let's say 1 or 1. Let's save that. Yeah, this looks good. Let's test out 2. Maybe 2 is even better. Yeah, let's leave it at 2. I think padding 2 is great. So since we're now done with the cancelled route, I think we should now test out if we can get redirected to the Stripe dashboard. So let me again go back right here to our pricing page, and then in the pricing page we have to go to the pricing table because this is our component. And inside of here, if you scroll to the bottom, right here we now have our form with the submit button. This form currently does not have an action, which means it currently does a GET request. So if I click on buy plan, you see our fav icon spins, and that's because we now did a GET request. But let's change that right now. And before we change that, currently this try for free button does not work, because if I click on try for free, you see nothing happens. So this has to have a link. So let me add a as child property for this button. Let me wrap this try for free in a link component. And then inside of here, let me again paste this text. Let me also import the component from next/link. Let's give it an href, and this will be /dashboard. Let's now save this, and if you again go back and then hover over this button, you now see it redirects to /dashboard. And since we now see that this works, let me again go back, and now let me fix this button which says buy plan. To do that, we have to add for this form a action, and this action is right here called, if you go to the actions file, we called it right here create subscription. So let me copy this name and let's paste it inside of here. Let's import that from our actions, and in theory this should be now already all. So let me go back to my website, let me click on buy plan, we have a loading state, and now we should get redirected. Okay, my fav icon spins, and now we right here see the Stripe checkout or the Stripe hosted checkout page. Now, as you currently also see, right here it says Block Marshall Premium, $29, and then the little description. As you see right here, everything is in German for me, but for you, it should be in your local language. So now, before we pay, let me go right here to the top and let me click on back. If I click on that, we will now get redirected to our cancelled route. And as you see, instead of getting in route, I get right here an error with type error, blah, blah, blah. This is again a turbo pack issue. As I said, it has a few bugs. So what you have to do is just restart your dev server. So let me stop that, let's clear that, and let me do an npm run dev. And then again, everything should work. And then I can again test it out. So my dev server has again restarted. So let me again go back to pricing. Then in the pricing, let me again try right here to click on buy plan. We again have our loading state as you see right here. Now we should get redirected to Stripe. Now we right here have our Stripe checkout page or the hosted checkout page. And if I now click right here on back, we should now see the cancelled route. And that's what you see. We don't have any problems with TurboPack anymore, and that's great. So this fully works, which is great. And now we can make the checkout session work. Maybe before we do that, let's also create the success route, because we currently just have the cancelled route. So let's go to the app folder, to the dashboard folder, to the payment folder, and inside of here, let's create a success route. Then let's create a page.tsx inside of this folder. And for the code, we first of all have to do a export default function. So let's do an export default function, and let's call it payment success. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Now for the success page, the code will be exactly the same as for the cancelled page. So let me just copy everything from the return statement and let me paste it inside of here. So let's create a return statement and paste it inside of here. Now we're currently getting an error. That's because we have to import a few components. So let me import right here the card component from the components. Instead of importing the X icon, let me import the check from lucide-react. Then let me import the button component from the components, and let me import the link component from next/link. If you now save this and again go back, you can now go to your URL and change it to /payment and /success. And right here I of course forgot a /dashboard in the start, so /dashboard. So / right here dashboard, and then /payment/success. And right here you now see a check icon with a red background color, payment cancelled. This does not make any sense. So let's first of all change our icon right here. So for the class name, instead of saying BG red, this will be BG green. And instead of saying text red, this will be also text green. Then let's continue. For the title, instead of saying payment cancelled, let me say payment successful. Let's save this. And then for the description, so for the p tag, let me say congrats to your subscription. You can now create unlimited articles, or let's say sites. If we now again go back, and now you see right here, we have a nice check icon, we have a title, we have right here a description, and then we have our button which says go to or go back to dashboard. If you click on that, you'll get redirected, and that's great. So friends, what do you think? What should we do now? Should we test out Stripe? Should we see if checkout works? Or should we implement webhooks? Well, I think let's first of all see if everything works, and then we can handle the webhooks. So let me right here go to buy plan. Let's buy this plan. We have our loading state. We will get redirected. Now right here you again see everything, and now let's check out. So for the card data we want to use a test card, not our real card. So let me say 4242. This is the test card from Stripe, and you see I misspelled it, so 4242. Then for the month and year, it was once 424, but now this does not work, so this is 442. And then for the CVC, this is 424, and for the name, I will just say Jan Marshall. For the country, this is fine, and now let me pay. We now have our loading state. We should now in a second see right here successful, and now we will get redirected. And right here you see we got an error. Why do we have an error? Well, it's quite simple. If I go to my actions file right here, you see I misspelled the success URL. I said /dashboard/payment, and then I misspelled success. So this should be 2 C's, and I only said 1. But in theory, this fully worked, and what we can do now is go back to the Stripe dashboard. Let me go to home, and if you now scroll a bit to the bottom, you now see, wow, gross volume 25 euros. If you go to the transactions right here, you see $29 was successful with the card payment method 4242. So in Visa card, you see the customer. It looks great. This is exactly what I wanted. We see that it was successful, and if I click on this payment, you see when this payment was, what the risk evaluation is, and everything like that. So that's great. This is what I wanted. But now here comes the issue. Even though the user is now subscribed to Stripe right here, we don't know that. We have to somehow get a message from Stripe which says, hey, the user has subscribed. You can now set some boolean in your Stripes or in your database to true, and then you will know that the user has subscribed. Because currently we don't know it. We don't know if the payment was successful and if the user has actually subscribed. So what we have to do is implement webhooks. We have to listen for Stripe events, and if Stripe tells us that everything was successful, then we can update our database. And if not, if Stripe tells us, hey, there was some issue or there was a fraudulent card, then we don't have to set it to true. I hope you understand what I mean. So we have to set up webhooks, listen to Stripe, and then update our database accordingly. Alright, so we have now talked about Stripe and why we have to implement a webhook. So let's do that right now. So let me go in the app folder, let me go in the API folder, and inside of here we have to create a new folder. Let me name this folder webhook, and let's create it. Then in the webhook folder, let me create a child folder. We will name this folder Stripe, and then in the Stripe folder, we can create a route.ts because this is a webhook, or in other words, again, a route handler. So yeah, let's now do that. Again, webhook/Stripe and then the route.ts. And now the question comes, how can you create a webhook in Next.js? It's a good question. So at the end of the day, a webhook in this sense right here is a post request, which means we have to create right here an export async function with the name post. So let's right here do an export async function. This is uppercase post. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Since we are right here in a route handler, or in other words an API route, we can get right here the request object. So let's right here get a rec. This is just a short form, and the type right here is request. Let me spell that, and now we can open that. So the thing with a webhook is that at the end of the day, this is a public endpoint, right? So a webhook, like any route handler, is available for everyone, and we have to protect it. So I want to protect this webhook in that sense that I only want to allow Stripe to use this webhook. So what we have to do is somehow construct a webhook event while getting, for example, an environment variable, a signature, comparing that, and if it's true, then Stripe will be allowed to write here do events. But if for some reason a user or a hacker, in that sense a malicious user, tries to attack this webhook, then we won't allow this malicious user to do any mutation with this webhook. So let me first of all get right here the body, so the request body. So let's do a constant body, and this will be equal to the request, so rec.text. Let's invoke that. We'll need that in a second. And what we also need is the signature. So a signature, whenever you do a request, you can also pass in the headers a signature, for example, and that's what we want to get. So let me do a constant signature, and this will be right here equal to headers. Headers is imported from next/headers. This is a server function which only runs on the server. Then let me do a .get, and I want to get a very, very specific header. This header right here is called stripe-signature. Now please make sure that you spell it correctly, because if you don't spell it correctly, you will get errors. So again, it's in Stripe, uppercase S, -signature. Please make sure that it's spelled correctly. If it's not spelled correctly, this whole webhook won't work. Also, it's very important that you mark this as string, and now we can continue. Let me now also create right here a variable, which we'll name it event. So let's do let, because we'll have to reassign it, and this will be event. And then let's also give this event a type, and this will be a type of uppercase Stripe. We import that from Stripe, not from utils, and then .event. Then let's save this, and now we can try to construct our webhook. So let's create a try statement, and inside of here I want to reassign event, and this will be equal right here to Stripe. Stripe has to be imported from the utils folder, so this is now the lowercase Stripe. Let's import that, and let me do a .webhooks and then .construct event. Let's invoke that, and inside of here I have to pass three arguments. So first of all, we have to pass our body, then we have to pass our signature, and the last thing we have to pass is the webhook secret. Currently, we are not getting a webhook secret, but we'll fix that in a second. We'll create it later on in the environment variables. But for now, I will just right here get a process.env and then let's say stripe underscore webhook underscore secret. And let's also mark this right here as string, and now this should be fine. As you currently see, we get an error. So let me see what's the problem right here. We have an error for body. So argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of type string or buffer. Okay, let me see, rec.text. Okay, see the error, because if you can go right here, it tells you type promise, string is missing something. What's exactly the problem? Well, we have to await this. So let's do an await rec.text, and now this error is gone. Okay, this now looks good. Let me now continue. So we have a try statement. Let me now also add a catch. Let me right here get as a parameter error. This will be of type unknown, and then let me open that. For right here the catch statement, I will just return a new response, and then let's invoke it. For the message, I will just say webhook error, and then let me also add a comma, and let me add right here a status, and this will be a status of 400. That means that something does not work, that there's some problem. And yeah, this now looks good. So what we did right here is just check, hey, does the event right here really come from Stripe? If not, then we have some problem. We right here throw an error. But if everything matches up, so if the body, the signature, and also the webhook secret, if they match up, then everything is fine. So now this is done. The next thing which I want to do now is handle my webhook or my event. So let me first of all right here create a constant session, and this will be equal to event, let me spell this correctly, .data.object. Let me also give this right here a type, and this will be as uppercase stripe .checkout and then .session. So now we have created our Stripe session right here, and now we can listen for the events. So what you can do is write here an if statement, get your event.type, and now we can say if this is equal to whatever event you need. So if you want to listen for the account updated, well then you have this event. If you want to listen for right here billing portal configuration created, well then you have right here this event. If you want to listen for, I don't know, capability updated, then you can listen for that right here. So it's up to you for to what you listen. You can listen for everything if you want to. I don't know why you would do that, but hey, it's a possibility. But we will make it as simple as we can in this video. So what I want to listen to is the checkout.session.completed. Let's get that, and then let me just open that. So this is the event which fires when the user has successfully checked out. Quite simply, right? And inside of here, what I want to do right now is get or retrieve the subscription. So what we'll do right here is a constant subscription, and this will be equal to await stripe lowercase dot subscriptions, then dot retrieve, and we have to now invoke it, and as an argument I have to now pass our subscription. So we can get our session, which we already created right here, then dot subscription. We have to right here mark it as string, and now we get our subscription. Then the next thing which I want to get is the customer ID from the user. So what we can do right here is the constant, let's call it customer ID, and then this will be equal to our session dot customer. So now this is done, and what I want to do now is find from my user or in my from my database the user where the customer ID matches the customer ID from the user who currently checked out right here. So again, a webhook does not have, or a webhook is asynchronous, which means the user does not have to be present when a webhook runs. So what I want to do right here is get the user who right here checked out. I want to get his user ID or his customer ID, get the user then from my database and update him accordingly. So let me right here now do a fetch call or a query with Prisma. Let me do a constant user, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder. Let me do a dot user, and let me do a dot find unique. Let's now invoke it, let's open that, and inside of here I want to find a user where the user ID matches, or not the user ID, but the customer ID. So I want to say where the customer ID is equal to the customer ID. As you now see, we get right here an error, and that's because customer ID is from a type either a string or right here a stripe.customer or a stripe.deleted customer. What you can do right here is just mark it as string, or you could also just mark right here this constant as string, and if you now save that, you see the error is gone. Let's then continue. Let me now do an if check, and we'll say if there's no user for some case, then there's some problem. So let me do an if check, and we'll say if there's no user, you do that with the exclamation mark, then let me right here do a throw new error, and then let's invoke it. And for the message, I will just say user not found ... Okay, this looks good. We now have our if check. Okay, let me now try to go through what we did. So we created a webhook right here, a post, a request in that sense. We then get a body, a signature. Then right here, we do a try catch statement. We try to construct an event. If this does not happen for some case, then we throw an error. If we don't throw an error, then this means that everything is safe and that we can then continue. We then get the session object from Stripe, and in the session object, we just get all of the data which is from the subscription. We then do our first if check. You could also do a switch statement if you want to. It does not really make any difference. We listen for the event, which is checkout session completed. This means whenever a user checks out, this specifically targets, or not targets, but fires whenever a user freshly checked out from the hosted checkout provided by Stripe. Then we right here fetch the subscription, we get the customer ID, we then query our database, so our Supabase database, to find the customer ID. If there's no user, we throw an error, and if not, we have to now write some Prisma query to update a specific model. And what do I want to do? Well, I want to right now create a new Prisma model, or in other words, a Prisma table, and this will be the subscription table. Inside of there, we will store all of the necessary information, like for example, the interval, so when the user pays monthly in that case, if the status is active, so if the user is a paying customer, when it was created, and everything like that. So let me right here create a model, and we'll name it subscription, and then let me just open that. So what fields do we have inside of here? Well, we first of all have the Stripe subscription ID. You could say just ID, but I want to make it a bit more defined. So Stripe subscription ID, this is of type string, and this is an @ID and @unique because this is a unique identifier. Again, if you want to, you can just write ID. It is the same thing, but I will leave it like that. Then what else do we have? We have a interval. This is of type string. This is, for example, monthly, quarterly, or yearly. For us, it will be monthly because we only allow this. Then let me also right here create a status. This will be of type string. Then we'll also have a plan ID. This is of type string. Then we'll have a current period start. This is when our subscription starts. This is of type int. Then we also have a current period end. This is when it ends. Let's again say int. Then let's also do a created at. This will be of type datetime, then at default and now. This means whenever we right here create a new field in a database, we will automatically right here create a new timestamp. Then let me also do an updated at timestamp. So updated at, this is of type datetime, and instead of saying at default now, this will be at updated at. So now this also looks good. And the last thing which I want to do is create a relation between the user and right here the subscription model. How do we do that and what relation is that? So is it a one-to-one relationship? Is it a one-to-many relationship? Is it a many-to-many relationship? And that's a good question. So what we have right here is a one-to-one relationship. This means there's only one subscription related to a user and only one user related to a subscription. A user can't have multiple subscriptions and a subscription can't have multiple users. So one user, one subscription, one user, one-to-one. Now, how do you create a one-to-one relationship with Prisma? That's a good question. So it's not that simple as with the one-to-many relationship. Nevertheless, we'll get through it. So we have to go to this model user, and then let me go underneath this post relation. And inside of here, I want to have a relation with the subscription model. So let me right here say subscription, and this will be type of type subscription. Now, as you know, since this is a one-to-one relationship, we don't have to append right here this array symbol. This is for a one-to-many relationship. So let me delete that and let me instead right here add a question mark because this is optional. If I now click on Command S, you now see we created right here a relation, but this is not the relation which I wanted to create. So let me again click on Command Z. So right here, Command Z. Let's leave it like that. Let me again go right here to the subscription model. And in the subscription model, I have to now tell the subscription model that it has a relation to the user model. So right here underneath the updated at timestamp, let me get my user. This will be of type user. This is optional, so let's right here add a question mark. Then let's say at relation, because we have a relation. And now we right here get fields as an argument. Then for the fields, you have to now pass a field, which we'll add right here. This will be the user ID, and then it references, so this user ID references the ID. Let me try to explain it to you. So right here in the user model, we have a unique identifier. This is the ID, and this is what I reference right here. The ID, it has to be unique, and our ID is a unique field. And then the fields is what we have to create inside of here, inside of the subscription model. So we would get right here an user ID, which is of type string and also optional and also at unique. And if I now save this, you see we don't have any errors anymore. And now we have a one-to-one relationship. Great, good job. So what now? We have now updated our Prisma schema, and what we have to do now is also sync our database with this Prisma schema. So let me open my terminal, let me stop this dev server, let me clear everything, and let me do a not npm run dev, but a npx prisma db of push. Again, it's important that you stop your dev server whenever you do that, because the types have to regenerate. So now this is loading, and now our database is in sync with our Prisma schema. Great. So we can again restart our dev server, npm run dev. I can go to my browser, also do a hard refresh right here. And now we can use the subscription model right here for our webhook. So when the user checks out successfully, let me do an await Prisma Prisma should be imported from the utils folder. We already did that. Then let's do subscription. And now what do we want to do? Do we want to update the subscription, delete a subscription? No, we want to create a subscription. So let's get a create, let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, we get our data property since we want to create data. And now we have all of these fields which are required. So first of all, we have our Stripe subscription ID, which is our unique identifier. This is equal to our subscription.id. Then let's continue. What else do we have? We have the user ID. This is our relation. This will be equal to the user.id. Then let's continue. What else do we have? We have the current period start. This will be equal to our subscription. So let me right here get my subscription and then dot current period start. Then let's continue. We have our current period end. This is equal to subscription dot current period end. Then let's continue. We now have our status, and this status could be a few things like active or trial or some problem, I don't know. So we have a few statuses, and this will be equal right here to subscription.status. Right here, let's get that and let's set it to enter. Also right here, you now see what statuses we have. We have incomplete, incomplete expired, trialing, active, past due, cancelled, unpaid, or paused. So these are all of the statuses. Then let's continue. We now have right here our plan ID. This is equal to our subscription, then dot items, then dot data. Inside of here, data is an array. So let me get the first item in the array and let me do a dot plan and dot ID. Then let's continue. And the next thing we have is our interval. And for the interval, if you go to our schema file, you will see that this interval, where do we have it, is a string. So what I can do right here is use the uppercase string. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, so this right here is like a stringify, we can pass our subscription, then dot items, then dot data. Let's again get the first item in the array. And then let's do dot plan and dot interval. So now this is done, and if you go to the next field, you see these are not required anymore and we don't have to add them. So now this looks good to me, and we are now done with that. So we are now listening for the first event, which is right here, checkout session completed. This fires whenever a user successfully checks out for the first time. Okay, so now we have listened for our first event, but now there's also a second event which I want to listen for, and this is the invoice payment succeeded. So this event, the first one, only listens for when the user first of all checks out the first time. But we also have to listen, or we have to check that the user also pays his monthly bills. So we have to listen for this invoice payment succeeded, and this event is triggered when an invoice is successfully paid. And this happens when a recurring subscription payment succeeds. So this is why we need to listen, or why it's required for us to listen to two events. We have to know when the user the first time checks out and makes a subscription, and if the user also pays his recurring, let's call it debt. So let me again go right here to the code. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom. And then what I have to do right here is go underneath this if check. So right here we have this if check. I have to go underneath that. And then inside of here, I can listen for a new if check. So let me right here get event.type. And I want to listen for, as already said, invoice, then dot payment succeeded. Then let me open that, and inside of here, what do I want to get first of all? Well, I want to get the subscription details. So let's do a constant subscription, and then this is equal to await stripe dot subscription, not subscription items, but subscriptions, and then dot retrieve. Let me invoke that, and as an argument, I have to now pass our subscription. So let me right here get my session.subscription, and the subscription right here in that sense is the ID. So let's get that, and now this looks good. We're currently getting an error, so let's mark it as string, and if I now save that, you see we don't have any problems anymore. So now what's the next thing which we want to do? Well, since we now get the data from Stripe, I want to now do our mutation. So let's right here do an await, and let's get Prisma, let's do dot subscription, and let me do a dot update, since I don't want to create a subscription, but I want to now update the subscription. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and as you know, since we want to update a subscription, I have to add a where statement, and I want to update the subscription where the Stripe subscription ID is equal to our subscription.id. So now we have done that, and what we have to now tell Prisma right here is what data we want to update. So let me get right here the plan ID. This will be equal to the subscription dot items, then dot data. Let's get the first item in the array, dot price, and then dot ID. Then let me also get the current period start. So right here, current period start, not end, but let me get the start, and this will be equal to the subscription dot current period start. Then let me get my current period end, and this is equal to the subscription dot current period end. Let's continue, and the last thing which I want to write here update is the status, and the status is equal to the subscription dot status. So now we are also done with that. And now the last thing which we have to do is return a successful message so that Stripe knows, hey, the webhook was successful and everything was fine. So let me write here do a return, then let's do new response, let's invoke it, the initial value will be null, and then let's add a comma and let's add a status of 200. With 200 we say everything was successful, everything was great, and that's all you want to hear. So let's again try to recap what we did right here. So we created a webhook, and for a webhook we created a route handler. We created right here a post request, we get a request handler or the request object, then we get a body, the signature, we create a variable which we name event right here, then we right here create a try statement to try to construct an event. If this does not happen for some case, so for example the signature is incorrect or the body or something is incorrect, then we just right here throw a new error and say webhook error. Then if we continue and we are sure that the webhook construction was successful, we get the session from Stripe right here or from the event, and then we do now a if check. So we listen for the events which we want to get. And the first event which I have to get is the checkout session completed. That means when the user successfully checked out. If the user successfully checked out, then we get the data for the subscription, we get the customer ID, and then we right here mutate our database, or in other words, we create a new record in the subscription table. And then if this was successful, then everything is great. Then the next event for which we listen is the invoice payment succeeded. This is the case, or this event fires when the user has recurring payments, so after 1 month. Then right here we get a subscription, details from Stripe, and then we just do right here a Prisma mutation and just update the Prisma data. So for example, the user canceled the subscription, then the status won't be active, but cancelled or something like that. And then at the end right here, we just return a new response and say, hey, everything was successful and status 200. So this is our webhook and this looks beautiful. Alright, since we have now set up our webhook, it's now time to test it out. So how do we do that? Well, for that we have to open our terminal, and it's very important that you now open a second terminal tab. This won't work in your first one, you have to open a second one. And then in this second terminal tab, what you have to do now is log in, so that Stripe knows what or for which account we want to listen to webhooks. So let me right here just say Stripe login, and let me click right here on enter. As you now see, we right here get an URL. Let me copy this URL and let me open it in a new tab. As you now see, it right here says allow Stripe CLI to access your account information. This is the account, Blog Marshall YouTube. And now let me click on allow access. You now see access granted. And if I can go back to my CLI, it says right here where you have it, done, the Stripe CLI is configured. Great, this is now finished. And what you can do is just clear that, because now everything is configured. And since we have now logged in, we have to now also open our, how would you call it, like webhook endpoint dev server. I will call it something like that. So what we have to do in the second terminal tab is to now get a webhook secret. So let me right here do a Stripe listen, and now we have to do a -- forward to, And I have to now paste right here the URL for which I want to listen for webhook events. So this is localhost 3000, so you can go to Chrome, copy right here your localhost 3000 URL, paste it inside of here, and then instead of saying /dashboard, this will be /API, then /webhook, and then /stripe. Because again, if you open your Explorer, our webhook lives right here in the API folder, then in the webhook folder, in the Stripe folder, and then right here we have the route.ts. So /API/webhook/Stripe. Let me now click on enter right here inside of the terminal. Now it will right here generate a webhook secret, and this is now our webhook secret. So you can copy this, then you can open your env file, and let me just paste it inside of here. If you go to your route.ts, you right here see we gave it the name of Stripe webhook secret. So I can copy this environment variable name and then paste it inside of here, and this will be equal to this webhook secret. Again, we get it right here through the terminal. Please don't close the second terminal tab, so don't right here delete it. It has to be running so that our webhook works. Okay, so we have now covered that, and in theory, everything should now work. So let me close my terminal, let me close this file, let me close this file, let me go to my web browser, let me do right here, or let me open first of all the terminal again, let me stop my dev server, let's clear everything, and let me run again npm run dev, because I changed a environment variable, and I just want to make sure that everything is fine. That's why I will stop the dev server and again restart it. Alright, my dev server has again restarted. Let me go to pricing. Inside of here, let me choose the starter plan. Let me click on buy plan. As you now see, we are getting redirected to Stripe, and inside of here, we can now make our transaction. So for the card data, this is relatively simple. This is 4242, as already said. This is the test data provided by Stripe, not 41, but 424242. Then for the month and year, this is 442. For the CVC, 424. For the name, I will say Jan Marshall, and then let me click on pay. As you now see, we have our loading state, and then in a second, we should get redirected to our successful success page, if you want to call it like that. As you now see, it says right here, payment successful, and that's great. So let me now right here go back to our VS Code right here. Let me open my terminal. Let me open the second terminal tab, and inside of here we now have all of our events. So you see these are the events: checkout session completed, charge succeeded, everything looks good. So what we can do now is open Prisma Studio. So let me open a third terminal tab, and inside of here what I want to do is say npx Prisma Studio. This will now open Prisma Studio, and let's see if we have created a Stripe subscription model. And yes, as you see, the subscription model has one field. If I click on this right here, what you will see is that right here we have a Stripe subscription ID, we have an interval, we have a status, we have a plan ID, current, period, and start, created at timestamp, updated at timestamp, and we have the relation to the user. So this worked beautifully. And now in our terminal, if you can again remember, we get right here this error, and this error is something with our user updates or with the invoice payment event. Currently we are getting a 500. Let me try to explain to you why we get an 500, so a problem, and why it does not really matter. So if you go right here to our route.ts, we have two events which we listen for. This is the checkout session completed, and then also right here the invoice payment succeeded. Now, when you for the first time, when you first of all create your subscription, the first thing which will run right here is the invoice payment succeeded, and after that we will run right here this where do we have it? Checkout session completed. You can also see this right here in the Stripe logs. So right here you see the top event, or the last event which we got is the checkout session completed. This is the last event. And the event before that was right here, invoice payment succeeded. So what am I right here trying to explain to you? So when you first of all subscribe, so the first time when you go to the checkout process, when you are the first time becoming a customer, at first right here this event will run, so this invoice payment succeeded. And when it runs at first, of course it can't update a subscription because a subscription does not exist. And that's why we are getting this error right here. This means At first, when we first of all subscribe, the user can only right here do a checkout session completed, and this right here will throw an error, so this invoice payment succeeded. That's again because we won't have a subscription. But later on, when the user resubscribes, so month 2, when the user pays the second term, then we won't have anymore this event checkout session completed, but we'll have this event invoice payment succeeded. So this is why we get an error and why this error is not important. So this is the simple explanation. Okay, since we have now covered the webhook and everything like that, it's now time to make our actual SaaS work. So what do I mean with that? So even when the user is now subscribed to a subscription or whatever you want to call it, so if the user has to subscribe to a plan, then the user is allowed to create unlimited sites. If the user is on a free tier, we only allow to create one site with unlimited articles. And now I have to somehow protect our server action, so when the user wants to create a new site and does not have a paid plan, that we then redirect the user to the pricing plan if he already has one site. Doesn't make sense. So if the user has one site and is on a free tier and tries to create a second site, then I want to redirect the user to the pricing plan to upgrade his plan. Does it make any sense? I think so. So what we have to do is go to our actions file, and inside of here we have the server action, which is the create site. So right here we have the create site action, and inside of here I want to somehow now get the subscription status of the user. And if the user has a subscription status, then hey, everything is fine, do your thing. And if not, then we have to check if the site's length is bigger than 1. If yes, then we have to redirect the user to the pricing page. So let me do that right now. So what we have to do is first of all fetch some data. So I have to get right here my sub status and then also the site length. So let me go underneath this constant user and then let me go above the constant submission. So right here in the middle, and let me do a constant. And now I want to run both queries in parallel because we will run 2 queries. So first of all, a query to find my subscription status and a query to find the length of our sites. So again, that's why we run it in parallel. This will be faster than if you would run them in sequence. If the first one would run, we would wait for the promise to end and then we would run the second one. This is too slow. So let's do a constant. Let's use the array brackets. Let's get the sub status. And let me also get right here my sites. And then this will be equal to await promise. Promise is uppercased. And let's do .all. Let's invoke it. Let's use an array symbol and let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a Prisma. Then let's do .subscription and let me do a .find unique. Then let me invoke that, let's open that, and inside of here, I want to find a specific subscription which is related to the user. So let's add a where statement or open that, and I want to find a subscription where the user ID matches the user.id. We get our user ID from kind right here, we have our hook, and that's how we get that. So now we find our unique subscription. And let me also do a select statement, since I don't want to get everything, but I only want to get right here the status. So let's select this and set it to true. And then the next thing which I want to get right here is, or what I want to do now, is query our sites. So let me do a Prisma, then let's do a .site, and let's do a .find many. Now I don't want to find all sites, but I only want to find the sites which are related to me, so to the user. So let's open that, and the user ID right here should be equal to the user.id. Again, right here we only find the sites which are related to the user. So now we have written right here our query, and now we can do a if check, and we have to check, hey, as already said, hey, if we have a subscription status, then all fine, create your sites, but if not, we have to do a bit of checking. So let me do right here an if statement, and this is above the constant submission. Let me also give it a bit of spacing. And then in the if statement, let me say if there's no substatus, so exclamation mark substatus, or the substatus right here. So let me get my substatus. Dot status is not equal to active. You do that with the exclamation mark and 2 equal signs. If this is not true to active, then let's open that, and inside of here I have to run another if check, and now I have to check if the site's length is bigger than 1. If it's bigger than 1, we won't allow the user to create the site, because that means he can't do that in the free tier, he has to upgrade his plan. And if he has less than one site, so 0 sites in that case, then we will allow the user to create a site. So let me do an if check, and what we'll say right here is if right here sites dot length, and we'll say if this is smaller than 1, that means 0 sites, then we will allow the user to create one site. So you can write a comment and say allow creating a site. Then we will have to do right here our right here mutation. We'll do that in a second. And if this is not true, let's do an else statement. And as a comment, you can right here say user already has one site, don't allow. So this is our basic if check. If the user does not have any subscription status, and if he has bigger or more sites than one, well, that means we won't allow the user to create any site, and we will redirect him to the pricing plan to upgrade his plan. And then let me also do right here at the bottom a else statement, or not an else but an else if, and I want to say if the user has a sub status. So let's get that. If this is true and right here, so dot status, if this is equal right here to active, then we can open that. And inside of here, I want to then also create a site because he has a subscription. And in that case, he can create unlimited sites. So let's say a comment and let's say user has a active plan. He can create sites dot dot dot. So since we have now done that, and since we now know what the user or when the user can do certain things, we can now mutate our Prisma database. So what you can do is break this constant submission, this if check, and this constant response and the return redirect into a separate function. So let me copy all of this. Let's copy that. Let me create an async function. Let me call it create site. Let's invoke it. Let's open that. And let me again paste the code inside of here. Nothing has really changed. The only difference is that we broke it into a separate component. And we can now call this function, in other words, whenever we need it. So right here, where we allow to create a site, we can just call create site. Let's call it. Let's invoke that. Right here, we don't allow the user to create a site. So let me do a return redirect, and I want to redirect the user to /dashboard/pricing. And then at the end, right here, we also allow the user to create a site because he has an active state. So let me again call right here create site. So now this should be all. We are now done. And now let's test it out. So what I want you to do right now is open right here Prisma Studio, and then, so let me open it right now. And then inside of Prisma Studio, what I want you to do is to delete your subscription. So right here, just delete that. I already did that. This now means that we are only allowed to have one site, and that's what we have. And what we can do now is click on create site. This will still load everything. Let me create a name right here. Let me write some gibberish for the subdirectory, and let me write some gibberish for the description. If I now click on create site, we should get redirected to the pricing page. Let's see. And yes, we got redirected. If I go to the sites page, we shouldn't see any site, and that's exactly what happened. So now this works beautifully, and that's exactly what we wanted. What we can do now is again subscribe to a plan and then check out if we can create a site. So let me right here go to startup and let me go to buy plan. Let me right here add the test data, so 4242. Then for the month and year, this will be 442. Then for the CVC, 424, and for the name, Jan Marshall. Let me now click on pay, and now we should get redirected in a second. Alright, we got redirected. It says payment successful. Let me go, for example, right here to my Prisma Studio. Let me do a hard refresh, and now we should see one subscription. And yes, this is exactly what you see right here. This looks good. Let's again go back. Let me go to the sites. And now in theory, we should be able to create a site. So let me click on this. Let me create a name. Let me do some gibberish for the subdirectory. And let me create a description. Let me click on create site. And now this should work. As you now see, we did not get redirected. But I think it was successful. Because if I go to the sites right here, we have a site. Why did we not get redirected? I personally think this is a bug with Next.js, But what I found what helped is instead of right here doing the return redirect in the async function, you can leave it outside of the async function. So right here we have this async function and I just have it right here inside of the server action, not in the async function. And if you leave it right here, then the redirect works. So if you again go to create site and you write here some name, some subdirectory gibberish and a small description and click on create site, you will now see that you will get redirected. So let's see, it loads and now we got redirected. So this is great. This is exactly what we wanted. And now we are done with this. But now we have a problem right here. If I first of all click right here on view articles, you'll see we'll get an error. Don't worry, we'll fix that. And the second thing is when I redirect the user, right here the update, or not update, but these sites don't update. So let me show it to you. If I go to create site right here, and if I now give it right here name, let's just say testing redirection, then for the subdirectory, some gibberish. Let me write some small description. And if I click on create site, we have a loading state, but once I get redirected, I won't see that. I don't see this testing redirection. So how can we fix that? Well, it's relatively simple to be honest. So right here we call this create site. This is all fine, this works. But one thing which you see right here is that this is an async function. When it's an async function, we have to await it. So this should be await create site, and also here await create site. If I now save this and again go back, let me right here do a hard refresh, this will now work perfectly. So let me right here create a site, then for the name, cool thing, then for the subdirectory, some gibberish, and then let me write some small description. And if I click on create site, you'll see we will get redirected, but we will also see the site right here. And that's what you see, cool thing. Great, this is what I wanted. Now there's another thing. As you already saw, if I click on view articles, we get an error. So how can we fix that? Well, to fix that, let me first of all close the action. Then let me open the Explorer and let me go in the app folder. Then let me go right here inside of the dashboard folder. Let me go to the sites folder, site ID folder, and then page.tsx. And then right here we have our query, await prisma.post.findMany. And then we have right here this button with our view block, which is currently throwing an error. So we have to change our query a bit. Because currently you see we get our subdirectory only if we also have articles. But when you create a site, you don't have any articles. So we have to find our subdirectory even if there are no articles. So to do that, let me again go back, and what we can do is for now comment out this query and let me update that. So let me close that and let me create a new one. To do that, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma, then dot site and dot find unique. So instead of now finding multiple posts or many posts, we now find a unique site, and using this, we can then also get our posts. So let me invoke that, open that. I want to find a site where, first of all, the ID matches the site ID. And then I want to also find a site where the user ID matches the user ID. Again, we get these two values through our params. And with that, I'm just sure that I'm first of all getting the correct site, but also that the user owns the site. Let me now do a select statement. And what I want to get from here is the subdirectory, our child or our problem child. Let's set this to true. And what I want to also now get are our posts or our articles. So let me get right here my posts. Let's open that. Let's do a select statement. And I want to get the image first of all. Let's set this to true. Let me get the title. Let's set this to true. Then let me get the created at timestamp. Let's set this to true. And let me get the ID. And let's set this also to true. So now we select our posts. And the last thing which I want to do is also order my posts. So let me write you do I order by, and I want to order by the created at timestamp, and let's say descending. If you now save this, you see we get an error or a few errors. So first of all, for our link, right here we get an error with our data. Let me just delete this dynamic value, and this will now be block slash, and then let me get a new dynamic value, and this will be our data.subdirectory. So right here we don't get any error anymore. If you now continue, we now get error right here. So instead of saying if data is undefined, let's say if data.posts is undefined, and right here instead of saying data.length, let me say data.post.length. If it's equal to 0, then we can render the empty state. Then let's continue. The last error which we get is right here using our map function. This shouldn't be data.map, but data.post.map. If you now save this and again go back, this should now fully work. So if I click on view articles, you see we don't get any error anymore, but now we get right here this empty state. I can now also open my settings right here and I can delete this site and everything works as it should. So now this is great. Let me also delete right here this site. Let me go to the settings. Let me delete everything. Then let me continue with this site. Let me click on view articles, settings, and let me click on delete everything. As you see, this works beautifully and that's exactly what we wanted. Let me now again test out to create a site. So let me click on create site. Then for the site name, let me just say Jan Marshall test. Let's create a subdirectory, Jan Marshall test. For a description, super cool site. Let me click on create site. We have the loading state. We will get redirected and then we see it right here. Okay, great. This works as it should. And now we are done with that. What does this mean? Well, it's now time to render right here for the pricing page our, how would you call it, like the Stripe dashboard. So if you didn't know, with Stripe, you can render something like a dashboard where the user can, for example, update his Visa card, or he can downgrade his plan or can cancel the plan. He can do whatever he wants. And we want to render that right here. To do that, it's relatively simple. We can first of all close this file. We don't need it anymore. Then I can go right here to the app folder. I can go to the dashboard folder, pricing folder, and then page.tsx. Right here, we are currently rendering this pricing table. And what I can do now is fetch some data. So above this export default function, let me do an async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke it. Let's open that. And then inside of here, I can now query data. I want to get the status of the user, or not of the user, but of the subscription status. So if the user has an active subscription, then I want to show right here this, how is it called again? This dashboard. I have now found the name. It's a customer portal. So that's how it's called. So let me do right here constant data, and this will be equal to await, then Prisma. Then let me do a dot subscription and dot find unique. Then I can now invoke that, open that, and inside of here, I want to find one unique subscription. And right here, I want to find a subscription where the user ID matches my user ID. Currently, you see there's no way to get a user ID, so let me get it right here through the params. Let me get a user ID, and this will be of type string. Then I can pass it right here, and now this looks good. Let me now create a select statement, and I want to get the status of the subscription. Let's set this to true, and I want to also get the customer ID from the user. So let me do right here also, or let me right here also get the user model. So this is this one right here. And let me right here select, or let me do a select statement, and let me get the customer ID. Let's set this to true, and now we're done with that. Let me now return this data, and now we can use it in the front end. So right here in the export default function pricing page, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now we get two errors. So first of all, this component has to be marked, or this function has to be marked as async. So let's do export default async function. Again, this is safe to do so because we are in a server component. And then for the get data function, I have to now pass one argument, and this argument is my user ID. So as you know, we have a hook for that, a custom hook. So let me do a constant user, and this will be equal to await require user. So now we right here get our user from kind, and at the same time we also authenticate the user, or in other words, we check that the user is authenticated, and now I can pass my user ID as an argument. So let me get my user.id, and now this looks great. So what we can do now is a if check, and we can say, hey, if the status is active, so if the user has a subscription, then let me render right here the customer portal. If he does not or if the user does not have any subscription, well then let me render the pricing table. So above the return statement we can do an if statement, and right here we can say, hey, if data.status, so the subscription status right here, is equal to active. If this is true, then let's open that and let's create a return statement. Inside of here, what I want to return is something relatively simple. I want to return right here a card component, which is imported from the components. Let me give this card component a class name, let's say W of full, and then inside of the card component, let me get a card header. This is imported from the components, and then for the card header, or in the card header, we want to now render our best friend, which is the card title. Let's import that, and for the card title, let me just say added subscription. If you now save this and again go back, so let me go back to my code, let me do a hard refresh right here, you now see instead of rendering a pricing table, we now render right here a card which says added subscription. Let me now also render a card description, so underneath the card title, let me get the card description. Let's import that from the components, and let me say right here, click on the button below, comma, this will give you the opportunity to change your payment details and view your invoices at the same time. I think I did a lot of spelling mistakes, but hey, who cares? So since we have now created that, let me now also render the card content. So underneath the card header, let me get my card content from the components. And inside of here, I want to first of all render a form. Let's enter. For now, I can delete the action because we don't have one. And inside of here, I want to render my submit button, which is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and let me add a text property, and we will say view subscription details. Let's save this and let's see how that looks like. So right here we have the title, we have the description, and then we have this button. This looks quite good in my opinion, and we can leave it like that. If I now click on this button, you see we do a GET request. So our website refreshes, but nothing happens. So instead of doing a GET request, let's do a POST request. So let me go back to the code, and then instead of now creating a server action in our actions file, we will do it right here because it's simple and it's just faster to do it inside of here. So what you can do is just go above the if statement, and right here we will create an async function and we will name it create customer portal. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Now currently, if you would leave it like that, this would mean that this is a normal client or normal client function which is asynchronous. But this is not what we want to say. We want to say, hey, we want to say that this is a server action which runs on the server. So what you have to do right here is mark it as use server, and now Next.js knows that this is a inline server action which runs on the server. So this now looks good, and now let me create right here our session or our billing portal session. So let me do a constant session, and then this will be equal to await Stripe. Stripe is imported from the utils folder, .billing portal, and then .sessions and .create. Then let's invoke that, let's open an object, and inside of here I have to pass two arguments. So first of all, what I have to pass right here is my customer. This customer is of course already fetched. So right here we have our Prisma query. We get our customer ID from there. So let me get my data, then .user and .customer ID. Let's mark it as string. And then let me also right here pass a return URL. So this is the URL where Stripe will redirect the user to when he is finished with the customer portal. This has to be your normal URL. So I can copy right here localhost 3000. I can paste it inside of here, and this will be then /dashboard. This now looks good, and the last thing we have to do is now redirect the user to this customer portal. So let me do at the end a return redirect, which is imported from next/navigation. Please make sure that you import it from the correct source, because if you import next navigation from this next distribution folder, you'll get an error and you don't want that. So now I can import redirect, or not import but invoke it, and as an argument I have to pass my session.url. So now this is done, and now we can use this action, or in other words the server action, right here in the form. So let me give this form a action, and this is equal to the create customer portal function. We don't have to import anything because this is a inline function, and now we can test it out. So let me save that. Let's go back and let me click on the button. Tada! This is our customer portal. No, I'm joking. This is an error, but this is not a substantial error. So right here it says you can't create a portal session in test mode until you save your customer portal settings in test mode. So right here they already have the URL. You can just copy this URL and open that in a new tab. Right here you now see this is the customer portal. We are in test mode, and these are now the settings for the customer portal. If you want to, you can go through it, update it, whatever you want to do, but the default is in most cases fine enough. So I will just click on save changes and this should be fine. So this has been now saved. What I can do now is go back to localhost 3000. Let me do a hard refresh. We should again see right here our button. Let me click on view subscription details. We have our loading state. And what do we have now? Let's wait. We have a customer portal. You see, I have multiple subscriptions. That's because I had to test it out multiple times and delete the user in the database, blah, blah, blah. But we see that everything works. So right here, the user could, for example, see the invoices. He could update the billing information. He could also right here change the payment method. It looks great, and that's what we want. If I now right here click to return to block Marshall, you will see we will get redirected to the dashboard. Great. So this now fully works. So we now have our dashboard. We have our sites. We have our pricing page. Everything works. Everything does what it should do. Quite simply, right? So what do you think? Should we test out everything once? Let's do that. So let me go to the sites. Then let me create a new site. For the name, let me say Jan Marshall's brother. Then subdirectory Jan Marshall brother. Then for the small description, hey, this is a super cool blog which I have created. Then let me click on create site. We have a loading state. We will get redirected. Okay, we now see Jan Marshall's brother. Let me click on view articles. Let me go to the settings. Let me upload a image. So Jan Marshall's brother has now uploaded a image. You see the loading state. We will see a toast in a second right here on the bottom right corner. And we have the image right here. Let me click on change image. Now we should get redirected. And if I can go back to the sites, you will see right here this image. So this is our original blog and this is now the updated blog. Let me go to view articles. Let me create a article. Okay, inside of here for the title, let's say testing blog application. Let me generate the slug. We have a toast. For the small description, hey, this is a super cool blog entry, some more gibberish. Then let me upload a cover image. So you see it's loading. We will see a toast right here in a second. And for the article content, so you now see the toast. And for the article content, let me create an H1. Let me write something, or let's write something more substantial with meaning. Let's say, hey, this is super cool. Let me now create a bullet list. So to do number 1, then number 2, and number something. Then let me create, for example, a quote, and let me just write, this is super cool. Then let me right here now scroll to the bottom and let me click on create article. We now have a loading state, we got redirected, and now you see right here this article. We can of course also edit this article, and then we see this page right here with entitle, slug, small description, cover image, and article content. So this is great, which means our sites are done and we can now check out the blog. So let me click on view articles and let me click on view blog. All right, and what do we see? The blog Jan Marshall's brother. We can change light mode, dark mode, and I can click on read more. And then right here, we now have the title or the created at timestamp. We have the title, the small description, the image, and then the content. So this works exactly as it should. And now we can create our homepage. So let's do that. All right, my friends. So it's now time to create our index page. So without even any further ado, let's get started with that. So the first thing we have right here is a lot of code. So we have a return statement within div h1, then we do a session check. This looks alright, but I don't want to see that. So what I'll do is delete everything in the return statement and we will start off completely fresh. So let me first of all create a div element inside of here. Let me give this div a class name and let's say maximum width of 7xl. Let's do an mx of auto to center it in the middle, padding x of 4. Then let's say on SM or bigger, padding x of 6, and on LG devices or bigger, that means desktop screens, let's do in padding x of 8. Then let me also do a margin bottom of 24 to have a bit of spacing to the bottom. So now we have created the div, and what I want to do now is render our hero. So you could write everything in one file. This works, this is fine, but I will break our hero into a separate component. So let me go to the app folder, to the components folder, and inside of here, let me create a new folder, which we'll name Frontend. Let's create that, and then let me right here create a hero.tsx file. So this hero will be there to render our hero, who would have thought. So now let's create that. And then inside of here, let me create a export function. Let's call it hero, let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement. Let's open that. And let me first of all render right here empty tags. These won't show up in the DOM, which is great. And now inside of here, the first thing which I want to render is our navbar, so the top section. So let me right here create a div element and let me give this div a class name. This will be relative. Then let's say flex and flex column. This is for our mobile screen. Then let's say width of full. Let's do padding y of 5 to have a bit of spacing to the top, but also to the bottom. And let's say mx of auto to center it in the middle. Let's say on MD or bigger, that means a device with a minimum width of 760 pixels. Let's do right here a flex of row. So this is not a column anymore, but now it's a row, yeah, as you would think. Quite simple, right? And then let's also say on MD or bigger an items of center, and also on MD or bigger justify of between. So justify between means that the children right here in this div will be spaced to the most outer corner. So for example, the logo will be on the left side and then the theme toggle will be on the right side. Okay, then inside of here, I can now create another div element, and for this div, let me give it a class name, and this will be flex of row. Then let me also right here say items of center, and let me do a justify of between. Let's do a text of small, so that the text is not too big, and on LG or bigger, let me right here say justify of start. What exactly does this div do? Let me try to explain it to you. So this is now the wrapper div for our theme toggle and then also for our image, or in other words, our logo. And on a mobile screen, this right here will be justify between. That means on the left side, we will have the logo, and on the right side, we will have the theme toggle. But once we are on a larger device, so LG right here, we won't show the theme toggle anymore, and we will instead then render on the right side the sign in and sign up button. I think you understand what I mean with that. So now we can inside of here render what I want to render. So this is the logo and then also the theme toggle. So let me right here get the link component from next/link. Let's open that. For the link, I have to pass an href. This will be a empty slash because I want to redirect the user to the index page. Then let's give it a class name, and this will be flex items of center and a gap of 2. Then inside of this link, I can now render our image component, which is imported from next/image. And inside of here, I want to render the logo. So on top, let me do a import. Let's import logo, and this will be from @/public/logo.svg. Then for the image, let me pass in source, and this is the logo. Then for the logo right here, or for the source, I can give it a class name, and this will be a size of 10. And then let's also give it an alt so that the image stops complaining, and this will be the logo. If I now save this and again go back, you see, well, we don't see anything. Nothing has changed. That's because we have to go to the page.tsx and we have to import our hero component right here from our components. If I import that, this is self-closing, and again go back, we should now see a update right here. So let me do a hard refresh. And let's see, now you see the logo right here on the top corner. So we now render the logo, and now I also want to render the text. So in the hero, let me go underneath the image component and let me render a h4. Let me right here say block, then let's say a span, and in the span, let me say Marshall. If you now save this and again go back, you now see the logo on the left side, and then on the right side you see block Marshall. If you hover over it, you see on the bottom left corner that it redirects to our index page. Let me now change the font, it's a bit too small. So for the h4, let's give it a class name. This will be text of 3XL. And then for the span, let me give it a class name. And this will be text of primary, so this bluish color. You now see that's a bit bigger and this looks quite good. You can also change the font weight. So we could right here say font of, let's say semi-bold. And if you again go back, yeah, I think this works a bit better. Let's leave it like that. So now we have our left side. Let me now also render our right side, so the theme toggle. And to do that, we have to go right here underneath the link component, but still in the div. Let me create another div element, and inside of here, let me get my theme toggle from our components. This is self-closing, and for this div, let me create a class name, which will be of MD hidden. So on a device which is MD or bigger, we won't show this theme toggle. If you now save this and again go back, you don't see the theme toggle, and that's because we are on a desktop screen. If you go to the mobile screen right here, so right now I'm on the mobile screen, you now see the logo on the left side and then the theme toggle on the right side. If you make it a bit bigger, you still see it, but once it becomes a certain width or a certain width, this theme toggle goes away. So this looks beautiful. And what I want to do now is render on a desktop screen in the right side a login and also a sign up button. So how do we do that? Well, that's again relatively simple. We have to go underneath this div where we house our theme toggle, under this div, and then right here we can create a nav element. So we create this nav element right above the last div. Then for this nav, I can give it a class name. And then for the class name, let me say hidden. This means on a mobile screen, we won't show the right side, but once we have a certain screen size, we will show right here the screen. So this will be hidden. And then on MD or bigger, let's say flex. Then let me say right here also on MD or bigger, justify of end. So let me spell this correctly. Then what else do we have? Also maybe justify and to explain it. This means that everything will be aligned to the right side. So not the left, middle, but to the right side of the screen. And then let's also say on MD or bigger, let's create a space X of 4. So this is padding between the children. This now looks good, and now inside of here, we can now render our items. So the first thing I want to render is our theme toggle. We already imported that, and if I now save this and again go back, we should now see on a desktop screen a theme toggle, and that's what you see. If you make the screen smaller, you see, okay, we have a theme toggle, theme toggle, theme toggle. We have this whole time a theme toggle. This is great. So we have the theme toggle, and what I want to now render is the login button and also the register button. So to do that, let me go back, and then underneath the theme toggle, let me get the login link component from Kinde. Please make sure that you import it from the correct source. So this is Kinde Auth Next.js/components. Let's import that, let's open that, and inside of here, let me render a button component, which is imported from the components. Let's import that, and then inside of here, let me just render the sign in text. So let's say sign in, and let's save that. And as you now see, we have this theme toggle, and then we have the sign in button. If you again go to a mobile screen right here, you see, okay, we become smaller, 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 and then this button goes away. So this works beautifully. And now let me also render the sign up button, or in other words, the register button. So underneath the login link, let me get the register link. Again, from the components, so Kinde Auth Next.js/components. And then inside of the register link, let me get again my button component, and let me say sign up. Then let's again go back, and now we have the theme toggle, we have the sign in button and the sign up button. Now currently what I don't like is that they both have the same color, so the same theme. So let me say for the sign in button, let me give this right here a variant, and for the variant, this will be secondary. If I now save this and again go back, you will see that this will already look 10 times better. And yeah, we can leave it like that. So since we're now done with the top section, navbar, whatever you want to call it, we can now continue. And I want to now create our hero, so I want to create a text. So ultimate blogging platform for SaaS startups, blah, blah, blah. So let me again go back, let me go underneath the nav, underneath the div, and just above the empty tags, and let me create a section element. Let me give the section a class name, and for the class name, this will be again relative, so the position is relative. Let's say flex, let's say items of center, and let me do justify of center. With that, we just center everything in the middle. Then inside of this div, let me create another div. Let's give this div a class name, and this will be also relative. And let's right here say items of center. Let's do W of full, padding Y of 12, and then on LG or bigger, so desktop devices, padding Y of 20. Padding Y is again padding on the Y axis, so the top and the bottom. So this now looks good. Inside of this div, we will create another div. And then for this div, let me give it a class name, and this will be text of center. And then in this div, I can now render a span. And let me right here just say ultimate, so let me spell this correctly, ultimate blogging SaaS for startups. Let's save this, let's again go back, and now we should see it right here in a second. So yeah, this is the span, and this looks quite cool. Now, is it styled as I want it to be? No, I want to style it even further. So let me go to the span, let's give it a class name, and let's say right here, this should be text of small, text of primary, so this bluish color, font of medium, and then also tracking of tight. This means that the letter spacing is quite small. If you again go back, you see, okay, this looks presentable. Nevertheless, I want to now render like a badge, so I want to have a background color. So let me again go back, and let me give the span even further, or even more class names. So let's say BG of primary, and then let's use an opacity of 10%. I think this is fine. So /10. Let's use padding X of 4, so padding on the horizontal side. Then padding Y of 2, so padding on the Y axis or vertical axis. Let's use rounded of full. And now this should look good. Let's save this. Let's go back. And now, yeah, this is what I wanted. If we go to dark mode, you see, yeah, this also looks good. So since we're now done with that, let me now also render our title. To render our title, we have to go underneath the span, but still in this div, and then let me render a, let's say h1. Inside of here, I will just say set up your block, then let me render a span element, and inside of here, we will say in minutes exclamation mark. If you now save this and again go back, you will now see right here, let's wait for that, set up your block in minutes. Does it look good? No, it's too small. So let me make it a bit bigger. Let me give this h1 a class name. Let's say margin top of 8 to have a bit of spacing to the top. Text of 4XL because it's way too small right now. On SM or bigger, let's say text of 6XL to make it even bigger. And on MD or bigger, let's say text of 7XL. And then, wait for it, on LG, we will say text of 8XL. This corresponds to about 100 pixels and is quite big. Then let me also say a font of medium, and let me do a leading of none. If you now save this and again go back, you will see that this will look quite good. It's quite big, but that's fine. One thing which I want to change right here is that this in minutes should be in one line, and it should also have a color of blue. To do that, it's relatively simple because we already right here have a span. For the span, I can just give it a class name of block. So let's say block, and I can say text of primary. If I save this, the color will now be blue, but also it will be in one line. And yeah, this looks very, very cool. Then what else do we need? Let me now also render a description. To render the description, we can go underneath the h1 and render a p tag. And then for the p tag, I can just say, setting up your block is hard and time consuming. We make it easy for you to create a block in minutes. Let's save that, and if I again go back, we will now see our description right here, and it does not look very good. So let me style that. So let me go to the p tag, let's give it a class name, and let's first of all give it a maximum width, because currently it's too big in the width. So let's right here say max width of XL, and if I now save this and go back, you will now see that it won't be centered anymore, and this is not what we want. So what we can do right here is add a mx of auto, and if I add that, it will automatically create the margin on the sides automatically, which means it will be automatically centered right here. This looks quite good. Then let me also right here give it a bit of margin to the top. So margin top of 4, let's say text of base. Then let me also do a font of light because it's currently standard and I want to have the font a bit lighter. Then let's say on LG or bigger, text of LG. Let me also say right here text of muted foreground. And what else do we have? Let's also add a tracking of tight. Then let's save this. And if we now go back, this should look 10 times better. And yeah, this looks quite good. Maybe we can change the tracking even further. So currently it's tracking tight. Maybe we can say tighter. And if you now save this, yeah, I think tracking tighter looks a bit better. So now we have done that. We have right here our badge, we have the title, we have the description, and what I want to now render is right here 2 buttons. So again, our sign in button, but also our sign up button. So let me go right here underneath the p tag, and then right here underneath the p tag, let me create a div element. Let's give this div right here a class name. This will be flex, items right here of center to center it vertically, gap x of 4 to have a bit of spacing between the 2 buttons, w of full, and justify of center. With this div right here, we just center the buttons into to the complete middle of the screen. So instead of rendering the buttons right here, I don't know, on the left side, we will render them right here in the middle. So let me again go back, and now we can again get our login link, which we already imported. And inside of here, I can just render my button component. So let's get that. And then for the button, let me say sign in. Let's now save this, and if you again go back, you now see this button right here. Now we don't have any margin to the top, I don't like that. So let me again go back, let's give this div right here a margin top of 5. And for the button, let me give it a variant, and for the variant, this will be secondary. If you now again save that and go back, you will now see that we have some margin, and I think also the variant of secondary looks a bit better. Let me now also create a second button, which is the register button. So let me get the register link. So let's import that, or that's already imported. And inside of here, let me render our button component. Let me say try for free. And yeah, I think this is fine. Let's now save this. And if you again go back, we should now see this button on the right side. And this looks quite good. We now have the margin to the top, and we also have the spacing between the buttons. And right now the gap x is of 4. You could also change it to 5 to make it a bit bigger, but in general it looks quite good as it is. So you could now say that we're done with the basic hero. We have created a navbar, we have our badge, we have the title, description, the buttons. It looks beautiful. I don't really think you can say anything else. And what I want to now render is like this gradient SVG thing. And then inside or above the SVG, I want to render our image. To do that, what you have to do is go underneath this div for the register link, then underneath this div, and inside of here, we can now create another div. So this div is created above this section and this div. So it's the third element at last. I don't know if this makes sense. I hope it does. Then for this div, let me create a class name. This will be now relative. Let's say items of center. Let me do a width of full, a padding y of 12 to have a bit of spacing. And then let me also right here do a mx of auto. Now for the SVG, what I want you to do is go to my GitHub repo, copy it and paste it inside of here, because this is just an SVG. As you see right here, it's quite big, and we right here added a class name to make it absolute, and we also added a margin top or a minus margin top of 24 and also a blur. So again, go to my GitHub repo please and copy it from there. And now this is the SVG, we can save this, and if you again go back, you should now see it right here. So this is this SVG, this color, if you want to call it like that, and if you go to dark mode, this is what you see right here. And since we now see this gradient right here, what I want to now render is my hero image. So if you have downloaded my GitHub repo, you should right here have a public folder and right here a hero.png. And this is what I want to render. So on the top, I can first of all right here do a import hero, and this will be from, or not hero, let's say import hero image. And this will be from right here public and then /hero.png. And now we can use that. So what we can do is go underneath this SVG, but still in this div element, let me render a image component. This is already imported. And then for the image, we have to pass a source. For the source, this will be our hero image. For the alt, I will also say hero image. And then for this image, let me also create a class name. And let's right here just say that this is relative. And let's say object of cover. And let's do width of full. For now, let's leave it like that. We are still not done. But if you now go back, you should now see an image right here. And that's what you see. This is the image. And it does not look very good right now. But we'll fix that right now. So what we have to do is again go back. Then for this image, let me also create a border. Then let's do a rounded of LG on a normal screen. Let's do a shadow of 2XL. And then let's also say on LG or bigger, a rounded of 2XL. If you now save this and again go back, you now see, yeah, this looks quite cool in my opinion. We can leave it like that. But now we have a problem right here with our buttons. It does not work. So if I click on that, you see nothing happens. And that's not what we want. So what we can do first of all is go right here to this div where we have our SVG, where we house it. Let me add a few more class names. So let me right here say margin top of 12. And if you now save this and again go back, you now see, okay, we have now a bit more margin. And now I can also click on the buttons. So now this looks very, very good and we can leave it like that. So as you see, we now have our top section, the navbar, then we have the hero, then we have our two buttons, which also work. And then we have our image right here. Now you see the image is a bit big and that's quite simply because we are currently zoomed in. On a normal screen, which is zoomed in 100%, this is how it will look like. And yeah, this looks quite good in my opinion. So let me again zoom in a bit so that you guys can see something. And what we can do now is render our logos because we are now done with our hero section. So let me go back, let me close this hero, and then in this page.tsx, I want to now render the logos. To do that, what you can do is go in the app folder, then you can go again in the components folder, in the front-end folder, and inside of here, let me create a logos.tsx. So this file will be there to render all of our logos, and now let's create it. So this is again a function, so let's do an export function, and let's call it logos. Let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement, and let me first of all return a div. And let's give it a class name of padding y of 10. So padding to the top and bottom of 10, or in other words, 40 pixels. Then in this div, let me render an h2. And let's right here just say, I'm trusted by the best people or by the best companies in the world. Let's save this. And if you again go back, you see we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's because this component is currently not rendered anywhere. So for the page.tsx, we can go underneath the hero and render right here our logos component. This is self-closing, and if you now save this and again go back, we now see right here, trusted by the best companies. Does it look good? I mean, it's alright, but we want to center it in the middle. So let me again go back to the logos and let me right here style the h2. Let's give it a class name, and this will be of text center, and let me do a text of LG. Let me also do a font of semi-bold, and then let's also say leading of 8 or 7. If you now save this and again go back, you now see that this will be centered and the font is also a bit bigger, and I think this looks again very, very nice. So we have now our title, and now we can render our logos. So let me go underneath this h2 right here. Let me render a div, and let's give this div right here a class name. So what I want to do right here is give it a margin top, and this will be of 10, so to the title. Then let's create a grid right here. Then let me do a max width of LG, so a bit smaller than max width of 7XL. Let's do an MX of auto to center it in the middle. Then let me do a grid columns of 4, because I want to have 4 columns on a mobile screen. Let me do an items of center to center it vertically. Let's do a gap x of 8 to have gap on the horizontal side. Let's do a gap y of 10 to have a bit of more gap on the y axis. Let's say on SM or bigger, max width of XL. So this is a bit bigger. Let me say on SM or bigger, a grid columns of 6. Then let me also say on SM or bigger, a gap x of 10. Let me say on LG or bigger, margin x of 0, so margin on the horizontal side. Then on LG or bigger, let's say max width of none. And let me also say on LG or bigger, grid columns of 5. If you now save this and again go back, you see nothing has changed, and that's because we have to now render our image. So in the div, let me get my image component. This is imported from next/image, and now we can render our first logo. So what I want you to do is again download my repo, and then you will find in the public folder a logos folder, and this is what we'll use. So on the top, I can import right here my kind logo, and this will be from @/public/logos/kind.svg. And then for the image, I can pass a source. This is the kind logo. Let me give it a alt. This will be just logo. And let me also add a class name, and this will be called span2 on a mobile screen. Then let's add a maximum height, and this will be 12. So this corresponds to about 50 pixels. Let's do a width of full. Let's do an object of contain. And then let me also do on LG or bigger a call span of 1. Let's now save this. And now we should see our logo right here. And yes, as you now see, we have the kind logo right there, and this looks good. If you now go to dark mode, you will see one problem. We don't see the logo anymore. How can we fix that? Well, it's quite simple. We can add right here a dark invert, and with that we invert our color. If you again go back, you will now see that the color will change to white. If I go to white mode, you will see that everything still stays the same, but in dark mode we just invert the color as you see. Then let's continue. Let me now just copy paste this image component. Inside of here, let me render my Next.js logo, and for that we have to import that. So on top, let me do a import. Let's say Next.js, and this will be from @/public/logos and then /Next.js. Then let's save this, and let me now copy paste this image component another time. In this image component, I want to again render the kind logo. Then let me also again copy paste this image component. Inside of here, I want to render the Next.js logo, and then let me again copy paste this, and let me again import right here or paste the kind logo. Let's now save this, and now we should see in total 5 images or 5 logos. And that's what you see right here, and this looks very, very good. If we go to white mode, you also see, yeah, this looks very, very nice. So now we are done with that. We have now right here rendered our logos, and now what we can do is render our features. Alright, and since we're now done with our logos, let me now render my features. So let me close this file. Let's open the Explorer. Then let's go in the app folder, and then inside of here, what do I want to do? Well, let me go right here in the components folder and the front-end folder, and let me create right here a not logos but features.tsx. So this file will be there to render our features. So let me first of all right here create a export function. Then we will name this features. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement. Let's open that and let me create a div. For this div, let me first of all give it a class name, and this will be padding y of 24, so on the y-axis. And then on SM or bigger, let's do padding y of 32. So on a mobile screen, we have padding y of 24, but once the user comes to a bigger screen, or once he is on a bigger screen, we have then padding y of 32. Then inside of this div, let me render another div. Let's give it a class name. And then this will be max width of 2XL, because the current max width of 7XL is a bit too big. Then let me also do a MX of auto, and let me also say LG or bigger of text center. Then inside of this div, I can now render our, how do you want to call it, like upper title? I will call it like that. We can create a p tag, and we can just say block faster. If you now save this and again go back, you will now see the thing which I mean, and this is nothing, and that's because we don't render this component right now. So this features component has to be rendered in the page.tsx. So let me get my features. This is imported from the components, and if you now save this and go back, you now see right here this upper title thingy. That's how I will call it. Now this of course does not look very good right now, so let me give this p tag a class name, and let's say font of semi-bold, leading which will be of 7, and let's say text of primary, so again our bluish color. If you again go back, you will now see that this will already look way better, and we can leave it like that. What I want to do now is render our title, so underneath the p tag, let me get an h1, and let me just say right here, get your blog up and running in minutes. Let's save this. You will then see our title right here. This is currently way too small, so let me give this h1 a class name. Let's first of all say margin top of 2 to have a bit of spacing, then text of 3xl. Let me do a font of bold, then let me do a tracking, which will be of tight, yeah, let's say this, and let's also say on SM or bigger text of 4xl. As you now see, our title looks 10 times better, and I think we can leave it like that. What I want to now render is a small description, so underneath this h1 we can get a p tag, and right here I will say, right here you can create a blog in minutes. We make it easy for you to create a blog in minutes. The blog is very fast and easy to create. Let's now save this, and if you again go back, we will now see the description right here. And yeah, this looks alright, but the font, yeah, it isn't great, or in other words, not the font, but the color isn't great. So let me go back, and let me go to this p tag, and let's say class name of margin top of 6 to have a bit of spacing, then text of large. Let's also say a leading again, and for the leading this will be 7, this should be fine, and let me also say text of muted foreground to have this grayish color. And yeah, this is fine, this looks good. Maybe we should make the text small, so instead of saying right here text of LG, we could maybe first of all try text of, yeah, what is it, SM, let's try that, and instead of leading 7, let me right here say leading of snug. Let's save that. And yeah, this is alright, but let's make the text size right here just the default, so text of base. And if we now save this and go back, you will see that the text will look quite good. And yeah, let's leave it like that. So now we have created our upper title, we have our title, we have our description, and what I want to do now is map, or not a map, but I want to now show our features. So for that we can go underneath the p tag and under this div, but still above the last div, and let me create a new div element. Let's give this div a class name. This will be of mx auto. Then let's do margin top of 16. Let me do a max width of 2xl. Then let's also say on SM or bigger margin top of 20, and let's say on LG or bigger margin top of 24. Then let me also say on LG or bigger max width of 4xl. Then in this div I can now render another div, and this will now be the parent of our children, so in other words our features. So let's give this div a class name, and this will be then grid, then a max width of xl, let's say grid columns of 1 on a mobile screen. Let's do gap x of 8 to have a bit of spacing. Let's do gap y of 10. Then let's do on LG or bigger a max width of none. Let me also say on LG or bigger grid columns of 2, and let's say on LG or bigger a gap y of 16. And then inside of here I want to now render my features. Instead of just hard coding them, we will create an array. So above this export function, let me create a constant features. This will be equal to an array, and inside of here we can now create an object, so a feature. Now what inputs or fields does our feature have? Well, it has a name. For the name we will say sign up for free. So let's right here say sign up for free. Then let me also create a description, and for the description this will be just lorem ipsum. So what I do right now is just copy some lorem ipsum and paste it inside of here. If you want to, you can write something, but this is fine enough. Let me also render an icon, and this will be the cloud rain icon. This is imported from lucide-react, and now we can save that. Let me now copy paste this 3 more times so that we in total have 4 features. Then for the second feature, let me just say right here, blazing fast. Then for the third feature, let me right here say super secure with kind. And for the last feature, let me just say easy to use. So let me right here say easy to use. Let's save that. And now we can map over this array and display the features. So in this div, let me render right here now my features. Then let me do a dot map. Let's get right here a feature. And then let me just return that. Inside of here, let me render a div element. And for this div, we have to give it a key. For the key, this is just our feature.name because each name is unique. Let's also give it a class name, and then this will be relative. So let's right here say relative, and also padding left of 16. Then in this div, let me render another div element, and now this will be there to render the icon and the name. So let me right here give it a class name, and then this will be text of base. Then let's do a font of semi-bold and a leading, so leading of 7. Then in this div, I can now render our name, so the feature name. So let's get the feature.name. If we now save this and again go back, we now see right here our feature name. But what I also want to render is our icon. So what we can do is go above this feature name, render another div element, and inside of here, I can get my feature.icon. This is self-closing, and we can give it a class name of width 6, and let me do also a height of 6. If you now save this and again go back, you will then see right here the icon, and this is quite cool. Now I want to get a background color, so what we can do is go to this div and add a class name. This will be absolute, then let's say left of 0, and let's also say top of 0. Then let me do a flex, let's do in size of 10. Let me also say items of center. Then let me also do a justify of center to center it. And let me right here say rounded of LG and BG of primary. If you now save this and again go back, you will now see a background color for our icon, and this looks quite good. Nevertheless, right here this icon shouldn't be black, but it should be white. So what you can do is go to this icon and give it a text of white. This is now finished, and the last thing which I want to render is the description. For that, we can go underneath this div where we right here say text base and font semi-bold, and we can render a p tag, and inside of here we can get our feature.description. As you now see, we now have right here our icon, then we have the title, and then we have the description. The description I think should have a different color, so we can go to the p tag and add a class name, and then this will be margin top of 2, text of base, and let me also say text of muted foreground, and let me also say a leading of snug. If you save this and go back, you see, yeah, this looks quite good. Maybe we should make the text a bit smaller. So instead of text base, let me maybe say text of SM. And yeah, I think text of SM works quite good, and we can leave it like that. What's now the last thing which I want to render? Well, this is our pricing. So what we can do is again go back to our page.tsx, and what I can render right here is our pricing plans. This is imported from the components and exactly from the shared folder. Let's import that, and this is self-closing. And if you now save this and again go back, you now see at the bottom our pricing page, and this looks again very, very good. Alright, so our homepage is now done. We have now the nav bar, we have our title, the description, the 2 buttons, we have the image, then we have our logos, then we have the features, and then we have the pricing. If I right here go to the dark mode, you will also see everything looks very, very nice, and we can leave it like that. Now there's one more thing which I want to do. So currently I'm logged out, which means that's why I see right here these 2 buttons. But when I'm logged in, I want to get redirected to the dashboard. So what we can do right here is an if check, and we can say, hey, if you have a session.id, if this is true, so right here, let me say session.id. If this is true, let me do and return redirect. Now it's important that you import redirect from next/navigation, because if you import it from the distribution folder, you will get errors. And then right here as an argument, let me say /dashboard. And this means, hey, if you have a session, we will redirect you to the dashboard. If I go back, you see nothing happens, and that's because I'm not logged in. Let me now sign in. As you now see, I'm signed in and I got also redirected right here to the dashboard. And if I now try to reach my index page, you see I will get redirected to the dashboard, and that's because I have an active session. If I right here log out again, I will get redirected and I will be able to see this homepage right here. And this looks very, very good. One thing which we'll also do right here is, let me go to the hero component, and right here we render our image component. Let me add right here a priority property, and with that I tell Next.js to load this image within priority, so as fast as possible. And now we are done. We have created our homepage, the dashboard, we have created the blog, everything is done and everything looks great. So now, since we are done, let's now deploy our application to Vercel. Alright my friends, it's now time to deploy our beautiful application to Vercel. And before I do that, let me first of all go through two things. So right now we have this guys sans font, and this is this right here. Now I'm still not sure if I like it or not, so let's test it out with the standard font. I will go right here to my root layout, then let me delete right here this guys sans blah blah blah, and let me just say font of dash sans. Or sans, whatever you want to or however you want to pronounce it. And if you again go back, this is how it looks like. Now you tell me, do you like it like this more, or was the other font better? I'm not sure. Both have kind of something. This guy's sans font has its own style. It's not bad. So you can do whatever you want. For now, I will leave it like that, but if you don't want this font or if you don't like it, then as I said, just say right here font sans, and then this will be updated. Okay, and since we have now covered that, let me also open my terminal, let me stop the dev server, and let me now run npm run lint to check that everything is right here correct. So right here, this is ESLint, and we check if all typings and if all the keys and everything like that have been added, and it tells me no ESLint warnings or errors. So this is great, we can stop that. And now we can deploy our application. To do that, we have to go to GitHub and create a new repository. So I'm at github.com/new, create a new repository as you see. And for the name, this will be blog Marshall. You see, this is available for me. I will make it public and let me click on create repository. Right here you now see a quick start guide, but for now we can skip that, but don't close it, we will need that. Then let me open my terminal, let me clear everything, let me do a git init. This has initialized a new git repository. For you it should say something like re-initialized, but it does not make any difference. Then let me do right here git add everything. Then we can do a git commit -m, and for the message I will just say finished project. Then let me click on enter. And the next thing which we have to do right here is to create a branch. So let me copy that from the quick start guide. Let me paste it inside of here. Then the next step is to add a remote origin. Let me copy it, paste it inside of here. And the last step is to push the code. So let me copy it and paste it right here. This will now push the code to GitHub to our remote repository. And if you now do a hard refresh right here, you'll now see that we have the code right here. And this looks very, very nice. So what I want to do now, since we have our code right here, I want to now deploy it to Vercel. So let me head over to Vercel. So I'm now at vercel.com/new to right here import our repository and also to upload it. So right here, this is blog Marshall. Let me import that. Now, before you click on deploy, there are two things which we have to add. First of all, environment variables. So let me go to my env file. Let me copy all of these environment variables and let me paste it inside of here. And there's one more important thing which we have to do, and that's right here in the build and output settings. Right here we have the install command, and what we want to do is overwrite it, and this will be right here npm install and then -- legacy-peer dependency. Please make sure that you spell it correctly, so npm install -- legacy-peer-deps, so dependencies but in short. Now this is already all, we can now save that and deploy it. So I've now clicked on deploy, and now this should take about a minute or two, and once it's done I will come back. Maybe we'll get an error, maybe not, we will see. And maybe one thing which I mentioned right here is we did a npm i -- legacy peer dependencies because currently we are again in the release candidate state, and this means most dependencies haven't been updated. That's also why we had to do in local environment, or in our local environment, always a -- legacy peer dependencies, and now we have to do it right here again to deploy it, or in other words, to install all of the dependencies to deploy them. Okay, we got an error. And what's the error? Well, right here it says Prisma has detected that this project was built on Vercel, which caches dependencies. This leads to an outdated Prisma client because Prisma's auto generation isn't triggered. To fix this, make sure to run Prisma generate before the build process. Now you could do that, but what we can do is right here go to the learn more URL and let me open that in a new tab. Right here we now again have the problem, and the easy solution is to add a post install script. That means when Vercel deploys our application, it will automatically run Prisma generate so that we don't have to do it manually. I can now right here copy this, then I can go to my package.json, then we can go underneath this lint, so we have our scripts, and then underneath the lint I can paste post install, and now this will run Prisma generate whenever we deploy our application. So now we have to push this code to GitHub. So let me do a git add everything with a dot, let me do a git commit -m, and for the message let me just say added post install, let me click on enter, and let me do a git push. This will now push our code to GitHub, and Vercel will automatically rebuild our application. And as you now see, right here our project is again building. Right here we have our building logs. If you want to check it out, well, then look at them. But now we shouldn't get any error anymore. So now let's wait till the project is deployed at or on Vercel. Alright, our project was successfully deployed, as you see right here on the top. And also one interesting thing right here are our logs. So you see right here these dots, and then you see this F. What does this mean? So right here you see when you have a dot, this means that this is pre-rendered as static content, and this F means that it's dynamic, so server rendered on demand. So if you didn't know, with Next.js, we don't have any more pre-rendered, or when we use Next.js 14 with the app router, all data was always static. This means it was automatically already cached. With Next.js 15, this has changed. Wherever you fetch data, it will automatically become right here a server rendered page, so a dynamic page. So no caching, no nothing. When we don't fetch anything, like for example right here for the dashboard payment success route, or for the cancelled route, or right here for this new route, then we leave it static because there's no data fetched. So it does not make any difference. But when we fetch data, then we will automatically, or fetch or mutate or whatever, we will automatically make it right here a server rendered page, or in other words a dynamic page. So this is in short how caching works in Next.js. I think I will make a video on it soon. And right here we can now open this domain, so our URL, and then we see the project right here. We have our navbar, we have right here our badge, we have our title, description, the two buttons, then we have our logos, we have our features, and then we have our pricing right here, and this looks very good. You can also go to light mode and everything still looks as it should. So what do we do now? Do we try to sign in? Yeah, let's do that. Let me go to sign in. We now have a loading state, as you see right here, and now we will get redirected. And as you now see, we got redirected to Kind. Let me now continue with Google. And now I got redirected. But hey, what the hell is that? Why am I in localhost 3000? Well, it's very simple. Right here for our project, if you go right here to this project, we have at the end the settings. So on the right side, these are the settings. Then right here we have a sidebar. Let me go to these environment variables. And inside of here, we now have our kind, where is it? Kind site URL. If you go to edit, you will see that this is localhost 3000. This should be our deployed URL. So if you can remember, for our local environment, we add localhost 3000, but since we are now at a deployed URL, we have to now pass right here our deployed production URL. So let me copy that. So this right here is my URL. Yours will differ from mine, but this is fine. Let me copy this. Let's go back. And then instead of rendering localhost 3000, I have to do a hard refresh. I don't know, some bug with Vercel right here. So let me again go right here to the kind site URL. Let me go on edit. Let me delete localhost 3000 and let me paste my URL. Now it's very, very important. Please listen to me. Please delete the slash at the end. It's very important. Now we can click on save. Then the next thing we have is the kind post login redirect URL. Let me go to edit. Let me delete localhost 3000. Let me paste my production URL. Let me delete the slash right here. So this is now my URL /API/auth/creation. Let me go to save. And now we also have the logout redirect URL. Let me go to edit. Let's paste it inside of here. And again, please delete the slash at the end. It's very important. So now all of this looks good. And now we have to go to the kind dashboard and also modify our URLs. So I'm now again at the kind website. You can just go to the YouTube description and click on it. Then you will get redirected. And now let me sign in. So I'm now again in the dashboard. Then let me scroll to the bottom where we have our applications. Let me right here go to view details. Inside of here, if you scroll to the bottom, we now have an allowed callback URL and also our allowed logout redirect URL. I want to now add my production URL. So let me add right here a, how is it called, enter, so to have a bit of space. And let me paste right here my production URL. Let me then copy this API of kind_callback and let's paste it inside of here. So now this is my production URL /API/auth/kind_callback. Let's do the same for our allowed logout redirect URL. Let me copy my production URL and let's paste it inside of here. So this is the URL and I deleted the slash at the end. This now looks good. Let me now save this at the bottom. So right here you can click on save. This will now save everything. And what we have to do now is rebuild our application. Since we changed our environment variables, you have to go right here to your, where is it, deployments, and then we have to redeploy our application. For that, you can click on these three dots and then click on redeploy. Let me redeploy this, and now this will again take about a minute or two, but once this is done, I will come back. Alright, my project has redeployed. Let me go right here to this domain. Let's open that in a new tab and everything looks the same. But now in theory, we should now be able to sign in. And let me now try to reach the dashboard to test out our middleware. So let's click on enter and now we should get redirected to Kinde to authenticate. Let's see. Wow, this happened. Let me now continue with Google. And really quick, did I just say happen? Of course I meant worked. I don't know, I'm excited. My English is a bit over the place. But now we have our sites right here. We have one site, two sites, we have our recent articles. I'm also currently a bit zoomed in, that's why it looks how it looks like. Nevertheless, it's quite cool. We see everything. We can change the theme to dark mode, to light mode, whatever we want. We can go right here to pricing. We have this button. Let me try to click it. So let me go to view subscription details. And now we got redirected right here to the billing page, which means to the dashboard for the user. This works beautifully. And if I now click on return to block Marshall, we get an error. We got redirected to localhost 3000. And this is quite simply because if you go to your pricing page, we right here have a return URL of localhost 3000. And this is not correct. So what I'll do right now is copy my production URL. So let me go back to my website. This is right here, block Marshall vercel.app. Let me copy it. And what I'll do right here is a ternary. So we'll say right here, process.env.node.env. If this is right here equal to production, then we will deploy, or we will return, so right here in question mark, we will return our deployed URL. So this is this blockmarshall.vercel.app. And if not, then I can just right here return localhost 3000. Let me also append right here a slash dashboard. And now this looks good. So this now means, hey, if we are in a production environment, then let me return the user to the deployed URL, and if not, let me redirect the user to localhost 3000, so our dev environment. Then let's see where else we use localhost. We use it right here in our actions file for our success and cancel URL. So let me again do internally, and let's say if process.env.node.env right here is equal to production. If this is true, let me right here return my deployed URL, and if not, let me right here return my localhost URL. This shouldn't be a colon, but a question mark. And now you see, hey, if we are in a production environment, I am returning my deployed URL, and if not, I'm returning localhost 3000. Now this shouldn't be right here a /dashboard/sites, but /payment/success, or actually /dashboard and then /payment/success. Let's now also do the same for the cancel URL. Let's say if the process right here .env.node.env is right here equal to production, then let me return my production URL, and if not, let me right here return my localhost 3000. Let me also copy the /dashboard/payment/cancelled, and let's paste it right here. So again, to recap, right here we check, hey, if we are in production, let's return the production URL, and if not, let's return the localhost 3000. Then where else do we use that? We also use this right here in our route.ts. So let's go back, and instead of using this, we can again do a ternary, and we can say, hey, if process.env.node.env is equal to production, then let me use a question mark. Let's return our production URL. So let me paste it right here. And if not, let's use right here our localhost 3000. So again, if right here process.env.node.env is equal to production, then we return the production URL, and if not, we return the dashboard. Let me also append right here a /dashboard, and now this looks good. So we have now added all of the URLs. So what I can do is again open my terminal, clear everything, do a git add everything with a dot. Then let me do a git commit -m, and let me right here say for the message finished. Let me click enter, and let's do a git push. As you now see, the code has been pushed to GitHub, and now Vercel will automatically rebuild our application. So let me head over to Vercel again. Alright, my application has been again deployed. I'm again in the dashboard. We see again everything right here. Let me again go to the pricing, and then let me click on view subscription details. We now have our loading state, and now we get redirected to the customer portal. Right here in the customer portal, as you see, we see our current plans, the payment method, and everything like that. Let me again return, and now it should return us to the correct URL. And this is what happened. Then let me go right here to the edit article. Let's click on that. And as you now see, this has also loaded. Let me go to the sites right here, and let me create a new site. So let's say Jan Marshall 2. Then for the subdirectory, or we could say Jan Marshall 3. And then for the subdirectory, let's say Jan Marshall VV. And for the description, super cool test. Let me click on create site. We have a loading state, and now we should get redirected. So let me go to Jan Marshall 3. Let me click on view articles. Let me go to create article. Let's say super cool test. Let's generate a slug. Let's say super cool test for the small description. Let me upload a cover image. So I've now clicked on upload. We right here have a loading state. We should now see a toast in a second. And for the article content, so we have now the toast right here in the image. And for the article content, let's create right here an H1, and let's say super test. Let me now create an article. We now have the loading state, and now we got redirected with our article. Let me click right here on edit. Let me change the title. Let's say super cool test and V2. Let me generate the slug, and let me click on edit article. We have the loading state, and then you now see that the title has been updated. Let me delete the article. So let me click on delete everything. Now we have our loading state, and we got redirected. Then let me go to the sites right here. Let's go to this Jan Marshall blog. Let me go to view articles, and let me click on view blog. We now got redirected, and now we see the blog right here. I can change the theme if I want to. Let me now read a article, and now we got redirected and we see the created ad timestamp, the title, the description, the image, and then the content right here. So this works beautifully, as you see. It works as it should, and that's what we wanted. We have to now also cover Stripe, because Stripe in theory now works, but our webhook does not work. So let me head over to the Stripe dashboard. So I'm now in my project. As you see right here, we see all of the payments. Yesterday 180 euros. And let me go to the developer right here section on the top. You see it right here. And then let me go to webhooks. So this is the webhook section. And I want to now host a endpoint, or I want to add a hosted endpoint. So let me right here click on add endpoint. And inside of here, I have to now paste my production URL. So let me copy it right here. This is this block Marshall URL. And then instead of saying /dashboard or something like that, this will be /API/webhook/Stripe. So this is the URL. We don't have to add a description. If you want to, be my guest, add it. And then we have to now also tell right here Stripe to what events we want to listen to. So for the event, I want to listen to, first of all, checkout.session.completed. Let's select this. So let's go to add event. And let me also add another event. So change events. And I want to listen to the invoice.payment.succeeded. So these are the two events which I want to listen to. So checkout session completed and invoice payment succeeded. Again, if you go to your code right here and open your webhook file, so let's open that, you right here see we have our checkout session completed. This is right here. And then we also listen right here for the invoice payment succeeded. So now, again, please make sure that the endpoint URL is correct. So /API/webhook/Stripe. Because if you open your Explorer, the webhook lives right here in our API folder. So app folder, API folder, webhook folder, Stripe folder. So this is /API/webhook/Stripe. Let me now right here click on add endpoint. This will now create our endpoint. And now right here, we have our signing secret. I have to reveal this and then I can copy that. Let me now get that. Let's go back to our Vercel dashboard. Inside of the Vercel dashboard, let me go to the settings. Let me go right here to my, where do we have it? Environment variables. And then right here, we should now somewhere have our webhook secret. Let me click on edit. Then let me right here paste it. And let's click on save. What I can do now is go to deployments, and right here I can redeploy my application. So let's redeploy this, and this will now take our new environment variable. So now let me wait for these 2 minutes and then let's see what happens. Alright, my application has been redeployed. And now it's time to test it out. So let me go to my sites right here and let me create a new site. So let's say test, test, and test. Let's click on create site. We have our loading state and now we should get redirected. Then let's now test everything out with a blank application. So let me sign out of here and let me sign in with a new account. Alright, as you see, I got redirected right here now to my dashboard because I logged in, and this is a fresh account. I don't have any sites, any articles, I don't have anything. So let me go to my sites and let me create a site. So let's say right here test, test, and test. Let me click on create site. As you now see, we got redirected right here. We have our site, and if I try to create another site, so let me say hello. Let's say hello and some description. And if I click on create site, we should get redirected to our pricing page. And this is what happened. Let me now right here buy this plan. So let me subscribe right here. As you see, we have a loading state and now we got redirected right here. Inside of here, let me add the card data. So 4242. Then let's add the month and year 442. Then for the CVC 424 and for the name Jan Marshall. Let me click on pay. We now have a loading state and now we will get redirected to our success route. Alright, we are back at the success route, and if I now go to my sites page, I should be able to create another site. So let me say LOL, LOL, and LOL. Let me click right here on create site. And as you now see, I've created a site right here and we see it now right here. This looks quite good. And I can also click on view articles. I can go to the settings and then I can also delete everything if I want to. So this looks quite cool in my opinion. And now we are done with this application because we see that we can create stuff. We see that our webhook works because we can create multiple sites, and because right here also our pricing page has updated because we can now edit our subscription, and just in general everything works as it should. So now let me roll the outro. Alright friends, we're now finished with this video. You have built a beautiful SaaS application using Next.js 15 and Kinde, Stripe, Conform for form validation, have already set Stripe, Vercel, and just in general the newest tech on the market. It was quite cool. It was a long video. It was very hard for me. I don't know why, but it was probably my hardest video to create. One cool thing which you learned in this video is how to do this unique validation. So if you can remember the subdirectory, how to validate this. This is relatively cool and quite advanced. So hey, congrats to you for learning that. And just in general, you learned a lot and you should be proud of yourself. One thing which I also mention right here is that creating such videos takes a lot of time. I created this video, or I started this video a month ago. Today we are finally done. And now the last thing which I want to say is, if you liked the video, then I would highly appreciate if you would like and subscribe. It's only 2 clicks of a button, and maybe you should consider becoming a channel member to get more access to videos, but also to get videos before they are released, if you understand what I mean. So now I hope you enjoy your day. I hope I can see you on the next video, and now bye.